Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. Snatching the surgical fruit at the start. 1 SF. Chapter 1 The Fruits of Beard Cutting Surgery. Haiyuan calendar year 1509. North Blue, Mignon Island. Rocinante staggered on the snow with a small box in her arms. Where he walked, besides a line of footprints, there was also a line of blood. The box in his arms is the devil fruit that he just snatched from the barrelless pirates, and it is also the purpose of his coming here. Luo, wait for me. With the results of the operation, your platinum lead disease will be cured. Looking at the small box in his arms, Rocinante showed a smile on his lips. In order to treat Luo's platinum lead disease, Luo Nandi has been taking Luo to find a doctor for half a year. This is an incurable disease, and the surgical fruit in his arms is Luo's only hope. Although he was hit by the pirates' guns, these injuries were nothing compared to the joy of being able to recover from Luo's platinum lead disease. That guy ran away from this direction, chase him quickly. Hearing the sound of the pursuing soldiers behind him, Rocinante's expression couldn't help but change. Just now, when he used the power of the silence fruit to eliminate his own voice and steal the surgery fruit, it went smoothly, but when he was leaving, he fell down because of his sloppiness. Although he also solved the remaining pirates, he was also shot. Rocinante listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer, and he also dragged his seriously injured body forward. Suddenly, Rocinante's foot slipped and he rolled down the snow-covered slope. Even the small wooden box in his arms fell out of his hands, and a fruit like a peach with a red skin covered with spiral patterns rolled down into the snow. A pair of shoes appeared in front of Rocinante, which surprised Rocinante. But when he saw the face of the owner of these shoes, he breathed a sigh of relief. The boy in front of him looks about the same age as Luo. He is not the pirates who are chasing him. Is this the result of the operation that is said to be worth 5 billion Baileys? Linn picked up the surgical fruits in front of him and asked Rocinante. Who are you and how do you know the name of this fruit? Are you also a reserve cadre of the Don Quixote family? Hearing Linn call out the name of the surgical result, Rocinante's heart that had just been relaxed was lifted again. The trading of surgical fruits here is top secret. How could the kid in front of me recognize him at a glance? Rocinante's first reaction was that Linn was also a reserve cadre of the family like Buffalo and Luo. But he has been in the Don Quixote family for so long, and out of the 100 children he recruited, only Luo, Baby 5 and Buffalo remain. Rocinante did not remember that the young man in front of her was still in the family. Let me introduce myself. My name is Linn. I have no relationship with Doflamingo. The reason why I stayed on this island is because of the fruit of this operation. Without waiting for Rocinante to reply, Linn picked up the surgery fruit and bit into it. As rumored, devil fruits are very unpalatable. Even though Linn was mentally prepared, he still felt retching. I finally became an Esper. I finally have the ability to protect myself in this dangerous world. Linn felt the strange changes in his body, and a smile appeared on his lips. He is not from this world, he is a time traveler. Linn doesn't know how he traveled to the dangerous world of One Piece, and the place he is in is not the East Daxia Sea, where pirate power is weakest, but the North Blue, where pirate geniuses are abundant. The most terrible thing is that not only does Linn have no awakening system, his body has also turned into that of a 10-year-old child. It was a hell of a start. North Blue's marine is a high-risk industry, and the results are too slow, so he doesn't want to join. Practicing physical skills and domineering. I don't know any famous teachers. If you want to become stronger quickly, the only way is devil fruit. In the current North Blue, only the surgery fruit, a devil fruit that claims to be able to perform immortal surgery on people, can penetrate Linn's eyes. So Linn risked his life to come to Mignon Island to prepare in advance. The process was tortuous, but he finally got the fruits of the operation. In order to test the ability of the surgical fruit, he looked at Rocinante's wound. You are seriously injured, let me treat you. Linn opened his palms, and a semicircular sphere enveloped Rocinante. Linn took out a fruit knife and roughly picked out the bullet that hit Rocinante. Rocinante looked at everything in front of him quietly, but he didn't feel any pain at all. This process took less than a minute, but Linn actually consumed nearly 1/3 of his energy. I don't know if it's because I'm in poor health or because the surgery is too physically demanding. If he can't make up for his shortcomings in physical fitness as soon as possible, he will always be a real man for 3 minutes. As a macho man, Linn could not tolerate such a thing happening to him. Is this the power of the surgical fruit? You have actually obtained the power of the surgical fruit. Rocinante looked at his wounds that had been hastily treated with confusion, and he didn't know what kind of attitude he should use towards Linn. Originally this fruit was intended to save Luo's life, but unexpectedly it was cut off by the young man in front of him. Linn didn't care what Rocinante was thinking. With his current injuries, he might bleed to death before he could return to Luo. Linn, can you help me save another person? This surgery was originally prepared for him. Now he is about to die. Only the fruit of the surgery can save him. While Linn was thinking, Rocinante thought of Luo who was hidden by him. Luo was already ill when he came to Mignon Island. In order not to affect his actions, Rocinante hid Luo. Luo is the only survivor in the white town of Freefins, and the platinum lead in his body has accumulated to a terrifying level. If Luo's platinum lead disease was not treated, Luo would die on Mignon Island. Lead the way, Lynn said to Rocinante. I have just received the fruits of the operation, and now I am lacking someone to exercise with. Haha, I finally found you, please hand over the fruits of the operation. As soon as Lynn and Rocinante came to a fork in the road, they met the pirates who had been chasing the Rocinante Barrero's pirates. Oops, Rocinante's expression changed, and he was about to take out his gun and fight back, but he didn't know where his gun had fallen. Rocinante was about to drag the pirates and let Lynn rescue Luo, but he found that Lynn actually appeared behind the two pirates as if teleporting. Jiao, you talk a lot. Lynn put away the fruit knife in his hand, and the bodies of the two pirates instantly became 36 sections. When the pirates saw themselves being dismembered instantly, they screamed. They feel no pain or bleeding, and they have lost their fighting power. He was able to develop the surgery fruit like this just after he ate it. Could it be said that the surgery fruit chose him? Rocinante had previously thought that Lynn was just lucky, but after seeing this scene, he no longer thought so. He saw Lynn eating the surgical fruit with his own eyes. He was able to apply the surgical fruit to this extent in less than half an hour, which showed that Lynn and the fruit were incomparable. Chapter 2 Medical skills cannot save the world. Lynn, I'm leaving it to you, Luo. Rocinante took Luo out of a box. Luo had fallen into a coma. His skin was as white as the surrounding snow, but his face turned red because of the fever. I'll try it. Lynn is not a doctor. What he can do is use the power of the surgical fruit to separate the platinum lead in Luo's body from his body. He actually accumulated so much platinum lead in his body. Through the operating space, Lynn discovered that there were several lumps in Luo's body, especially in his liver. The platinum lead almost completely covered his liver. Luo is still alive now, which is entirely supported by his will. Lynn directly used the operating space and began to strip the platinum lead from Luo's body. Because he was in the operating space, Luo could not feel pain. As the platinum lead was stripped from his body, Luo's body temperature dropped. This is the bug of devil fruit. Countless terminal diseases that famous doctors have been unable to deal with can be easily solved under the surgical fruit. When the body temperature dropped, Luo also woke up in a daze. He felt that his body had never been so relaxed as it was now. Mr. Corazon, it's really great to see you again. As soon as Luo opened his eyes, he saw Corazon, who showed a smile to Rocinante. Congratulations, Luo, from today on, you will no longer suffer from platinum-lead disease. Rocinante watched Luo recover, and he also showed a smile. Obviously he was wearing funny clown makeup, but his smile now looks particularly gentle. You saved me once more, Mr. Corazon. Luo's tone was full of gratitude to Corazon. Luo, it was Linn who saved you this time. Rocinante's tall body got out of the way, and only then did Luo see Linn, who was about the same age and height as him. So young, I didn't expect that Linn, who was about the same age as me, would have such medical skills. Ro admires Linn. I saved you with the fruit of the surgery. Linn said to Luo, with the results of the operation, Linn, you will definitely become a famous doctor. Many people in this sea who are suffering from terminal illnesses will be saved. Although Luo didn't know how Linn obtained the fruits of the operation, Luo felt very happy when he thought that many terminally ill people like him were saved because of Linn. Can medical skills save the world? Linn's words silenced Luo. Although Luo is young, he has seen too much darkness in human nature in Frevens and the Doflamingo pirates. He agreed with what Linn said and had no way to refute it. Luo, Linn, we have to leave as soon as possible. If Doflamingo knew that I had stolen the fruit of the operation, he would blockade the entire Mignon Island. Rocinante knew how terrifying Doflamingo was. Once they were found by Doflamingo, they would have no chance of survival. I can't leave now, you go first. By the way, there is a spy from the Doflamingo family among the Marines who came to Mignon Island this time, and that person is first-generation Corazon. Linn was not ready to leave yet, he reminded Rocinante and Luo. As a matter of fact, even if Doflamingo used a birdcage, he couldn't lock Linn up. Doflamingo's main targets are Rocinante and Luo, and being with them is the most dangerous thing. What? Doflamingo has spies in Marine. Rocinante was shocked by Linn's information. The world government and Marine have always sent spies to the pirates, and the pirates have sent spies to the Marines. This is the first time Rocinante heard about it. When Rocinante wanted to ask Linn where he got this information, Linn had already left. Linn, you must be careful. Luo kept waving to Linn, blessing silently in his heart. Luo, let's go too. Rocinante glanced at the footprints left by Linn and said to Luo. Mr. Corazon, will we see Linn again? Luo asked Rocinante. Of course, such a man will not die on Mignon Island. His name will resound throughout the sea sooner or later. Rocinante rubbed Luo's Madara hat and said to Luo. After that, two figures, one large and one small, set off towards the port. There was a small boat there when they came, and they could transfer by this boat. It would be better if they could encounter marine reinforcements. Sengoku told him that Lieutenant General he was responsible for hunting down Doflamingo this time. She is also a legendary Lieutenant General like Iron Fist Garp. As long as she can come here, Doflamingo will definitely escape immediately. In this case, Linn's chance of survival will be greatly increased. I hope Rocinante will not die on Mignon Island. Linn saw that Rocinante and Luo had left, and he also walked towards the town. Rocinante is one of the few good celestial dragons in the pirate world. In order to save Luo, he even paid the price with his life. This time Rocinante has been cured by Linn, and he has also reminded Rocinante that he should not be caught by Virgo again. Behind Rocinante is Marine. If Marine knew that Linn had eaten the fruit of the operation, Marine would not be able to let him go easily. Linn has no interest in being a Marine, so it would be most appropriate not to go with Rocinante. As for Luo, Linn has never thought of recruiting Luo as his subordinate. As a fierce man with a future bounty of more than 3 billion and the ability to knock down one of the 4 emperors, it is impossible not to be tempted. It's a pity that Luo's guide, Rocinante, is still alive. Even if Linn saves his life, Luo is unlikely to follow Linn. Linn had no choice but to choose other partners. As a traveler who has traveled through the pirate world for less than a month, it is still necessary to find a native of the pirate world as a guide. Linn has chosen a candidate, and this person is now on Mignon Island. She is also a member of the Doflamingo family, and she is the reserve cadre BABY5. With Baby 5's character of being unable to refuse others, Linn only needed one word to make her his partner. Baby 5's weapon fruit is also a very powerful fruit, but it is a pity that this fruit is limited by Baby 5's knowledge, and this fruit was developed and destroyed by Baby -5. If Linn trains Baby 5 now, Baby 5 can also become a strong player on the sea in the future. That's all for later, provided he doesn't get caught by Doflamingo and the other cadres of the Don Quixote family. Baby 5 is already an Esper, and she has also received special training from the Don Quixote family, and now her strength is not low. If he hadn't suffered the consequences of the surgery, Linn wouldn't be a match for Baby 5 now. The weapon fruit is an offensive devil fruit, but the surgery fruit is still an auxiliary type. Linn can't fight with Baby -5. Using the power of the surgery fruit 3 times in a row consumed most of Linn's physical strength. He had to eat as soon as possible to replenish his physical strength. Chapter 3 BBAY5 Don't Look Back. As soon as Linn finished replenishing his food and left the town, he felt a black shadow passing above him. Was it discovered so soon? Linn squinted his eyes and looked towards the sky. The black figure was a fat man wearing a thick yellow long coat and huge iron chains wrapped around his body. On his back, a little Lolita in a straight black maid outfit with a big red bow tied around her waist was carefully inspecting something. This is Baby 5 and Bafaro, the reserve cadres of the Doflamingo family. Linn's eyes lit up. He was worried about where to abduct BABY5, but he didn't expect Baby 5 to come to his door. The two of them seemed to also see Linn, and the height of Buffalo's flight dropped directly. Hey kid, have you seen a man wearing a black feather coat and clown makeup? Buffalo flew to an altitude of 4 to 5 meters, and Baby 5 asked Linn. Obviously Baby 5's voice has a childish Lolita sound, but her tone is old-fashioned. Why doesn't he say anything? He won't be frightened by the name of our Doflamingo pirates, right? Kill him. Don't let him delay our patrol time in the perimeter, Baby -5. When Buffalo saw that Linn was not speaking, he felt that Linn might be a fool. Are you looking for Corazon and Luo? Maybe they have left the island now. Linn replied. The only people who know the names of Corazon and Luo are people within the Doflamingo family, and Linn in front of him is obviously not. Before Buffalo and Baby 5 could react, Linn was no longer on the snow. Disappeared. He is not an ordinary kid, he is a person with the same abilities as us. When Linn used the ability of the surgical fruit to teleport, Buffalo suddenly screamed. Idiot, haven't you noticed that there is an extra person on your back? Feeling the terrifying aura of the boy behind him, Baby 5 angrily stomped Buffalo's back with his little boot. Buffalo understood, and he turned his back violently. Baby 5's feet were hooked on Buffalo's chain, and her hand turned into a long knife, spinning and slashing backwards. But there was nothing behind her, and she saw nothing. Why aren't you in the back? When Baby 5 saw nothing behind her, she couldn't help but become distracted. It was obvious that she had felt the boy's breath on the back of her neck just now, but when she turned her head, the boy had disappeared. It's so cooperative. I didn't expect that a mere trainee cadre would have such strength. Linn's voice sounded in Baby 5's ear again, and Baby 5's left ear could even feel the hot air blowing from Linn's ear. Buffalo noticed that Linn was still on his back, and he began to spin again. But this time was different from last time. When the buffalo was spinning, Baby 5 used the weapon fruit to turn the long knife directly into the buffalo's propeller under Linn's control. As the buffalo rotates, the buffalo instantly turns into countless small pieces. I killed Buffalo. When Baby 5 saw this scene, she had such an idea in her mind. What's going on? Why is my body out of my control? Before Baby 5 could shout out, Buffalo's surprised voice rang out first. Only then did Baby 5 realize that after being dismembered into such fragments, Buffalo was not only not dead, but not even a drop of blood was shed. What devil fruit ability do you have? There was a hint of horror in Baby 5's big eyes. Almost all the leaders of the Doflamingo pirates are fruit ability users. But none of the fruits of those cadres had as big an impact as Linn's. I am the surgeon who has eaten the fruit of the operation, and now you are within my operating space. Linn briefly introduced his abilities to them, but unexpectedly, the two children were immediately surprised. Fruits of the operation. Wasn't the fruit of the operation taken away by Rocinante? Why did you eat the fruit of the operation? They were both shocked when they heard that Linn actually ate the fruit of the operation. The information sent to them by the family previously said that Corazon, Doflamingo's younger brother, stole the surgery fruit from the Baylor's pirates. According to the family's estimation, Corazon is already a devil fruit user, and he can no longer eat the surgical fruit. Corazon came here because of Luo. If anyone could become a user with surgical fruit ability, it could only be Luo. Unexpectedly, instead of finding Luo, they found the person with the surgical fruit ability first. Isn't this what you should be concerned about? Isn't this what you should be concerned about? How can you survive from my hands? Linn gently kicked Buffalo's head away, and Buffalo immediately screamed. This is Linn's first time using a surgery fruit to fight against a devil fruit user. In the surgery fruit space, those with paramesha abilities who have not mastered the armed hockey are like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. After working with Buffalo in BABY5, Linn also tested the limits of the surgical space. Now the radius limit of the operating space is 100 meters. Under normal conditions, Linn can only open the operating space for 3 minutes. If applied in combat, the surgical space support time will be shorter. You can't kill us. The cadres of the family have been observing us with a sense of dominance. When you were fighting with us, the cadres of the family had already noticed you. Buffalo thought Linn was going to silence him, so he shouted hurriedly. Covering the entire island with his domineering power, Linn could feel Buffalo's mental state at this time, and he was not lying. Sure enough, it's a bit too risky to play a high-end game right from the start. Linn sighed. Now not only has he not mastered hockey, but his body is not as strong as BABY5. His time travel only made his body smaller, but in terms of physique, he is not as good as the pirate natives who are monsters per capita. And Doflamingo already has a bounty of over 100 million, and he also has 3 colors of domineering power. If Doflamingo fights with him, I'm afraid he will be cut into 9 parts by Doflamingo using the thread fruit within a minute. Hey, BABY5, can you prepare some food for me? Linn did not continue the topic with Baby-5. He asked BABY5, am I needed? Baby 5's fair little face suddenly blushed, and then she jumped up and down to prepare food. BABY5, he is the enemy, how can you do things for the enemy? Seeing that Baby 5 actually wanted to prepare food for Linn, Buffalo yelled. But, he really needs my help. Little stars flashed in Baby 5's eyes. After she finished speaking to Buffalo, her short legs that walked happily became faster. Chapter 4 Pika arrives. Bah, I didn't expect that Rosinandi's surgery actually caused this kid named Linn to have his beard cut off. Pika, bring that kid named Linn back alive. He will be the 3rd generation Corazon of my family. On the other side of Mignon Island, when Linn subdued Baby 5 and Bafaro, Doflamingo actually laughed. Ain Barrels, who had just traded with him, told him that the fruits of the operation had been stolen. After Ain Barrels' description, Doflamingo determined that his brother Rosinandi had robbed the fruits of the operation. The incident of Rosinandi has proven Doflamingo's suspicion. Rosinandi is a spy sent by Marine to the Doflamingo pirates. Doflamingo's observation color hockey did not detect any trace of Rosinandi, which shows that Rosinandi is an Esper, and his devil fruit ability has the effect of blocking observation color hockey. This is also the reason why Rocinante was able to pass information to Marine many times under Doflamingo's nose. Ain Barrels has been killed by Doflamingo, and Baby 5 and Bavaro were sent out by Doflamingo to find Rosinandi and Luo. Unexpectedly, Rosinandi and Luo didn't find it, but instead found Linn, the person with the surgical fruit ability. Compared to catching Rosinandi, it is obviously more important to control Linn. It had not been 3 hours since the surgical fruits were lost, and Linn had the ability to defeat Baby 5 and Buffalo. Such talents are worth cultivating by Doflamingo. I'll bring him back, Dover. A strong man in armor replied with a sharp voice that was not suitable for his size. This is the top cadre of the Don Quixote family, Spade Pika, and the 2 trainee cadres defeated by Linn are his subordinates. I said, is this kid named Linn so important that we actually want to give him the position of a top cadre? Next to Doflamingo, a sloppy man wearing a pair of small sunglasses and with 2 lumps of snot hanging from his nostrils laughed. Of course, this Linn is a monster even more than Luo. Doflamingo gave Linn a high rating. Dong dong dong. Pika walked in the direction of Linn with heavy steps. Mignon Island is just a small island, and Linn can be found in less than 10 minutes at Pika's speed. Keep looking. We must find Rocinante and Luo before Marine arrives. When Pika left, the Supreme Cadre, Diamante said to the remaining cadres. The cadres responded, and they scattered around the island to search. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Linn looked at the black tea swaying on the table in front of him, his brows furrowed slightly. This vibration is very slight and very regular. Master Pika is here, you are finished. Buffalo looked at Linn who was sipping black tea in front of him, winked and laughed strangely. It wasn't that Buffalo was deliberately being funny, it was mainly because he was so bruised and swollen by Linn that he had lost the ability to manage his expressions. Just now, when he saw Baby 5 taking the initiative to make tea for Linn, Buffalo threatened BABY5, and then he was beaten into a pighead by Linn. Spade Pika. Linn knew about this Supreme Cadre, Spade Pika. He is a person with the stone fruit ability, and his devil fruit has a huge blessing on the island with many stones. Besides Doflamingo, Pika is the most powerful leader of the Doflamingo pirates. Pika is very strong, but he can't keep Linn. Before leaving Mignon Island, let's try to see how far our true combat power can reach. Linn didn't seek death on his own, he knew that he had been discovered by Doflamingo's domineering power. Even if he doesn't wait here, he will definitely be stopped by Pika when he escapes from Mignon Island. Instead of reacting passively, it is better to actively choose the venue to fight. Linn was confident of escaping from Mignon Island. Originally, he only had the fruit of the operation, and his chance of escaping was 80%. With BABY5, his chance of escaping was 100%. This is also the reason why Linn dares to be so promiscuous. Pika originally thought that Linn would run away when he sensed his arrival, but he did not expect such a scene in front of him. Linn was sitting on a table covered with white cloth, drinking tea, and Baby 5 was baking desserts for Linn with a smile on her face. Judging from Linn's appearance and demeanor, he seemed to be an aristocrat having afternoon tea. And lying next to him was a fat man whose face had been beaten into pieces of pork. It looked like he should be buffalo. Forget it, let Torbal educate you. Linn, I'm here for you this time. Pika's whole body turned dark, and then he walked towards Linn. When Pika saw Baby 5 filling Linn's hot tea with a satisfied look on his face, he knew what had happened. Baby 5 must have felt that he was needed from Linn. Because of this problem, Baby 5 has been sold by human traffickers 3 times in North Blue. That is to say, the Doflamingo pirates have outstanding intelligence capabilities. They retrieve BABY5 in time every time, otherwise she might have become a slave by now. Linn, right, Dover asked me to invite you to join the family. As long as you join the Don Quixote family, you will be the supreme leader of the 3rd generation, Corazon Red Heart. Before Pika took action, he said to Linn, the pirates and people in the underground world who often hang out in North Blue all know what the Don Quixote family means to the pirate world and the underground world in North Blue. As long as they are not mentally ill, they will definitely join after hearing such favorable conditions. But that doesn't include Linn. Linn knew Doflamingo's purpose. He wanted to train Linn first, and then use his own life to perform immortality surgery on Linn when he became stronger. Doflamingo's calculation is very good, Linn has already seen through him. Room. Linn released the operating space, and Pika was instantly enveloped by the operating space. Linn prepared to use his absolute control over the surgical space to kill Pika instantly. Once Pika is on guard, it will be difficult for him to defeat Pika. Unexpectedly, Pika was so steady that before the battle started, he had already coated his body with a layer of black film. Bite. Linn's knife struck Pika's body and made a crisp sound. This was the first time Linn was blocked in the operating space. It seems you are rejecting the goodwill of the Don Quixote family. Seeing Linn using the power of the surgical fruit on him, Pika's eyes narrowed slightly. Pika didn't have the patience to persuade Linn, he directly stamped his feet and attacked Linn. It's just a kid, just beat him until he loses his ability to resist and bring him back to the family. As for other matters, Torbal will naturally be responsible for handling it. When Linn saw Pika's movements, his heart skipped a beat, and he teleported directly from the gravel road to the snow next to him. Under Linn's eyes, a row of sharp stone thorns actually grew on the originally flat stone road. If Linn hadn't dodged in time, these sharp stone thorns would have penetrated his feet. Chapter 5. Changing Bodies with BABY5, the sexy operation of the surgical fruits. Before Linn could react, Pika's combo attack came. Pika put her hand on the 3-story stone building next to her. The building exploded immediately, and the stones hit Linn one after another. If Linn hadn't been able to teleport in the operating space, this wave of attacks would have seriously injured him. You actually predicted my attack direction in advance. Is this a sign of arrogance? Linn did not practice domineering, so he could only make such a guess. It's not good to go on like this. Pika was originally stronger than him, but now he can predict his thoughts. How can he do this? Suddenly, the corners of Linn's mouth turned up, and he thought of a new use of the surgical fruit. The operating space clearly observed every move of Pika. Even when the muscles on Pika's body just started to tremble, Linn knew that he was going to swing his left fist at him. As expected, Linn easily dodged the blow. At this time, Pika's attacks were all under Linn's control, and Linn could accurately dodge every attack from Pika. Linn could dodge Pika's attacks. For those moves that he couldn't dodge, he directly used the ability of the surgical fruit to teleport out of Pika's attack range. No matter how strong and fast Pika is, he can't be faster than Linn's teleportation. Pika's attack looked powerful, but it didn't hurt Linn at all. This town is in trouble. Under Pika's violent output, the buildings in the town were smashed into ruins one after another. In the end, those stones were wrapped up by Pika's stone fruit and became part of the attack on Linn. Pika is extremely tall, and his attack range is extremely large. Linn can't even get close to him now. BABY5, transform into a sword girl. Linn shouted to Baby 5 next to him. The next moment, Baby 5's legs turned into sword blades, her torso turned into the hilt, and her arms turned into handguards. A long sword dressed as a maid was held in Linn's hand. As Linn swung the knife in his hand, a straight crack appeared on the stone controlled by Pika. There was no armed domineering attached to these stone soldiers, and the long sword in Linn's hand instantly penetrated those stones. The stones that Pika made from the stone fruit were actually cut open easily by Linn. This process was very smooth, and Pika didn't feel the slightest hindrance to the knife caused by the stones he condensed. In this space, Linn is God. As long as it wasn't Hockey and Halu stone, Linn could easily cut it open in this space. That is to say, the person in front of him is Pika who has mastered the armed color Hockey. If it were an enemy who did not know the armed color hockey, Linn would have torn him into pieces by now. Is this kid a swordsman? Only a swordsman's slash can easily cut through hard stone. Pika looked at this scene, and his eyes became serious. Pika heard that the swordsman's slashes had the ability to cut through hard steel, but this ability seemed particularly inconsistent when it appeared on a kid. Is this the ability of the weapon fruit or the ability of his surgery fruit? Pika thought about the sword girl that Linn used Baby 5 to transform into, and for a moment he couldn't tell whose ability it was. However, Pika still prefers the ability of the surgery fruit. If the long sword transformed by Baby 5 had such terrifying effects, Doflamingo would have discovered it long ago and would not have waited until now. The real power is Linn holding the sword, not the sword itself. I didn't expect that the surgical fruit can actually do such a thing with the sword in your hand. No wonder this fruit can be sold for a sky-high price of 5 billion belly. Pika said to Linn with a serious face. Hearing the name of the devil fruit, Pika thought that the surgical fruit only had miraculous effects in medicine. But when Linn was fighting him just now, all he saw were sharp killing moves. Pika didn't dare to underestimate the kid in front of him. If he was careless, he might lose this duel. You won't have another chance like that just now, Pika said to Linn, and his whole body seemed to become darker. Since the stone doesn't work, then use domineering to fight. The sword in Linn's hand will have no effect on him now. After the battle just now, Pika has already seen that Linn doesn't know how to arm himself with hockey. This is his most fatal flaw. Linn, Master Pika hasn't used all his strength yet. We will not be Master Pika's opponent. Baby 5 was held in Linn's hand, and she could still speak to Linn at this time. She could feel that Linn's body was reaching its limit because he was breathing heavily. In comparison, Pika is still very fierce, even the long sword he carries is useless. Linn is a good person, and she doesn't want to see Linn die in the hands of Pika. Linn had to admit that Baby 5 was right. Pika has a lot of fighting experience. Even when facing a kid like Linn who looks about the same age as a BABY5, he is armed and domineering throughout the whole process. If it weren't for his armed domineering attitude, Linn would have torn him into pieces long ago. We can't go on spending so much time with Pika. The fruit of the surgery is very consuming. After Pika, there will be Doflamingo. Linn still needs to be on guard against Doflamingo. Pika, let me use my devil fruit ability to fight you. Linn teleported and appeared 100 meters in front of Pika, and then he showed a strange smile to Pika. Now that my physical strength is almost exhausted, I can only change my number and fight with Pika. Linn released Baby 5's longsword transformation, and now Baby 5 also appeared in front of Linn. Transplant. Linn's finger pointed at BBAY5's eyebrows. The next moment, he felt that his perspective had changed, and he actually saw himself. Linn, are my eyes hallucinating? How did I become you? Baby 5 also saw herself in front of her. She understood what was going on and immediately panicked. It's okay, I will change back after Pika is dealt with. Linn took off the obstructive bow from his waist and said to Baby -5. After exchanging bodies, the result of surgery can actually do such a thing. Pika looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little outrageous. Linn is no match for him even with his own body, so he can do it with Baby 5's body. Linn didn't have time to care about what Pika was thinking. He was trying hard to adapt to the Baby 5 body. I have to say that Baby 5 is worthy of being a pirate native, and her strength and physical strength are stronger than Linn. Maybe it's a gender difference, but Baby 5's body is very soft and fragrant. The current Baby 5 has not yet developed, so Linn quickly adapted to this female Lolita body. Come on, let me see what other surprises you can give me. Pika folded his arms and watched Linn's performance quietly. Now that his whole body was covered with arm domineering, he was very curious about how the kid in front of him, who didn't even know how to do domineering, could defeat him. You'll see. Linn smiled at Pika, and he directly started the first transformation of the weapon fruit. Chapter 6 transformed into Mark armor. All fear is due to lack of firepower. BABY5, this is the official use of the weapon fruit. Watch it, I will only teach you once. After Linn finished speaking to Pika, he turned around and said to Baby 5 behind him, who was pressing against his body. Weapon transformation, Mark 4 armor. Following Linn's whisper, the petite-looking Baby 5 directly turned into a gold and red robot. Turning your whole body into steel can indeed enhance your defense, but do you think you can defeat me just by doing this? Pika laughed loudly. Although Linn's idea was very good, he underestimated Pika's power. Don't worry, it hasn't started yet. Linn raised his head, and the golden eyes on the mask began to light up. Linn took a step back. Just when he was about to hit BABY5, the parts behind the armor suddenly spread apart. Baby 5 was mounted by this armor. From Pika's perspective, it was as if this steel armor, Baby -5. The round light on the chest of Mark's armor lit up, and then 2 flame jets appeared on the soles of the armor, bringing Baby 5 and Linn high into the sky. It actually flew. I didn't expect that Baby 5's weapon fruit could also develop the ability to fly. Buffalo looked up at Baby 5 flying up, his eyes full of shock. All this time, Baby 5 has been flying into the sky on his body, and then Baby 5 transforms into a thermal weapon in the sky to attack targets on the ground. Unexpectedly, Baby 5's fruit can also develop the ability to fly. I'm afraid that Buffalo will never have the chance to fly with Baby 5 in the future. What kind of weapon is this? Is this really the weapon transformed from my weapon fruit? Baby 5 looked at Pika and Buffalo below through the eye mask. At this time, her eyes were also full of shock. The weapon fruit can turn part of one's body into a weapon. Baby 5 has always transformed into conventional weapons such as swords, axes, pistols, and cannons. She did not expect that there is such a magical mark armor in this world. Arms. Stamina is consumed much more slowly than surgical fruits. The physical requirements of surgical fruits are really high. Linn flew into the sky. Feeling the exhaustion of his physical strength, he couldn't help but complain about the results of the operation. The weapon fruit is Paramesha. With the baby's current physical strength of -5, she cannot turn her whole body into a weapon. Now the outside of Mark's armor is made of steel, but the inside where it is close to Lynn's own body is baby 5's skin. The girl's soft skin cushioned the harshness of steel, which was even better than the prototype of Mark's armor. This is the true use of the weapon fruit. As long as you know the general function and principle of the weapon fruit can be imitated. Call. A stone spear flew straight towards Linn from below. Lynn's arm was raised, and a 6-barreled cannon stretched out from the armor of his left forearm. Da da da. The cannon began to roar, and in just 2 shots, the stone spear was blown to pieces. The remaining machine gun bullets hit Pika, and balls of flames appeared on Pika's body. This is another bug of the weapon fruit. As long as you have enough physical strength, you can fire unlimitedly, and there is no need to reload. What kind of cannon is this? It can actually make me feel pain. Pika was bombarded by machine cannons one after another and was unable to hold his head up. Even with the protection of armed hockey, Pika felt strong pain in the area hit by the cannons. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Pika's body sank into the stone, and a stone man Pika, more than 10 meters tall, stood up from the ground. With the protection of this layer of stone armor, Mark's armor's machine cannon could no longer cause him any pain. Come on, kid, I want to see what you can do to me this time. Pika took out the long sword from his waist, and the stone man also condensed a huge stone sword of 40 meters. Pika not only added a layer of armed domineering energy to the appearance of this stone man, he even attached a layer of armed domineering energy to the stone sword. Being beaten like this by the brat in front of her who didn't even know how to be domineering, Pika felt that her face had been completely humiliated. Pika actually used this trick. It seems that this kid named Linn is even more monster than I thought. Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected Pika's huge body. Now Pika's body is so big that it can be seen even from Doflamingo on the other side of the island. A little guy in his teens who didn't even know how to be domineering was already so strong. If he hadn't eaten the fruit of the operation, Brother Ming wouldn't have the heart to let such a little guy die. Brother Ming, apart from not having Conqueror's qualifications, this monster is no less powerful than you at the same age. Torrebel was also surprised. They were willing to become Ming Jie's subordinates because they saw the 10-year-old Ming Jie showing his Conqueror's qualifications. Except for the lack of Conquerors, that kid named Linn has surpassed Brother Ming in everything he showed back then. Dover, Pika may be in danger, do you need me to take action? Supreme Cadre, Cube, Diamante asked Doflamingo. Ha, believe in Pika. Doflamingo laughed. This kid named Linn did give him a lot of surprises, but if he didn't master his domineering power, he was still an ant after all. You can't dominate the world just by relying on the power of devil fruit, but hockey is the power that can truly overpower everything. Linn, Master Pika seems too strong now, let's run away. Baby 5 saw this huge Poseidon like Pika, and she felt that such a monster was not something that children like them could defeat. Believe in the weapon fruit, baby -5. All fear is due to lack of firepower. As Linn said, 12 rockets appeared on the shoulders of Mark's armor. Boo-hoo. Those rockets emitted white smoke and hit various parts of Pika's body, and the stone man instantly turned into a burning man. With the conjured reactor, Mark's armor consumed much less physical energy than Linn expected. After 12 rockets were fired, 12 new rockets were reloaded and moved towards Pika to cover. These rocket shells are not comparable to the ordinary RPG shells in the pirate world. Each of these rocket shells has the ability of a micro-missile. Call out. Linn flew in front of the giant stone man, and released electromagnetic pulse cannons with his hands. All the hands and feet of the stone man were knocked off by Linn. Pika was on the torso of the stone man. When he saw the stone man being dismembered, he didn't panic at all. With his stone fruit ability, he can make those hands and feet grow back at any time. Before he could gather his limbs again, Pika saw the armor's chest light up. It's a cluster gun. As the cluster cannon penetrated Pika's stone man's body, Pika's body was instantly scarred by the blast. Linn's attack did not contain any domineering power, but his firepower was strong enough. Even Pika, who was armed with domineering body protection, could not withstand such terrifying fire coverage. The firepower of Mark's armor was so intense that even Doflamingo and others on the other side of the island could see the light of fire rising into the sky and feel the constant trembling of the island. Save Pika. Doflamingo's body flew up instantly, and he headed towards Pika. Seeing the terrifying firepower of the Mark armor, Doflamingo also lost confidence in Pika. Chapter 7 Brother Ming was exposed. What a powerful firepower. Who was fighting? Outside Mignon Island, a marine warship with a huge crane written on the sail was heading here. Seeing the soaring fire on the island, the Marines felt the intensity of the battle. Sister Crane, could this be our Marine spies hiding in the Doflamingo family fighting against Pika? On this ship, Marine, a beautiful woman with black spider tattoos on her long legs, asked the gray-haired female Lieutenant General Marine next to her. It's not him. Xiaomi Guo's combat power is very ordinary. He can't force the Supreme Cadre Spade Pika to this level. General He looked at the huge stone man who fell in the fire and explosion, and she shook her head in denial. Lieutenant General He has been chasing the Doflamingo family in North Blue for a long time, and Lieutenant General He is also very familiar with the information about the cadres of the Doflamingo family. Although Pika's bounty is only 99 million Baileys, his real strength is stronger than those big pirates with bounties of over 100 million. Anyone who can defeat such a powerful pirate is no ordinary person. Here, marine reinforcements are coming. Outside Mignon Island, when Rocinante saw the marine warship, excitement flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, it was Lieutenant General He who came this time. Now Linn was saved. Rocinante had been using the Silence Fruit ability to hide the whereabouts of himself and Luo. After seeing Marine appear, their ship moved closer to Marine. Mr. Corazon, who do you think the golden and red iron man who fought with Pika could be? Luo asked Rocinante while looking at the fire on Mignon Island. For some reason, Linn's face suddenly flashed in Luo's mind. The robot's moves seemed to have nothing to do with the surgical results, but Luo's subconscious thought it was Linn. When Rocinante approached Lieutenant General He's ship, Lieutenant General He also discovered their ship, and they were quickly pulled onto the marine warship. Lieutenant General He, the fruit of the operation was eaten by a child named Linn, and he is still on the island. You must rescue him from Doflamingo. As soon as Rocinante saw Lieutenant General He reported the incident on Mignon Island to Lieutenant General He. After hearing Rocinante's words, the warship's speed became faster. The fruits of the operation did not fall into Doflamingo's hands, which is good news for Lieutenant General He. The surgical fruit is very important, and Marine must protect those with the surgical fruit ability. Sister, let me go to the island to find Linn first. When Guillaume heard the news, she stepped on her long legs with high heels and flew towards Mignon Island through the air. This is moonwalk in Marine 6th style. She uses moonwalk much faster than a warship. Guillaume, be careful. Lieutenant General Suru did not stop Guillaume. Guillaume's strength was ranked high among Marine lieutenant generals. When Guillaume arrives at Mignon Island, it is actually the Doflamingo pirates who should be careful. Has Marine arrived yet? Linn could also see the marine warship on which Lieutenant General He was riding, and he could also see a black shadow flying towards here using moonwalk. Although Linn didn't know who it was, if he dared to do such a thing, he must be a master of marine. Linn could even see Marine arriving, not to mention the Doflamingo pirates. Doflamingo asked Torbal and others to board the ship directly through the phone bug, and he went to Linn's location alone. Pika was the one who started his family with him when he was young. He couldn't leave Pika to Marine, he wanted to take both Pika and Linn away. Linn, is Pika dead? Seeing the charred Pika, Baby 5 asked Linn. Now Pika looked miserable, his forehead and eyes turned white, his whole body became extremely dark, and there was even a faint smell of meat. He's not dead, he just fainted. Linn checked Pika's injury. Even though Pika's injury looked so serious, his heartbeat and all aspects seemed normal. Regarding this situation, Linn can only say that the people in the pirate world are really strong. When Linn was about to continue doing something to Pika, there were several extremely thin lines in the sky that passed through the operating space and headed straight towards Linn's head. Only when those thin lines reached the top of his head did Linn realize it. Call. A half-meter-long flame spurted out from the back of Mark's armor, and Mark's armor flew hundreds of meters in an instant. It's so fast, even though you haven't awakened your hockey, you managed to avoid my parasitic thread. There was a burst of applause in the sky, and a man wearing a pink flamingo coat, cropped pants, and beanie shoes slowly descended in the sky while applauding. It's the young master. When she saw Doflamingo, Baby 5 screamed in surprise, but now that she was in the Mark armor, her voice was not heard. Doflamingo's fingers pressed on Pika's body, and Pika's huge body began to be completely wrapped with white threads. With the movement of Brother Ming's 2 fingers, Pika's huge body stood up like a puppet. Doflamingo, Marine is coming soon, why don't you retreat? Linn looked at Doflamingo, and he asked Doflamingo. BABY5, you actually talk to me in such a tone. No, you're not BABY5, you're Linn. Doflamingo reacted quickly. He understood in an instant that the person he was talking to was not BABY5, but Linn, who was wearing the skin of Baby-5. Doflamingo also understood that the Iron Man in front of him was created by Linn through the weapon fruit. This was not the ability of the surgery fruit. I didn't expect that you would develop such a terrifying ability as a result of the surgery. Linn, join my family. I will make you the top cadre of the family and give you all the resources to grow. Doflamingo looked at Linn, his attitude became more eager. Doflamingo, are you interested in my ability as a person, or are you interested in the fruits of the operation, and you want me to perform immortality surgery for you when I grow up? Linn looked at Doflamingo, and he made the topic clear. Doflamingo's plan cannot be hidden from Linn. Doflamingo chose to let his brother Corazon eat the surgery fruit in order to live forever. As long as Corazon can finally use the awakening ability of the surgery fruit, Doflamingo can live forever. Now that the results of the operation had been intercepted by Linn, he immediately targeted Linn again. With Doflamingo's reputation and fame in North Blue, he originally thought that guys like Linn, Luo and Baby 5 would be happy to join, but he didn't expect that he saw the essence of the matter directly. Doflamingo looked at Mark's armored golden eyes, and the atmosphere froze for a moment. Chapter 8 leaving at a speed that neither Guillaume nor Brother Ming can match. Originally Doflamingo wanted to trick Linn back into the family directly, but he didn't expect Linn to be so sober, so it was a bit difficult to handle now. Linn, I just want to attract your talent. Brother Ming has been tested for a long time. Although Linn exposed his purpose, he didn't show any embarrassment on his face. No matter what your purpose is, I refuse. I refuse to join any force. Linn blocked Doflamingo's words directly. That's not up to you. The fruit of the operation belongs to my Don Quixote family. Since you eat the fruit of the operation, you must become a cadre of the Don Quixote family. Become my subordinate or be killed by me, it's your choice. Doflamingo looked at Marine who was about to land on the island. He had no patience. I told you, I will not join your pirate group. Linn said. He turned around and prepared to leave without hesitation. Doflamingo's expression turned cold when he saw this. Bounce the thread. Thin threads popped out of Doflamingo's hand like bullets. Da da da. Almost at the same moment, the multi-barreled machine gun in Linn's arm fired at Doflamingo. A shield with armed domineering energy appeared in front of Doflamingo, and all the bullets fired by Linn were blocked. Linn didn't bother much. He opened all the propellers behind him and prepared to leave. He has very little energy left and he won't be able to defeat Doflamingo in a short time. Since Doflamingo cannot be defeated, continuing to fight Doflamingo will be useless. Super hit whip. Doflamingo's counterattack arrived. Dozens of thin lines formed a cone, and this line cone plunged straight towards Linn's back. Doflamingo, stop. A brilliant slash flew towards here from a distance. However, the distance of the slash was too far. Before the slash could fly, Doflamingo's attack had already reached Linn's back. Boom. A meter-long flame erupted from Linn's back, and the flames had already burned Doflamingo's line. The next moment, 2 white rings of air appeared behind Linn, and Linn's figure appeared 500 meters away as if teleporting. After 2 more stages of acceleration, Linn's figure disappeared directly from Doflamingo's perception range. Doflamingo's devil fruit is not the shining fruit that is good at speed, nor is it the thunder fruit. Faced with Linn's terrifying speed, he simply cannot catch up. Is this really a kid who just ate a devil fruit and hasn't yet mastered his hockey? Doflamingo didn't expect that Linn could give him such a surprise when he escaped. His full speed flight was less than 1/10 of Linn's explosive speed when he escaped. He could only watch Linn disappear at the end of the sea. Doflamingo, I've got you, let's take it easy. A golden long sword was placed on Doflamingo's neck. Guillaume looked at Doflamingo with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Doflamingo has repeatedly escaped from her sister Lieutenant General He, and now she is finally caught. You came so quickly, Lieutenant General Guillaume. Even though the sword was pressed against his neck, Doflamingo didn't panic at all. He smiled at Guillaume as if he saw an old friend. Who was the person you fought with just now? Guillaume was also shocked by Linn's terrifying speed just now. Since that person is fighting Doflamingo, it means that there is a high probability that that person is not a pirate. As long as they are not pirates, Guillaume can win over such talents to join Marine. Lieutenant General Guillaume, when you really catch me, I will tell you everything. The smile on Doflamingo's face continued, but the color of his body actually began to fade. In less than a second, Doflamingo, who was under the sword of Guillaume, turned into a puppet made of white threads. It's shadow riding line again. This Doflamingo is really cunning. Guillaume also recognized Doflamingo's moves at this time, and she knew that Doflamingo had escaped from their eyes again. Have you found the surgery fruit ability user Linn? After Lieutenant General He landed on the island, she asked Guillaume. No, except for a few residents who survived in hiding, there was no other discovery. The entire Doflamingo pirates have withdrawn, leaving no clues to follow. Guillaume came to Lieutenant General He, and she said to him. Who was the robot that confronted Doflamingo just now? He seemed to be very fast. Lieutenant General He did not continue to dwell on this issue. Instead, she asked Guillaume about Linn's information. The robot just now seemed to be hostile to Doflamingo. This was the first time that General He had seen such a powerful technological creation on the sea. If Vegapunk, the strongest scientist now, had not been protected by the world government somewhere, Lieutenant General He would have suspected that the robot was Vegapunk's masterpiece. I don't know. The robot left too quickly. I didn't even talk to him. When Guillaume heard this, she also looked troubled. That robot is so weird, didn't he realize he was Marine? If that robot drags down Doflamingo, then Guillaume is confident that Doflamingo will stay on Mignon Island. The robot ran away with its front legs, and Doflamingo followed suit. Tell Marines from all North Blue branches to pay attention to the news about the surgery fruit ability user Linn and the mysterious robot just now, and report to me as soon as you have any news. Lieutenant General He ordered a female Marine. After the female Marine listened to Lieutenant General He's order, she gave a military salute to Lieutenant General He, and then she spread Lieutenant General He's order to other Marine bases through snail phone bugs. Linn didn't know that he had become North Blue's hot new star. At this time, he was still on the sea guiding Baby 5 to adapt to the Mark armor. After escaping from Mignon Island and making sure to get rid of all the pursuers, Linn and Baby 5 also replaced their bodies. While Linn felt the soft touch of Baby 5's skin against his, he pointed Baby 5 to get familiar with the Mark armor. Baby 5 has very little physical strength left. If he can't get familiar with the mark armor now, he will have to switch bodies with Linn next time to create this armor. That memory was so shameful that Baby 5 didn't want to experience it a second time. BABY5, let's land on the island ahead. Linn's eyes looked to the east, and he saw an island in front of him. Now Baby 5's physical strength is about to be exhausted. If the two of them fall into the sea, the end will not be good. Chapter 9 Horror Bounty, the attention of the whole sea. A plump wild boar was roasted until it was sizzling with oil. As Baby 5 sprinkled the seasoning, the rich aroma spread throughout the island. Children of poor people have already become masters of their own business. At only 12 years old, Baby 5 has already mastered almost all of his life skills. Linn, the barbecue is ready to eat. After Baby 5 left a roasted pig front leg for herself, she shouted into the forest. The next moment, Linn appeared in front of the wild boar, and he ate the whole roasted wild boar like a storm. Linn used the surgical space on himself, and then used the ability of the surgical fruit to speed up the absorption of his intestines. The originally bulging belly became flat in an instant, and the energy of the food was continuously converted into energy and stored. This ability is similar to Marine's ability to restore life, except that this ability is not a physical skill that Linn has mastered. It is a trick he uses to use the fruits of surgery. This is what Linn thinks is the correct use of the surgical fruit. Compared to the surgical fruit's combat capabilities, Linn valued more its ability to control and transform the body. In just 3 days, Linn felt that her physical strength had doubled. That's not enough. BABY5, help me roast some more large game animals. After consuming the wild boar, Linn opened his eyes and said to Baby 5. As Linn said that, he rushed directly into the forest. Within a moment, he dragged back a bigger wild boar. This wild boar was the husband of the wild boar that was roasted just now, and now the whole family entered Linn's belly. Hearing that he was needed, Baby 5 naturally agreed happily. But when she was dissecting the wild boar, she asked hesitantly, Linn, you have eaten 5 wild boars today. Is it true that you won't be exhausted if you eat like this? Baby 5 looked at the bones piled up into a hill around her, with a flash of worry in her eyes. Although there is a truth spread in the sea that combat effectiveness is linked to appetite, Baby 5 has also seen many big eaters in the Doflamingo pirates. However, the Doflamingo pirates combined are not as much as Linn eats now. They had only been on this deserted island for 3 days, and Linn had almost eaten all the large beasts here. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Linn heard Baby 5's caring words, and he gently pinched Baby 5's little face. Well, then I'll start baking now. Baby 5 got encouragement from Linn and she became happier. Call. Baby 5's left arm turned into a flamethrower, and the piled branches were instantly ignited, and the wild boar began to slowly release its fragrance. It's time to read the newspaper again today. Linn looked at the news bird flying in the sky, and he directly covered it with the operating space. Then the pebble in Linn's hand was replaced by a newspaper. The headline of today's news is news about the red-haired pirates. Although the current red-haired pirates have not yet become the pirate emperors who rule the new world, they have already become quite famous. Such a powerful pirate group is actually wandering in the East Daxia Sea, which has aroused speculation from the world government and marine. Even the World Economic News is paying close attention, and the red-haired pirates' deeds in the East Daxia Sea are updated every day. Today's news title is The Country of Music, Elegia, is destroyed, the red-haired pirates return to the East Daxia Sea. The photo in the newspaper was a photo of the Country of Music being destroyed. In the fire, the photo of the red-haired pirate group members looked particularly terrifying. So, Shank's adopted daughter Yuta has left the red-haired pirates at this time. When Linn saw this newspaper, the first thing that came to his mind was Yuta, the future most powerful singer. Yuta is a person with the ability to sing, and has a singing voice that attracts the whole world. Now that Yuta has broken up with Shanks, maybe this is a good opportunity to win Yuta. After reading the headlines, Linn suddenly realized that he was also in the newspaper. The North Blue F-19 branch was destroyed by Linn. North Blue has another supernova. The news only contained a few lines. It said that the F-19 branch was killed by Linn alone, and only Virgo survived in the entire branch. This is Doflamingo's work. After Linn saw the news, he immediately understood. Doflamingo saw that directly recruiting Linn failed, so in order to prevent Linn from joining Marine, he did this. A wanted poster for Linn also dropped out of the newspaper. This photo was taken by Baby 5 while making black tea for Linn on Mignon Island. 90 million belly. Marine really thinks highly of me. Linn saw that he was offered a bounty of 90 million belly for the first time, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. 90 million doesn't sound like much, but this is not the sea where bounties will flood in 10 years. The bounty now is still very valuable. The pirate emperor Kaido who came to the New World was only offered a bounty of 70 million belly for the first time, and Charlotte Linn only had a measly 50 million belly. With such a terrifying bounty, it's no wonder that Big News Morgans calls Linn North Blue's new pirate star. As for North Blue's other rising pirate star, it's naturally Doflamingo. The fruit of the surgery, 90 million Baileys, the bounty hunters in North Blue are probably now looking for traces of Linn. Ha, Virgo, but this matter is really good. In this way, Linn will have no chance of joining Marine and world government. In the headquarters of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in front of him and smiled. I said, I said, in this case, Baby 5 who was abducted by Linn can also return to the family, and our family can also gain a powerful subordinate. Now that the gangsters and bounty hunters in North Blue have begun to take action, Linn will soon have nowhere to hide. Torbal brought his slimy head closer and said to Doflamingo, Dover, if we do this, aren't we afraid that Linn will die in the hands of those bounty hunters? In that case, we still won't get anything. Diamandi didn't understand why Doflamingo was so interested in a teenage kid. If Linn dies, the fruits of the operation will reappear in the sea, which is also a good thing for us. But I don't think Linn will die. For a man who can defeat Pika just after eating a devil fruit, how can those bounty hunters be his opponent? Doflamingo recalled the previous conversation with Linn, and he had a hunch that Linn's future achievements would not be simple. Dad, the legendary surgical fruit has appeared. If this little guy named Linn can come to New World and join us, then Daddy, your hidden wounds may be healed. New World, aboard the Moby DK. Marco, the captain of the first team, pointed to the news in today's newspaper and said to the tall man sitting on the bow. La, don't worry about such trivial things. I am also a mortal body, and I will die sooner or later. The man with the crescent-shaped beard didn't care at all. He picked up the newspaper in Marco's hand. That trainee kid on Roger's ship should come to New World soon to fight for hegemony. Whitebeard first paused at the headlines in today's newspaper, and then he looked at the page recording Linn's news. The first reward was 90 million belly. This kid is amazing. Whitebeard looked at Linn's reward order, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although the wanted notice did not specify how old Linn was, based on Whitebeard's experience, it was inferred that Linn was definitely not over 15 years old. To achieve such an achievement at such an age, Whitebeard has already recognized his strength. If this kid can come to the New World, I will allow him to use the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard looked at the wanted notice in his hand and said in a deep voice. The Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the world. If Linn hangs the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World, then Linn can walk sideways in the New World. That's great. If brother Linn can come to New World, I believe he will become our brother. After hearing Whitebeard's recognition of Linn, Marco's name for Linn changed. The fruits of the surgery have appeared, but where are the secret fruits? In the corner of the Moby DK, Marshal D. Teach, who was holding a large glass of wine in his hand, looked gloomy. He has been on the Whitebeard Pirates ship for more than 10 years for the dark fruit, but the dark fruit is still missing. Teach, what are you thinking about? Cheers. The captain of the fourth team, Saki, appeared in front of Marshal D. Teach, Captain Sage, cheers. When Blackbeard looked up, he returned to his usual honest face. He has been pretending like this for more than 10 years, and even Whitebeard can't see through his disguise. The fruit of the surgery actually appeared. It's a pity that he's not an animal type, otherwise I could have him be the real fighter of the beast's pirates. Wano Country, Onigashima, Kaido, the strongest one-on-one creature on land, sea, and air, was drinking happily while flipping through today's newspapers. Linn's first bounty was higher than before, which made Kaido take a second look. That's all. The competition in the New World is the most cruel, and Kaido has seen too many dead geniuses. For Kaido, a genius who has not grown up has no value at all. Which of Kaido's 3 major posters and Fei Liubao are not monsters among monsters? There is no such thing as genius in the Beast Pirates. That is to say, the fruit of the operation made Kaido a little curious. Without this title, Kaido would not have looked at Linn twice. This kind of thing not only happened among the pirate emperors, but even the 7 warlords of the sea saw it. Alabasta, Rain Feast. 7 warlords of the sea sand Crocodile tapped the armrest of the seat with his hand, and he finally picked up a phone bug. Mr. 7, please go to North Blue and recruit Linn back to our Baroque studio. Linn's fruit ability and strength are very good. It would be a pity if that guy Doflamingo killed him. After Crocodile heard his subordinate's reply, he hung up the phone. Crocodile's bounty after becoming the 7 warlords of the sea was only a measly 81 million Baileys, and Linn's initial bounty was 90 million Baileys, which is enough to illustrate Linn's ability. With the addition of Linn, the Baroque studio he founded will be more complete, and Linn may also become the right-hand man after Mr. 1. Chapter 10 Indiscriminate Killing, a way to break the situation. On a dilapidated pirate ship, Baby 5 was happily counting the harvest. Linn, this pirate group has a wealth of nearly 8 million Baileys. Including the 3 pirate groups we defeated before, we already have nearly 30 million Baileys treasure. Baby 5 collected the golden Bailey together, and her face was filled with joy. Baby 5 is just a little child, and she has never received so much money. There are so many pirates in North Blue. Linn looked at the trophies with a calm expression. These pirates were too weak, not even a single devil fruit user, so Linn had no interest in these pirates at all. Half a month after Linn's bounty was exposed, the first wave of bounty hunters found Linn, who was developing surgical fruits on a desert island. All the changes started after the first bounty hunter found Linn. Linn was able to defeat Pika after eating the fruit of the surgery for the first time. After half a month of silent training, Linn's body was already stronger than Baby -5. In order to keep his whereabouts secret, Linn quickly killed the first wave of bounty hunters who found him. But it was useless, and the second and third waves of bounty hunter connections also appeared. These people were not very strong, but they influenced Linn to develop the surgical fruits. Linn knew that he could no longer practice safely here, and he had to change places. So, Linn drove the largest three-masted ship left by the bounty hunter on the island and went to sea. Linn had just traveled here not long ago, and he didn't know anything about the skills of sailing. As for BABY5, she can only row a small sampan, so it is still difficult for her to control such a huge boat. Linn turned the rudder, and even Linn didn't know where it was now. That is to say, the weather in North Blue is mild. If it were on the dangerous Grand Line, the ship would have capsized many times. After all, there are too few members, and now the two of them can't even play North Blue, let alone the Grand Line. The pirate hunters want to kill him to get the bounty, and the pirates in North Blue also want to kill him to gain fame. Apart from the Doflamingo pirates, Linn is the pirate with the highest bounty in North Blue so far. The pirates didn't dare to attack the Doflamingo pirates, but they had no scruples about attacking Linn. No matter how strong a kid of 13 or 14 years old can be, how strong can he be? All the pirates with these thoughts were sunk into the sea by Linn, and their treasures were collected by Baby-5. I have to say that Doflamingo's move is disgusting and very effective. It seems that if Linn wants to avoid the pursuit of those bounty hunters, pirates, and marines, he has no other choice but to join the Doflamingo pirates. But Linn didn't think so. He already had a way to break the situation. During these few battles, Linn had been using the surgical fruits to strengthen his body. He didn't take any action. All the pirates were solved by Baby-5. The weapons used by Baby-5 are all new weapons that Linn taught her. These weapons are more than 10 times more powerful than her previous transformation. Under the powerful firepower of BABY5, no ship can survive for a minute. The weapons transformed by Baby-5 are the bait that Linn laid here. Linn believes that force will appear. Before the Doflamingo pirates grew, that force was the ceiling of North Blue's military strength. Did Linn give in to us? Doflamingo asked Torbal. He stayed in that sea area last time, and more than a dozen pirate groups were wiped out by him. Linn has proven his strength. Few of the bounty hunters are hunting Linn down anymore. Torbal told Doflamingo all about Linn. Is he still parked in that sea area? He has been there for half a month, right? Doflamingo frowned. Linn's behavior made him a little confused. It was just an ordinary sea area. Linn stayed in that sea area for so long. He must have his own plan. Doflamingo recalled the golden eyes he had seen on Mignon Island. Although he only met Linn once, Doflamingo knew from that meeting that Linn was a very thoughtful person. When many people see that Linn is just a little devil, they subconsciously think that Linn is easy to deal with. He is a walking 90 million Bailey. But Doflamingo knew that being able to obtain such a terrifying bounty at such a young age would be even more terrifying for him than an adult with the same bounty. Dover, it's just Linn. I'm going to catch him. Aren't you planning to become 7 warlords of the sea? When you become 7 warlords of the sea, won't there be as many brats of Linn's strength as you want? Diamante stood up and said to Doflamingo. As the top leader of the family, he must clear all obstacles ahead for Doflamingo. In Diamante's view, it was a lot of luck that Linn was able to injure Pika. As long as he is careful enough, he can definitely defeat Linn. A brat who doesn't even have the power to control domineering, how strong can he be? It's useless. You have no expertise in speed. Even if you can beat Linn, you can't catch him. Doflamingo rejected Diamante's proposal. Doflamingo still remembers Linn's explosive speed when he was escaping from Mignon Island. Not even Vice Admiral Marine's moonwalk was that fast. Diamante has the ability to fly fruits, and he has no expertise in speed. Even though Diamante could beat Linn, he would never be able to stop Linn from escaping. This was the first time Doflamingo saw an enemy who was helpless because of his speed. Let's attract a group of pirates and bounty hunters from the Grand Line. The pirates in North Blue are a bit weak and they can't threaten Linn. Doflamingo said to Torbal. Although Doflamingo is based in North Blue, he is very famous in the dark world of the whole sea. To him, doing such a small thing was just a matter of words. I'll go right away. A lewd smile appeared on Torbal's dull face, and then he took out the phone bug and began to make arrangements. Conquering Linn is the last thing we do in North Blue. When Linn becomes the 3rd generation core zone, it will also be the time for us to enter the Grand Line. Doflamingo suddenly laughed. Dover, we will make the name of the Don Quixote family ring across the sea. Diamante said solemnly to Doflamingo. Yes, let our family's reputation be heard throughout the sea. A flash of enthusiasm flashed in Pika's eyes, and he followed suit. Chapter 11 Germa and Linn's coping methods. Linn, there are actually pirates from the Grand Line here. Baby-5 picked up a broken flag and showed it to Linn. The edge of this flag has been burned, but the pair of outstretched wings, crossed swords and skull on the flag can still be seen. Where did you get this flag? Linn's eyes narrowed and he recognized the flag. This flag is the Baroque Studio flag, which is the Sand Crocodile flag. Crocodile is entrenched in Alabasta, the first half of the Grand Line. What are his men doing in the North Blue? Here, right there. Baby-5's fingers pointed to several fragments of wood. There was a guy named Mr. 7 on the boat who said he had something good to talk to us about. He ignored my warning and continued to approach. How could I let his conspiracy succeed? I just blew the ship into pieces. Baby-5's little face was full of pride, her chest was high, and she glanced at Linn quietly from the corner of her eyes. Obviously, Baby-5 wants to get praise from Linn. Well done, Baby-5. Linn did not disappoint Baby-5. He gently rubbed Baby 5's little head and praised it. The iron-clad Baroque, the flowing Mr. 7. Although Linn didn't hear what Mr. 7 said, he could guess that he just wanted him to join Baroque's studio. Linn can't even look down on Doflamingo, let alone Sand Crocodile. Linn, no pirates have come here for 2 days. Do we want to move to another place to rob their wealth? Baby 5 threw the Baroque studio flag into the sea, she said to Linn. As North Blue's famous pirates were defeated by Linn and Baby 5 one after another, North Blue's pirates and bounty hunters finally realized how terrifying Linn was, and they stopped coming to die. This is why Baby 5 attacked Baroque Studio's ship as soon as they saw it approaching them. It was really boring for her to stay in this sea. Linn also began to fall into self-doubt at this time. Is it because that force is not in North Blue now, so they never arrived? Or do they not realize the value of Baby 5 transforming into a weapon? Wait another 3 days. If the person I'm waiting for hasn't come within 3 days, then we'll leave. Linn said to Baby-5. Linn, another boat is coming. This time the boat looks very strange, like a snail. Baby 5's arm turned into a sniper rifle. She looked through the scope at the ship heading towards them and exclaimed. Over the years, Baby 5 has seen many boats, both wooden and iron, but this was the first time she saw a snail boat. Snail boat. It's finally here. Linn's eyes looked at the gradually growing black spot, and a smile appeared in his eyes. It's worth it that he waited here for so long, and finally waited. These snail boats do not appear alone. More than a dozen snails unite to form a giant, and their moving speed is no slower than the pirate ship. The 3-masted ship that Linn grabbed was already considered a medium to large size, but his ship was not even 1/5 of the snail ship. These big snails were heading straight towards Linn and Baby-5, with no intention of slowing down at all. Baby 5 turned into a cannon and fired 2 rounds at the snail ship, but her cannonballs hit the snail's carapace and didn't even penetrate the snail's shell. Linn put his hand on Baby 5's shoulder, and when the snail ship was crushing their ship, Linn teleported to the snail ship with Baby-5. As soon as Linn and Baby 5 appeared on the snail ship, they were targeted with guns by a group of silent soldiers wearing sunglasses. Hey, are you the Linn with a bounty of 90 million Baileys? An arrogant voice sounded, and a little devil wearing a red combat uniform and red hair flew in front of them. Linn, I didn't expect that in addition to the mark armor you developed, there are actually flying equipment on this sea. Baby 5 looked at the flames at the feet of the red-haired kid, and she whispered to Linn. Who are you? Shouldn't you first identify yourself before asking others? Baby 5 said angrily. Just now, these guys' boat almost knocked her into the sea. If it weren't for Linn's ability, the 2 of them would have been drowned. We are the kingdom of technology, the kingdom of Germa. There was a hint of pride on that kid's face. As the overlord of North Blue, Germa is indeed confident. Gelma Kingdom, isn't that a fairy tale? Stop lying here. But Baby 5 didn't believe it at all. She often hears stories about the North Blue warrior Sora fighting against his enemies, the evil Germa. The kid in front of me is fooling himself with fairy tales. Does he really think that he has never read this story? Baby-5, he is right, they are really the Germa Legion. They are the ones I have been waiting for these days. I will use them to compete with the Doflamingo family. Linn looked at the somewhat irritable kid opposite and said to Baby-5. Germa's blood factor technology can be used as a reference for Linn to develop surgical fruits. Perhaps Linn can improve his own physique from then on. Baby 5 doesn't care about Germa or not, as long as she makes sure the guy in front of her is an enemy. Weapon transformation, mark armor. With a clicking sound, the mark armor transformed by Baby 5 directly wrapped Linn's entire body. You are becoming more and more proficient in the use of mark armor, Baby-5. Linn felt the soft touch all over his body, and he praised Baby-5. Of course, I practice every day, Baby 5 said happily. Being recognized by Linn, she felt that her hard work in private practice was not in vain. Are you wearing a battle suit? You are actually playing with a battle suit in front of us, Germa. Let me, Vinsmoke IG, defeat you. The brat named IG shouted in a Chuny-like tone. IG, you seem to talk a lot. Linn was clearly in front of IG, but somehow he appeared behind him. Scalpel. Linn's hand directly inserted into IG's heart, and IG's heart was directly wrapped in a cube by Linn and taken out. Because his heart was ripped out, IG had a diamond-shaped hole in his chest. IG looked down at his chest where his heart had disappeared. Only now did he know what it meant to feel empty in his heart. IG wanted to say harsh words, but the next moment his eyes turned black and he fell down. You you actually killed IG. The next moment, a blue light and a green light shot straight towards Linn. Chapter 12 Picking out Germa's Heart. These two should be the electric dark blue and green winches. Linn looked at the 2 brats who were coming towards him, and he recognized their identities. These 2 people were quadruplets with IG, whom he had taken out of his heart before. Except for their different hair colors, everything else was the same. They are the same age and have the same strength. Even IG is no match for him, and the same goes for these 2. Yongji, he is behind you. Electric dark blue Niji saw Linn, who was in front of him just now, suddenly appearing behind Yuji, and he exclaimed. What? Yongji was shocked when he heard this. The high-tech boots under his feet spurted out tongues of fire, and he was ready to get rid of Linn as quickly as possible. However, He felt that no matter how fast he accelerated, Linn behind him would follow him closely. PFF'd. As Yongji felt a pain in his chest, he felt like his heart was being ripped out by Linn. If Linn hadn't held him up with one hand, he might have turned into a meat pie when he was dropped from a high altitude. Niji, pick up your brother, don't let him fall to death. Linn threw Yongji towards Niji. When Niji finally brought Yongji back to the deck of Germa, a familiar popping sound appeared in his chest. Yongji also had his heart dug out by Linn. In less than 30 seconds, Germa's 3 outstanding works were defeated by Linn, and Linn only used the surgical fruit ability 3 times. This is the terrifying thing about the fruits of surgery. When in the surgery space, those who have not mastered the arm domineering power are at the mercy of Linn. Stop. Only then did Judge, the king of Germa Kingdom, finally appear. Like the 3 imps defeated by Linn, Judge also wore the same style of yellow combat uniform. A girl with pink hair and big violet eyes walked out from behind Judge. This girl is wearing the same style of pink battle uniform. This girl is Niji and other sister Reiju. She did not prepare to attack Linn like her father. She came to the unconscious Niji and Yuji and put her hands on their noses. The 2 of them are only temporarily comatose, they are not dead. Reiju turned to Judge and said, "It's good that you're not dead." Judge just glanced at his sons, and then looked at the mark armor Linn was wearing. "Linn, I came to you just for this armor of yours, which is like a battle suit. Cooperate with me. With Germa's help, maybe we can dominate North Blue." There was a hint of passion in Judge's eyes. Dominating the North Blue has been the dream of all the kings of Germa, and even Judge is no exception. The 4 Kingdoms incident that year allowed Judge to experience the joy of dominating North Blue, and he has been working hard in this direction for so many years. Germa's shape memory armor was specially customized by him based on the bloodline factor transformation direction of Reiju and others. Although these combat suits can block damage and have extraordinary mobility, they cannot be mass-produced. Linn's mark armor gave him hope of dominating North Blue. These super soldiers developed by Judge who are not afraid of death and have superb military capabilities are all clones. These people can kill at will when fighting at the bottom, and even Marine is no match for them. But facing Marine General's combat power, Germa's clone army was not enough. If Judge can get Linn to hand over the design of Mark's armor to him, then Germa's last shortcoming will disappear. Linn was able to defeat Pika with this armor, and he had proven the potential of this armor. Linn's current situation of being hunted is caused by Doflamingo, and Germa's influence in North Blue is about to disappear, and this is also because of Doflamingo. The 2 of them have a common enemy, and only Germa in North Blue has the potential to arm wrestle with Doflamingo. Judge didn't believe that Linn could refuse his offer. "Judge, I'm not waiting for you to have a cooperative relationship with you. I'm waiting for you to come here to make Germa your subordinate." Linn looked at Judge and he smiled at Judge. Judge's plan was indeed good, but he forgot one thing. If Linn can control everyone in Germa, then everything in Germa belongs to him, so why should he be a collaborator with Judge? "Linn, what nonsense are you talking about?" Judge laughed angrily at Linn. Sure enough, no matter how mature Linn behaves, he is still a kid, always having unrealistic fantasies. Even a ruthless person who uses his own children as weapons, I don't believe you can keep your agreement. You'd better be obedient and be my subordinate. Linn didn't seem to see Judge's anger, he still said calmly. Hearing Linn's words, Reiju looked at Linn with a hint of surprise. Unlike his younger brothers who had their emotions wiped away, Reiju still retains his emotions. It's just that she has also undergone genetic modification. She is said to be unable to resist her father's will, and there is nothing she can do. All the scientists in Germa regarded them as weapons, but they didn't expect that Linn would treat them as human beings. Perhaps you are right, as long as I capture you, everything about you will be mine. Judge tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, and electricity suddenly surged on the spear. This spear was also high-tech equipment. Electromagnetic thrust. Judge used his spear to charge straight towards Linn. At this time, he saw Linn's palm suddenly light up. Boom. Before Judge could attack Linn, he was blown away by Linn's palm cannon. Judge's huge body hit Germa's building, and the building made of thick stone walls collapsed by Judge. Ahem. Judge struggled to climb up from the rubble. If it weren't for the protection of his high-tech combat suit, Linn's palm cannon would have blown him to pieces. Father, be careful. Judge had not yet recovered from the blow when he suddenly heard Reiju's voice. Judge's heart tightened, and he remembered the scene of his 3 sons being ripped out of their hearts by Linn. Bah! Judge's whole body was discharged like a sea urchin. He found that Linn had disappeared. In order to prevent Linn from using that blow on him, he directly released the electric current stored in the battle suit. Fortunately, Linn was not behind him, which made Judge feel relieved. PFF'd. The moment Judge's electricity stopped, Linn teleported in front of Judge like a ghost and pulled out his heart. Perhaps because of the height difference, when Linn appeared in front of Judge, Judge did not notice Linn. It wasn't until he felt empty in his heart that he lowered his head and saw the abnormality on his chest. Reiju, put away your poison. If you don't want them all to die, then put away your poison. Linn turned to look at Reiju. Although the toxins released by Reiju are colorless and odorless, there's no way for Reiju's poison to escape in the surgical space. Chapter 13 Improving Sanji's Treatment. The lives of Germa's family were all controlled by Linn, and Reiju had no choice but to put the poison back into her body. Germa's clone soldiers were still aiming their guns at Linn, but the Vinsmoke family was defeated too quickly. No one gave orders to the clone soldiers, and they continued this posture. PFF'd. Linn's palm was taken out from Reiju's chest, and the last member of Germa was also controlled by Linn. BABY5, wake them up. Linn watched Reiju fall to the ground, and he asked Baby 5 to remove the armor. Germa is only strong in high technology. Although their high technology is not weaker than the Devil Fruit's ability and domineering power to a certain extent, without domineering power, it is indiscriminate killing for the surgical fruit. Baby 5 first gently patted Reiju's cheek to wake her up, and then she roughly poured water from the water bottle on her waist on the faces of Judge and his 3 sons. Judge, from now on, I have the final say on Germa. Do you have any opinion? Seeing the angry Judge in his eyes, Linn tightly held Judge's heart. The next moment, Judge felt that life was worse than death, and the severe pain almost eroded his sanity. Sir Linn, I will be your subordinate from now on. Judge is a scientist and a smart guy, and he knows what Linn wants to hear. When Judge gritted his teeth and finished speaking, he felt the severe pain disappear. Very good, now take me to Germa's laboratory. I want to see if Germa is qualified to make mark armor. Linn looked at Judge and said to Judge. Judge did not dare to play tricks at this time. He obediently took Linn and Baby 5 to the core of Germa. Is this the blood factor? When Linn came to Germa's laboratory, his eyes shone when he looked at the research information about the human body and genes that Germa had collected. These things are urgently needed by Linn. If he masters these things, Linn will definitely be able to develop the fruits of surgery faster. Linn knew he was in the right place. Judge, I won't always control you. When I leave North Blue, that's when you will be free. As Judge was about to leave the laboratory, he heard Linn's voice. Hearing Linn's voice, Judge's eyes lit up. Judge doesn't know how long Linn will stay in North Blue, but he knows that for a monster like Linn, only the Grand Line is suitable for him. He won't be at North Blue for long. Today's meal is delicious, isn't it the work of the clone maid? Linn asked Judge while eating food that was dozens of times more delicious than before. The meals they ate before were all cooked by Germa's clone chefs. Those clone meals were also delicious, but they were far from comparable to today's meals. Judge turned his attention to Reiju, who had been responsible for Linn's diet these days. It's Sanji. Sanji did it, Reiju said to Linn. Sanji, is he also a clone? Why didn't I hear you talk about this person, Reiju? Baby 5 asked Reiju. Perhaps because they are of the same age. Reiju is Baby 5's only friend here, and Baby 5 also lives and eats with Reiju. Baby 5 already knew Germa, but this was the first time he heard Sanji's name. Sanji is also my brother, but he has not awakened the blood factor. Because the food he makes is delicious, and I think you will like Mr. Linn and BABY5, so. Reiju explained to Linn, how could you let that failure make food for Lord Linn? Upon hearing the name Sanji, Judge interrupted Reiju angrily. Sanji. Linn muttered the name Sanji, and he remembered what happened to Sanji in Germa. Sanji is a mutant born by his mother, Sora, who took drugs to resist Judge's genetic modification of her sons. Sanji retained his feelings, but did not awaken the blood factor. Sanji should still be imprisoned in the dungeon by Judge now. He really doesn't value his son. Reiju, let me meet Sanji. Linn said to Reiju. He has been studying Germa's bloodline factors for more than a month, and maybe he can try his research results on Sanji. Bring Sanji up here. Judge did not dare to disobey Linn's wishes. Soon, a child with an iron mask on his face was brought up. Compared to his stronger brothers, Sanji's body appears to be very thin. Years of malnutrition and bullying by his brothers left Sanji with scars all over his body. Reiju saw this, so she asked Sanji to cook a delicious meal for Linn. If Sanji can get Linn's blessing, then he won't be bullied by his brother. Master Linn, Sanji had already received some advice from his sister Reiju, and he said respectfully to Linn as soon as he came in. Sanji, just stand here and don't move. Let me see your physical condition. Linn took off Sanji's iron mask and said to Sanji. Then I won't disturb Master Linn from doing research. When Judge saw Sanji's face, he felt so disgusted that he didn't want to take another look. Seeing his father's attitude, Sanji's eyes flashed with sadness. Sir Linn, I will cooperate with you well. Sanji put away his disappointed mood and smiled at Linn. Room microscope. Linn directly used his newly developed ability. Under this ability, Linn penetrated Sanji's skin and saw his blood and internal organs. Although this ability is not the Haki of Knowledge, it is much more detailed than the Haki of Knowledge. Unlike Reiju, IG and others who have complete blood factors, although Sanji has similar blood factors, all of these factors are broken. This is also the reason why Sanji cannot awaken the blood factor. Only by awakening all those bloodline factors can Sanji awaken the bloodline factors and activate the exoskeleton to become a perfect transformed human. Sanji, you will be responsible for my meals from now on. After Linn checked Sanji, he said to Sanji. Sir Linn, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Sanji was overjoyed. Not only does he no longer have to be locked in that dark cage, he can even study cooking openly. Reiju, from now on, give Sanji the same treatment as IG, Niji and others. Linn said to Reiju. Chapter 14 Low-End Mark Armor, Linn's Poisonous Plan. Room. Linn opened up the operating space, and then white bone spurs began to appear in various joints. Even his fingernails can shoot finger bones like pistols. This move of his is the real finger gun. This is what Linn learned from studying Reiju et al.'s exoskeletons and lineage factors. This state can be achieved by controlling the rapid growth of bones in the body and controlling the shape of the bones through surgery. Osteoblasts, calcium-synthesizing cells, and osteoplastic cells are all new cells controlled by Linn using the fruits of surgery. Compared to the bone spurs emerging from the outside of the body, the exoskeleton covering the entire body under the skin gives it extraordinary defense, as if it is armed with domineering body protection. This ability is a perfect match for the surgical space. If there is no surgical space, it will be very painful when the bones pierce the skin, and the skin will bleed. Only in the surgical space, not only does Linn feel no pain, the skin can even heal instantly after the bones fall off. Isn't this Paramesh a bone fruit? Linn looked at his state and gave it a new name. In addition to his extraordinary defensive capabilities, Linn also fine-tuned the genes in his body. Not only did he gain extraordinary recovery capabilities, his physical strength and strength were more than 10 times greater than before. This kind of effect is probably the same as if Linn ate the animal devil fruit. The bones outside Linn's body detached, and less than 10 seconds after they landed on the ground, these hard bones turned into a wisp of debris. Judge, how is our armor going? Linn walked out of the laboratory and asked Judge. Early on when he was researching the blood factor, he asked Baby 5 to cooperate with Judge to make the Mark armor. Baby 5's armor is directly transformed from weapon fruits. The principles of those weapon systems and power systems are unknown, and all require redesign by Judge. The black technology in this world is very powerful. Even if Judge cannot build a nuclear reactor, he has other alternatives. After several months of research, the new Mark armor has begun to take shape. Lord Linn, the armor has begun to take shape. Under the leadership of Judge, Linn saw a giant Iron Man whose armor was painted in the colors of Germa's military uniform. Compared with the armor transformed by BABY5, this armor is twice as big as a whole, nearly 4 meters high. Moreover, the overall armor is much bulkier than the Mark armor. We cannot make many technologies as compact as the Mark armor, so we can only use this method instead. Judge explained to Linn. Linn didn't care about these small details. He directly signaled Judge to start. Judge put on the armor himself, and as flames burst out from under his feet, the armor instantly crashed through the roof and flew out. When Baby 5 saw this, she directly transformed into the Mark armor and took Linn to fly with Judge. Compared to the Mark armor, which can reach several Mach speeds, Judge's armor is more than half as slow. Moreover, the armor made by Judge can only fly less than 1,000 meters, and its flying height is more than 10 times lower than the Mark armor. But this is the first flying weapon in the pirate world, which is of epic-making significance for this sea. Judge showed Linn maneuvers such as turning in the air. Generally speaking, although the flexibility of this armor in the air cannot be compared with that of birds and flying devil fruit ability users, it can still be used in actual combat. Judge, try the weapons. Linn said to Judge. Stab it. A violent electric current erupted from this armor, which was to prevent those with strong physical skills from getting close. Then 12 rockets popped out of his shoulder. Boo-hoo. 12 rockets were fired in a salvo, and the island chosen by Judge as the target was immediately swallowed up by the explosion. It wasn't over yet. Judge opened his palms, and a tongue of fire that was more than 10 meters long emerged from his palms. Finally, 2 gleaming steel claws popped out of his wrists, which were used for close combat. The performance of this armor cannot be compared with the Mark armor, but if Germa's soldiers are equipped with this armor, their combat effectiveness can be increased by more than 10 times. Although it cannot pose a threat to grandmasters armed and domineering masters, when faced with miscellaneous fish, this armor will be a killing machine. Linn commented on the armor. Judge, start mass-producing this armor. When Germa's large forces are equipped with this armor, let's use the Doflamingo pirates as a battle to establish their power. After Linn and Judge returned to the snail boat, he said to Judge. We don't have enough money. It may take some time to mass-produce it on a large scale. Judge is a bit confused. As a country at war, Germa has always relied on mercenaries to make money. Germa has basically not been on missions recently, and making such an armor requires 10 million belly. Germa had just paid the heavenly fee, and they had no extra money. Don't have money. Borrow it from the Doflamingo family. It should be a great experience to attack Doflamingo with the equipment Doflamingo bought with family money. Linn said to Judge. Doflamingo asked Virgo to frame him as a pirate and was hunted down by North Blue people. Linn and Doflamingo had to settle the score. I'll go right away. Hearing Linn's idea, Judge had a smile on his face. Soon, Doflamingo got the news. What? Germa wants to use all her own money to borrow 1 billion belly from us. Doflamingo heard the reports from his subordinates, and he was also surprised by Judge's generosity. In a sense, Germa is his enemy. Germa actually borrowed money from him. They are playing with fire. 1 billion in heavenly money is enough. If Germa borrows so much money, what are they going to do? Dover, shall we lend it to them? Torrebel asked Doflamingo. Of course I have to borrow it, how could I miss such a good opportunity? Doflamingo is also very coveted for Germa's blood factor technology and human cloning, and this is a good opportunity to get these. Tell Judge that I can lend him 500 million belly first, and he can buy the goods he needs from me with the remaining 500 million. Doflamingo ordered Torbal. Half of North Blue's trade is controlled by the Don Quixote family. Judge's $500 million is equivalent to the left hand and the right hand, which is a good thing for Doflamingo. Doflamingo wanted to see what big plan Germa had that actually required so much money. A month later, when Doflamingo learned of Germa's plan, he regretted it. Chapter 15 The Turmoil Caused by Germa's Armor. When Germa's steel armors reached 100, Germa launched a brazen attack on Doflamingo's properties in North Blue. At the beginning of the war, people in North Blue thought it was just a fight between gangs. Because it had no impact on their lives, they didn't care. As a country that has been established in North Blue for hundreds of years, Germa's intelligence in North Blue is also quite powerful. Although not all of Doflamingo's industries were uprooted, at least 70% of them were destroyed. No one expected that this country in North Blue, which has always been very low-key and even regarded as a fairy tale, would actually do such a high-profile thing. All the assets and resources in the Doflamingo family's destroyed shop became resources for the Kingdom of Germa to manufacture armor, and more armor was produced. Dover, Germa has launched an attack on us. Germa invented a strange armor. Those soldiers who wear this armor at least have the destructive power of a brigadier general. Torrible opened a photophone bug, and what appeared in the image was a bloated steel man swooping down from a high altitude. With just 2 rockets, the store in the image suddenly turned into a sea of flames. Strange, why does this Iron Man look so familiar? It seems like I've seen him somewhere before. When Pika saw this Iron Man, he frowned. This is the Iron Man that Linn transformed into when he was on Mignon Island. Germa used their technology to create it. Veins popped up on Doflamingo's forehead, and he already understood that Linn was behind all this. Germa borrowed money from Doflamingo. They used the Doflamingo family's money to make this kind of flying steel armor, and now they use these steel armors to attack Doflamingo's industry. This is simply spending your own money to beat yourself up. Linn's actions were revenge for his plot against him. Dover, how do you know this wasn't Judge's idea? Maybe Linn has been controlled by Judge. Torbal said with some doubts. Linn was just a teenage brat. How could he make the king and royal family of a country known for its forced surrender to him? Taking into account the time when Linn disappeared at sea, he had been in Germa for less than 3 months. This kind of thing is so terrifying that Torbal feels like he wouldn't even dare to make up a story like this. Judge, that arrogant loser, if he had real skills, how could he be forced by our mere pirate group to almost disappear in North Blue? Doflamingo doesn't look down on Judge at all, which is why he dared to lend Judge so much money directly. He knew that Judge was no match for him and that Judge could not rely on him at all. Recalling his previous confidence, Doflamingo felt slapped in the face. Call me back and let Germa know the terror of our Doflamingo family. Doflamingo said fiercely. After Doflamingo's property was destroyed, his pirates took revenge on Germa's Iron Man. What makes them desperate is that their bullets cannot break through the defenses of those Iron Men, and Iron Man's bullets and double-handed flamethrowers can cause them heavy losses. This is not an opponent they can deal with. Even cadres such as Senior Piquet and Gladius can only contain them one-on-one. They are actually unable to kill those Iron Warriors alone. As we all know, what is terrifying about Germa's clone soldiers is not their individual combat capabilities. What's terrifying about them is their fearlessness and their exquisite art-like battlefield coordination. The result of Doflamingo and Germa's fight for half a month was that an immobile Iron Man self-destructed, but there were no other results. But Germa was different. They killed an unknown number of pirates under Doflamingo's command, and they even had a tendency to surround Doflamingo's base camp in North Blue. In the Marine headquarters, Marine executives also played the scene of Germa's Iron Warriors fighting Doflamingo in the office. There are more than a dozen images playing here at the same time, including those of Iron Warriors flying in the sky, images of Iron Warriors breathing fire from both palms, and images of Iron Warriors firing rockets. Seeing this, Sengguo's face became extremely serious. Crane, what do you think of these steel warriors from Germa? Sengoku asked his old partner. Sengoku, if I said that I saw this flying Iron Man when I was hunting Doflamingo, would you believe it? And that Iron Man's flying speed and firepower are more than 10 times stronger than this Iron Man. Lieutenant General He's face was equally serious, and her eyes looked at Warring States. Warring States looked stunned. He didn't expect that this Iron Man didn't appear recently. You mean, the Iron Man who was suspected of defeating Doflamingo's supreme leader Spade Pika on Mignon Island? Sengoku recalled the battle report on Mignon Island submitted by Lieutenant General He, and it seemed that this matter was mentioned there. At that time, Warring States did not take this seriously. In his opinion, perhaps Hujong mistook them. He was just a man wearing heavy iron armor. Now that these Iron Men of Germa appeared, Sengoku realized that Lieutenant General Suru and Dion were not mistaken. This Iron Man is currently the most perfect weapon on the sea. It can fly and is covered in iron armor. This is a stronger defense than the Marine 6-type iron block. Lieutenant General He began to analyze. There are very few flying enemies on this sea. Whether it is Marine or world government, they have no anti-air weapons. These Iron Men of Germa are an organized flying legion. Once they launch an attack on the ground from high altitude, the people on the ground will have no choice but to be beaten passively. I consulted Dr. Vegapunk about this Iron Man, and he said that this thing cannot be invented by Judge's technology. Vegapunk is very interested in this Iron Man, and he asked us at Marine to send him some for scientific research. Warring States said to Lieutenant General He. Warring States admired the scientist whose wisdom exceeded that of human beings for 500 years. He believes that as long as you let Vegapunk see the finished product, he can let Marines also have such weapons. If Marine has such a weapon, Marine can not only greatly reduce casualties, but also be able to quickly attack pirates on the sea. This is an epic-making weapon that can change the situation in the sea. I see. As Lieutenant General he said, she prepared to sail to North Blue again. Neither Germa nor Doflamingo are merciful people, and General he cannot let them harm the civilians on the sea. Chapter 16 Brother Ming, it's broken. Is this coming for me? Spedimeros Island. This is a famous port city in North Blue and the headquarters of the Doflamingo family. More than half of the Doflamingo family's weapon smuggling are shipped from here and sent to all parts of the world. As the most powerful pirates in North Blue, whether they are pirates or other dark forces, they all know that this is a forbidden area that they cannot touch. This also creates a strange scene. It is obvious that the flag of pirates is planted here, and the entire island is full of pirates, but the security here is among the best in North Blue. But today, the peaceful atmosphere is no longer there. The pirates of the Doflamingo family are fully armed and they have ambushed all over the island. The reason is simple, they were surrounded by hundreds of Germa iron men. Those iron men cut off all shipping around Spedimeros Island, and the weapons of the Doflamingo family could no longer be transported out. Germa's behavior will cost the life of the Doflamingo family. How can Doflamingo endure it? If it were an ordinary country, Doflamingo would have gone to their palace to perform beheadings. But this is Germa without a fixed territory, and their snail boat is their country. No one knows where they are at this time except themselves. In addition, all the Germa legions are clones, and outsiders have no chance of entering Germa. Even if Doflamingo wants to send spies, he can't do it. Boom boom boom. Thousands of meters above the sky, a group of steel men continued to fire rockets at Spedimeros Island from the sky, and the entire island instantly turned into a sea of fire. Germa launched a surprise attack on us. The shrill siren sounded throughout Spedimeros Island. The pirates of the Doflamingo family wanted to attack Germa's iron men with rockets, but they were all dodged. Instead, those who fired the rockets were discovered, and they were instantly beaten into a sieve by the concentrated fire of Germa's steel soldiers. This was a completely unequal battle. Germa used technological equipment to crush Doflamingo. In the lobby of the snail ship, hundreds of live phone bugs displayed the dynamics of each Iron Man in front of Linn and Judge. Lord Linn, now we have formed a siege on Spedimeros Island. As long as Doflamingo is driven away from North Blue, all his properties will belong to us Germa. In front of the big screen, Judge respectfully told Linn the development of the battle. Judge no longer dared to underestimate the man in front of him. He just conjured up such a set of armor and allowed Germa to defeat the Doflamingo pirates who dominated North Blue. Once Doflamingo leaves North Blue, Germa will be able to truly dominate North Blue. Back then, Judge was able to complete the Four Kingdoms event with Germa's strength. Now with these armors, it's no problem for him to unify North Blue. Germa's glory will be restored in his hands, and Judge no longer has any resentment towards Linn. Even if Linn returns his heart now, he will not take revenge on Linn. It only took 3 months for this boy, who looked to be the same age as Reiju, to give Germa the chance to realize her dream. What if 5 years later, or even 10 years later? Judge is an ambitious man, and he saw the value of investment in Linn. Linn has not yet gone to sea. As long as he goes to sea, it will not take long for him to become a famous figure in the sea. Let's go meet Doflamingo. When Linn saw that half of Spedimeros Island had been captured, he was ready to leave. Those armored soldiers of Germa can destroy the ordinary pirates of the Doflamingo family, but they cannot threaten the cadres who have mastered the armed hockey. Linn can only defeat ordinary cadres, he cannot defeat Doflamingo. Linn didn't go there to defeat Doflamingo, he just went to take a look at Doflamingo. Doflamingo asked him to become a pirate with a bounty of 90 million belly. Linn also wanted to see if Doflamingo would be furious when he saw him. Now Baby 5 can transform into a mark armor without Linn's assistance. With Baby 5's flying speed, Doflamingo poses no threat to Linn. When Linn was about to set off, he discovered that a huge stone giant suddenly stood up on Spedimeros Island. His palms swept across, and 3 pieces of armor instantly turned into 3 great fireballs. Spade Pika, this guy's injury recovered so quickly. Seeing the brave and messy Pika, Linn also gained a deeper understanding of the human body in the pirate world. When we were on Mignon Island, almost all of Pika's body was cooked. In just a few months, Pika has become so powerful. Pika's stone giant caught Germa's soldiers off guard. After Germa's soldiers reacted, they quickly raised their altitude to 1,000 meters. The stone giant that Pika transformed into was not that tall. He could only see balls of flames coming out of his stone body, and he had no way to fight back. Suddenly, those armored soldiers of Germa stopped attacking Spedimeros Island. They separated into 2 rows as if to welcome someone. A gold and red steel man appeared here. When Doflamingo saw this man, he recognized it as Linn. Linn, how dare you appear in front of me? Doflamingo's voice sounded on Spedimeros Island, and the next moment, a man wearing a pink flamingo coat appeared above Stone Pika. Why don't you dare? I'm standing in front of you. What can you do to me? Linn said calmly. Doflamingo gently waved his fingers hidden in his sleeves, and silk threads appeared in the sky, tying thin threads to the joints of the 2 armors behind Linn. After Doflamingo controlled the armored men to raise their arms slightly, a large amount of current was released from the 2 controlled armored men, and Doflamingo's wires were instantly scorched. How come this function seems to have been developed to cope with my control of the thread fruit? Doflamingo looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little confused. Unless armed with hockey, his ability will have no effect on these armored soldiers of Germa. I had no intention of being your enemy, but it's a pity that you insist on provoking me. I came here to tell you that since you want to play, then I will play with you. Although Linn's voice was not loud, Doflamingo knew that Linn was not joking with him. I never expected that a monster brat like you could appear in North Blue. Doflamingo could only hide his embarrassment with laughter. Chapter 17 The Changes in North Blue and the Worries of the Warring States period. The fruit of the operation was what Doflamingo was determined to obtain. At that time, after learning that the fruit of the operation had been eaten by a teenage kid, Doflamingo did not take it seriously. Only after Pika was defeated by Linn head-on did Doflamingo realize that Linn was a terrible monster. This is also the reason why he asked Virgo to set up Linn and give him a reward even though Linn escaped from him. Originally, Doflamingo thought that Linn would eventually succumb to him under the pursuit of pirates and bounty hunters. Unexpectedly, Linn went directly to Germa and helped Judge develop such a powerful weapon. The rise of Germa and the decline of Doflamingo in North Blue are all because of the boy in front of him. This kind of thing is more outrageous than the story, but this kind of thing happened in front of Doflamingo. Linn didn't give Doflamingo much time to reminisce. He directly asked the armored soldiers to start bombing the place again. A shield made of white lines appeared in front of Doflamingo. The weapons of Germa's armored soldiers could not penetrate this shield with armed domineering force. Doflamingo and the top cadres were able to withstand it, but the other cadres were already bombarded and could no longer hold on. Doflamingo didn't see any movement, and Linn felt his body sinking uncontrollably. The surrounding armored soldiers reacted even more unbearably, and they smashed into the ground one after another. As this Doflamingo's Conqueror's hockey. When Linn saw this scene in front of him, he immediately realized that this was Conqueror's dominance that he had never seen before. Conqueror's domineering is an innate qualification for a king, and this ability is perfect for cleaning up minions. Linn had already considered this situation. When the soldiers were about to land, the armor exploded directly. Boom boom boom. Mushroom clouds rise from the island. When the other Germa soldiers saw this, they flew higher, and rockets fell from the sky like raindrops. Linn shows Doflamingo what suppressive fire is. Linn, I'm waiting for you at the Grand Line. Doflamingo did not continue to attack Linn. After he spoke to Linn, his body turned into a white line and exploded. If he were an ordinary pirate, perhaps Doflamingo would fight to the death with Linn Ping, but Doflamingo is an anomaly among pirates. He wants to go to the Grand Line and become the 7 warlords of the sea. He can't waste too many troops here. Want to escape? Linn looked at the flamingo ship that appeared on the sea, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Doflamingo was more decisive than he thought, but if they wanted to leave North Blue so easily, it would be disrespectful to these armors. Doflamingo had just left Spedamaro's island when Germa's armored warriors chased them. Previously, due to the need to defend the entire island, the Doflamingo pirates were unable to respond to so many attacks. However, with only one pirate ship in defense, the Doflamingo pirates can be said to be able to handle it with ease. Not a single cannonball could hit Doflamingo's flamingo ship, and all those cannonballs were blown up by the pirates of the Doflamingo pirates. They can even withstand rockets launched underwater. Now the pirates of the Doflamingo pirates have shown the level of the over 100 million pirates. Each of them had a clear division of labor, and with their respective methods, most of the bullets shot by Germa soldiers from the sky were blocked. They withstood the bombardment of Germa's soldiers until they entered the soaring sea currents of Upside Down Mountain, and Germa's soldiers stopped pursuing them. What? Linn helped Germa make Germa's armor. Marine headquarters. When Sengoku learned the news, his eyes were full of shock. Doflamingo is not an ordinary pirate, otherwise Sengoku would not have sent his adopted son to the Doflamingo pirates as an undercover agent. Sengoku found it incredible that such a powerful pirate group was forced by Linn to leave North Blue. Although Zhongguo didn't know Linn's specific age, but judging from Linn's appearance, he was only 15 years old at most, right? For a person at such a young age to be able to do such an exaggerated thing, even the pirate emperors in New World are no more than that, right? Lieutenant General he was originally planning to capture Doflamingo, but unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at North Blue, Doflamingo had already escaped to the Grand Line. Now that Doflamingo has left North Blue, this may be a good thing for North Blue. After General he put down the information in his hand, there was some emotion in her tone. Doflamingo escaped from her hands many times, and she knew what a terrible pirate Doflamingo was. It is a blessing for the civilians of North Blue that such pirates leave North Blue. Even if Doflamingo leaves, the situation in North Blue will only become more volatile. Warring States frowned. He was already worried about another thing. You mean Germa? Lieutenant General he immediately guessed what Sengoku wanted to say. Although the Kingdom of Germa is also one of the World Government member countries, it is also considered a powerful country among the World Government member countries. This country has a great ambition, to unify the North Blue. Many years ago, the kingdoms of North Blue united to resist the Kingdom of Germa. Judge, a technology geek of this generation, even used blood factor technology to turn the somewhat declining Germa back into prosperity. That is, he met the Doflamingo family who also lived in North Blue, which made them keep a low profile. Now that they have driven away the Doflamingo family by force, the next battle will probably be the battle where Germa uses those mechanical armors to unify North Blue. Compared to Doflamingo's small fights in the dark, Germa would probably set the whole North Blue area on fire. But this is a matter for the world government. Unless the world government authorizes it, we cannot intervene in the war between the world government's participating countries. Sengoku's words confirmed Lieutenant General He's guess. If Germa is a pirate, then marine can be used to protect them when they first attack the world government-affiliated countries. However, Germa is a member of the world government, and the war between it and other member countries is adjudicated by the world government. Only when the 5 elders give orders to marine can marine take action against Germa. This is also one of marine's limitations. They knew clearly that Germa was going to rebel, but they couldn't do anything. Things haven't reached the worst yet. Now the world government has asked Germa to hand over the design drawings of the steel robots to Vegapunk for study. Warring States said to Lieutenant General He, that was Judge's guarantee for dominating North Blue. How could he hand it over? When Lieutenant General He heard what Sengoku said, she realized that Germa would definitely go to war with the North Blue countries. Originally, Germa might have been saving for a while, waiting for them to finish digesting the gains they had swallowed from the Doflamingo family. However, as soon as the 5 elders' order came out, Germa would either put away her ambition to dominate the North Blue, or they would immediately launch an attack on the North Blue countries. Other than that, there is no other option. But will the facts really turn out as Lieutenant General He expected? Chapter 18 What should I do if the 5 elders are also eyeing the armor? Reiju, from now on, all contact between you and Judge will be severed. Judge can no longer order you. On Germa's operating table, Linn looked at Reiju lying on the operating table and smiled. This was Linn's first bloodline factor modification surgery. By adjusting the genes in Reiju's body, Linn removed the strange gene that made Reiju unable to resist Judge's orders. Am I free? Hearing Lin N's words, Reiju's eyes were filled with disbelief. After years of suffering because she couldn't resist Judge's orders, she was finally free. What do you want to do, Reiju? Lin N saw the confused girl in her eyes and asked Reiju. I want to follow you all the time, Lin. Reiju looked straight at Lin, and she finally knew what she wanted to do. She regained her freedom because of Lin N, so she would go through everything with this man. Compared to her cold father and brothers who are more like robots, Lin and BABY5 are obviously more like her family. If she were asked to choose between Germa and Lin, she would choose Lin. Reiju, do you want to join us? Hearing Reiju's words, Baby 5 was pleasantly surprised. I can use poison, and I also know some medical skills. I think I can help you. Reiju simply introduced himself. That's amazing. I didn't expect that besides using poison, you also know about medical skills. There was admiration in Baby 5's eyes. Well, whether it's medical skills or toxins, you need to understand the human body. It's just that the genetic modification of my bloodline tends to use poison, so I got the nickname Poison Pink. Reiju said calmly. Then, welcome to join us, Reiju. Lin extended his hand to Reiju. Please give me your advice in the future, Captain Lin. A smile appeared in Reiju's eyes. Sir Lin, the 5 elders asked us to hand over the design drawings of the Mark armor. What should we do? When Lin and the others came out of the operating room, Judge reported the latest news to Lin. 5 elders, even the world government is starting to care about the Mark armor. Lin didn't expect that Germa's armor would catch the eyes of the world government so quickly. It seems that the world government also knows its stuff. If you were asked to make a decision, what would you do? Lin looked at Judge. He wanted to hear the opinion of King Germa. These armors are the basis of my strength, Germa, and there is no way I can hand them over. Before the world government can deal with me, I will occupy North Blue first, and then use the resources of the entire North Blue to build more armor to compete with the world government. After hearing Lin's question, Judge said in a deep voice. Judge has never forgotten Germa's long-cherished wish to unify North Blue. Even if he is targeted by the world government, he will not forget to rule North Blue first. If the world government lets General Marine take action, how will you fight against General Marine? Is it possible that when General Marine arrives, Germa will run away in despair? Lin asked Judge again. Not to mention the armor that Judge can currently create, even the armor that Lin created using Baby 5 is no match for General Marine. General Marine is a strong man with both mental and physical skills. Their combat power is almost at the ceiling. Facing such a monster, no matter how much armor Germa has, they will be of no avail. But this is indeed the only way. Otherwise, what else can we do? Judge also knows that doing this will not end well for Germa, but other than that, is there any other way? If the armor design drawings are handed over, with the resources at the world government's disposal, they can build 10 or even 100 times more armor than Germa in minutes. By then, if Germa wants to unify North Blue, they won't need a general to take action. The world government will send a huge armored force to suppress them. There is a huge gap in strength between Germa and the world government. As for using this blueprint to negotiate terms with the world government, this is even more impossible. Judge, have you ever thought about publishing this design to the whole world? Lin looked at Judge and he made a rather outrageous suggestion. Announce it to the whole sea. When Judge heard this, the way he looked at Lin was quite wrong. If his heart hadn't been in Lin's hands, Judge might have started calling Lin a madman. He didn't even want to give such a good thing to the 5 elders, and now Lin N wants him to reveal the design to the world. Judge, all the people of Germa are soldiers, how do you rely on to maintain the operation of Germa? Lin asked Judge. The entire sea knows that we rely on selling weapons and selling war. This is why we are called war experts. Although Judge didn't know why Lin asked this suddenly, he answered immediately. Before the Doflamingo family grew up, the largest arms dealer in North Blue was actually Germa. As a kingdom of science, Germa's weapons are much better than those of neighboring countries, and the weapons they produce are very popular. Later, Doflamingo seized all the channels through which Germa sold weapons, and Germa also tried to take them back, but unfortunately they could not defeat the Doflamingo family. From then on, their only business was selling war. Now with the help of these armors, they finally took back the weapons sales channel from the Doflamingo family. Have you ever thought about, in addition to selling conventional weapons, turning those armors into a part of selling weapons? Lynn asked Judge, if all the countries in the North Blue are equipped with these armors, how can Germa unify the North Blue? Judge is still thinking about how to unify North Blue. Judge, if our design drawings are made public, who do you think can manufacture the armor based on the design drawings? Lynn looked at Judge and asked. This question involves science, so Judge did not answer it immediately. He began to think deeply. Vegapunk is considered one, and the revolutionary army that can arm wrestle with the world government may also be able to do so. Judge thought carefully and gave the answer cautiously. The design drawings of the Mark armor are a test of the industrial base capabilities and top manufacturing capabilities. This is not something that ordinary countries can accomplish. If you think about it this way, it seems that there is not much difference between releasing the design blueprint to the sea and handing it to the 5 elders. These armors involve a lot of technology, which cannot be manufactured by ordinary countries. Judge, before releasing the armor design, find a way to add a hidden backdoor that can control the armor. I don't want to be attacked by the armor sold by Germa herself. Lynn said to Judge. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Judge's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 19 Lynn ends saucy operation, publishing the armor design to the whole world. In order to prevent Germa's armor from being taken away for research by Doflamingo and the world government, Judge installed a self-destruct device on each armor. As long as the soldiers operating the armor die are controlled and captured, Judge will immediately start the self-destruction program in the background. Those armors are going to be a huge bomb in no time. What Lynn has to do is to control the armors made by Germa in the background. As long as necessary, Lynn can make those armors self-destruct or directly control those armors to do something. In addition to self-destruction, perhaps letting Judge develop cameras. The live phone bug cannot satisfy so many armors, and the live phone bug is a biological creature, which has many limiting factors. If the entire sea were covered with Germa's armor, then Germa might become the strongest intelligence dealer on the sea. No matter what big news, Morgans has to step aside. When people on the sea accept the armor, Germa can also launch an upgraded version or a specially customized version. As long as they save enough money, Germa can remotely enable high-end functions for them. Sir Lynn, I'm going to study it right now. After hearing Lin N's analysis, Judge's expression became excited. Remember, self-destruction and surveillance devices must be placed where the armor is the most irreplaceable and expensive. Lin looked at Judge, who was about to lead scientists to solve this problem, and he said to Judge. This move is to prevent Vegapunk. With Vegapunk's ability, he can just take a look at the design drawing and rub a mech out with his hands. After all, the clones of Vegapunk seem to have much higher technological content than the Mark armor. Vegapunk can even produce that kind of high technology, let alone armor. As long as the price of those self-destruction cores and surveillance cores is lower than the manufacturing cost, Lin N doesn't believe that the world government will not purchase them from here. During this period, Germa kept a low profile. When the world government was running out of patience, Germa issued a statement to the whole world. In order to protect the sea from pirates, Germa announced the armor designed to the whole sea. All countries that are willing to buy can come to Germa to buy it, and the printing cost is only 10,000 belly. Of course, if you want to buy armor, you can also go to Germa, each one only costs 99.99 million baileys. Although this statement was short, as soon as it was issued, the whole sea boiled instantly. The 5 elders were going crazy. Germa did not disobey their orders and handed over the armor design drawings to them, but Germa actually announced the drawings to the whole world in the blink of an eye. His behavior is a provocation to the world government. Germa is going to sell armor to the whole sea. In the marine headquarters, when Sengoku saw this statement, he immediately realized what Germa was going to do. This sea is probably going to go berserk. Lieutenant General, he had a worried look on his face. Germa is indeed a war dealer. Once the armor is auctioned to the whole sea, the scale and lethality of the battle after this sea will probably be 10 times and 100 times higher than before. Facing the age of discovery, Marine was originally unable to cope with the increasingly rampant pirates. Once the pirates start buying armor to fight Marine will probably suffer even greater casualties. It is true that this is a crisis for the sea, but it is also an opportunity for us at Marine. In terms of resources and technology, no organization can match world government, not even Germa. Warring States' eyes showed a sharp edge at this moment. World government has more than 200 participating countries, and almost 90% of the world's land is under the jurisdiction of world government. The world government can produce more armor in one day than all the forces in the world combined. The pirates only fought alone. When armor became popular among the pirates, all Marine general-level officers were already equipped with an armor. Once armor becomes popular among Marines, with the combat power of Marines, no matter what kind of enemy they are, they will be unable to defeat them. This kind of weapon that can be manipulated without the need for physical skills or hockey is the dawn of overthrowing the world government. Buy back the armor design drawings as soon as possible. This is the fire of revolution. On the White Earth Island, the leader of the revolutionary army, Dorag, paid great attention to the armor design. He asked the Northern Army Captain Crow to put down his work and go to Germa as soon as possible. There are too many powerful people in the world government. If the Revolutionary Army wants to overthrow the world government, it can only lurk in the darkness. If these weapons, which do not require physical skills or domineering power, are mastered by the Revolutionary Army can smooth out the numerical difference with the world government. From this armor, Dorag saw the hope of overthrowing the world government. Forces that have the ability to make armor contact Germa to purchase blueprints, while those with no skills but money have already begun to contact Germa to customize armor. Big News Morgans, Shipping King Umit, King of Loan Usury, God of Fortune Rufield all ordered 10 pieces of upward armor. Even the Lone Shark King is very optimistic about Judge's armor, and he is ready to invest money to take a share in the armor. He lacks everything except money. Linn naturally refused to do this. It is clear that Germa has the ability and strength to eat alone, so how can she easily share it with others? Those North Blue countries are even more ruthless. They spend almost all their money on purchasing armor. They know Germa's ambitions, and they want to arm them before Germa takes action against them. If they couldn't resist Germa, at least they could leave North Blue under the protection of those armors. As a royal family, they all cherish their lives. Seeing the orders coming in like snowflakes, the entire Germa began to operate at full speed. The soldiers now became workers on the production line, assembling parts one by one, and finally those parts turned into armor. The cost of each of these armors is comparable to that of a warship. The armor Germa currently owns can make them rich people on the sea. There were also pirates from North Blue who were jealous of Germa's wealth, and they launched an attack on Germa's snail ship. But before they even got close to Germa's ship, they were attacked by armored rocket launchers. Before thousands of rockets were fired, no pirate ship could withstand a round of bombing. Selling armor to the whole sea is a long process. Now Germa has received another order to fight against Kokia, a country in the East Daxia Sea. Linn is planning to temporarily separate from Germa when they arrive in the East Daxia Sea. Chapter 20 Donghai, Sanji leaves. Everything about Germa is on the snail boat, and they can set off directly without making any preparations. Germa did not take the soaring sea currents of the upside-down mountain, but their giant snails actually started to climb the Red Earth continent directly. They want to cross the Red Earth continent directly to the East Daxia Sea. Sir Linn, today's lunch is ready. Seeing Linn arriving at the dining table with Baby 5 and Reiju, Sanji smiled at Linn. This period was the happiest time Sanji had ever had. No one bullied him, and he could still cook what he wanted. Sanji, do you want to awaken the blood factor? While Linn was eating, he asked Sanji. The bloodline factor is known as the blueprint of life. Although Linn did not fully grasp the secret of the bloodline factor, with the help of the surgical fruit, he could transform the human body and awaken the bloodline factor. Not to mention that Sanji already has bloodline factors in his body, he just needs to be guided. Sanji, why don't you thank Mr. Linn quickly? As long as you have a physique like Niji's, you will never be bullied by them again. Hearing that Linn could actually help Sanji awaken his physique, Reiju's eyes flashed with excitement. Reiju has seen Sanji being bullied since she was a child, but she couldn't do anything. Now that Sanji has the opportunity to become a reformer like Niji and the others, how can Reiju be unhappy? Facing Reiju, Sanji actually remained silent. Sanji. Reiju was stunned when she saw Sanji's expression. She originally thought that Sanji would be very happy, but she didn't expect that to be the case. I don't want to become an emotionless machine like Niji and the others. Sanji looked up at Reiju, burst into tears and yelled. I was born because Sora risked his life. If I become like that, what's the point of Sora's death? Sanji finally spoke his mind. In order to prevent Judge from transforming his sons into emotionless weapons, Sora took drugs that affected blood factors when she was pregnant. It was because of the aftereffects of these drugs that Sola gradually became weak and then died. Sanji is the only one of the 4 brothers who was affected, so he is not favored by his father Judge. The existence of Sanji can prove that Sora's doing all this is worth it. If he becomes like his brothers, wouldn't his mother Sora's death be in vain? No matter how perfect Linn could transform him, Sanji would not do it. Sanji, when I get to Donghai, I will leave. By then, you will have to live a life of darkness again. Even so, won't you change your mind? Linn asked Sanji. I'm sorry, Master Linn, I will never be like that. Sanji bowed deeply to Linn and ran out. Sanji. Reiju looked at Sanji who ran out crying. She felt that her gentle brother was very similar to her mother in personality. Reiju, let Sanji leave Germa after we arrive at the East Daxia Sea. The East Daxia Sea is the area where pirate power is weakest. He should be able to live a good life in the East Daxia Sea. Linn said to Reiju. Linn also sympathizes with Sanji, but he doesn't take weaklings on board. Now Sanji just wants to be a chef, but he doesn't have a strong heart yet. Now with his protection in Germa, Sanji is not oppressed by Judge. Moreover, Sanji's brothers did not dare to appear on the same occasion as Linn because their hearts were ripped out by Linn. Even when eating, they asked the clone maid to cook for them alone. Linn is about to disembark in the East Daxia Sea. Once Linn leaves, Sanji's miserable life will begin again. For Sanji, life without Germa is a good life. Sanji's original fate was that Germa was released by Reiju during this expedition, and then he met the chef pirates. Maybe this is indeed best for Sanji. Reiju looked at the snail that had climbed down to the Red Earth continent, and he was ready to let Sanji go. When the snail boat sailed back into the sea, it marked Germa's entry into the East Daxia Sea. Germa did not go to the kingdom of Kokia immediately. They came to a town with a port and started repairs. In addition to resting, the more important thing is to see Linn off. Linn will officially leave Germa from tomorrow to travel in the East Daxia Sea. Sanji, follow me. When Judge held a banquet for Linn, Reiju grabbed Sanji who was preparing to cook and ran outside. Where are we going, Reiju? Sanji felt the huge power coming from Reiju's hand, and he asked Reiju. This is a port. As long as you take a boat, you can leave Germa. From now on, you are free. Reiju said to Sanji, this is Lord Linn's idea. I may not have the chance to meet Lord Linn. Please thank Lord Linn for me. When Sanji heard the news, Linn's figure immediately flashed in his mind. Even though Linn didn't know him, he did this for Sanji. Under the leadership of Reiju, they escaped waves of patrolling Germa soldiers. Soon, they arrived at the exit of the Germa snail boat. As long as he turns the last corner, Sanji can leave Germa. But when they turned the corner, a tall figure actually appeared in the place where no one was guarding. Father. When Reiju saw this man, she shouted to Judge with a complicated expression. Reiju, Master Linn has helped you release my restraint on you, right? Judge looked at Reiju and Sanji, and he asked Reiju. Yes, Master Linn now has a deep grasp of blood factor technology. Reiju replied to Judge, as expected. Although Judge had already made a guess, he still felt a little shocked when he actually heard it. The bloodline factor technology was his lifelong endeavor. In less than half a year, Linn not only mastered the bloodline factor technology, he could even edit and transform Judge's modified genes through surgical fruits. With this kind of talent and the fruits of surgery, if Linn concentrated on studying biology, his skills in human body modification may have surpassed Judge. Sanji, you are a disgrace to our Vinsmoke family. I announced your death half a year ago. After you leave here, you are not allowed to say your last name is Vinsmoke again. Do you understand? Judge walked to Sanji and stopped. After he said these two sentences to Sanji, he also disappeared here. Chapter 21 Zoro and Isshin Dojo. East Daxia Sea seems to be no different from North Blue. Above the sea, Linn was riding the amphibious tricycle that Baby 5 turned into and was galloping on the sea. Originally, the Mark armor would be faster, but now the Mark armor has become the most watched weapon on the sea, and Linn doesn't want to receive too much attention now. Linn, are we really going to Shimotsuki village? What good swordsmanship teacher can there be in the East Daxia Sea? If you really want to learn swordsmanship, you might as well let Mr. Diamante teach you. Baby 5's voice came from the amphibious tricycle under Linn's crotch. Baby 5 has also been transformed by Linn's blood factor, and her body is much stronger than before. Before, only part of Baby 5's body could be turned into a weapon. Now, except for Baby 5's head, the rest of her body has completely turned into a mechanical motorcycle. You don't understand, the Isshin Dojo in Shimotsuki village is not a simple place. The image of Koshiro wearing glasses and squinting appeared in Linn's mind. That person was Zoro's teacher. Although there was no picture of him taking action directly, it was speculated that he was a master of swordsmanship. Linn ate the fruit of the operation. He needed a sword to complete cutting and other tasks. Linn felt it was necessary to learn swordsmanship. Among the strong swordsmen in this world, Shimotsuki Koshiro is the place where it is easiest to learn the secrets of swordsmanship. In addition to learning swordsmanship, Linn also has another purpose, to recruit Kuina. Now Kuina is not dead yet. As long as Linn goes there in time, Kuina's fate of death should be reversed. Kuina is a girl who is extremely talented in swordsmanship. Even adults are no match for her. But Koshiro always believed that female swordsmen were limited by their physical bodies and could not become top swordsmen. Linn has mastered the blood factor transformation technology. If he can make Kuina stronger, then maybe Kuina's future achievements will surpass Zoro's. Linn is also curious about how high Kuina will reach in the end. The map of the East Daxia Sea that Judge gave Linn was very detailed, even a layman like Linn could understand it. Following the waves of the motorcycle, Linn headed straight for Shimotsuki village. This is it, baby -5. Linn looked at the island in front of him and compared the surroundings. Then let's go up. Before Linn even turned on the accelerator, Baby 5 automatically accelerated towards the beach. 2 rows of soft wheel marks were left on the soft sand, and Linn and Baby 5 stopped. When Linn got off BABY5, Baby 5's body deformed, and then Baby 5 dressed in a maid outfit appeared in front of Linn. Monster! Monster! There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and a little devil with a blue face jumped out quickly and ran towards the back. He had green hair and was wearing green clothes. It was because of this protective color that Linn did not notice him. Wait, green hair. Linn looked at the kid's waist. Sure enough, there were 3 long bamboo swords on the kid's waist. This kid is indeed Zoro, his green hair is so recognizable. Zoro! Linn shouted to Zoro who ran away. You know me. Zoro actually stopped when he heard Linn calling his name. Of course, Isshin Dojo number 2, of course I've heard of it. Linn smiled at Zoro. I'm number 1, number 1. That guy Kuina, I will defeat her sooner or later. Zoro walked back aggressively. He even forgot to be afraid when he mentioned this. Why are you running? Have you never seen a devil fruit user? Baby 5 looked at Zoro who returned, a little surprised in her tone. Although the East Daxia Sea is known as the weakest sea, it has never even seen a devil fruit. Is it a bit exaggerated? Devil fruit, what is that, food? Zoro scratched his head, looking like he had never heard of it at all. Seeing this scene, Baby 5 had an expression of disbelief on her face, and she understood why the East Daxia Sea was called the weakest sea. The security in East Daxia Sea is so good that young people like Zoro have never heard of devil fruits. I am a weapon man who ate the weapon fruit. In addition to turning into the tricycle just now, I can also turn into other weapons. In order to show off his abilities to the country bumpkin Zoro, Baby 5 conjured up many kinds of weapons including swords, guns and cannons. What a cool ability. If I had such an ability, I wouldn't need to carry a sword every day. Zoro's eyes flashed with little stars, and he was already imagining the scene of his hands turning into two swords to kill everyone. Zoro, I want to become Koshiro's master. Can you take us to Ishin Dojo? Linn saw that Zoro had lowered his guard against them, so he said to Zoro. I am a student of Yixin Dojo, let me take you there. I go to Ishin Dojo 4 or 5 times every day. I am very familiar with the roads of Ishin Dojo. Zoro said enthusiastically to Linn as he walked in front. Hearing Zoro say that he was familiar with the road, Linn looked at the 2 forked roads in front of him, and he chose the other forked road without hesitation. Zoro has a serious road addiction, and Linn doesn't want to wander around Shimotsuki village with Zoro. When Baby 5 saw Linn taking another fork in the road, she returned without hesitation and followed Linn. Hey, you went the wrong way, come back quickly. Zoro shouted to Linn and Baby 5. A moment later, a dojo appeared in front of Linn and Baby 5. This dojo was the Ishin Dojo they were looking for. Strange, that road leads to Ishin Dojo. There was a look of surprise on Zoro's face. He didn't realize that he was taking the wrong route. Hey, you almost took me the wrong way, right? Baby 5 complained to Zoro. How could I have taken the wrong path? Don't slander me. Zoro didn't feel that he was in the wrong at all. He faced Baby 5 head on. What are you doing here, strangers? When Zoro and Baby 5 were about to quarrel, a little girl with short black hair walked out of the dojo. Kuina, these are Linn and Baby 5, they want to join the Ishin Dojo to learn Mr. Koshiro's swordsmanship. Zoro told Linn the purpose of coming here. These were all things Linn told Zoro when they were at the beach. Are you here to learn swordsmanship? Kuina looked Linn up and down. Although there were no traces of practicing swordsmanship on Linn's body, she felt that Linn was not simple. Koshiro's Ishin Dojo has a very low threshold. You only need to pay some belly to enter the dojo and learn. The students who studied in this dojo were all from the surrounding villages. Seeing the unfamiliar faces of Linn and Baby 5, every student became curious. Chapter 22 The Terrifying Swordsmanship Talent. On the second day after entering the Ishin Dojo, Linn welcomed Koshiro to check out the details. This is something that every student who enters the dojo must experience. Only after seeing your talent can Koshiro arrange teaching according to actual conditions. The first opponent Koshiro arranged for Linn was a boy about the same age and height as him. The boy had already taken a stance with a training wooden sword. Linn did not use the surgical fruit. He just slashed at the young man with his wooden sword. At the moment of the fight, the young man was completely knocked away, and the wooden sword in his hand was also released. This guy is so powerful. Zoro's eyes froze when he saw this scene. When he came to Ishin Dojo to compete, he defeated everyone except Kuina by relying on brute strength. Is this Linn in front of him going to repeat what he experienced back then? Judging from the way he holds and swings the sword, he looks like an amateur, but he is so strong. Is this just a man's physique? If I had such a physique, I would be able to become a top swordsman. Kuina watched Linn easily knocking away one boy after another. A flash of envy flashed in her eyes. Linn didn't know how to move with a sword. He used extreme strength and speed. No one could withstand his second sword. Zoro, come on. When he saw that Linn could defeat an adult with one sword, he did not continue to let other apprentices test him. He said to Zoro on the side. Zoro's strength ranks second in this dojo, and his body is also beyond ordinary. Maybe Zoro can test Linn's limits. Zoro couldn't help it. Hearing what his teacher Koshiro said, he pulled out the 2 wooden swords from his waist and came to Linn. Linn, let's stop here. Zoro, will show you the swordsmanship of the strongest disciple of Ishin Dojo today. Zoro held up 2 wooden swords and smiled strangely at Linn. Zoro, you haven't defeated me yet, how come you have become the strongest disciple? Kuina listened to Zoro's words and asked Zoro. Zoro's body froze, and then he pointed the wooden sword in his hand at Kuina. Stop talking about it, I will defeat you after I defeat Linn. Zoro felt very embarrassed when he was exposed while filling the cup. Come on, Zoro, let me see what you're capable of. Linn smiled at Zoro, and then he made a gesture that the apprentices had used just now. He just took a look at those apprentices, and has he already mastered this technique to this extent? Seeing Linn making this gesture, Koshiro's narrowed eyes opened slightly. Linn's gestures were more than just an airs, his muscles were moving as if he had been practicing for several years. No way, is Linn a monster? Kuina also saw this at this time, and her expression became serious. When she first learned kendo, it took her one day to learn just this gesture, and Zoro learned it for 3 days. Linn just took a look at it, and he learned it without anyone explaining it to him. Zoro didn't care so much. After Linn was ready, he started slashing at Linn like a ferocious beast. Linn did not directly knock Zoro away this time. He just used the wooden sword in his hand to easily fight back all Zoro's attacks. Room. The surgical fruit silently enveloped Zoro. Within the surgical fruit, Zoro's body movements and muscle tremors every time he chopped were invisible to Linn. With the help of the surgical space to sense Zoro's movements, Linn became more and more standard when slashing with the wooden sword. He is borrowing devil fruit abilities to adjust his physical condition. Koshiro saw Linn progressing at a speed visible to the naked eye in front of him, and for the first time a solemn look appeared on his face. No wonder Linn wants to learn swordsmanship. His devil fruit ability is a great boost to his swordsmanship practice. In addition to his devil fruit, Linn himself is also quite talented in kendo. Kuina is the most talented person Koshiro has ever seen, but due to her physical limitations, Koshiro feels that she cannot become the strongest. But Linn is different. He first showed a stronger body than Zoro, and now he showed a stronger swordsmanship talent than Kuina. Koshiro seems to have seen the scene where Linn becomes the most powerful swordsman in the world in the future. Zoro, is this the only level of your swordsmanship? If it's only to this extent, then you are destined to lose. Linn and Zoro exchange dozens of moves, and he suddenly asked Zoro. Zoro and Linn exchange dozens of moves. Linn discovered that Zoro had not used any new moves for more than a dozen moves. Stop talking nonsense, come on, let me see how you defeat me. Zoro's swords were raised, and he slashed directly towards Linn. But Linn just stabbed the intersection of Zoro's swords with a straight thrust. Zoro was actually knocked back 7 or 8 steps by this blow. Then Linn swung his second sword, and Zoro's swords that rushed forward again were knocked away by Linn. After just 2 moves, Zoro was disarmed by Linn. Back off, Zoro, you've already lost. Seeing Zoro pulling out the last wooden sword and preparing to fight again, Koshiro stopped Zoro. Linn, it's because I'm in bad shape today, and today's duel doesn't count. Just wait for me tomorrow. No, I will challenge you the day after tomorrow. Zoro did not admit that he had lost, he shouted to Linn unwillingly. Zoro, if you lose, you lose. You really can't afford to lose. BBAY5 made a face at Zoro. Father, it's my turn. Kuina picked up a wooden sword and walked towards Linn. Seeing that Kuina was about to duel with Linn, Zoro, who was originally preparing to argue with BABY5, turned serious. Kuina's strength has always been the ceiling for the apprentices of Ishin Dojo. With her taking action, she may be able to suppress Linn. Obviously Linn is just a newcomer, but he makes every apprentice feel a mountain of pressure. Come on, Kuina, we must defeat this guy. The apprentices of Ishin Dojo cheered for Kuina one after another. Like Zoro, they also have full confidence in Kuina. Linn's method of fighting Kuina is the same as Zoro's. He first resists Kuina's attack while observing Kuina's way of exerting force. It has to be said that Kuina's movements are more standard than Zoro's. For the same moves, Kuina can achieve greater power with less force. As Linn fought with Kuina, he adjusted the moves he had just learned. Koshiro's face became more solemn at this time. He found that Linn was still adjusting his sword moves during the battle. In a daze, Koshiro felt that these were 2 Kuinas at war. Chapter 23 Kuina also wants to make progress. Kuina's ending was no different from Zoro's. When Linn learned all her moves, he defeated Kuina with just 1 move. The wooden sword in Kuina's hand was knocked away. Looking at the wooden sword that was knocked away, she felt as if her pride had been shattered. Father, you are right. A top swordsman does need a good physique. After Kuina finished speaking, she ran out of the village. The drop of crystal tears in the corner of her eyes made Koshiro not know what to say. This fact is a huge blow to Kuina, who has devoted himself to kendo since childhood and inspired to become the world's greatest swordsman, but it is a fact. In terms of swordsmanship, Linn, who has learned Kuina's swordsmanship, is the same as Kuina in this regard. However, Kuina's physique is not as good as Linn's, which is why she failed in 1 move. Linn had already expected this result. He signaled to Baby 5 with his eyes, and Baby 5 left here. The other swordsmanship apprentices congratulated Linn. Even if they were still dissatisfied, the moment Linn defeated Kuina, it showed his strength. What Zoro and Kuina couldn't do after nearly 2,000 duels, Linn did it as soon as he came. Are you unwilling? On the beach in Shimotsuki village, when Kuina was crying quietly, she suddenly heard a girl's voice. Kuina looked up and saw Baby 5 appearing here. Of course I'm not willing to give in. If it weren't for my physical limitations, how could I lose? Tears welled up in Kuina's eyes again. She feels very uncomfortable now. Is this the feeling of defeat? She was so unwilling, but she couldn't do anything. Is it just a limitation of physical strength? If there was a way to make you physically stronger and stronger than a man, do you think you could beat Linn? Baby 5 suddenly asked Kuina. It makes no sense to assume that this will never happen. Kuina just looked up at Baby 5 and buried her head in her knees again. I am also a woman, what do you think of my physique? BBAY5 said. She actually lifted the boulder behind Kuina with 1 hand. Kuina looked at this scene in shock. Even ordinary adults would find it difficult to do such a thing, let alone the slender-looking girl in front of her. Baby 5 is 2 years older than Kuina. Baby -5, who is 13 years old this year, is only half a head taller than Kuina. A little girl who was 1.6 meters tall lifted a boulder weighing at least 400 to 500 kilograms. This scene made Kuina feel particularly shocked. Is this also your weapon fruit ability? Kuina asked BABY5. I didn't use the fruit ability, this is pure physical power. Baby 5 said to Kuina. Seeing that Kuina's attention was attracted, Baby 5 repeated to Kuina what Linn had taught her before. The previous Baby 5 was just an ordinary girl. Linn used the power of the surgical fruit to perform blood factor transformation surgery on her. In addition to the inhuman strength of the current BBAY5, her defense and recovery power are more than 10 times higher than that of ordinary people. You are everything you said true. Kuina's eyes became brighter than ever. If everything Baby 5 said is true, then the last shortcoming that limited her from becoming the top swordsman in the sea will no longer exist. Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, you can ask Linn to help you complete the operation. A smile appeared on Baby 5's face. You did a great job on this, Baby -5. There is a high probability that what was told will be accomplished. After hearing Baby 5 tell him about Kuina, Linn knew that Kuina was already attracted to her. Linn has figured out Kuina's weakness, and she will definitely come to Linn. In the next few days, Kuina and Zoro did not appear at the Shinshin dojo. It is said that Zoro has also been deeply hit in the past few days, and he is conducting special devil training on himself. Kuina didn't know what she was doing. She was obviously in Shimotsuki village, but she didn't show up at the Isshin dojo. In the past few days, it has become Linn's personal show. No matter what skills Koshiro teaches Linn can do it with the absolute control of his body as a result of the surgery. Koshiro has never seen a monster like Linn, and he has nothing to teach Linn in swordsmanship. After sending all his disciples away, Koshiro told Linn about a realm called Zantetsu. As the name suggests, this realm requires a swordsman to have the ability to cut off steel with the sword in his hand. Only when you can reach this level can you be considered a true swordsman. Linn felt that the realm of cutting iron might have something to do with the application of domineering energy. This was also the first time Linn learned the ability without hearing it. Linn, are you there? At night, Kuina's voice came from outside Linn's room door. When Linn played the gate of opening, Kuina stood in front of Linn in a white dress. Kuina always wears kendo training clothes or short-sleeved clothes. This is the first time that Linn has seen Kuina wearing such feminine clothes. Can you walk with me on the beach? Before Linn could ask, Kuina took the lead and asked Linn. Of course, a smile appeared on Linn's lips. He knew that Kuina must have made her decision. The moonlight is like water, and the sea breeze on the beach seems particularly gentle today. Linn, Baby 5 said her body was modified by you. Is this true? The two walked side by side for a long time, and Kuina finally plucked up the courage to ask Linn. It's not considered human body modification, it's just the application of blood factors. Linn said to Kuina, are there any disadvantages to this bloodline factor transformation? Kuina is still a little worried. How can there be power that is obtained in vain in this sea? Baby 5 must have paid a heavy price to acquire such an extraordinary body. There are no disadvantages. I used my surgical power to perform the surgery, and it won't be any different from ordinary people after it's done. Linn smiled at Kuina. Surgery fruit ability. Are you also a devil fruit user? A flash of surprise flashed in Kuina's eyes. This was the first time she heard the term devil fruit. Later, she asked her father Koshiro, and she learned that there was such a magical thing in the sea. Animal-type devil fruits can enhance one's physical strength. Kuina originally planned to seize an animal-type devil fruit when she grows up. But she heard Koshiro say that people who become espers will become landlubbers and will be hated by the sea. Kuina wants to become the top swordsman, and she will not allow herself to have such shortcomings. That's why she asked Linn those questions. Linn, then help me transform it. I also want to have a body like yours. Kuina was silent for a long time, and she finally revealed the purpose of inviting Linn. Chapter 24 Strengthening Kuina's Body. If I want to have a body as powerful as BABY5, I wonder what price I have to pay. Kuina asked Linn. Although Kuina is young, she never believes in getting something for nothing. Baby 5 comes with Linn, they are partners, so Linn will perform reconstructive surgery for her. Kuina doesn't have that kind of friendship with Linn, and she wants to know what price she has to pay. I need a powerful swordsman to accompany me on my adventures across the sea. Linn looked at Kuina and said to Kuina, among the current swordsmen on the sea, Kuina is the only one Linn can see. Linn, if your strength is worthy of the future world's greatest swordsman, then I am willing to take risks with you. Kuina thought about it carefully and smiled at Linn. Room. Linn directly used the operating space to shroud his and Kuina's figures. Kuina doesn't need the fancy abilities of the Germa royal family, all she needs is a body like Germa's. This is the direction of Baby 5's transformation. For this kind of transformation, Linn can complete it without the need for an operating room. As this done, an hour later, Kuina looked at her body, which was no different from before, and she felt a trance. Linn had disemboweled her just now, and Kuina thought she would become a monster. Fortunately, Kuina didn't feel any pain as a result of the surgery. She just felt some heat flow in her body, but there were no other abnormalities. Kuina tried to push the big rock she was lying on just now. Obviously she didn't use much force, but she felt the rock start to shake. It was obvious that her body had become stronger. I have completed the operation on you, but it needs to be transformed slowly. In about a week, you will have a body as strong as Baby -5. Linn looked at Kuina who kept pushing the stone, and he said to Kuina. Linn, let's wait for me in a week and let's have another fight. Kuina challenged Linn to a fight. Kuina was very dissatisfied with the fact that she was defeated by Linn with a sword before. Kuina didn't believe that with the same powerful physique, she would still lose. Kuina is confident in the swordsmanship she has practiced since she was a child, but she does not believe that she can't compare to Linn after 10 years of hard training. Okay, let's have another fight then. Linn laughed. Kuina's unyielding character will allow her to go further, but if she targets Linn, I'm afraid she will suffer psychological consequences. Linn has absolute control over his body through the fruits of the surgery, which makes him feel like cheating when practicing swordsmanship and physical skills. Coupled with the fact that the fruits of the surgery can continuously strengthen his own body, Linn already has the foundation to become a top powerhouse. I will defeat you. I am the strongest in the dojo. Kuina left happily. The thing she cared about most was solved by Linn in an hour, and Kuina felt very relaxed at this time. The next day, Koshiro discovered something unusual about Kuina's practice. After not seeing each other for one night, Kuina's physical condition has improved tremendously. This made Zhengxi feel very wrong. Kuina, did you eat the animal devil fruit? After the students left, Koshiro finally asked Kuina this question while eating. Have you also noticed that my body has become stronger, father? Hearing Koshiro's question, Kuina's face suddenly showed a smile. It's not a devil fruit, it's a small transformation that Linn made on my body. Kuina didn't answer directly, she gave it a try first. Linn, what did he do to you? Hearing that Linn had touched his daughter, Koshiro's eyes opened, and there was a very scary aura emanating from him. No matter how mild-tempered Koshiro is, he is still a father. Koshiro cannot tolerate Linn's manipulation of his daughter, no matter how talented Linn is in swordsmanship. Linn already had a plan for death. It's not what you think. Linn is the surgeon who ate the Paramesha devil fruit surgery fruit. He used the power of the surgery fruit to transform my body with bloodline factors. Kuina explained to Koshiro. Blood factor, what is that? Koshiro had a vague feeling that he had heard of this somewhere. I don't know the specifics, but my strength, speed, resilience and body's healing ability are at least 3 times better than mine without surgery. Kuina said to Koshiro. She has secretly tested it in the past 2 days. Although the data is not that accurate, it is not much different. Kuina, after dinner, let's do a specific test. Koshiro felt that what he said about his daughter was a bit exaggerated. Even devil fruits can't improve people so much. But when he finished the test, he had a shocked expression on his face. Kuina was a bit conservative. Now her body is 4 times stronger than before in all aspects. It seems like I'm getting stronger again. This operation is a gradual transformation of my body. It will take 3 days for the effect of this operation to be completed. At that time, I will be at my strongest. Kuina had a proud expression on her face. There are such terrifying abilities in this sea. No wonder the surgical fruit is rumored to be worth 5 billion belly. Koshiro had a lot on his mind at this time. It was previously rumored that the surgical fruit appeared in North Blue, and the one who ate the surgical fruit was a boy. That boy caused the entire North Blue to be in turmoil. Koshiro originally thought that a monster like that would directly enter the Grand Line, but he didn't expect that boy to actually appear in the East Daxia Sea and study in his dojo. This time, the previous news in the newspaper completed the closed loop. Father, now I can inherit your swordsmanship and compete for the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Kuina's eyes looked at her father, and she asked her father. It's time to hand over the Wadao Yamanji to you. Although Koshiro didn't say it clearly, this sentence already showed his attitude. I will not disappoint you, father. I will make the reputation of our Ishin dojo resound throughout the sea. Kuina assured her father. Starting from tomorrow, I will teach you the skills of cutting iron. Your physical fitness was a bit lacking before, but now you are qualified to learn to cut iron. Koshiro said to Kuina. Father, are you telling the truth? Kuina became extremely surprised. Chapter 25 The Powerful Kuina, the Abused Zoro. As this Zantetsu, looking at the broken boulders in front of him, there was a hint of emotion in Linn's tone. It has been almost a year since he came to the pirate world, and he finally mastered his domineering power. Originally, Linn thought Zontai was using armament hockey to harden the blade. When the sword in his hand became extremely hard, he cut off the steel. Unexpectedly, the essence of cutting iron is to sense the breadth of all things and find the weaknesses of the things that are cut off. Just like the stone in front of him, Linn didn't use much force when cutting it off. He just waved the knife lightly, and the huge stone broke into 2 halves. This is the real realm of cutting iron. No wonder there are swordsmen in this sea, but no axemen or stickmen. The original reason is here. Swordsmen rely on skill, using the smallest amount of force to cause maximum damage, rather than relying on brute force to forcefully attack with the sword in their hands. Linn used the surgical fruit ability to scan in the operating space. This ability is equivalent to seeing and hearing hockey. It was precisely because of this foundation that Linn understood that cutting iron relied on skill, not brute force. As long as the power of seeing and hearing is extremely strong, maybe the sword in his hand can cut everything open. Perhaps it's time to ask Koshiro-sensei for more advanced techniques. A smile appeared on Linn's face. Kuina, after several days of hell-like special training, my 3-sword style has been perfected. Are you ready for defeat? In the morning, when Kuina finished her morning exercise, she was blocked by Zoro, who had not shown up for a long time. This scene was rare. The apprentices from the Yixin dojo immediately moved onto small benches and gathered together. Come on, Zoro challenges Kuina again. Including this time, this should be the 2000th time Zoro has challenged Kuina. He is really persistent. Yeah, he hasn't even won a game, but this guy's fighting spirit has not been affected at all. Guess, how many moves can Zoro hold onto in Kuina's hands this time? Zoro can last longer and longer. Last time he lasted more than 50 moves. I guess he can last 60 moves this time. You underestimate Zoro's hellish training. I guess he can last 70 moves. I guess 80 moves. ... The duel hadn't even started yet, but the apprentices had already started whispering. Zoro, you are no match for me, I don't want to duel with you. Kuina glanced at the apprentices who were watching, but she found no trace of Linn. Not only Linn, but also Baby 5 is not here. This makes Kuina a little disappointed. As of this morning, her blood factor transformation has ended, and now she has become stronger than ever. Kuina also wanted to defeat Linn in front of the apprentices, but she didn't expect Linn to show up at all in the past few days. Do you know you will lose, so you are afraid? Zoro said fiercely to Kuina. If that's the case, then come on. Kuina let out a long sigh. She knew Zoro's character and he would not give up if he was not defeated today. Let you see the new achievements of my latest practice of three swordsman style. Zoro holds a sword in each hand and a sword in his mouth. Three swords attacked Kuina from all corners. Before the apprentices could see what was going on, Kuina nailed the intersection of Zoro's three swords with one strike. Zoro's face turned red, but Kuina, who was holding a sword in one hand, didn't change at all. Since when did Kuina become so powerful? When the apprentices saw this scene, they were deeply shocked. Kuina hit the intersection point of Zoro's three sword attacks with one sword, which demonstrated her extraordinary kendo ability. But after that, it was a physical battle. Zoro's previous strength was only slightly weaker than Kuina's. How come Kuina can now block Zoro with one hand? Could it be that Zoro's Hell-style special training was too harsh and he trained himself too weakly? Cold sweat appeared on Zoro's forehead, and he found that no matter how hard he tried, Kuina would not move an inch. It seems that the person wrestling with Zoro is not Kuina, but a sea beast. Impossible, how could you become so strong? Zoro shouted. Zoro could see the limit of Kuina's strength before, but now he can't see where the limit of Zoro's strength is at all. Kuina's physique at this time is 10 times stronger than her past self in all aspects, while Zoro has not changed much. It can be said that the current Kuina can easily defeat 100 Zoro. Kuina exerted a little force, and Zoro fell backwards involuntarily. Kuina defeated Zoro with just one move. It seems that not only Zoro underwent special training, Kuina also secretly underwent special training after she was defeated by Linn. No wonder Kuina hasn't seen anyone in the past few days. It turns out that she is secretly training to defeat Linn. If that's the case, then Linn hasn't shown up in the past few days, and he's also in special training. Yes, I saw Linn swinging his sword at a huge boulder at the beach yesterday. He split the boulder in half with just one swing of his sword. The apprentice who spoke last saw everyone's eyes looking at him, and he laboriously traced the outline of the boulder. What did you say? Linn split the boulder with one sword. Kuina came to the male apprentice and asked him again. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Linn just waved his sword lightly and he split the boulder. The apprentice confirmed again. That's the state of cutting iron. I told Linn the principles of cutting iron a few days ago, but I didn't expect him to have already mastered it. Koshiro's voice sounded behind Kuina. Koshiro-sensei, what is Zentetsu? It sounds like it's very powerful. When the apprentices saw Koshiro coming, they looked at Koshiro with curious eyes. Iron cutting is a skill. Only by mastering iron cutting can you be considered a true swordsman. Koshiro said to the apprentices. Linn has mastered Zantetsu. Zoro once heard Koshiro talk about cutting iron, but he didn't know how to practice it at all. How long did it take for Linn to master Zantai? Don't compare yourself to Linn. In terms of swordsmanship, Linn is at the monster level. There are only 5 monsters with such powerful talents in the whole world. Koshiro saw that the apprentices were deeply affected, and he said to the apprentices. Linn is considered a representative of talent, and these apprentices have seen the terror of monsters. For monsters, ordinary people can only look up to them. If you try to compare yourself with monsters, it is a very hopeless thing. Chapter 26 The Realm of Cutting Iron. Kuina is a woman who wants to become the strongest swordsman in the world, and she has always regarded Linn as her target. After hearing that Linn had mastered Zantetsu, Kuina ran directly towards the beach. She hadn't been here for 2 days, and the beach had already changed drastically. There are twice as many boulders on the beach. The stones were still the same stones, but all those boulders were split in 2 from the middle. Kuina carefully stroked the sections of the stones, and she found that the sections were very smooth. These rocks are all reefs. After years of erosion by the sea, their surfaces are uneven. This smooth section contrasts sharply with the surface of the reef. Kuina, Mr. Koshiro, why are you here? Linn was getting ready to go home after today's morning practice, when he saw Kuina and Koshiro actually appearing here. Linn, did you do all of this? Koshiro asked Linn. Although the apprentices have witnessed it, Koshiro still finds it hard to believe it. Linn looked at Baby-5, who transformed into a long sword. Linn held Baby 5's arm and gently stroked the boulder in front of him, and the boulder was split into 2 again. As this Zantai, Kuina's eyes were filled with shock as she watched Linn easily split the boulder into 2. This technique has broken away from the traditional swordsmanship. No wonder her father Koshiro said Zantetsu is the watershed of swordsmen. Kuina originally wanted to compete with Linn in swordsmanship, but now it seems that there is no need to compete at all. Linn has mastered Zantetsu, and his swordsmanship has surpassed that of Kuina. Looks like it's time to teach you how to be armed and domineering. Koshiro said to Linn, armed hockey. Father, I also want to learn armed hockey. Kuina's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard that Koshiro was going to teach Linn about armed color hockey. She heard her grandfather Kozaburo say that armed hockey can enhance a swordsman's attack power. However, her father always asked her to practice physical fitness and sword skills because of her lack of physical strength. He never taught Kuina armed color hockey. Now Kuina's body is 10 times stronger than before. Now she should have the opportunity to learn armament hockey, right? If it's the current Kuina, that's indeed possible. But Zoro, you are not good enough yet. It is still too early for you to use armed color hockey. Koshiro was still smiling. Koshiro-sensei, I really want to learn armament hockey too. From behind a boulder, a jealous Zoro jumped out beyond recognition. After being defeated at the hands of Kuina, he also came to the beach to look at the boulders that Linn had broken into pieces while practicing iron cutting. Originally, he wanted to hear Mr. Koshiro's evaluation of Linn, but unexpectedly he heard that Koshiro was going to teach the two of them armed color hockey. Zoro didn't know what armament hockey was, but from the surprise in Kuina's eyes, he knew that it was definitely an incredible skill. Koshiro said nothing, he still looked at Zoro with a smile. Zoro became dejected, and he slowly walked towards the village. Although Koshiro has a gentle temper, he usually doesn't change his mind about things he decides. Koshiro did not demonstrate to Linn and Kuina how to cultivate armed color hockey. He only explained to Linn the principles and practice methods of armed color hockey. Even so, Kuina did not stop comparing herself with Linn at all. Linn, I will definitely practice armed domineering before you. When Kuina followed her father back, she turned to Linn and said, I'm waiting for that day. Linn smiled at Kuina. Linn is not worried about this at all. Compared with seeing and hearing hockey, armed hockey is actually the hockey that Linn can easily practice successfully. Because Linn had not only seen the power of armed hockey, but he had also fought against Pika who was armed with hockey. Linn has a more intuitive understanding of armed domineering. But it's one thing to have seen it, and it's another thing to be able to practice it successfully. Koshiro did not describe the special training method of armed color hockey. He asked Linn to realize it through hard training. This method is the awakening method for most armed hockey awakeners on the sea. The most representative legendary figure is Marine's Iron Fist Garp. Linn is not going to use this method. This method is too slow to take effect. Linn wants to use scientific methods to quickly awaken his armed domineering energy. But until night fell, Linn didn't think of how to awaken the armed domineering force. Suddenly, Linn's sense of sight and smell sensed a large ship slowly approaching Shimotsuki village under the cover of night. Is this a pirate? Linn's brows furrowed. Although the pirates in the East Daxia Sea are the weakest in the entire sea, this does not mean that there are no pirates. The ship was approaching the small town of Shimotsuki village at night, and it looked unusual. If it's a pirate, it's just right. Linn needs to fight to hone his armed color and awaken his hockey. But as Linn's domineering, see, clearly the decoration on the hull of the ship that looked like a winding dragon, Linn immediately realized who it was. This was the ship of the Revolutionary Army, and Linn immediately realized that it was the revolutionary Dorag who came to Shimotsuki village to ask Koshiro to replenish food. Before Linn could think too much, Linn's back suddenly tensed up. He felt that someone appeared silently behind him. Room. Linn directly used the operating space to teleport. He wanted to see who had such speed. But when Linn teleported to the opposite side 30 meters away, his original place was empty and the mysterious man was still behind him. Linn's heart skipped a beat, and he teleported again, but the person was still behind him. After teleporting 3 times in succession, although Linn did not look back, he also knew who was behind him. Bartholomew Bear, Linn asked softly to the man behind him. On the sea, there are only 3 fruits that can keep up with the teleportation speed of the surgical fruit, and the 2 are Logia fruits, namely the flash fruit and the thunder fruit. There is only one paramesha, and that is the meatball fruit that appears behind Linn. The meatball fruit looks like a very cute devil fruit, but it was developed by Bartholomew Bear into conceptual level abilities. The reason why he can keep up with Linn's teleportation speed is that he can bounce the air in front of him, giving him a speed comparable to that of light. The reason why Big Bear can always appear behind Linn now is because of this. Have you heard of me? The man behind Linn spoke. The man's voice was very gentle, which made Linn more sure of his guess. Chapter 27 Linn vs. Bartholomew Bear. You are a user with the Paramesha meatball fruit ability. You joined the Revolutionary Army after causing trouble in the Sorbal Kingdom. Linn didn't tell all of Big Bear's deeds, he just selectively picked the one thing that Big Bear could tell the most at the moment. That matter didn't even appear in the newspapers, how did you know about it? You are indeed no ordinary young man. The figure behind him spoke again. Linn turned around, and this time he finally saw Bartholomew Bear. He is nearly 7 meters tall, and even the tallest person Linn has ever seen, Spade, Pika is far less oppressive than his huge body. His entire body was shrouded in a wide cloak, and Linn could only see the Big Bear's wide chin. The Big Bear stretched out his hand towards Linn, and Linn saw the thick fleshy pads in the middle of the Big Bear's palm like a cat's paw, as well as the air pressure cannon formed by the compressed air. Linn was very close to Big Bear, and Big Bear's blow was almost close to the face. But Linn didn't panic. After the Big Bear's shock wave was released at Linn also stretched out his hand. The air cannon formed by compressed air gently landed on Linn's palm, but it did not explode. Is this the fruit of surgery? Dashong was not surprised when he saw this scene. He just asked Linn calmly. This is just one of the most basic applications of surgical fruits. Linn emphasized to the Big Bear. Big Bear's air cannon produces violent explosions by compressing space, but the area covered by Linn's surgical space is Linn's final decision. Amazing fruit ability, so it won't explode. Dashong's legs were in a horse stance, and his palms began to push Linn continuously. This is an advanced version of the attack just now, pushing the pressure cannon hard. The principle of this attack is no different from the previous one. Countless air cannons quickly filled Linn's operating space. Dashong's purpose is very simple. The space of the surgical fruit is not infinite. As long as he fills the surgical space with a pressure cannon, there will always be a moment of explosion. Big Bear's playing style was too unreasonable, but Linn was not helpless. A white bone appeared in Linn's palm. The bone became a bone knife and broke into Linn's hand. Now that Baby 5 is gone, Linn can only use his own bones if he wants to use weapons. Big Bear, the Revolutionary Army came here in secret. You won't wake up the people in the village, right? Linn's figure teleported directly in front of the Big Bear, and the long sword in his hand stabbed the Big Bear. Linn has mastered Zontai, and he can faintly observe Dashong's flaws. Facing the stabbing sword, Big Bear did not dodge, he directly raised his palm to meet it. The sword in Linn's hand hit the flesh pad in the Big Bear's paw, and the Big Bear released all its power. At this time, his sword had no lethality at all. The Big Bear grabbed the air with his other hand, and a new air cannon was formed in his hand. When Linn saw this scene, he decisively abandoned his sword, and his front body transformed into a hedgehog-like bone spike and stabbed directly at the Big Bear. Ding ding ding. When those spikes came into contact with the bear's body, they made a sound like metal clashing. Although his attack was unexpected, it did not break the bear's defense. It's a pity, young man. If these bone spurs of yours were attached with armed domineering energy, maybe the result would be different. Big Bear said, and the air cannon was released silently in front of Linn. Although the power of this air cannon was reduced for fear of waking up the villagers of Shimotsky village, its power immediately caused Linn's bone spurs to break. Rapidly growing bones is Linn's latest ability. Unexpectedly, he was easily stopped by Big Bear. Faced with the almost invincible defensive capabilities of the meatball fruit, Linn had no good solution for a while. Then try this trick again. The name of my move is Chaoshan Chong. A light green blade appeared on Linn's palm, and there was a dim electric light lingering on the blade. This is an attack method that Linn uses to develop weak electricity in his body using the fruit of surgery. This blow is not like the thunder fruit that electrocutes the enemy with a powerful electric current. This blow allows the weak electricity in one's own body to enter the enemy's body, thereby affecting the enemy's control of the body. As long as these weak electricity enter the enemy's body, they will release electrons to the enemy's nerves, causing confusion in the enemy's motor nerves. If the motor nerves are confused, the enemy will lose control of the body. As soon as the weak electricity in Linn's hand came into contact with the Big Bear, all the weak electricity was compressed, and finally entered the compressed Big Bear's paw. This ability cannot enter Big Bear's body at all, and Linn doesn't know whether this ability will be useful to Big Bear. It's unbelievable that my hockey senses the danger from your move. The Big Bear looked at the light blue little Big Bear paw in front of him, with a hint of wonder in his tone. Dashong is not a person who seeks death. Although Linn's strength is far inferior to him, he will not waste time trying to use his own body. Is this the strength of the top warriors on the sea? He is really unreasonably strong. Linn made a bone sword again. Linn could feel the bear's attack on him, but even so, he still could not break through the bear's defense. This is the most powerful enemy Linn has encountered so far. Linn has used all his abilities for this battle. Linn directly used the surgical fruit to cover the Big Bear, and then he began to attack the Big Bear wantonly. Although Linn didn't know why Big Bear would attack him, judging from the extent of Big Bear's aggression until now, it seemed that Big Bear didn't have much hostility towards him. This was an excellent rehearsal opportunity. Linn used all the conjectures he could think of and all the swordsmanship he had mastered on Big Bear. When faced with ordinary enemies, the surgical fruit can be used as a random killing method, but when faced with top-notch experts such as Big Bear, it can only be used as a supplementary method. The main method of fighting enemies still relies on swordsmanship. The Big Bear gave Linn a great sense of oppression, and his swordsmanship quickly underwent a radical change during the battle. Gradually, a dark aura appeared on Linn's sword blade, and his sword actually cut open the Big Bear's cloak. Armed hockey. I finally mastered armed hockey. Linn felt the abnormality in his body just now, and he used the results of the surgery to recreate the scene just now. This time the entire white bone sword turned black, and Linn's aura became much stronger. Congratulations, you actually awakened armament hockey during the battle. You can actually use the weak current in your body to develop moves. You are amazing, Linn boy. In Linn's perception, another person dressed in the same dress appeared in front of Linn. However, this man did not launch an attack on Linn. He actually pressed his hand directly on the weak electricity that was compressed and imprisoned by the Big Bear with the meatball fruit. Chapter 28, The Funny Ladyboy King, the Revolutionary Army Who Seeks Help from Linn. The moment he almost absorbed the weak electricity into his body, the mysterious man's body began to twitch, and then he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Obviously this blow doesn't look very powerful, but I lost control of my body. Linn boy, your attack is simply the nemesis of physical skills. The man gave Linn a very fair evaluation. Embryo Ivankov, king of the monsters. Linn asked this funny man. This man's movements on the ground were so intense that he not only revealed his iconic huge purple afro, but also his light blue face with heavy makeup. In fact, even if his cloak is very large, it cannot cover the head that is larger than an adult. Ah, am I exposed? Hearing Linn's words, Ivankov's struggling huge body suddenly stopped, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. That's weird. Ivankov stood up with his hands on his hands and said, hip-hop, in his mouth. Obviously, he still hasn't solved the problem. It's strange that my hormone fruit has no effect on your move. Ivankov felt shocked. His devil fruit allows him to have absolute control over the inside of his body, so why can't he control Linn's attack? No need to waste your efforts, your hormone fruit is the hormone that controls the human body. My Ranshin Chong does not use hormones. Linn said to the funny guy in front of him. Linn boy, do you think you can control me with this ability? For me, who has the hormone fruit, I can resolve the chaos in my body directly from the inside of the mountain. Ivankov smiled confidently, and then his body began to move randomly. No matter how much he controlled, he couldn't make his hands and feet obey his orders. Big Bear couldn't stand it any longer. He patted Ivankov lightly with his hand, and all the weak electricity released by Linn was shot out of Ivankov's body by Big Bear. Only then did Ivankov finally return to normal. Big Bear's response method is correct. In addition to using the Devil Fruit ability to eliminate it, another way is to use armed hockey to forcibly regain control of the body. Linn boy, aren't you in Germa? Why are you here? Is there some big plan brewing? Ivankov's big head came close to Linn, and he asked Linn mysteriously. I came to learn swordsmanship from Mr. Koshiro. Now I am just an ordinary swordsmanship apprentice at Ishin Dojo. Linn picked up the sword in his hand and said to Ivankov. Koshiro is a good swordsmanship teacher, and you are very discerning. A deep man's voice sounded, and through his military green cloak, Linn could see a strange diamond-shaped tattoo on his face. Monkey D. Dorag, Linn asked the man. After this man appeared, Big Bear and Ivankov surrounded him, not to mention the marks on his face. Although Linn's sentence just now was a question, he was actually sure that it was Dorag. Yes, I am Dorag. Originally, I wanted to talk to you, Linn, about Germa's armor purchase in North Blue, but I didn't expect you to show up in Shimotsky village. Dorag said to Linn. He was not surprised that the Revolutionary Army knew that he was the actual controller of Germa. If there was no developed intelligence network, the Revolutionary Army would have been wiped out by the world government long ago. How could Dorag become the most vicious criminal in the world? Linn boy, your armor is really great. Lindbergh even said your armor is the perfect weapon. Ivankov's big head came closer and he added to Linn. The Revolutionary Army obtained the design drawings published by Germa, but according to their research, there were no drawings for several extremely critical components of the armor. If the Revolutionary Army could master the technology of making armor, they would not be as passive as they are now in the battle against the world government. Unfortunately, before Captain Crow of the Northern Army arrived at Germa, the Revolutionary Army got the news that Germa was heading to the East Daxia Sea. I told Judge, no matter if it's a pirate, a marine, or anyone else, as long as you pay, you can sell it. You can just go talk to Judge. Linn didn't expect that Dorag would speak directly to him. We need 10 armors, and the shorter the delivery time, the better. But now Germa's order for armor production has been scheduled for half a year. When business came up, Dorag's expression became more formal. Linn probably understood what Dorag meant. He wanted Linn to use the back door for the Revolutionary Army. Walk to him through the back door. There is a reason why the Revolutionary Army is so big. It's just 10 pieces of armor. It's very simple for me. But, Linn fell silent when he said this, and looked at Dorag. Linn, I wonder what we can do to help Germa. Dorag already understood what Linn meant. It's not Germa's business, it's my business. You have to go to Shimotsky village to raise food. I need the help of Ivankov's hormone fruit tonight. Linn said to Dorag. Oh, does it mean that Linn boy, you also want to become a cute girl? Ivankov's eyes shone brightly, and he looked at Linn as if he were seeing one of his own. Ivan, leave the matter of raising food to me. You can listen to brother Linn tonight. Dorag thought it was a big deal, but he didn't expect Linn's request to be so simple. Delog and Big Bear left the beach as if teleporting, leaving only Linn and the Demon King Embryo Ivankov. Linn, you are really discerning. You know that I was once called a human engineer who transformed people's interior. Come on, let me turn you into a perfect S*************. Embryo Ivankov looked at Linn up and down, and he was already thinking about how to transform Linn. Stop your thoughts, I just want you to use the ability of the hormone fruit on me. I want to see what the hormone fruit has in common with the surgery fruit. Linn said to Ivankov, hormone fruits control human endocrine secretions, such as growth hormone, estrogen, androgen. Controlled hormones, such as epinephrine, are also used during surgery. Devil fruits are idealistic. Since these hormones are included in the surgery, Linn can control the hormones. If Linn's conjecture is correct, then Linn can gain the ability to control endocrine. I don't know how you're going to do it, but I think it would be interesting. A smile appeared on Ivankov's face. Chapter 29 Monster King, I want you to help me practice. Ivan, from now on, you won't talk much, you just need to cooperate with me as I ask. After Linn was alone with Ivankov for 3 minutes, he reluctantly made this request to Ivankov. The Ivankov in front of him is simply ADHD plus talkative, and his strong curiosity almost makes him unable to stop talking for a moment. Obviously, Linn boy, you are still a child. What are you doing when you are so mature? You are not cute at all. When Ivankov heard Linn's words, he made a very troubled expression, and then he stopped talking. Then let's start with female hormones. Boy Linn, you will be a very cute lady when you become a lady. 5 spikes suddenly appeared on Ivankov's palm, and he stabbed Linn's waist directly. Room. Linn teleported away from where he was just now, and Ivankov didn't hit anything. Wait a minute, don't you have hyperactive hormones? Let's start with this, Linn said to Ivankov. Linn felt a little headache for this guy who always wanted to turn people into cute girls. Hyperhormones. As Ivankov said, his hands went straight into Linn's waist. Linn felt something injected into his body. In less than 3 seconds, Linn felt that the physical strength that had bottomed out from the battle with the big bear quickly became abundant. The heartbeat increases by 20%, and even the blood flow rate increases. The eyes are bleeding, the blood vessels in the hands and feet are bulging, and people have a desire to fight. Linn felt that his soul and body were split into 2 completely different individuals through the fruits of the surgery. The body has become more manic than ever before, but the soul remains extremely calm and can even record various abnormalities in the body. Linn can control the movement of his internal organs, which allows Linn to obtain more nutrients than others through eating food. Although it is still not possible to control 100% of the internal organs, Linn's absorption of food is no worse than that of a strong person who has mastered the return of life. Compared to internal organs, it seems that Linn's application of bones is stronger than that of 5 internal organs. This is the inspiration that Linn got from the human exoskeleton modified by Germa's blood factor. But now, with the help of Ivankov, Linn sees the hyperactive hormones. In layman's terms, this hormone is called adrenaline. In normal times, he would not be able to control the endocrine substances in his body, but in the surgical space, Linn has absolute control over his body. Ivan, can you control the amount of hormones? Linn asked Ivankov. I am a person with the hormone fruit ability. Of course I can control the hormones entering your body. Considering that your body is not fully grown yet, I only use half the amount compared to an adult. Ivankov made an explanation at this time. Linn probably understood that Yuan's control was all based on experience, and he did not break down the amount of injected hormones at all. Driven by the results of the operation, the exciting hormones in Linn's body began to be gradually controlled by Linn. Linn's somewhat violent aura began to gradually calm down. What's going on? Could it be that your body is more resistant to my exciting hormones? Feeling that Linn had regained his composure so quickly, Ivankov stroked his chin with his left hand and began to think. Ivankov could feel that Linn had been affected by hormones before, but the hormones quickly disappeared due to unknown effects. Ivankov injected stimulating hormones into so many people on the sea, and this was the first case like Linn's. Linn boy, did you use the power of the surgery fruit to offset my hormone fruit power? Ivankov's eyes lit up, he had already guessed the truth. It's not about counteracting it. I'm using the power of the surgical fruit to store your hormonal power. Linn replied to Ivankov. Can it still be like this? No wonder the fruit of the operation is in your hands. It seems that you are indeed the most suitable person for it. Ivankov thought of the rumors on the sea. The rumor says that what kind of fruit power each esper will obtain is actually already determined. It's not the person who chooses the devil fruit, but the devil inhabiting the devil fruit who chooses the person whose personality is most similar to it. Linn's use of the surgery fruit has far exceeded the surgery itself. When it comes to the development of devil fruit abilities, Linn is definitely one of the people who have developed the most perfect abilities. Ivan, can you try to see if the hormones mobilized by the surgical fruit are different from your excited hormones? Linn's hand pressed on Ivankov's waist, and then Ivankov felt that the exciting hormones in his body were aroused. Why can you master the ability similar to the hormone fruit? I don't remember saying that there are any higher level devil fruits than hormone fruits. Ivankov is a user with the hormone fruit ability, and his ability to control the hormones in his body is no less than that of Linn in the surgical space. Obviously each devil fruit's ability is unique, but Ivankov discovered that the ability of the surgery fruit now overlaps with the ability of the hormone fruit. This fruit is a god-level devil fruit that he grabbed in the Valley of the Gods when he was young. He even used this fruit to save an already dying kingdom. But now Linn used the surgical fruit to create the effect of the hormone fruit, which made Ivankov feel that his hormone fruit suddenly no longer smelled good. I use the surgery to speed up the operation of your organs that produce exciting hormones, so that more hormones than usual will be secreted from your body. This is much more troublesome than directly using your physical strength to convert any hormone. As if seeing Ivankov's shock, Linn explained to Ivankov. Linn boy, can we start using the second hormone now? Ivankov's mood quickly adjusted, and now he has returned to the sunny and cheerful boy he was before. This time I will show you a very powerful hormone, facial growth hormone. As Ivankov spoke, he dug his nails into his big face. Originally, 3 meters of Ivankov's nearly 5-meter height was his big face. Now with the help of hormones, Ivankov's already huge face has become even bigger. Isn't this expansion jutsu? Linn looked at Ivankov's big face, and he suddenly thought of a ninjutsu from another world. Chapter 30 Becoming a Woman. Ivankov's growth hormone was injected into his face, so he made his face bigger. If growth hormone is injected into other places, can this place also become larger? The next moment, looking at his casserole-sized fist, Lynn knew that his guess was indeed correct. This reminded Lynn of Monkey D. Luffy's rubber fruit. No, it should be called Nika fruit now. That fruit can turn a person's body into a rubber-like substance. Just blowing air into the gaps between bones can make the corresponding parts larger. The next step is to heal the hormones. This ability will cause great damage to the human body. If the injury is serious enough, this ability will consume lifespan. After Ivankov introduced Lynn, he inserted his nails into Lynn's body. The next moment, Lynn felt that the cells in his body began to metabolize at an unreasonable speed. The rapid metabolism of cells caused the food in Lynn's body to be quickly consumed, and the next moment it began to consume Lynn's body. This consumption rate is much faster than Lynn's ability to use the surgical fruit. Linn only suffered minor injuries before. When the wounds were completely healed, this ability stopped. Although healing hormones can make people recover quickly, the consumption on the human body is also extremely shocking. After Linn experienced it, he said to Ivankov, "Hee, you are such a smart boy. This trick cannot be used as a conventional treatment method." Ivankov agreed with Lynn's statement. Then, the last one is female hormones. Linn boy, let's become a cute girl. Ivankov's face became extremely excited, and he also changed from the greasy man just now into a hot lady with a bulging figure. After the female hormones were injected into her body, Linn felt that her body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair quickly grew longer, and in less than a moment, Linn also turned into a long, straight, black beauty with an explosive figure. Before, Linn used the surgical fruit to exchange souls and entered the bodies of Baby 5 and Reiju, but those were needed for combat and research. This is completely different from seeing yourself transform into a girl. Linn made a visual inspection and found that his current figure seemed to be even better than that of Baby -5. Do you like this feeling, little Linn? Admit it, you still want to be a girl in your heart. Ivankov gently raised Lynn's chin, and she teased Linn. I like girls, but I don't want to become a girl. Linn said to Ivankov. Only then did Linn realize that his voice had become delicate and clear, which sounded very pleasant to the ears. Then what will happen to you if I don't help you change back? Ivankov showed an excited expression. He couldn't wait to get an answer. I can change back myself. The first few words Linn said were still in a girl's voice, but when he said the last two words, he had already changed back to his original voice. Linn's height began to increase, and her bulging figure became normal again. Linn became a man again. What's going on? How did you come to use male hormones? Ivankov's eyes bulged, looking very incomprehensible. Is this how male hormones are used? Linn smiled at Ivankov. When the female hormones took effect on Lynn's body, Linn looked for those hormones that continued to dissipate and collected them. Those were male hormones. After the female hormones fully took effect, Linn used the power of the surgical fruit to directly make the male hormones follow the route they had just taken in the body, and Linn returned to normal. You actually developed the ability of the hormone fruit from the surgical fruit. Linn boy, you are really a monster. Ivankov looked at Linn, his expression was so solemn for the first time. I feel bad when I think about my hormone fruit ability being learned by you, Linn boy, overnight. Ivankov's face showed a look of pain, and he clutched his chest tightly, looking heartbroken. Ivankov seemed unsteady on his feet and began to stagger. That's weird. Ivankov became energetic again and put on his classic pose. Unfortunately, Lynn's expression did not change. He has long known how funny Ivankov is, so naturally he will not be fooled by Ivankov. Linn boy, you are so young, how can you be as boring as Dorag? Seeing that Linn never fell into his trap, Ivankov suddenly felt bored. It's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs, Ivan. Dorag's figure appeared behind Ivankov, which made Ivankov's expression freeze instantly. Has all the food been collected? When Linn saw Dorag, he asked Delog. It still needs a little time. Dorag replied, Linn boy, we will have a chance to meet again. After Ivankov finished speaking to Linn, he walked towards their ship. As for Big Bear, this man was very taciturn. He didn't say anything. Dorag, Linn said that the armor has been prepared for us, and we can send people to the kingdom of Kokia to receive it. After returning to the ship, Ivankov said to Delog. When Ivankov and Linn were experimenting with the hormone fruit's abilities, Linn used a phone bug to tell Judge about it, and Judge had already arranged it. Let Betty make a trip. Let our 10 companions get familiar with the armor in the kingdom of Kokia before joining us. Dorag said to Ivankov, are we doing something big? Ivankov suddenly became energetic. It's just an idea, it may not be implemented yet. Delog looked at the sea, he was still so cautious. Dorag, Linn's strength is very good, do you want to absorb him into our ranks? After Ivankov left, Big Bear spoke to Dorag. Linn hasn't grown up yet, but Big Bear has already seen Linn's potential. That young man is very ambitious. He is not from the same group as us. Dorag said to the Big Bear. It's not that Delog has never thought of recruiting Linn. Linn's strength and ability are very strong. If he joins the Revolutionary Army, he will at least be a strong man above the level of army commander. But Delog felt that Linn was also an extremely ambitious person, otherwise he would not have gone to the East Daxia Sea to practice hard after taking control of Germa. When the sky was getting dark, the big ship of the Revolutionary Army disappeared into the sea. Chapter 31 Preparing to leave, Drago appears in Shimotsuki village. The great celestial dragon is about to arrive in Goa Kingdom. Lynn picked up the newspaper and saw the headlines of the World Economic News. The celestial dragons are coming to the East Daxia Sea, and the uncertainty terminal of the Kingdom of Nagoa seems to be burning. Linn looked at the headlines of today's newspapers and knew that the gears of fate of the three Luffy brothers were about to start turning. Now that he has learned the swordsmanship as well as the armament color hockey and the knowledge color hockey in Shimotsuki village, there is no need for him to continue to stay in Shimotsuki village. Linn, are we leaving Shimotsuki village? Baby 5 seemed to realize something, and she asked Linn. In the past few days, Baby 5 has been sent by him to the kingdom of Kokia to observe Germa's war. Baby 5 is a user with weapon fruit abilities. Knowing more weapons and their applications is a good way to enhance BABY5. After the revolutionary army came last night, Baby 5 was recalled to Linn's side again. It's almost time. Just wait a few days and we'll leave Shimotsuki village and travel around the East Daxia Sea. Looking at Baby 5's expectant eyes, Linn said to Baby -5. BABY5, prepare to go to sea. I'll go to the Ishin dojo first. Linn said to Baby -5. Although they were only traveling in the East Daxia Sea, they still needed to prepare 2 or 3 days of clean water and food when taking a small boat. Are you needed again? I'll get ready right now. When Baby 5 heard Linn's words, she became very motivated instantly. You are truly a born worker. When Linn saw Baby 5's full of fighting spirit, this idea suddenly came to his mind. You actually mastered armament hockey. Ishin dojo. Koshiro's tone was full of shock. If I remember correctly, he just told Linn about the principles of armed color hockey yesterday, right? In just one day, Linn successfully practiced the domineering power of armed color. What a talent! Koshiro had only heard of those who were born with the awakening of armed hockey, but ordinary people could successfully practice armed hockey in one night. Linn was the first person Koshiro met. Well, I had a battle with the people who came to Shimotsuki village last night. Those people were very strong. I unknowingly used the armament hockey under the pressure. Linn explained lightly. I see, I just said that I seemed to sense the breath of fighting last night. Koshiro had no intention of hiding it from Linn. Linn has already met Dorag and his party, and there is no point in hiding it anymore. Linn, I have nothing more to teach you. The rest requires you to practice life and death on the sea. Koshiro looked at the extremely young disciple in front of him, and in a daze, he felt that he had already seen the future great swordsman. With such a terrifying talent, as long as Linn doesn't die midway, Linn will definitely have a place among the great swordsmen on the sea in the future. Father, do you want to drive Linn away? Kuina also came in at this time, and she happened to hear Koshiro's words. It's not that I want to drive him away, it's that he has awakened his armed domineering energy, and I have nothing left to teach him. Hearing his daughter's words, a drop of cold sweat ran down Koshiro's forehead. His daughter seemed to be questioning him, which made Koshiro realize that maybe Kuina wouldn't be able to stay at Ishin dojo for long. Kuina's change happened because of Linn. When Linn leaves, Kuina will most likely go to sea with Linn. If Linn wants to leave, then I will go with Linn. Sure enough, Kuina's words confirmed Koshiro's guess. No, you have neither mastered Zont nor armament hockey. It is too dangerous for you to go to sea now. Before Koshiro could speak, Linn refused. So, if I master Zontetsu and armament hockey, can I go on adventures with you? Kuina didn't care about Linn's rejection, she grasped the key point from Linn's words. That's right, when Mr. Koshiro thinks you have the ability to protect yourself, I will come to pick you up personally. Linn smiled at Kuina. Linn, I admit that I lost this competition with you again, but I will not keep losing. I want to become the strongest swordsman in the sea. Kuina's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Koshiro had an awkward smile on his face, and he felt that his presence at this time was extremely annoying. Then I'll take my leave now, Koshiro-sensei. Linn said to Koshiro. Hey, Linn, I have developed a new trick, let's duel. As soon as Linn walked out of Koshiro's room, he met the green algae head Zoro. Zoro has conducted more difficult special training on himself during this time, and his strength has increased again. Zoro, Linn has mastered the armed hockey, he is leaving the village and preparing to go to sea. Before Linn could speak, Kuina said to Zoro behind Linn. Going to sea, has Linn completed his studies at Ishin dojo? Zoro opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect that Linn had already completed his sword training. Koshiro-sensei, is what Kuina said true? Zoro asked unwillingly to Koshiro who came out last. Of course it's true. Linn came here to say goodbye to me. Koshiro's words shocked Zoro even more. Zoro, practice well and I'll wait for you on the sea. After Linn finished speaking to Zoro, he walked towards the outside of Ishin dojo. Linn, one day in the future, I will beat you. Zoro's voice echoed in the sky across Ishin dojo. Baby 5 is very efficient. She has prepared everything before going to sea. They just have to wait until dawn tomorrow before they can go to sea. Baby 5 was grilling a huge sea fish. When the sea fish was roasted and became sizzling and oily, the wind suddenly picked up on the coast. What a strange weather. No wonder Mr. Koshiro said there will be a big storm tonight and asked all residents to close their doors and windows and not move around. Baby 5 felt the stronger and stronger wind, and she said to Linn. The apprentices of Ishin dojo are all from Shimotsuki village or surrounding villages. They can all go home to avoid the storm, but she and Linn are the two exceptions. Don't worry, Mr. Dorag will not let Cage reach us. As Linn finished speaking, the storm suddenly became much smaller. Linn, who is Dorag? Baby 5 asked Linn. She felt that the name was familiar, but she did not remember seeing such a person. Before Linn had time to explain to Baby -5, he felt a very terrifying aura shrouding the place. In just a moment, Baby 5's eyes turned white and he fainted. Brother Linn, we meet again. Dorag walked out of the darkness and said to Linn. Chapter 32 Treating Sog, the Revolutionary Army's big move. Did you use Conqueror's Haki just now? Linn looked at Delog in front of him, and he asked Delog. He had seen Conqueror's domineering power in Doflamingo before, but Doflamingo released it for a moment, and Linn didn't have time to realize it. The same is true for Dorag this time. Although his Conqueror's Haki was only released for a moment, Linn felt that his Conqueror's Haki was at least 10 times more powerful than Doflamingo. Yes, that is indeed Conqueror's Haki. Dorag admitted. Linn, you are a user with surgical fruit ability. Can you help me save a person? He is about to die. After saying this, Dorag directly stated the purpose of coming here. I can try. Linn boarded the Revolutionary Army's ship. I have to say that the Revolutionary Army is really a mysterious organization. Ordinary members of this organization wear cloaks that cover their whole bodies, and they also wear animal masks on their faces, which makes them look very mysterious. In the ship's medical room, Ivankov and Big Bear are using their fruit abilities to keep Sabo alive. Big Bear uses the power of the meatball fruit to pop out small red balls from Sabo's body. These small red meatballs are the pain caused by Sabo, and Ivankov was constantly injecting hormones into the boy to hang on to his life. This boy must be Sabo. When Linn saw this blonde-haired boy, he had already guessed his identity. Linn boy, this boy's bones and internal organs were all shattered by the Celestial Dragon's cannon. Can your surgery fruit ability restore him? When Ivankov saw Linn appearing, a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. I haven't tried it, I can try it. Linn opened the operating space, and Sabo's injury immediately stopped deteriorating. Sabo may have felt it too, and his distorted expression slowly began to calm down. Seeing that Sabo's injury had stabilized, Dashong ejected himself directly from the operating room. The operating room in the cabin was not big to begin with, so Dashong left immediately after Linn took over. The originally crowded operating room suddenly became spacious. Linn directly cut open Sabo's belly with a bone knife. Seeing the scene inside the belly, the two people in the operating room couldn't help but tighten their pupils. Half of Sabo's internal organs were damaged. If Ivankov and Big Bear hadn't been hanging on to his life, he would have died immediately. Fortunately, the fragments of Sabo's internal organs were all inside the body. Linn only needed to complete the splicing and have Ivankov inject healing hormones into Sob's internal organs. Soon, the first internal organs were repaired. It does work. Ivankov's face lit up with joy. After that, they followed the same pattern, and Sabo's organs were repaired one by one. After repairing the internal organs, those broken bones can be repaired better. In less than half an hour, Sob, who originally looked like a broken rag doll, finally regained his integrity. Sabo's life was finally saved. The surgical fruit is indeed a surgical fruit. It can indeed be used to save the life of the boy in front of me. When Ivankov saw this scene, he also laughed. Where did this young man come from? I seem to sense that there are many civilians on this ship. What happened? Linn asked Ivankov. Although Linn had already guessed it, he still wanted to hear what exactly happened. They are all residents rescued from a place called Uncertain Terminal in the Kingdom of Goa. Ivankov's eyes looked at Sabo, and he told Linn what happened. The Kingdom of Goa has gained a lot of reputation in the world government because of its spotless towns. Some celestial dragons heard the news and wanted to come and see it. In order to keep the country absolutely clean, the nobles of the Kingdom of Goa decided to completely erase the dark side of the country, the Uncertain Terminal. So last night the Kingdom of Goa set off a fire at the Uncertain Terminal, and the entire Uncertain Terminal was burned to a white ground. When the Kingdom of Goa was setting fire, they actually refused to let the residents of the Kingdom of Goa put out the fire. The Revolutionary Army appeared there, and Dorag used his own ability to open a passage for the people trapped there. In order to thank the Revolutionary Army for their kindness, those who could not survive decided to join the Revolutionary Army. This is where the people on the boat come from. As for Sabo, that was discovered by the Revolutionary Army when they were tracking the celestial dragons during the day. At that time, the Tianxiang people were heading to the Kingdom of Goa. The boy in front of them rowed a small boat with a tattered pirate flag and set out to sea from the Kingdom of Goa. Tianxiang didn't expect that a ship would dare to stand in front of him, so he directly opened fire and sank the young man's boat. When Dorag rescued the young man, he found that he was already dying. Ivankov and Big Bear began to hang on to his life. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army all met Linn. They happened to be going to Shimotsky village to replenish food, so they tried to ask Linn to rescue the boy. Wait a minute, why are you following the Celestial Dragons? Do you want to take action against the Celestial Dragons? Linn had long known the truth about the Uncertain Terminal. He was not shocked by what Ivankov said, but he seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Dragon people? What kind of Tianxiang people? I just said that there is a celestial dragon ginseng Kingdom of Goa. I didn't say anything else. Ivankov realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, and he refused to say any more news about the Tianxiang people. Interesting, I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to have such a terrible plan. Linn did not continue to ask Ivankov, but he had already roughly guessed something. It seems that the Revolutionary Army is going to take action against the Tianlong people. The Celestial Dragons are known as the World Noble, and no matter what they do, they will be protected by the world government and marine. It can be said that these Tianlong talents are the biggest cancer in this world. The Tianlong people have no strength at all, but no one dares to attack the Tianlong people. Because once someone offends a Celestial Dragon, General Marine and CP0 will take action and raze that area to the ground. The world government has been established for so long, but no one has ever dared to take action against the Tianlong people. It is precisely because of this that those Celestial Dragons are so inflated that they call themselves gods at every turn. If the Revolutionary Army can kill the Tianlong people, it may cause quite a shock on the sea. Linn, I'm going to help them move food. Do you want to come with me? Ivankov saw that Linn seemed to be still thinking about the Tianlong people, so he said to Linn. This topic is top secret information from the Revolutionary Army, and Ivankov cannot tell Linn this top secret information. When Linn came out of the cabin, he saw the Revolutionary Army quietly moving in bags of food. These revolutionary troops were numerous, but they did not make a sound. Chapter 33 Big News, the Tianlong people were attacked. The next day, a big news made the whole world tremble. Shocked, the Celestial Dragons who visited the kingdom of Goa were attacked in the upside-down mountain. This was the first time that the news of the attack on the Tianlong people was published in the newspaper. Everyone who saw the news was shocked. Dad, someone finally took action against the Tianlong people. New World, on the Moby DK, Marco's face was full of admiration for the force that attacked the Draco. Who has the guts to attack the Celestial Dragons? When he heard that the Tianlong people were attacked, a flash of light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Even he, who is known as the strongest pirate group in the world, does not want to attack the Celestial Dragons rashly. Once he kills the Celestial Dragon, the world government will fight him to the death. Whitebeard is just a pirate, not a madman. Even Kaido, who always took pleasure in committing suicide, did not dare to do such a thing. Is there another bold new pirate star appearing? When the other captains heard the big news, they all started talking about it. Those attackers are armor that has become popular in the sea recently. Those attackers wore armor all the time, and no one knew who they were. Marco revealed the picture in the newspaper, and everyone saw the armor in the photo that was on fire and flying in the sky. In these attacks from the sky, the few warships responsible for protecting the Tianlong people were all turned into waste. These armors are all painted with strange colors. Not only do they not have any signs of power in appearance, but they are also completely different in appearance from the armor made by Germa. In other words, as long as you put on this armor, no one will know whether the person under the armor is tall or short, fat or thin. The captain of the 4th Division, Saki, flashed a thoughtful look. More than that, we don't know whether the armor is an ordinary human race, a fish human race, or even a giant race. Joes came up with an even more startling idea. The eyes of these pirates all lit up at this time. Although they don't know who is assassinating the Tianlong people, this force provides them with a new idea. Perhaps these armors will become the most powerful assassination weapons on this sea in the future. Whitebeard just glanced at this newspaper, and he knew that this news would greatly increase the reputation of Germa's armor. The Tianlong people were attacked. Now it's time for the Warring States period and others to take action. Now, the pirates in the East Daxia Sea will be purged. Whitebeard has been fighting world government for decades, and he knows the style of world government. This time the attackers were well planned and the world government would not find any clues. But if the Tianlong people are attacked, someone must be responsible for this matter. The result can only be bad luck for the pirates in the East Daxia Sea. Beckman, who do you think did this? In Windmill Village, the Red Hair pirates are also discussing this issue. Does it matter who did it? What matters is who has to bear the wrath of the Tianlong people. Ben Beckman slowly drank the wine in front of him and said to Shanks. Do you still have any doubts? It must be our pirates who are unlucky. On the table behind Beckman, Jesus put one hand on the armrest of the chair and said to his friends. When the other pirates heard Jesus Boo's words, they laughed even happier. They are the red-haired pirates. Other pirates are afraid of Marine, but they are not. Mr. Shanks, if Marine wants to deal with you, you will be troubled, right? The bar owner Maginot opened a bottle of wine for Shanks and asked Shanks. She is just an ordinary bar owner. Although these people in front of her are nominally pirates, after getting along with each other for this period of time, Maginot feels that these pirates are not bad people. Shanks, you seem to be underestimated. After hearing Maginot's words, Lucky Lou laughed at Shanks. The other members also echoed, and the entire tavern was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. We are currently the strongest pirates in the East Daxia Sea. If Marine wants to take action, we will probably be the first target. Although Beckman despised Marine in tactics, he never underestimated any opponent in battle. Where's that little guy Luffy? Why didn't you see him today? Jesus looked around and found that Luffy, who was always there every day, didn't come today. He went to pay homage to his sworn brother Sabo. Sabo was killed by a cannon fired by the Celestial Dragons on the day the Celestial Dragons visited Goa Kingdom. When Maginot heard Jesus Boo's words, she also thought of Sabo. Compared to Luffy and Ace, he is a very polite kid. It was the Celestial Dragon who was attacked in the newspaper who did it. The red-haired pirates reacted. No wonder Luffy didn't come today. It turned out that something like this happened. They actually attacked the Tianxiang people. The revolutionary army is really generous. In the East Daxia Sea, Linn was riding a Baby 5 galloping on the sea. This time Baby 5 transforms into not an amphibious motorcycle, but a yacht. This also gives Linn a more comfortable ride. No matter how Linn asked last night, Ivankov would not reveal what they were going to do. Now Linn knew that they actually attacked the Tianxiang people, and they used the armor Linn gave them. The armors on this sea are all produced by Germa. Will Germa be punished by the world government? Baby 5's voice came from the yacht. Linn conquered Germa, made armor, disrupted North Blue, and participated in a series of actions. Now that the whole sea knows that all armors are produced by Germa, the world government is likely to make things difficult for Germa. Germa is now one of the powers controlled by Linn. Baby 5 does not want to see Linn's power damaged. But world government is a behemoth, and she doesn't know how to help Linn. Don't worry, Germa has evidence to prove that they didn't do it. Because all the armors produced by Germa are numbered, and those armors that leave the factory are numbered, and they all have alibi. Those armors that attack the celestial dragons must have been built by forces based on the armor's design drawings. After all, Germa has made all the design drawings public in order to allow the participating countries to deal with the pirates. Linn laughed. What if the world government doesn't believe it? Baby 5 asked a very good question. Now Germa has the strength that they must believe in. Linn laughed. Call out. When Linn was discussing this matter with BABY5, Linn's insightful look revealed that a cannonball was shooting straight towards them. The pirates on this sea use solid front-loaded cannons, and the hit rate of these cannonballs is very impressive. But the shell in front of me was an exception. Its impact point was actually the BABY5. Who was attacking me? Linn didn't even think about who the enemy was for a moment. Chapter 34 Buggy Pirates. Room. Linn directly used the ability of the surgical space to move the shell that was about to hit Baby 5 out of the way. Boom. The cannonball hit the sea, and a huge wave of water was exploded. It's the Buggy Pirates. Linn's intelligence and domination had already seen the cannon-firing pirate ship in the distance, and he also recognized the pirate group through the red-nosed pirate flag painted on the sail. The Buggy Pirates are a famous pirate group in the East Daxia Sea. The captain of this pirate group is Buggy the Clown, who has a bounty of 15 million Baileys. Buggy is currently the only Esper pirate in the East Daxia Sea, and he is also the most hidden pirate in the East Daxia Sea. Linn hadn't gone to find Buggy yet, but he didn't expect Buggy to take the initiative to provoke him. The shells fired by the Buggy Pirates were so powerful that the hull of Baby 5 began to shake. Who is attacking us? Baby 5's upper body appeared at the bow collision angle, and one of her arms turned into a sniper scope. There, pirates attacked us. Baby 5 immediately locked onto the pirate ship in the distance, and she began to sail straight towards the ship. How could you miss me so close? On board the Buggy Pirates, a man with a big red nose and clown makeup on his face cursed angrily at his subordinates. They were originally planning to rob a town on the sea and use the wealth from the robbery to buy machinery to dig out treasures. But they saw the strange-looking baby number 5 on the road. According to Buggy's intuition, he felt that those who could ride on such a boat must be rich people, so Buggy had the idea of plundering and shot Linn. What Buggy didn't expect was that the shot that was sure to hit suddenly missed the target. Captain Buggy, I saw that our shells had clearly hit the target. I don't know why the shells suddenly missed the target. The gunner who fired the gun just now was almost crying. Captain Buggy, that small boat is rushing straight towards us. They seem to have discovered us. The lookout saw this outrageous scene at the top of the ship, and he hurriedly reported to Buggy. He sensed the bombardment and didn't run away. He still dared to charge towards our Buggy Pirates. Is this guy crazy? Buggy's white-gloved left hand rubbed his smooth chin, and the next moment he put his hands on his hips and laughed. Could it be that this guy is frightened by Lord Buggy's name and is ready to take the initiative to hand over his treasure and ship to the great Captain Buggy? Buggy stepped on the barrel with one foot and burst into laughter. Is Captain Buggy crazy? He is a pirate. How could he have such a fantasy? The animal trainer Li Ji moved to the side of Chief of Staff, Kabaji, who was riding a unicycle, and he whispered to Kabaji. Who made him the captain? Kabaji spread his hands and ordered the gunner to fire. Ordinary civilians would run as far as they could when encountering pirates, but this ship was abnormally approaching here. Kabaji felt that maybe the people on this ship were pirate hunters. But this is an opportunity for them. The closer the ship is to the Buggy Pirates ship, the higher their hit rate will be. Fire. When Linn's enemy was finally locked by the Buggy Pirates, several cannons on the Buggy Pirates ship were fired almost simultaneously. Boo-hoo. Shells appeared in front, back, left and right of Linn. Most of the shells missed, and a huge wave of water rose around BABY5. Only 3 shells hit the cabin of Baby-5. Unfortunately, the shells disappeared the moment they were about to hit the ship. This is not an illusion, the shells really disappeared. When the pirates of the Buggy Pirates saw this scene, their jaws hit the deck in surprise. Devil Fruit Power, it's unmistakable, this is a Devil Fruit Power user. When Buggy saw this scene, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Buggy himself was the one who almost reached Elbaf, so his knowledge was naturally much better than that of his crew members. Buggy has always been the only Devil Fruit user except for the Marine Colonel Smoker of the Rogue Town branch. Now a third one has appeared. I originally wanted to rob him, but now I have to use Buggy bullets to sink him. Buggy's face darkened, and he ordered the crew. Buggy shells are special artillery shells developed by Buggy himself. This kind of artillery shell can destroy most of the town with one shot. It can be said that 13 million of Buggy's 15 million belly bounty is due to Buggy's bullet. When the Buggy bullet entered Linn's surgical space, Linn discovered something abnormal. This cannonball is different from ordinary cannonballs. This cannonball actually has the flag of the Buggy Pirates painted on it. This is the Buggy bomb developed by Buggy. Linn recognized it immediately. In order to prevent the power of the Buggy bomb from affecting him, Linn directly used brute force to throw the Buggy bomb several hundred meters away. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and a ball of fire rising hundreds of meters above the sea. Call. The violent shock wave pushed Baby 5 towards the Buggy Pirates even faster. Have you seen the power of my Buggy bullets? Keep reloading. I don't believe I can't blow this guy up. Buggy started dancing on the boat. Captain Buggy never hit that ship. Vice Captain Mochi complained to Chief of Staff Kabaji. Yeah, even Buggy bombs can't hit that ship. We feel like we should run. Kajiba was also convinced at this time. But they were too late. Linn had already appeared in front of the Buggy Pirates. Click, click, click. Baby 5's body deformed, and she turned directly into a golden red mark armor to wrap Linn in it. Boom. Flames burst out from her back and feet, and the mark armor fell steadily onto the deck of the Buggy Pirates. Seeing Linn and Baby 5's cool appearance, Buggy was a little stunned. It turns out there is not one Esper, but two Devil Fruit Espers. Buggy suddenly panicked. Linn was so difficult to deal with before, but this girl in a maid outfit seems to be stronger. Young ones, come on. Although Buggy was panicked, he was not completely confused yet. He also has a unique trick, special Buggy bullets. As long as he can hit these two people face to face, Buggy doesn't believe that their bodies can withstand the special Buggy bullets. Baby 5 directly transformed a Gatling weapon, and she fired directly at the pirates. The strength of these pirates is not even comparable to that of the Doflamingo family, so machine guns are enough to deal with them. As the machine guns spit out tongues of fire, the Buggy pirates who were preparing to charge towards Linn and the two with swords and guns suddenly suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 35 The Fruit of Surgery versus the Fruit of Fragmentation. No one expected that this sweet-looking maid girl would actually pull out such a big killer weapon from under her skirt. What kind of devil fruit is this? It can turn into various weapons. Buggy was stunned. It's been a long time since I've seen a person with abilities. Baby 5 directly used her abilities to teach Buggy a lesson. Run away. The surviving members of the Buggy Pirates saw that the situation was not good, so they all jumped into the sea. Buggy was soon left alone on the deck. Buggy also wants to jump into the sea and escape, but he is a devil fruit user and he is a landlubber. He wanted to escape, but he had no way to escape. Chinliangguadao Buggy. Linn looked at Buggy dressed as a clown in front of him, and he asked Buggy. Are you bounty hunters? Buggy asked Linn. No, we are pirates. Tell me, why did you attack us? Linn asked Buggy. If I said it was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Buggy smiled awkwardly at Linn. Misunderstanding? You can explain your bombardment just now with a misunderstanding. So, now you want to stab me with the back of your hand, is this also a misunderstanding? Linn seemed to have eyes behind him. He stepped on a hand wearing a white glove that was holding a knife. It hurts, it hurts. Buggy jumped in pain. Is this guy also a devil fruit user? Baby 5 saw the left hand that was stepped on by Linn, and then took a look at Buggy's missing left hand. She immediately realized this. The way she looked at Buggy suddenly looked wrong. The guy in front of me was so despicable. Even though he was a devil fruit user, he showed weakness to Linn and then attacked Linn from behind. Buggy is a user with the ability to split the paramesh of fruit. This ability is very powerful if it is developed well. A bone sword appeared in Linn's hand, and as if to show off, he swung a dozen swords directly at Buggy. When Linn's sword slashed through Buggy's body split open. But when Linn's sword left Buggy's body healed instantly. I am a person with Paramesha split fruit ability. I cannot be killed. Buggy is a pirate after all. When he saw that Linn's sword couldn't hurt him, Buggy felt like he could do it again. Split into pieces clown flying knives. Buggy flew out with his right hand holding the dagger. Buggy's move was like flying with a sword, and his hand holding the dagger could actually turn. A white light flashed on Buggy's right hand, and Buggy's hand was divided into 5 parts. Even so, Buggy could still move his hands, as if Linn's attack had no effect on him at all. My surgical space doesn't seem to work on Buggy's split fruit. When Linn saw this scene, he suddenly realized this problem. Linn's surgical space can cut and manipulate objects at will, while Buggy's dismembered fruit can freely split and splice his body. Even though Buggy is not armed with hockey and cannot defend against Linn's cutting has no effect on Buggy. It seems that your fruit ability is very similar to my uncle's split fruit effect. Buggy looked at this scene and he smiled even happier. Now that Linn can't kill him, things get interesting. Buggy immediately felt that he could do it. He could kill the 2 brats in front of him. Look at my move again. Split into pieces and fly close to the ground. Buggy threw out his 2 arms, and the 2 arms flew towards Linn like boomerangs. It's not over yet. Split into pieces pancakes. The tip of a knife appeared on Buggy's shoes, and he threw his lower body out. The 2 imps in front of me are only capable of bluffing. It seems that I can take down these 2 imps without using Buggy bullets. Buggy's upper body was floating in the air, and his face showed joy. Split the cannon. Buggy's left hand retracted, and he flew out again with 3 daggers in his hand. Now there are more than a dozen body parts of Buggy flying towards Linn together. The scene is quite spectacular. Buggy's attack only looks powerful, but it won't have much effect on Linn, who has mastered the armament hockey. Linn didn't use armament hockey, he just used the ability of the surgical space to play with Buggy. Linn has absolute control over the surgical space, and he can sense every move of Buggy's limbs in the surgical space. Buggy, since your body has been split, I wonder if the other parts of your body will be affected if I apply the power to your arm. Linn's hand released a clear blue light, which was the weak electricity condensed in his body. Charge in chaos. When Buggy's arm came over, Linn's hand directly pressed on Buggy's arm. The next moment, Buggy's limbs began to fly around, and even Buggy's torso, which was only the upper half of his body, fell to the ground. What kind of power do you have? Why can't I control my body? No, you can't say it's uncontrollable, it's chaos controlled. Such a terrifying ability, this is by no means an ordinary devil fruit. Buggy's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he felt how scary Linn was at this moment. I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Linn, and I am a user with Paramesha Surgery Fruit ability. Linn introduced himself to Buggy at this time. The fruit of the surgery. Are you the pirate from North Blue with a bounty of 90 million belly? Buggy finally recognized Linn's identity, and his expression turned even worse at this time. This kid has such skillful fishing skills at such a young age. It's really disgusting. If he hangs out the pirate flag that can prove his identity, how could he take action against him? What are you going to do to me? You can't kill me anyway. How about this? Let's reconcile. All the gold and silver treasures on my ship belong to you, how about we each go our own way? Buggy suggested to Linn. Confused, I can't kill you now, but now the gold and silver treasure on your ship is mine. You want to use my money to buy your life, isn't it appropriate? Linn looked at Buggy with a very evil look. I also have a treasure map in my hand. It is said to be left by the golden pirate Wu Nan. If we find it, we can share it equally. Buggy once again made a condition. I'm not interested in treasure. Linn said again. Then what do you want to do? You can't kill me anyway, so you can't keep this stalemate, right? Buggy also felt a little dizzy. Who says I can't kill you? As long as I sink your whole body into the sea, I don't believe you will survive. Linn smiled at Buggy. As we all know, people with abilities don't know how to swim, and Buggy is not a fishman. If Buggy is thrown down, Linn doesn't believe that Buggy can survive. Chapter 36 Being Targeted by Marine. Don't worry, I have a way to make you obedient. I won't throw you overboard. Linn said to Buggy, who was almost stunned. Control me. Buggy hadn't asked Linn how he planned to control him, but then he saw Linn's method. Linn came directly in front of Buggy, raised the bone sword in his hand and stabbed Buggy in the chest. This time Linn directly picked out a beating block, which was Buggy's heart. Although Buggy's split fruit can defend against all slashing attacks, the unarmed and domineering Buggy couldn't defend himself against Linn's heart-wrenching attack. Buggy wanted to stop him, but his body parts were squirming on the ground, and he couldn't control his body at all now. Linn snapped his fingers, and Buggy finally took back control of his body. What did you do to my body? Buggy's body was all back together, but he found that the piece taken away by Linn had lost control. What's even more terrible is that the piece taken away by Linn was actually his heart. I told you, I have a way to make you obedient. Linn took Buggy's hand and gave it a firm squeeze. Buggy immediately felt a heartbreaking pain. Buggy's split fruit only makes Buggy immune to slashes, but he will still be injured when faced with blunt blows and other abilities. Germa's judge is more aware of current affairs than Buggy. After realizing that his heart has been controlled by Linn, Judge immediately considers himself as Linn's subordinate and does his job quite well. Buggy is different. As a pirate, he yearns for freedom and is unwilling to be controlled by Linn. Linn pinched Buggy's heart 4 or 5 times before Buggy realized the reality. I won't let you control me forever. Although Buggy has a tough mouth, his body is still very honest. He called on board the crew members who had jumped into the sea. Buggy didn't say that he was being controlled, he just said that he had reached an alliance with Linn, and Linn's authority was at the same level as Buggy. Although the pirates didn't know how Buggy became an alliance with Linn, a strong man, this did not prevent them from being happy. In order to celebrate Linn's alliance with the Buggy pirates immediately held a banquet. Buggy, here I come. After the party was over, Buggy sneaked into Linn's room. This is Buggy's condition for agreeing to Linn. He can use the split fruit to cooperate with Linn in research, but he must not do it in front of the Buggy pirates. If the crew of the Buggy pirates found out that their captain had become someone else's subordinate, wouldn't Buggy lose face? Linn didn't care about this, he just wanted to study Buggy's body structure. Room. The operating space was opened, and Linn began to disembowel Buggy. But Linn failed. Buggy's entire body seemed to have become the same structure, and Linn's knife could not cut Buggy's body at all. Just like when Luffy ate the Nika fruit, his entire body turned into a soft object like rubber. The same goes for Buggy's body. The section after cutting off Buggy's hands and feet was not blood vessels and bones, but a black object. It seems that Buggy's disconnected limbs are all an illusion, but in fact his limbs are always connected through some kind of spatial ability. Linn feels that Buggy's ability is very similar to the surgical space. The surgical space is also a specific range to realize the splicing and cutting of objects. Within the operating space, Linn can split his body. However, although his body will not lose its functions after being separated, he will lose control of his limbs. After all, the surgical fruit is not omnipotent, and Linn cannot do this by splitting the fruit into pieces. The research was over at this point, and Linn asked Buggy to go back. Linn himself began to develop the fruits of surgery. Perhaps when facing a slash or other unavoidable attack, I can cut off a certain part of my body in advance, so that I won't be injured. This was the inspiration for Linn from Buggy's split fruit. Boom. Early the next morning, the Buggy Pirates ship suffered severe shaking. The Buggy Pirates ship was actually attacked by others. Who dares to bombard our Buggy Pirates? The pirates of the Buggy Pirates were in a mess, and they all cursed angrily. Their sweet dreams were disturbed early in the morning, and the pirates of the Buggy Pirates were very angry. Although Buggy's bounty is not high, in the East Daxia Sea, Buggy is considered a big pirate. There are very few pirates in the East Daxia Sea who can defeat Buggy, especially the Buggy Pirates who have Buggy bombs. Isn't it said that the East Daxia Sea is the most peaceful sea area? Why are we being attacked again? Baby 5 walked onto the deck sleepily, and she said to Linn. The carnival last night made Baby 5 feel so comfortable that she didn't even notice when Linn got up. I have to say that Linn and the others don't seem to be very lucky. Yesterday they were attacked by the Buggy Pirates, and today they were attacked again on the Buggy Pirates ship. Captain Buggy, it's Marine who attacked us. The lookout looked at the black figure that was gradually approaching them, and he exclaimed to Buggy. When did Marine from the East Daxia Sea become so brave? Buggy was shocked. In his impression, the Marines in the East Daxia Sea only patrolled around the Marine base, and they almost never took action against pirates. Buggy took the telescope from the subordinate next to him and found that it was indeed a Marine warship. Marine warships use standard warships, and the appearance of all Marine warships is almost exactly the same. Buggy doesn't care about these Marines at all, but when he saw the man standing on the Marine deck, he suddenly lost his composure. White Hunter Smoker, why is he here? Buggy exclaimed. Smoker is the most famous figure among the Marines in the East Daxia Sea. Since he started guarding Rog Town, few Marines have been able to enter the Grand Line through his defense zone. Moreover, this guy is also a user with Logia's Devil Fruit ability. In the East Daxia Sea, a place where domineering power is rare, his fruit ability is a symbol of invincibility. What happened? Why didn't Smoker properly guard Rog Town? He actually ran to the sea. Buggy, I suspect that you are the murderer of the Celestial Dragon. Capture him immediately, or I will kill you. Smoker's voice came from the Buggy Pirates ship. The Celestial Dragons cannot die in vain, and the world government and Marine have begun to crack down on crime and evil in the East Daxia Sea. Obviously, Buggy has been targeted by Smoker. Chapter 37 Linn vs. Smoker. Run away. Buggy saw that Smoker was chasing him, and he immediately told the crew to speed up and escape. The pirates had all heard of the name White Hunter, and they started rowing with all their might. Still want to escape? Smoker saw this scene, and he directly asked the Marine warship to fire at the Buggy Pirates. Boom boom boom. Cannonballs exploded around the Buggy Pirates, and water jets continued to be blown up around the Buggy Pirates. The Marine warship gradually shortened the distance, and they also entered the Buggy Pirates' shooting range. The Buggy Pirates' artillery fire also fired at the Marine warship. A large plume of white smoke poured out of the Marine warship, and the white smoke wrapped around the warship like smoke. When the Buggy Pirates' cannonballs are about to fall on the warship, the white smoke will condense into a fist and knock the cannonballs away. Is this the Logia smoke fruit? Linn saw the white smoke entangled on the warship, and he knew that this was Smoker's ability. Smoker is said to be the most rubbish Logia user, and Linn feels that this is not an exaggeration. A large cloud of smoke floated out from the Marine warship. Smoker directly used his fruit power to rise into the air and chase the Buggy Pirates. The pirates of the Buggy Pirates use pistols and spears to fire at the smoke in the sky, but the smoke is invisible, so how can they hurt Smoker? White Smoke Bomb. Smoker flew onto the Buggy Pirates ship, and his body turned into a massive amount of smoke that filled the pirate ship. Room. When Linn saw this, he directly used the surgical fruit to create a spherical space that enveloped him in BABY5. In this spherical space, Smoker's smoke cannot invade. Within 30 seconds of using the operating space, Buggy, whose eyes turned white and seemed about to faint at any moment, accidentally broke in through the white mist. I don't know if it was luck or coincidence, but Buggy was saved. This place is not affected by the white smoke. Buggy took a big breath of air, and he finally recovered. Buggy's split fruit can only defend against slashes. Faced with Smoker's ability to suffocate him with smoke, Buggy's split fruit cannot withstand it. Now, except for him, everyone else in the Buggy Pirates was suffocated and unconscious due to the smoke. I didn't expect there to be strong people besides Buggy on board the Buggy Pirates. The smoke that enveloped the Buggy Pirates turned into Smoker again. Smoker took out 2 cigars from his clothes and lit them. He took a deep breath of smoke and walked into Linn's surgery space. Are you Linn, the Linn who had 90 million Baileys for the first time he was offered a bounty? Smoker's professionalism is much higher than Buggy's. He recognized Linn the first time he saw her. Smoker can feel that this Linn is much stronger than Buggy. You actually know me. A flash of surprise flashed in Linn's eyes. He has been in Donghai for so long, and Smoker is the first person to recognize him at a glance. It's been a long time since pirates destroyed the Marine base. I've seen the news, so I'm very impressed by you. Smoker took out the 10 hands inlaid with sea tower stones and said to Linn. Originally he thought he could only catch Buggy with a bounty of 15 million Baileys, but he didn't expect that there was a big fish named Linn on Buggy's boat. At this point, Smoker's cigar was already half burned. Smoker took a deep breath, and all the smoke from the cigar was inhaled into his body. The battle thus began. White fist. Smoker's arm turned into smoke, and his fist hit Linn's face at an extremely fast speed. Although the speed of this blow was very fast, Smoker's fist could not escape due to Linn's operating space and his domineering power. Linn only took half a step back to avoid Smoker's attack. The next moment, Smoker's fist circled back, and Linn easily dodged it again. What's going on? He seems to be able to see through my attack trajectory easily. Smoker couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. White man. Smoker immediately changed his tactics and prepared to use his smoke fruit to turn into a rope to tie up Linn. The smoke surrounded Linn, but he didn't seem to notice it. Smoker's eyes flashed, and the white mist shrank instantly. Before the white mist could tie up Linn disappeared before his eyes. Your abilities don't seem to work on me. Linn's voice sounded behind Smoker. Smoker's scalp felt numb, and he decisively used elementalization to get himself out of there. But until he gathered his body again, Linn didn't attack him again. Why does it feel like Smoker was suppressed by Linn? Buggy looked at the two people who were confronting each other again, and he had a deeper understanding of Linn's strength. Linn never took action from beginning to end, but Buggy felt that Linn was always in control of the situation. Linn is very strong. Baby 5 was not surprised at all by the situation in front of him. Linn was able to force the Doflamingo pirates into the Grand Line, and the little marine colonel in front of him was there. Smoker did not continue to use the smoke fruit ability this time. He changed his fighting method. He raised his 10 hands and smashed towards Linn. The top of the 10 hands is inlaid with sea tower stone. As long as he can hit Linn's body, Linn's defeat is certain. The fruit that Linn ate was the fruit of surgery, but judging from the situation just now, Smoker didn't feel that Linn's ability had anything to do with the surgery. Since the ability cannot be seen through, Smoker will not compete with Linn in terms of ability, but in physical skills. If Smoker remembers correctly, Linn is not yet 15 years old. This time, the advantage is mine. Smoker came out of Zepha's recruitment training camp anyway, and his physical skills were not comparable to those of a pirate like Linn who had never even set foot on the Grand Line. With great confidence, Smoker charged towards Linn. A bone sword appeared in Linn's hand. When Smoker's 10 hands wanted to hit Linn's head, the bone sword in Linn's hand swung out. Bite. A white light flashed from Halushishi's hand, and the 10 hands made of steel actually broke. The crisp sound just now was the sound of the upper half of the Juju hand inlaid with sea tower stone falling on the deck. This time Linn did not use the ability of the surgical space. He used his kendo skills to cut off Smoker's 10 hands using the technique of cutting iron. When Smoker's 10 hands hit Linn sensed the 10 hands, breathing, and he saw the weak points of the 10 hands. You are actually a swordsman. Smoker looked at the half of 10 hands on the ground, and his voice was a little unbelievable. Chapter 38 Smoker, Iron is harmful. The devil fruit is inferior to humans, and now his physical skills are also outclassed by Linn. Smoker feels very embarrassed. Smoker is already 24 years old, and he is at the peak of his physical fitness. And Linn is far from reaching his peak moment. However, Smoker, who had experienced the peak of marine training, was actually suppressed by Linn during the fight just now, and all of his hands were broken. Still going on, Smoker. Linn asked Smoker, of course we have to continue, I haven't captured you yet. Smoker started to stand still, and the next moment he disappeared directly in front of Linn. This is not his fruit ability, this is shaving, among the 6 marine styles. As Zepha's student, Smoker's ability to use the marine 6th form was expected by Linn. Xiao uses explosive power to make himself disappear in front of the enemy, but the fruit of Linn's surgery can really teleport. Swish, brush, brush. Smoker's figure kept appearing on the deck, but no matter how he used the shaver, he could not find Linn's figure. And every time Linn appeared, he was behind Smoker. Colonel Smoker, he's behind you. He's still behind you, Colonel Smoker. Colonel Smoker, be careful, you haven't gotten rid of him yet, he's still behind you. At this time, the marine warship had already approached the buggy pirate's ship, and the marines kept warning Smoker. Smoker has never been so outgunned, not even by his fellow marine recruits. After arriving at Rog Town in the East Daxia Sea, the pirates here were even weaker, and Smoker didn't feel that way anymore. But today, Linn made Smoker feel sweaty. You guys are so noisy. Listening to the voices from the marines on the marine warship, Baby 5's palm turned into a rocket launcher, and she fired directly at the marines on the opposite side. Flames suddenly ignited on the marine warships, and the marines on those warships began to panic. There are even marines climbing here. Baby 5's hands turned into 2 revolvers, and she started firing at the marines. This is Linn's battle with Smoker, and she won't let these marines interfere. Smoker saw that he could not get rid of Linn, so he used the power of the smoke fruit to fly straight into the sky. Any fruit ability should have an attack range. Smoker doesn't believe that Linn's ability has no limit. Did you just react? Linn looked at Smoker's actions, he was a little disappointed. I don't know if Smoker is born like this, or if he has been playing low-end games in Donghai for too long, and his combat awareness is completely weak. Your method is right, but you overlooked one point. I am faster than you, there's no way you can fly out of my attack range. Linn's voice kept ringing behind Smoker. Even though Smoker had started to spin and fly, he still didn't see where Linn was. The next moment, Smoker felt a pain in his stomach, and his eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Smoker's figure flying upwards was frozen, and in front of him, Linn's fist had hit his stomach. The pain Smoker felt just now came from Linn's punch. Smoker never thought that even a Logia user like him would be hit in the body. Armed hockey, I didn't expect you already know how to use armed hockey. Smoker looked down and saw the black film on Linn's fist, and he understood everything in an instant. Only armed color hockey can capture the elementalized Logia. It is obvious that Linn used armed color hockey. But even he doesn't know how to do armed color hockey now. How did Linn learn it? Before Smoker could ask this question, Linn's fist used force again, and Smoker's body smashed through the deck and fell into the cabin. After a while, Smoker staggered onto the deck. One of his hands was tightly covering his stomach, and the blood oozing from his mouth was still unwiped, and his whole body no longer looked as high-spirited as when he had just been killed on board the ship. Smoker originally thought he could catch two big fish, but he didn't expect Linn to be so tricky. Smoker, you are no match for me. There is no need to continue fighting, right? Linn looked at Smoker and asked Smoker. I was careless just now, I still have a trick that doesn't work. Smoker took a few hard breaths, and then he lit the remaining cigar again. I didn't release the iron block just now. If I released the iron block, you would never be able to break my defense. Smoker had full confidence in the iron block, but he didn't see that Linn's expression had become strange. Smoker, iron is harmful to people. Linn looked at Smoker, and he persuaded Smoker earnestly. The iron block makes the user's body as hard as steel, but when it comes to standing and using the iron block to receive the enemy's attack, it means that the enemy's attack power is stronger than him. In the pirate world, there are so many iron block practitioners who have crazy confidence in the iron block, and then they were defeated by the iron block. But Smoker didn't believe it. He didn't understand Linn's words at all before he was stabbed in the back by an iron block. Smoker could no longer move, and he was waiting for Linn's fist. Linn could only agree to Smoker's request. Linn's left fist directly hit Smoker's abdomen, and Smoker's body flew backwards towards the marine warship like a prawn. Crack! The thick main mast of the marine warship was broken by Smoker's body. Colonel Smoker. When the Marines saw this, they all exclaimed. Linn looked away. He didn't know if Smoker died from this punch. This is not important to Linn at all. If Smoker dies, it only means that he is not strong enough. Still not leaving. Are you waiting to continue fighting Marine? Linn saw that the pirates of the buggy pirates had woken up and were staring blankly at the marine warship in chaos. Linn asked the pirates. After hearing Linn's words, the pirates reacted, and the buggy pirates ship began to move away from here. Master Linn, where are you going? The pirates of the buggy pirates asked Linn carefully. They had already ignored their captain Buggy. We're going to Windmill Village. Baby 5 said to the pirates. What, you're going to Windmill Village? On the ship of the buggy pirates, Buggy was torn apart when he heard Linn's destination. It's as if there is some kind of terrifying Poseidon in Windmill Village. Chapter 39 The Attention of Marine Senior Management. Although there are no scary Poseidons in Windmill Village, there is the person Buggy least wants to see in Windmill Village, and that person is in Windmill Village now. It was that man who ruined Buggy's dream of finding underwater treasures. Buggy now still hates that man. That's the Windmill Village. On board the buggy pirates, Buggy pointed his finger at a black spot in the distance and said he would not go any further. Linn didn't force it. Baby 5 transformed into a speedboat, and Linn rode directly onto Baby 5 and headed towards Windmill Village. Linn remembers that there was a Poseidon living here under the sea, which prevented many young people from Windmill Village from dreaming of going to sea. Linn was on guard against the offshore king along the way, but until Baby 5 drove to the beach, Linn did not see the offshore king. At the port of Windmill Village, a huge three-masted ship flying the flag of the red-haired pirates stood out among the small fishing boats. Although the current redheads have not yet become the latest pirate emperors in the New World, they are the most likely contenders. Even Baby 5 has heard of the reputation of the red-haired pirates. This is the strongest pirate group that Linn has ever seen. Linn appeared in the East Daxia Sea. Smoker has been seriously injured by Linn and fell into a coma. When Linn arrived at Windmill Village, Marine Headquarters Marine Fando was in a panic because of the news. Smoker is Marine's strongest person in the East Daxia Sea, and he is also the only Logia Devil Fruit user among the new generation of Marine. Smoker's military rank is Colonel, but this does not mean that Smoker's strength is only at the Colonel level. Smoker is both a Logia user and Zephyr student. His future can be said to be bright. It's just that Smoker's character is too unruly and can even be said to be a famous problem for Marine. In order to sharpen his character, Marine Headquarters put him in the East Daxia Sea. With his strength, it can be said that he killed indiscriminately in the East Daxia Sea. Smoker can be considered loyal to his duties in the East Daxia Sea. In recent years, few East Daxia Sea pirates have entered the Grand Line. I have already said that I should be the one to take part in this operation. If it were me, I would have wiped out all the pirate groups except the red-haired pirates by now. Sakazuki snorted at Sengoku. After learning that the Tianxiang people were attacked in the East Daxia Sea but not knowing who the murderer was, Sakazuki's suggestion was to kill all the armored people in the East Daxia Sea. This also includes Linn. Linn was the first person to use weapon fruits to transform into armor. He is the source of the proliferation of armors in the sea now. In addition to these armored men, pirates were also killed together. It is better to kill the wrong person than let him go. This is Sakaski's attitude. In Sakaski's view, only in this way can the Tianlong people be satisfied and Marine not be disappointed. But Garp said he was unwilling to let Sakaski go to the East Daxia Sea. The red-haired Shanks is now in Donghai Windmill Village. With Sakaski's character, he won't care about the civilians there. There were 2 of Garp's grandsons there, how could he tolerate Sakaski's chaos? So Garp directly took over this mission, and he had already left Marijoa with 10 warships. Vegapunk has invented the technology of inlaying sea stones on the bottom of warships, so marine warships can directly cross the windless zone and enter the East Daxia Sea. Walking this way is much faster than climbing upside down mountain. But until today, Marine Headquarters has not received news that Garp's fleet has arrived in the East Daxia Sea. Linn can actually beat Smoker, he's growing up so fast. Sengoku thought about Lin N's information. Linn first appeared a year ago, and at that time he was just an ability user. It has only been a year now, and Lin N has not only mastered advanced swordsmanship, but also mastered the armament color hockey and the knowledge color hockey. Although Smoker's combat report did not mention that Lin N would meet Wensei hockey, Sengoku could infer this from the report. Lin N's growth rate is so fast, I'm afraid even the pirate emperors who rule the new world will be like this when they are Lin N's age. Those pirate emperors have already given Marine a headache. There must be no new pirate emperors born among the pirates. Actually, the most suitable person to carry out this task is Porcelino. Unfortunately, he happens to be in the critical period of capturing Tiger and the Fishman pirates. Looking at the extremely angry Sakaski, Lieutenant General he sighed. 4 years ago, the Fishman Tiger climbed onto Marijoa with his bare hands, freed the slaves in Marijoa, and set a fire in Marijoa. This was the first time that the authority of the Draco was challenged. The Draco were very angry, so the 5 elders personally ordered Porcelino to take charge of this matter. Porcelino is a user with the Logia Shining Fruit ability, and he is the fastest man on the sea. According to 5 elders' calculations, Porcelino can capture Tiger back in a month at most. But 5 elders underestimated Porcelino's paddling skills. He has been performing this action for 4 years, and now Tiger is still making trouble on the sea. Tiger is no longer fighting alone, but has established a Fishman pirate group, the Sun Pirates, to gallop on the sea. The sea is the home ground of the Fishmen. Whenever Porcelino forces Tiger into a desperate situation, the Fishman pirate group will sneak into the deep sea to escape. It is said that Porcelino has mastered the specific whereabouts of the Sun Pirates this time, and can kill Tiger this time. If Porcelino had carried out this mission in the East Daxia Sea, with his ambiguous and righteous way of doing things, most of the pirates in the East Daxia Sea would have been arrested. As for enemies that are too difficult to deal with, such as the red-haired pirates, he will only drive them to the Grand Line and not cause too much damage to the East Daxia Sea. This will not only give an explanation to the Tianlong people, but also won't cause too much damage to the East Daxia Sea. Kuzan is responsible for guarding Mariehoya's combat force, which was a request made by the 5 elders after Mariehoya was attacked. Mariehoya must be guarded by a general-level combat force, and Kuzan will not be able to leave Mariehoya in a short period of time. Contacted Lieutenant General Garp. Now Lieutenant General Garp has arrived in Rog Town. A Marine staff officer walked in excitedly and reported to Marine senior management. Finally some news from Garp. Tell Garp that Linn is the first target of this operation and the red-haired pirates are the second target. Warring States ordered the messenger, and he asked the messenger to tell Garp the matter verbatim in the form of a written order. Sengoku has always felt that Lin N's threat is no weaker than that of the red-haired pirates, so he will strangle Lin N before he has grown up. If another year passes, a pirate group more terrifying than the red-haired pirates may appear on the sea. Chapter 40 The Red-Haired Pirates, the famous scene of Bandit King Sig. Lin had no idea that defeating a colonel from the Rogue Town branch would cause such a shock to the Marine headquarters. Lin has arrived at the door of Maginot's Tavern. Windmill Village is not big, and there is only one pub here, so Lin can't go wrong at all. It seems like a very interesting person has arrived. When Lin stood outside the tavern, a smile appeared on Shank's lips. Shanks didn't expect to see someone who had awakened the hockey of armed color and the hockey of knowledge in the East Daxia Sea. This person was still a teenager. When Lin opened the door and entered the tavern, all the pirates in the red-haired pirate group were looking here. Lin, a new pirate star who was first offered a bounty of 90 million Baileys, and is suspected to be the founder of the armor that has become popular in the sea recently. If a person like you doesn't go to the Grand Route to fight for hegemony, how could you come to the East Daxia Sea? When Lin appeared, Ben Beckman asked Lin. Ben Beckman has the highest IQ in the sea, and he has all the pirates' information in his head. Even though Lin's bounty had not been touched since the time he was listed, Ben Beckman told all of Lin's information the first time he saw Lin. What Beckman said is much more detailed than what world government has recorded. Why should I come to Donghai? Of course it's because I want to come. Lin replied matter-of-factly. Well said. This is the freedom of a pirate. Come on, let's drink to Brother Lin's words. Shanks pushed a glass of wine in front of Lin, and the red-haired pirates burst into laughter. Hey, little Luffy, you're not old enough to drink yet. Shanks held down a hand from under the counter, and Lin followed the 2-meter-long arm and saw Luffy hiding in the corner. Now that Luffy has eaten the Nika fruit, his body can be stretched at will, just like a rubber that can't be stretched. Why, I am also a sea warrior, I can drink too. Luffy pointed to the scar on his face and shouted to Shanks. Here, drink juice. Baby 5 handed her juice to Luffy. Ah, it tastes great, thank you. Luffy took a sip and thanked Baby 5 with a smile. Look, he actually likes to drink juice. He is indeed a little devil. Shanks slammed the table so loudly that he burst into tears from laughter. The other pirates are also trying to enlighten Luffy and make him happy. Linn, it seems that this red-haired pirate group is very different from the Doflamingo pirate group. BBAY5 poked Linn gently, and she whispered to Linn. To BABY5, this seemed like a group of happy people, and they were different from the pirates she had seen before. Of course, the red-haired pirates should be the freest pirate group on the sea. Linn smiled softly at BABY5. For freedom, do it. Linn was not polite, he directly picked up the wine glass handed over by Shanks and drank it in one gulp. Linn's approach won their favor, and the whole bar was filled with a happy atmosphere. Linn, why did you come to Windmill Village? Did you come to join our red-haired pirates? After a round of drinks, Ben Beckman asked Linn the purpose of coming here. They had been in Windmill Village for a long time, and it had been reported in the newspaper. Beckman did not believe that Linn met them by accident. Of course not, I just want to see how strong the pirate group that can reach the top of the New World Pirate Emperor is. I will form a pirate group that is stronger than yours. There is no need for me to join you. Linn said to Beckman, if you have great courage, go with your courage. If you want to join our pirate group, maybe Shanks will let you become an intern of our pirate group. Jesus BU was very impressed by Linn's words. He laughed and patted Linn on the shoulder and said to him. It's not fair. Linn is not much older than me. Why can he go to sea with you? When Luffy heard what Jesus said, he protested loudly. If you were half as strong as Linn, I would let you go to sea with us. Shanks smiled at Luffy. Linn knew that his strength had been seen through by Shanks and others. These people were killed back from the New World, and each of them has a great reputation in the New World. The red-haired pirates are an elite pirate group. There are not many members in their pirate group, but each one of them is a real strong person. Although Linn didn't know how strong the red-haired pirates were, he could feel that each of these members was very strong. Luffy snorted heavily, and then he held his glass of juice and sulked. Bang! A loud noise attracted everyone's attention, and the door of the tavern was kicked open. Excuse me, are you pirates? Everyone looked stupid. A bearded man looked around the tavern and scolded everyone. At this moment, the warm atmosphere was ruined, the red-haired pirates stopped moving, and everyone was looking at this man. Here comes Bandit King Sig. Linn didn't expect that he would come by such a coincidence and see this famous scene. We're not here to cause trouble, serve us wine, Sig said to the proprietress in front of the wine cabinet. Sorry, the wine just sold out. Maginot looked at the guests in front of her and said apologetically. Oh, pirates have wine when they drink, but we bandits don't have wine when we drink. I can understand that you look down on us bandits. Sig asked Maginot. I'm so sorry, we seem to have finished the wine in the pub. If you don't mind, I have another bottle here. Shanks handed the unopened bottle of wine to the man in front of him. But Sig didn't appreciate it at all. He punched the bottle in Shanks' hand and broke it into pieces. I asked you, do you know who you are talking to? This glass of wine is not enough for us to rinse our mouths. Sig rejected Shanks' friendship and gave Shanks a hard blow. Let Lousy see it clearly, Lousy is Sig who has a bounty of 8 million Baileys. Pirates like you Lousy have killed 56 of them. Sig held up the wanted poster in his hand and showed it off to the red-haired pirates. Here comes Sig's famous scene. Linn looked shocked. Among the pirates present, the bounty leader of BABY5, who had the lowest bounty, was higher than Sig, not to mention the red-haired pirates who had returned from the New World. This was the most glorious moment in Sig's life. I'm afraid even Sig didn't know he was so brave, right? Chapter 41. Cutting off the grass means rooting it out. Have you learned it, Luffy? Be more sensible from now on. The mountains and the sea will never meet again anyway. Seeing that Shanks remained silent, Sig thought Shanks was afraid of them. Shanks remained silent as he began to lower his head and pick up the broken wine bottles for Maginot. When Sig saw this scene, he swung the sword in his hand directly. With just one blow, all the wine glasses on the bar shattered. Not only Shanks's, but also Linn and Baby Five's were shattered together. Don't you like cleaning? Now you can clean it properly. Sig looked at everything on the bar, and he suddenly felt happy. BABY5, beat this guy who ruins the atmosphere out. When Linn saw the few drops of wine stains on his collar, his mood suddenly became very unhappy. Shanks is a big pirate with a bounty of 1.040 billion Baileys. He doesn't pay attention to small people like Sig at all. But Linn is not Shanks. He obviously didn't mess with anyone, but now Sig has affected him. What did you say, kid? Sig was originally going to leave, but now he turned his attention to Linn. Linn didn't bother to talk nonsense with this weakling, he directly used his fruit ability. Room. The operating space was opened, and BABY5, Bandit King Sig, and others were all moved outside the tavern. Ms. Maginot's tavern is already chaotic enough today. I can't cause any more trouble to you, Miss Maginot. Linn said to the stunned Maginot. Linn, are you also a person with fruit abilities? Luffy saw Linn's hand, and his eyes flashed with admiration. Luffy was so angry when he saw that bandit treating Shanks like this before. And Linn has powerful fruit abilities as soon as he takes action. Although Luffy himself is also an Esper, he can't control his body now, and his fighting power is even worse than usual without eating the fruit. Seeing Linn being able to use the fruit's abilities so freely, Luffy felt envious. It is indeed a fruit ability. I am the surgeon who ate the fruit of surgery, Linn said to Luffy. A very strange fruit ability. Beckman sensed that Sig and others appeared outside the tavern in an instant, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Such fruit abilities will be of great help in actual combat. No wonder Linn dared to appear in Windmill Village so confidently. Why did we appear outside? It must have been the kid just now. Bandit King Sig didn't even understand how he ended up outside the tavern, so he angrily prepared to rush in and kill Linn. Hey, Linn asked me to knock you away. If you go in again, I will be in a very difficult position. Baby Five's voice sounded behind them. Kill her. Sig is a bandit, and years of fighting have made his heart as cold as the knife in his hand. Although the BABY5 in front of him was very cute, Sig didn't feel anything at all. Little girl, you actually offended Lord Sig. I can only say that your life is in danger. The two bandits raised their spears with a grim smile, intending to beat Baby Five to death. Pop! 2 gunshots were heard, and the guns in the hands of the 2 pirates were knocked out by Baby-5. Good marksmanship. Jesus Boo's eyes lit up. As a sniper, that was his joy when he saw a master of marksmanship. The only difference from traditional gunners' pistols is that Baby Five's 2 pistols were made with her own hands. Another demonic user, and one who can turn into a weapon. The red-haired pirates felt surprised again. In the Grand Line, there were as many devil fruit ability users as there were Crucian carp crossing the river, but this was the first time they saw 2 people with the same ability in the East Daxia Sea. Moreover, although BABY5 is a girl, she is physically stronger than Bandit King Sig. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you want to scare me like this? Sig drew his knife to block one of Baby Five's bullets, and then he got close and struck directly at BABY5. It has to be said that Sig, who has a bounty of 8 million Baileys, has some strength. Just a little, but not much. Facing Sig's attack, Baby Five's left hand turned into a long sword, and she actually blocked the 2-handed slashing sword with one hand. Sig had never encountered such an insult before, and his face turned red. He never thought that his power could be suppressed by a girl with one hand. That's it, Sig. The pistol that Baby Five's other arm turned into was already in front of Sig. As long as her mind moved, Sig's head would explode. But when Baby Five was about to kill Sig, one hand held Baby Five's gun. That's it, Shanks said to Baby-5. Linn didn't even notice when Shanks left the tavern. Only then did Sig realize that he seemed to have saved his life. He didn't even say harsh words, he stumbled and ran away. Baby Five looked at Linn, and when she saw Linn nodding to her, she took back the weapon she had conjured. I am just Linn's subordinate, not Shanks' subordinate. Even though Shanks is a great pirate, he can't command himself. When the remaining bandits saw Sig escaping, they all ran away in a hurry. Shanks, you are a big pirate. It doesn't matter if you were insulted by him. What's the point of saving him? Linn also walked out of the tavern at this time. Looking at Sig leaving, Linn asked Shanks. I just don't want this peaceful village to be stained with blood. Shanks laughed lightly. Hey, Shanks, you seemed very embarrassed just now. The members of the red-haired pirate group walked out of the tavern, and they laughed at Shanks. Hey, Shanks was bullied just now, how can you still laugh? Aren't you partners? Luffy was still young, and he had no idea why the red-haired pirates did what they did. They are obviously very strong, and they can solve that Sig instantly. You misunderstood Shanks, Luffy. In Shanks' eyes, those people are already dead, and it's not worth getting angry at all. Linn said to Luffy, but, they all escaped unscathed. Luffy felt confused. They can't escape. The only way to catch them all is when he returns to his lair. A smile appeared on Linn's lips. Linn, those trackers are all gathered in one place and motionless. Baby Five said to Linn. As early as when those pirates were leaving, Baby Five put trackers on them. It's easy to kill a Sig, but what if the pirates attack Windmill Village after the red-haired pirates and Linn leave? That's why Linn prepared to catch them all. Kakaka. After a period of changes, Baby Five's shoulders transformed into 12 rockets from the Mark armor, and the 12 rockets turned into mysterious trajectories and flew towards the mountain forest. Boom. A huge ball of fire burst out, and then Luffy felt a violent vibration, and the Bandit King Sig's lair was blown into the sky. Have you learned it yet, Luffy? Linn asked Luffy, who was already a little dazed. Chapter 42 Sword Duel with Shanks. BABY5, your transformation just now was so handsome, can you help me get one too? Luffy's eyes glowed golden, and he entangled Baby Five and said to her. No man can refuse the charm of mechas and cannons, not even the little Luffy in front of him. BABY5, the explosion distance is at least 15 kilometers away from us. Can your weapon attack this far? Jesus looked at the mountaintop where half of it had disappeared, and his face became very serious. As a sniper, he knew what a terrifying distance this was. At such a long distance, it is impossible to even see the color hockey, let alone the eyesight. Obviously he didn't sense Baby Five releasing hockey just now. How did she aim so far? I am using a tracker, and I can sense the location of the tracker within 5 kilometers. A small thing appeared in Baby Five's hand. No one could imagine that such a small thing was the cause of Sig's death. You can't even see the enemy, and just relying on a vague position will kill people. Has sniping on the sea reached this level? Although Jesus could not understand the details, he was greatly shocked. Linn said, what I do is not sniping, what I do is called fire coverage. Baby 5 said to Jesus Cloth, what if an enemy escapes from your fire coverage? After all, for those who have mastered armed hockey, although the attack just now is terrifying, it is by no means a dead end. As a professional sniper, he asked a very professional question. Then just bomb it again with more powerful firepower. Linn said, if you don't have enough physical strength, strike with precision, and if you have enough physical strength, use firepower to cover it. This is my method of firepower. Baby 5 blinked her big eyes and said to Jesus BU. That makes sense, I'm waiting for the day when you become a top sniper. Jesus looked at Baby 5 in front of him, and he had a feeling that the little girl dressed as a maid in front of him would become his powerful opponent in the future. Shanks, let's have a fight. Linn looked at Shanks in front of him, a bone sword condensed in his hand. Are you still a swordsman? Sensing Linn's change, Shanks' eyes flashed with surprise. If you have heard of my deeds, then even if you don't draw your sword against me, you should understand the gap between you and me, right? Shanks did not pull out the sword griffin immediately. Instead, he persuaded Linn with a serious face. I know you are a top swordsman. You have faced off against the world's strongest swordsman Hawkeye many times, with no outcome. Linn told Shanks' story. Since you know my strength and still dare to challenge me, it seems that you are not ignorant, you are really courageous. Shanks laughed. I know you already have the qualifications to rule the new world and become the pirate emperor, but I believe I will not stop at Windmill Village. Linn has absolute confidence in his own strength. Unlike those swordsmen who like to enjoy fighting, I will always hit a trick. Are you sure you can withstand it? A smile appeared in Shanks' eyes, and he did not underestimate Linn because of this. This kind of courage can allow Linn to go further, which is what every strong person needs to possess. If I die by your sword, it means that I am just a man like this. Who am I qualified to go to the new world? Linn said to Shanks. Well said, I accept your challenge. Shanks finally recognized Linn and pulled out his sword griffin. This is a famous sword shaped like a western sword. According to Linn's speculation, the sword in front of him is probably a supremely sharp sword. Linn, let me turn into a sword and help you. Although Baby 5 is not a swordsman, she is also knowledgeable. This sword looks like a famous sword at first glance. Although Linn's bone sword is not inferior to traditional steel in terms of hardness, it is definitely not as good as Shanks' sword. The swordsman's sword is very important to the swordsman. Baby 5 cannot let Linn lose at the beginning. This is a duel between me and Shanks. If you help, it won't be a duel. Linn rejected Baby 5 directly. It doesn't matter, you can fight together. Shanks didn't care. When his strength reaches his level, the number of people has no meaning in front of him. No matter how many enemies there are, they can't defeat him with numbers. Linn still refused. When the members of the red-haired pirate group saw that Shanks was about to duel with Linn, they directly cleared hundreds of meters of open space for the two of them. Linn and Shanks stood 100 meters apart holding swords. Linn hadn't yet used the ability of the surgical fruit to teleport in front of Shanks. Shanks's power of knowledge had already predicted this and he drew his sword in advance. As soon as Griffin was unsheathed, Linn felt that all the light between heaven and earth had been lost. He could no longer sense anything with his knowledge, and even his operating space was compressed to a small area. Did Shanks use Conqueror's Hockey in this sword? Feeling Shanks' aura, Lucky Lou had a look of surprise on his face. He originally thought that Shanks and Linn were joking when they said that he would hit with all his strength. After all, the strength gap between Shanks and Linn was too big. Unexpectedly, what Shanks said was true, and he did not hold back on Linn. Although the move in front of him was not at full strength, it still used 7 or 8 points of Shanks' strength. Come on, you must survive, Linn. Baby 5 saw the slash in front of Linn almost instantly, and she silently prayed for Linn in her heart. Linn had never felt as trapped in a life-and-death crisis as he did today. Even though he was almost unable to move due to Shanks' blow, he still raised the sword in his hand with difficulty. Facing Shanks' slash, he thrust straight towards Shanks' sword. Crack! Facing the fierce slash, the bone sword covered with arm-domineering force in Linn's hand turned into pieces in an instant. His arm-domineering power was incomparable to Shanks' arm-domineering power that he had been immersed in for many years. Linn's arm-domineering power was shattered as soon as he got into battle. Room Protective Clothing. This is an ability developed by Linn based on the antibacterial weapon developed by Luo in the original plot. This is also the first defensive ability of the surgical fruit. The sharp slashes pushed Linn back continuously, but he was unable to break through the barrier. Blocked. Linn actually blocked Shanks' attack. The pirates of the red-haired pirate group did not expect that Linn could have such strength. Baby 5's tense nerves also eased slightly. In any case, Linn's life was saved. Chapter 43 Divine Avoidance, Awakening Conqueror's Dominance. Using the surgical fruit ability is a huge drain on Linn's physical strength, but it is nothing compared to Shanks' slashing and resistance consumption. I'm afraid that before Shanks' slash was exhausted, Linn was defeated due to exhaustion of energy. Linn decisively used teleportation to avoid the blow. This slash flew towards the forest, and the trees in the forest were immediately chopped in half. For a moment, there was a loud clicking sound. Luffy's eyes widened, and now he finally saw what a true strong man is. Before, he thought he was close to defeating Shanks by punching as fast as a pistol, but now he realized that he was still far behind. So this is Shank's true strength. No wonder he didn't take me out to sea. Only then did Luffy understand. You are still young, Luffy, when you grow up you will have such strength. Jesus Bu comforted Luffy. Looking at Luffy, who is the same age as his son, for some reason, Jesus always thinks of his son when he sees Luffy. Well, I can definitely become as strong as Shanks in the future. Luffy pumped his fists to cheer himself up. It's amazing that you can take my sword. Shanks praised Linn. Shanks had already taken into account Linn's fruit ability in the blow just now, but he didn't expect Linn to use that weird ability to resolve it. That's just my fruit ability, not swordsmanship, it's nothing. Linn shook his head and said. Then let me see your swordsmanship. Shanks had a smile on his face. He had not heard of any powerful swordsman in the East Daxia Sea. Shanks wanted to see what kind of swordsmanship Linn had learned when he traveled from the strongest North Blue to the East Daxia Sea. As you wish. Linn teleported and appeared in front of Shanks. He recreated a bone sword and slashed at Shanks. Shanks's domineering attitude had long been noticed, and before Linn's sword struck, his griffin had already made defensive movements. Ding ding ding. In less than a second, the two men's swords had collided many times. 25 times, this Linn actually slashed 25 times in 1 second. Ben Beckman counted the number of times the two swords collided, and he discovered a terrifying thing. Linn actually swung the sword 25 times in just 1 second. 25 cuts per second, even I have a hard time completing it. This kid in front of me actually. Navigator Bendick Snake had a look of shock on his face. He is also good at the two-sword style, but it is difficult for him to complete Linn's action. To achieve 25 cuts per second, in addition to requiring a very superb physique, you also need to have extraordinary control over your body. Although the young man in front of him was slightly less domineering, his physique was no less than theirs. More than that, haven't you noticed that Linn hits the same spot every time he swings his sword? He struck out 25 times, and the position of each strike was exactly the same. Jesus is a sniper. He has eyesight that ordinary people don't have. He could see clearly that Linn was not swinging the knife randomly, but every one of his swords struck at the weakest point of Shanks' domineering force. Unfortunately, Shanks' armed color was too domineering. Even if Linn could find the weakness and even fired 25 swords, he could not break through Shanks' defense. What a unique swordsmanship. This is the first time I have seen such a fast swordsmanship. I didn't expect that there is such a magical swordsmanship in the East Daxia Sea. Shanks had a look of shock on his face. Although Linn was not strong, Shanks could feel the horror of this swordsmanship. This is the swordsmanship I learned by myself. Linn replied to Shanks. This is not considered kendo, it can only be regarded as an application of swordsmanship. What Linn used just now was the iron cutting technique, using the haki of seeing and hearing to detect the weak point, and then using the sword hardened by the haki of armed color to directly slash at the weak point. As for being able to chop so many knives, it is due to the precise control of the body by the surgical fruit. As long as Linn wanted to cut where he wanted to, with precise control over his body, his sword would never miss a millimeter. It's really amazing that you can create your own swordsmanship. Shanks praised again. The swordsmanship system in this sea is very mature, and few people can practice their own swordsmanship. For example, his swordsmanship came from his own captain, One Piece Gal D. Roger. It is said that One Piece Roger has a sword skill called Divine Avoidance. I wonder if you can do it. Linn looked at Shanks and asked suddenly. You actually know how to avoid the gods? Shanks sounded a little surprised. Knowing that those who were shunned by the gods were the remnants of the old era on the sea, at Linn's age, he shouldn't know this trick. Shenshi. The name sounds domineering. Shanks, when did you actually practice such a unique skill? The members of the red-haired pirate group all looked shocked. They and Shanks could be said to be inseparable. They didn't know that Shanks had such a trump card. I have only recently succeeded in practicing Divine Avoidance. This move was used to challenge those pirate emperors. Although Shanks didn't say it clearly, Linn knew what Shanks meant. Shanks said he couldn't withstand the blow and would die. I won't die. Linn smiled brightly at Shanks' tower. Although Shanks didn't know where Linn's confidence came from, he still satisfied Linn. In an instant, Shanks' turbulent conqueror's domineering energy spread out, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Those conquerors entangled around Griffin, and then an unavoidable slash flew straight towards Linn. Linn stared straight at this blow. Under the pressure of this blow, Linn felt that his brain exploded, and an equally terrifying aura emitted. Conqueror's domineering spirit. This is also Conqueror's domineering spirit. Under the pressure of Shanks' Conqueror's haki, Linn's Conqueror's haki awakened. Conquerors, I didn't expect to see Conqueror's dominance in Linn. Ben Beckman squinted his eyes and looked at Linn, who was shrouded in the divine light, and his eyes were shocked for the first time. Linn actually has the qualifications to become a king, no wonder he wants to challenge Shanks. Jesus Bu also showed a shocked look. Wherever God goes, everything is destroyed. But the red-haired pirates know that Linn is still alive, and their haki can sense Linn's location. Ha ha ha, it's done, my conquerors has awakened. Linn's loud laughter came from the ruined mountain forest. 2SF. Chapter 44 The Magical Way to Deal with the Avoidance of Gods. Under Shanks' divine evasion, Linn actually seemed to be in good condition. He only suffered some minor injuries. The way you dealt with the divine avoidance just now was very similar to one of my friends. Shanks looked at Linn who emerged from the ruins, and he said to Linn. Just when the divine avoidance was about to hit Linn's body actually fell into pieces. The god escaped through Linn's body, and Linn's body recovered again. If not, even with Linn's armed domineering power, he would not be able to resist being dismembered. Shanks has seen this scene countless times before, and he will not admit it. Linn's blow must have a lot to do with his old friend. In fact, I learned this fruit development ability from your friend not long ago. Linn smiled at Shanks. That said, I sensed his presence outside Windmill Village with the hockey I saw before. It seems that it was not my imagination. Shanks had a strange look on his face. He didn't expect that he would hear such a thing from Linn. Of course it's not your illusion, it's him who sent me to the sea outside Windmill Village. It's just that he still hates you and he doesn't want to meet you. Speaking of Buggy, Linn remembered Buggy's gnashing face when they parted. What, there is someone in Donghai who cares so much about Shanks, why didn't I know? There was a look of confusion on Jesus Boo's face. He was the first crew member Shanks recruited, and Jesus has been with Shanks ever since. If there was such a reclusive person in the East Daxia Sea, it was impossible for him not to know about it. I don't know either. Ben Beckman didn't know that Shanks actually had such a past. The other companions didn't speak, they just looked at Shanks quietly. Shanks knew that it would be unreasonable for him not to reveal some key information. That was a long time ago. He and I were once crew members of the Roger Pirates. Later, after he and I witnessed the execution of our Captain Roger, he invited him to go to sea with me, but he refused me. We haven't seen each other since. Shanks looked at the sea in the distance, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. The crew of the red-haired pirates did not listen to all these words, they only refined a few key words. One Piece Roger's crew witnessed the execution of One Piece Roger in Roger Town. Shanks was the first crew member to invite, and he also declined Shanks' invitation. Just one of these things exposed at random can make his reputation spread throughout the sea, but they still don't know who Shanks is talking about. There is such a terrifying person hiding in the East Daxia Sea. He will definitely have a place as the pirate emperor of the New World in the future. Ben Beckman looked serious. He was already full of respect for Shanks, a friend he had never met. The enemy who is willing to lurk in the weakest East Daxia Sea for more than 10 years and can tolerate it is definitely a big deal. The other red-haired pirates nodded in agreement. Hey, aren't we watching a duel between Brother Linn and Shanks? Who wins? Jesus found that their conversation was getting more and more sidetracked, and he once again brought everyone's attention back to the duel itself. Although it seemed that Linn was knocked away by the god just now, everyone in the red-haired pirate group who saw the power of the god was shocked and pale. Such power is enough to compete with the pirate emperors who rule the New World. They will become the new pirate emperor pirates. Such a powerful blow did not kill Linn. If this matter spreads, Linn's reputation will definitely resound throughout the sea. I lost. The power of Shenju is very strong. My swordsmanship is useless against Shenju. But next time we meet, I believe I will use my sword skills to break your evasion. Linn's face did not show the decadence of failure at all, his face was full of longing for the future. Shenshi didn't kill you, and you didn't lose this battle. Shanks said to Linn. What he said was true. Linn was not as old as him, and he had not practiced as long as he did. It would be unfair if the two were placed on the same starting line. Shanks remembered that when he was Linn's age, although he had experienced many battles on the Roger Pirate's ship, he still couldn't compare with Linn in terms of strength. If you lose, you lose. There will never be so much fairness waiting for you in the sea. Linn shook his head, he was not the kind of person who couldn't afford to lose. He already knew how powerful the top of the sea was, and he already knew the direction of his efforts. Well said, let's hold a banquet for today's sword showdown. Since I came to the East Daxia Sea, I haven't met a swordsman worth fighting like Brother Linn for a long time. Shanks put his arm around Linn's shoulders and started to drink with Linn. Although Linn's strength is not strong, Shanks felt that today's battle was very enjoyable. We're out of wine, have you forgotten, Shanks, that bandit named Sig smashed the last bottle of wine on your head. Lucky Lou was chewing a big meatball with bones in his hand, and he said to Shanks. Shanks suddenly felt embarrassed when he mentioned this matter. I actually drank all the wine. It seems I have to go to sea as soon as possible. You can do it without money, but you can't do it without wine. Shanks straightened the straw hat on his head and said to the red-haired pirates. With these words spoken, the originally undisciplined red-haired pirate group's momentum suddenly became extremely terrifying. Obviously they are still the same people, but each of them seems to have changed. This is the true face of the terrifying red-haired pirates. Baby 5 looked at the red-haired pirates' instant change in shock. She also understood that the fear of the red-haired pirates was not blown out by others but accumulated through actual battles. Hey, where's Luffy? Linn suddenly discovered that Luffy, who was originally standing behind Jesus Bu, had disappeared. He went back to Maginot's tavern. He said he went back to drink juice. Jesus replied. Upon hearing Jesus Bu's words, Shanks immediately realized something was wrong. Compared to Juice, Linn's battle with Shanks is much more tempting than Juice. The battle between Linn and Shanks is not over yet, how could Luffy go back to drink juice? He went to find the bandit Sig. Shanks' face was grim, and he realized the problem at this time. Although the fire coverage of Baby 5 is very powerful, ordinary people cannot escape the bombing at all. But after all, Sig is also a big bandit with a bounty of 8 million belly. What if he is not dead? With Luffy's strength, he can't be Sig's opponent. Luffy is in danger, Shanks and Lin said at the same time. Chapter 45 Shanks, your acting skills are too poor. Lin could know that Luffy was in danger, not because Lin's domineering power could predict the future. Lin only had better eyesight, and he saw Luffy being kidnapped. Luffy. The other members of the red-haired pirate group also saw Luffy, and they shouted to the small boat floating from the river on the mountain to the sea. Shanks. On the boat, Luffy's short arms and legs were constantly struggling. Pirates, if you want to kill me like this, how can I, Sig, die so easily? The man who kidnapped Luffy spoke. At this time, his whole body was as black as coke. An ordinary person would have died long ago from such a serious injury, but Sig was still alive. If he hadn't spoken, no one would have connected him with the pirates who made a scene in the tavern before. In just half a day, Seagull's life trajectory has undergone earth-shaking changes. Before, he was the bandit king with hundreds of followers, but after returning from the tavern, all his followers were dead, and he himself became a severely injured and dying defeated dog. Kid, this is all caused by you. I will definitely let you die today, and you will die in front of those pirates. Sig whispered to Luffy. His voice was so cold that even Luffy, whose nerves had turned into rubber, felt the hairs on his back stand on end. I'll be fine. Shanks can definitely rescue me. You attacked Shanks before and you haven't apologized to him yet. Luffy kept struggling in Sig's hands, and he was still thinking about this matter. While Sig's attention was still on Luffy, he didn't realize at all that he had been aimed at by Jesus Bu with a gun. Even though it's far away, with Jesus Bu's shooting skills, he can definitely kill Sig without hurting Luffy. It's just that Luffy is a person with abilities. Once he falls into the sea, he will be drowned by the sea water. Jesus Bu has been looking for an opportunity. Finally, when Sig held Luffy's collar up high, Jesus Bu's gun fired. A lead bullet appeared in the center of Sig's forehead, and a hole the size of a wine glass had exploded in the back of his head. Sig's behavior offended the red-haired pirates. Before he could even come to the beach to speak harshly with the red-haired pirates, he was shot dead remotely. Sig's body fell softly onto the boat, and Luffy also fell on Sig's body. Luffy did not fall into the sea. Luffy was saved. I survived. Luffy looked at his intact body and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luffy, run. Before Luffy could recover, Shanks' voice suddenly came from the shore. What happened? Luffy hadn't yet figured out what was going on, but when he saw the purple shadow on the bottom of the sea, he knew what it was. That's the king of the offshore. He was almost eaten by this guy when he and Yuta were racing here before. Luffy wanted to escape, but he found that there were no oars on the ship. The next moment, the sea water surged violently behind Luffy, and a pair of blood-red eyes were revealed. The king of offshore appears. Is this the king of the offshore? Linn looked at this huge offshore king with blue fins like electric eels, and he didn't feel the slightest threat. This is a Poseidon that is not much bigger than a sea beast. Everyone here has the ability to kill the king of the offshore in an instant. It's blood. Blood has attracted the king of the near sea. Jesus Bu has understood everything. He just shot Sig to death, and it was Sig's blood that fished out the king of the offshore. Before the body of the offshore king was fully exposed, a bloody mouth in the sea tore Sig and the small boat in half. Luffy was also thrown into the sea. Help! Luffy kept flopping in the water. He is a capable person, he has become a landlubber, and he cannot swim at all. Seeing this, Jesus raised the gun in his hand again, and he was ready to kill the offshore king who had dived into the sea. At such a close distance, Jesus was sure to kill the king of the sea with one shot. But his gun was grabbed by Beckman. Leave this matter to Shanks. Beckman saw Shanks running out, and he said to Jesus. Jesus shot Sig just now with Shanks' consent. Now since Shanks wants to save Luffy by himself, it means that he does not need Jesus to intervene. With Shanks' strength, he can use Conqueror's Haki to stun the king of the near sea in one go. BABY5, follow me and take a look. Linn signaled Baby 5 to transform into the Mark armor, and Linn flew directly to Shanks' head. Linn felt that Shanks' broken arm was very suspicious before. This time he wanted to see with his own eyes what happened. The king of the sea's bloody mouth fiercely swallowed Luffy who fell into the sea. At the critical moment, Shanks suddenly appeared and rescued Luffy. Although Luffy survived, Shanks' left arm and the flesh between the ribs were torn off. That's it. Linn thought there was something hidden, but she didn't expect that Shanks really did nothing for acting. Linn had experienced Shanks' divine avoidance before. With Shanks' strength, he can kill the king of the sea on the shore. Even without divine evasion, his Conqueror's Haki is enough to intimidate the king of the sea. Shanks, your acting skills are so poor. Linn gave Shanks a negative score in his heart for this performance. The offshore king swallowed one of Shanks' arms and wanted to continue attacking. Shanks just looked into the offshore king's eyes coldly. Under the shock of Conqueror's domineering power, fear appeared in the violent eyes of the offshore king, and then it dived into the sea again. Shanks, your arms. Luffy hugged Shanks tightly, crying extremely sadly. It's just an arm. You are a man and it's not worth being sad about. Shanks touched Luffy's head with his remaining hand and comforted him. Shanks, if I can take your arm out of the offshore king's belly, I can also reattach your arm. Linn said to Shanks, is it really possible? Then I will go find the king of the near sea now. When Roar Gabu heard Linn's words, he immediately jumped into the sea and chased the offshore king in the direction where he fled. His speed was much faster than the king of the near sea who just swam away. In less than 3 minutes, the sea surface was stained red with blood. Roaring Gabu took Shank's arm back. Shank's arm was slightly corroded. Linn reattached Shank's arm to its original position, and Hongo, the ship's doctor of the red-haired pirates, expertly bandaged Shanks with medicine. Chapter 46 Departure, Marine's Pursuit. Shanks, you can obviously kill that offshore king easily, why did you give up your own arm? What exactly is there in Luffy's body that is worth paying such a high price for you? While treating Shanks, Linn asked Shanks. I see a new era in Luffy. You may not believe it, but Luffy's smile is exactly the same as my previous captain, and he also ate the rubber fruit. Maybe this is the choice of fate, Shanks told Linn. The secret of the rubber fruit may be a secret in this sea, but not to Linn. Shanks thought Linn couldn't understand, but Linn understood everything he said. Just as Linn suspected, Shanks lost his arm intentionally, not by accident. Your arm has just been reattached. Please do not perform any strenuous movements with this arm for 3 days. Linn looked at Shanks' arm that was wrapped like a mummy, and he said to Shanks. Now that his purpose of coming to Windmill Village has been completed, it is time for him to leave. It's okay. My sword-holding hand is not injured. There is not much difference between one hand and 2 hands for me. Shanks said, smiling at Linn. Suddenly, the smile on Shanks' face faded, and his eyes looked towards the sea in the distance. Marine is here, we should go. Ben Beckman walked in. He looked at the little black man in the distance and said to Shanks and Linn. In order to give an explanation to the Tianlong people who were attacked, the red-haired pirates had already learned that Garp had brought 10 warships to the East Daxia Sea to encircle and suppress the pirates. Now that a warship has appeared in Windmill Village, it means that Garp is ready to attack them. This is Garp's hometown, and the residents here are also friends of the red-haired pirates. Neither the red-haired pirates nor Garp want to start a war in Windmill Village. Garp is not a Kainu. His behavior of sending warships is telling the red-haired pirates that it is time for them to leave. The red-haired pirates had been preparing to leave before. When they saw the marine warship appear, they carried out supplies to the ship with a clear division of labor. Linn, there will definitely be a great purge in the East Daxia Sea. Come with us. Our red-haired pirates will definitely help you get out of the East Daxia Sea safely. Shanks said to Linn. Linn N connected his arm. Shanks owed Linn N a favor, and he wanted to repay the favor for himself in this way. No, I still have things to do. Linn rejected Shanks' suggestion. Linn N has never thought about borrowing the power of the red-haired pirates to leave the East Daxia Sea. Linn N's own strength is enough to enter the Grand Line. Shanks, are you leaving? Seeing the red-haired pirates sorting out supplies, Luffy already understood that it was time for them to part ways. We've been here for a year and it's time to leave. Shanks and Luffy stood on the rocks by the sea. Shanks said to Luffy. I won't beg you to take me on the ship anymore, because I decided to become a pirate myself. Luffy revealed his latest inner thoughts to Shanks. Can someone like you become a pirate? Shanks laughed. I can. One day, I will find a group of partners who are not inferior to your group, find the world's greatest treasure, and become one piece. Even in the face of so many masters of the red-haired pirates, the young Luffy did not show any timidity. He shouted his wish loudly. Do you want to outdo us? Then I'll leave this straw hat to you. It is my most important hat, you must take good care of it. When you feel that your pirate group can compete with the red-haired pirate group, return this straw hat to me. Shanks took off the straw hat on his head and placed it on Luffy's head. Luffy didn't say anything, but under the cover of the straw hat, he was already in tears. Here we go, this is the origin of Straw Hat Luffy. Linn witnessed another famous scene. Let's go to, Baby -5. Linn said to Baby -5. Linn, just wait, I will surpass you too. Seeing Linn already riding on the yacht that Baby 5 turned into, Luffy shouted to Linn. Shanks' goal is too far. Linn is only a few years older than him, but Linn looks better than Ace. I'm waiting for that day, Luffy. Linn waved to Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat on the shore, and he followed the red-haired pirate group's ship towards the outside of Windmill Village. As soon as the red-haired pirates' ship left Windmill Village, Marine's warship launched an attack on the red-haired pirates. Boom boom boom. The warship fired dozens of cannonballs in an instant. These Marines were all elites of the headquarters, and the accuracy of their cannonballs was much better than Smoker's Marine warship. With just one salvo, the red-haired pirates' Red Voss was already swamped by Marine's gunfire. Linn, was their ship sunk? When Baby 5 saw this scene, she asked in surprise. Those are the red-haired pirates. How could they be defeated so easily? Linn was still driving Baby 5 gradually approaching the direction of the red-haired pirates. In the mist that filled the sky, the Red Foss emerged from the gunfire. Sure enough, as Linn expected, the red-haired pirates shot away all the fallen cannonballs. A man with blonde hair knocked away most of the cannonballs that fell towards them in the air. Even if the remaining cannonballs occasionally approached, the red-haired pirates could explode them one by one. Since it was Marine who took the initiative to attack us, let's fight back. Jesus be you, sink that Marine warship. Shanks looked at the Marine warship that kept firing cannonballs, and he said to Jesus. It's long overdue. When Jesus heard this, he directly raised his gun and aimed at the Marine warship, and then the domineering bullet directly hit the Marine warship. Boom. In just an instant, the Marine warship exploded. Obviously what Jesus shot was a bullet, but his bullets had more terrifying power than cannonballs. Can Sniper actually achieve this level? Baby 5 had an eye-opening experience today. As a user with weapon fruit abilities, Baby 5 has always used weapon fruits to transform into various weapons to solve battles. Baby 5 doesn't know how to use domineering skills such as Jesus Boo's to cause extreme destructive power yet. Looking at Jesus Boo's marksmanship, Baby 5 felt like the door to the new world had opened. This is the true combat power of the red-haired pirates, Lynn said to Baby 5. Chapter 47 Breakout, Red Hair vs Garp. The marine warship was destroyed by the red-haired pirates, and Lynn and Baby 5 left Windmill Village without firing a single shot. The red-haired pirates headed straight towards the Grand Line, and Lynn and Baby 5 headed towards Shimotsuki Village. Baby 5 has already contacted Germa, and Reiju will drive to Shimotsuki Village in the boat specially built by Germa for Lynn. Now that Lynn has 3 crew members, it may be time to head to the Grand Line. Shanks, brother Lynn is not with us. Seeing Lynn's yacht heading in the other direction, Jesus Bu said to the red-haired Shanks. It's okay, I have a hunch that we will meet again in the new world. Even the marine hero Garp cannot keep such a man behind. Shanks looked at the yacht, which had turned into a small black dot, with a smile on his lips. Linn is a very formidable opponent. Although he is still young now, in 5 years at most, Linn will become the top powerhouse in this ocean. He didn't expect that before he left Donghai, he would meet such an interesting man as Linn. Shanks still has one regret in Donghai. He has asked Linn to help him, hoping that Linn's surgery results can solve this problem. There will definitely be a marine setting up an ambush at Upside Down Mountain. We need to face at least 5 marine elite lieutenants. Vice Captain Ben Beckman looked at the outline of Upside Down Mountain, and he analyzed it to the crew. We have been silent in the Grand Line for a year, and it is time to announce the return of our red-haired pirates. This time our goal is the pirate emperors of New World. We also want to become such a pirate group. Shanks looked at his crew. He said to the crew, those pirate emperor pirates not only have their captains as monsters, but their officers are also monsters with a bounty of nearly 1 billion Baileys. Shanks now has the strength to rival the pirate emperor, and his crew members are also such monsters. Although they have not yet entered the New World, they are confident of becoming the new pirate emperor pirates. When the crew of the red-haired pirates heard Shanks' words, they all shouted excitedly. The red-haired pirate group's ship soon arrived at Upside Down Mountain, and they saw 9 marine warships lined up. Broken pieces of wood can still be seen in front of those marine warships. They are all pirates who were preparing to escape from the Grand Line and were defeated by the marines. Here we come, the red-haired pirates. Smoker's eyes narrowed when he saw the pirate ship. He was seriously injured in the previous battle with Linn, and now his body is still bandaged. But he didn't want to miss this battle. Every pirate in the red-haired pirate group was a monster. If they were allowed to enter the Grand Line, countless residents of the Grand Line would probably be displaced. Rog Town is his defense zone, and he must do his part. Everyone get ready, the red-haired pirates have appeared. Looking at the scratched skull on the skull flag, all the marines began to prepare for battle. Red Hair, you guys stayed in Windmill Village for a year. What did you do to Windmill Village? After the red-haired pirate's ship appeared, Garp's roar echoed throughout the sea. Windmill Village is his hometown, and he will never allow anyone to destroy it. We are just taking a short break in Windmill Village. Although Shanks' words sounded very indifferent, his voice was no quieter than Garp's. Repair. Push City is your destination, you should go to Push City to repair it. After Garp finished speaking, he picked up the cannonballs piled up around him with both hands and threw them at the red-haired pirates. In less than a second, hundreds of cannonballs appeared around the red-haired pirates. The cannonballs thrown by Garp were much more accurate than the cannonballs fired by marine warships, and these cannonballs fell towards the red-haired pirates one after another. One person has the firepower of 10 warships. He is worthy of Lieutenant General Garp. The red-haired pirates are not weak, but it's a pity that they met Lieutenant General Garp. Yes, Lieutenant General Garp is the man who stopped One Piece Roger. Can the red-haired pirates compare to Lieutenant General Garp? The Marines all looked at Garp with respect, and they talked quietly. Garp is the idol of almost all ordinary sailors. In their eyes, it is not surprising what kind of strength Garp has. Are you going to use this level of attack right from the start? Shanks' eyes flashed, and the griffin on his waist was instantly unsheathed. A dazzling slash passed by, and brilliant fireworks exploded around the red-haired pirate's ship. The hundreds of cannonballs thrown by Garp were all wiped out by Shanks with one sword. When the Marines saw this scene, their cheers stopped abruptly. The red-haired pirates are the red-haired pirates. No wonder Lieutenant General Garp used all of Marines' power to deal with this ship. You have some strength, let me see how strong you are, Shanks. Garp said. He directly threw an extra-large iron ball as huge as a warship. Just looking at the size of this iron ball, you can tell that it weighs much more than a warship. I'm afraid Garp can even use such a terrifying weapon. Where did Lieutenant General Garp hide such a big iron ball? Why didn't I see it just now? Smoker looked at the huge shadow that almost covered the entire warship, his eyes full of astonishment. Shouldn't you be paying attention to the power of Lieutenant General Garp's attack? Why is your focus so strange? No wonder you become a problem Marine. Garp's adjutant Bogart glanced at Smoker next to him in surprise, and he complained to Smoker. Pay close attention to Lieutenant General Garp's battle with Shanks. You will learn a lot from it, Smoker. Lieutenant General Gumal looked at the young Smoker next to him, and he smiled at Smoker. Smoker is young and has the ability of Logia. He is the future of Marine. This is why Lieutenant General Garp allowed him to participate in this operation. Being able to see such a level of battle is very important for Smoker's growth. Almost as soon as Garp's iron ball was about to touch the mast of the red-haired pirate group's ship, incandescent twisted cracks suddenly appeared on the iron ball. Without hearing any alarming sound, Garp's big iron ball fell into pieces and fell into the sea. Boom boom boom. The terrifying weight of the iron ball hit the sea, and waves as high as mountains suddenly appeared on the sea. You are worthy of being an opponent who can fight Mahog. Your swordsmanship is very strong, Shanks. Garp looked at the red-haired pirates sailing out of the stormy waves, and he laughed. After all, Shanks is also a big pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion. Garp doesn't think that the attack just now can defeat Shanks. Lieutenant General Garp, if this is your strength, then we will enter the Grand Line. On the bow of the red-haired pirate group, Shanks looked at Garp, and he said loudly to Garp. Chapter 48 The Leaving Red Hair, Lynn was noticed by Garp. You are stronger than I thought, and you are worthy of being a crew member on One Piece Roger's ship. But I can even push the Roger pirates into a desperate situation, let alone the current red-haired pirates. Garp is no stranger to Shanks. When Shanks was still an intern of Roger Pirates, Garp and Marine pushed One Piece Roger into desperate situations several times. Garp has met Shanks as a child more than once, and he never expected that the kid could grow up to where he is now. Why does Vice Admiral Garp think that my crew is inferior to the former members of the Roger Pirates? I personally selected these people. They are all monsters. After listening to Garp's words, Shanks said tit for tat. Really? Let me see if you are qualified to enter the Grand Line. Fist Bone Impact. Garp's fist was filled with domineering energy, and his punch actually caused shock waves in the air. What a powerful force, this punch can easily destroy our ship. Jesus pointed the gun in his hand at Garp, his face full of grimness. The name Iron Fist Garp came from. His fist may be harder than Halu Shi. Ben Beckman had the same look on his face. Although Garp is only a lieutenant general in military rank, his strength is no lower than those of the pirate emperors. Garp is the first hurdle that the red-haired pirates have to pass. If they can't even pass Garp, what qualifications do they have to compete for the hegemony of the pirate emperor? Faced with Garp's blow, Shanks raised his sword high. God avoids. Shanks's conqueror's haki was wrapped around his sword, and facing Garp's terrifying blow, he also released the divine avoidance. You actually learned Roger's divine avoidance. When Garp saw a familiar scene, his pupils tightened a little. God's avoidance is One Piece Roger's special skill. After One Piece Roger's death, Garp thought that God's avoidance had been cut off. Unexpectedly, Shanks actually learned this attack. In a trance, Shanks and Roger reunited after releasing the divine avoidance. The attacks of the two of them collided, and a fierce storm suddenly broke out in the entire sea, and the formation of the marine warships was immediately blown around. Reef the sails quickly, otherwise we will be capsized by the storm. It's too late, cut the sail rope quickly. The Marines faced the storm and began to get busy. At this time, one Marine Lieutenant General appeared in front of the warship one after another, with their arms spread wide, and they used their arm domination to bear down the shock waves of Shanks and Garp. The first wave of impact had just ended when the storm hit Marine again with waves hundreds of meters high. Their strength is so terrifying, just the aftermath of the battle is as destructive as a natural disaster. Chang. Garp's fist has collided with Shanks' sword, and many low-strength Marines have been shocked by the sound and their eardrums are bleeding. Are you hurt? With your strength, how could someone in Donghai hurt you? Only then did Garp notice Shanks' left arm, which was tied up. With Shanks' strength, not many people in the New World, let alone Donghai, could inflict such injuries on him. But Shanks was indeed injured. His injury was not serious, and judging from his injuries, it seemed that he had been injured recently. It's just an accidental injury. Shanks glanced at his arm and said nonchalantly. Shanks is injured, which is good news for us Marine. When the Marine lieutenants saw this scene, they were shocked at first, and then delighted. Come on, arrest these guys from the red-haired pirates. Gumal took the lead on moonwalk towards the red-haired pirates. When the other Marines saw this, they all followed suit. Gumir, Dalmecia, John Giondo, these are all Marines' famous lieutenant generals. The red-haired pirates looked at the Marine lieutenant generals rushing towards them, and they recognized the identities of those Marine lieutenant generals. Smoker, take the ordinary sailors and leave, this is not a battle they can participate in. Garp saw those warships also rushing towards the red-haired pirates, and he shouted to Smoker on the deck. It's too late, Lieutenant General Garp. Shanks' eyes were sharp, and he unleashed his conqueror's domineering power on the Marines. Boom. Suddenly beside Smoker, Marine fell down with his eyes turned white and foaming at the mouth. Hey, what's wrong with you? Shanks asked the fallen Marine. Before he could make any move, another Marine fell down beside him. His eyes were white and he was foaming at the mouth, looking exactly like the Marine from before. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding Marines fell one after another, and soon the Marine warship became extremely quiet. Conquerors domineering, so strong conquerors domineering. I'm afraid even that guy with Whitebeard's conqueror's hockiness is nothing more than that. Garp was shocked when he saw that all the clouds in the sky were dispersed by Shanks' conqueror's hockey. He has not encountered such conqueror's domineering attitude for a long time. You are already qualified to become the Pirate Emperor. If you can escape from my hands and enter the Grand Line, there will definitely be one more Pirate Emperor in the New World. Garp has realized how scary Shanks is, and he rarely becomes serious. We are stronger than Marine, you can't stop our Lieutenant General Garp. Shanks didn't care about Garp's threat at all. This was the confidence his strength gave him. Repulse these Marine Lieutenant Generals and let's head towards the Grand Line. Beckman picked up a double-barreled shotgun, and the projectiles he fired instantly penetrated a Marine warship that passed them by. The other members also took action, and each of them resisted a Marine Lieutenant General. This time, Marine paid great attention to the affairs of the Tianlong people. In addition to the Marine hero Garp, they also dispatched 9 Marine Lieutenant Generals. But now Garp is blocked by Shanks, and the other Marine Vice Admirals are blocked by the red-haired pirates, and they cannot board the red-haired pirates' ship. The speed of the sea currents in the sky was very fast, and they almost passed by the Marine lieutenants the moment they fought against them. When Shanks saw this scene, he directly released a slash to block the pursuit of Marine Lieutenant Generals. Afterwards, he also walked on the moonwalk back to the red-haired pirates' ship. Lieutenant General Garp, see you in the New World. Red Hair waved his hand to Garp, and the red-hair pirates' ship entered the upside-down mountain along the sky current. Are we going to chase? Lieutenant General Marine asked Garp. No need, let warring states have a headache. Isn't there another pirate named Linn in the East Daxia Sea? Catch him first, Garp said to the Marine Lieutenant Generals. Chapter 49 Linn caused shock to Marine executives. Garp told the Marine headquarters that he and the red-haired pirates escaped into the Grand Line, and then he asked 5 Marine lieutenants to stay at the upside-down mountain pass. Other warships and Vice Admiral Marine began to sweep away pirates and evil forces in the East Daxia Sea. And Garp went straight to Windmill Village. The red-haired pirates have been stationed in the East Daxia Sea, and Garp wants to see if they have done anything to Windmill Village. Everything seemed normal at first, but when he saw Luffy, Garp suddenly felt something bad. There is a straw hat on Luffy's head. This straw hat Garp looks like it was once worn by Roger. Garp has been chasing Roger for so many years and there is no way he can admit his mistake. Didn't Roger pass this straw hat to Shanks? Why is it now on Luffy's head? Old man, I want to be a pirate. This is Garp's second critical hit from Luffy. Luffy, do you know what you are talking about? Garp angrily twisted Luffy's head with 2 fists. He originally wanted to teach Luffy a lesson, but he didn't expect that Luffy's head was crushed by him in an instant. Not only that, Garp's fist felt like Luffy's face had a rubbery texture. Luffy, have you become a devil fruit user? Garp grabbed Luffy's face hard, and Luffy's face was stretched very long. Let go, old man. Luffy finally escaped from Garp's clutches, and he told Garp the whole story. You mean, you accidentally opened a box next to Shanks and ate a patterned fruit? Garp frowned when he heard Luffy's words. This was the third bad news Luffy gave him, that he became an Esper. Yeah, that fruit tastes terrible. It's the most disgusting fruit I've ever eaten. Luffy complained. Is it the fruit that Shanks snatched from CP9? Garp suddenly associated these 2 things together. Last year, the 5 elders gave a strange order. They asked CP9 to secretly transport a Paramesha devil fruit to Mariehoya. And this time, Fozzie Fu, the strongest and most talented member of CP9, was asked to personally transport it. But they were robbed by the red-haired pirates, and the fruit was missing. Because of this, Foz Fu was directly captured in Impel Down City. Out of intuition, Garp felt that it was this fruit that Luffy ate. And this is the purpose of Shanks coming here, he is to let Luffy eat this fruit. Is this still a coincidence or destiny? But the rubber fruit is an ordinary devil fruit. Why does the world government pay so much attention to this fruit? For a time, Garp felt there were too many mysteries. It's a pity that he is not a wise general in the Warring States period, and detailed analysis of such detailed plots is not what people like him are good at. Garp doesn't care about him that much, but if any mastermind jumps out in the future, he will hammer him to death with his iron fists. Luffy is his grandson, whoever plots against him will die. In addition to this incident, Garp actually heard Linn's name from Luffy's mouth. You said that Linn had a sword fight with Shanks, and he actually survived Shanks' divine avoidance. Garp's brows furrowed, and he realized that he had heard an incredible rumor. Yeah, not only that, he also reattached Shanks' broken arm. He's really awesome, I will become such a powerful pirate in the future. Luffy said loudly to Garp. It turns out Shanks' arm is broken. No wonder he has a bandage on his arm. There was a hint of confusion in Garp's eyes, and he remembered the previous fight with Shanks. Shanks has been fighting Garp with one hand, but it turns out his arm is broken. Being able to reattach severed limbs, Linn does have some skills. Wait, is there something in the East Daxia Sea that can break Shanks' arm? Garp noticed this blind spot. I was attacked by a bandit named Sig. Later, the king of the sea appeared and I fell into the sea. Shanks, in order to save me, his arm was swallowed by the king of the offshore. Luffy added, are you kidding me? The king of offshore can hurt Shanks. Garp felt like he heard a big joke. King of the offshore is the nickname given to the small Poseidon by the residents of Windmill Village. This little fish can be killed by any sailor who has mastered armament hockey. Luffy said it actually bit off Shanks' arm. How did it do it? For a moment, Garp felt that this was Shanks acting for Luffy. What kind of qualities does Luffy have that allow Shanks to make such a big sacrifice for Luffy? And that Linn, he has now taken over Shanks' divine avoidance. Garp has played against Shanks, and he knows the power of divine avoidance. Linn has such an amazing performance at such a young age, he is no less than those pirate emperors. If Linn were allowed to enter the Grand Line, Linn's achievements would not be lower than Shanks. Immediately, Garp told the headquarters everything that happened here on the phone. It has only been a year since Linn received the fruits of the operation, and his strength has changed so much. We can no longer let him grow. Considering Linn as the most wanted target, we must capture him and push him into the city. Sengoku said to Garp, first have asked Marine in the East Daxia Sea to search for Linn's traces. Once I find Linn's traces, I will take action myself. After Garp finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Isn't the surgical fruit a fruit that can only be developed by medical skills? How could Linn become so strong through the surgical fruit? After hanging up the phone, Zhongguo rubbed his head with a headache. Perhaps it was not Linn who chose the surgical fruit, but the surgical fruit that chose Linn. Lieutenant General, he said at this time. When he was on Minyan Island, Lieutenant General, he listened to Rosinandi's account of the entire process of seizing the fruits of the operation. Obviously he has taken away the fruit of the operation. As long as he lets Luo eat it, Luo can save himself. However, the fruit of the operation fell to Linn's feet and was eaten by Linn. This seems to be accidental, but if you look at it from another perspective, isn't it the inevitable fate? It was precisely because Linn was so in tune with the surgical fruit that he was able to develop the surgical fruit to such a terrifying level within 1 year. It's a pity that Linn is not our Marine. If he were a Marine, how many Marines who had lost their limbs would regain their combat effectiveness? Warring states couldn't help but feel regretful. He can't become our Marine. Even if he joins our Marine, the world government will definitely come to ask for someone. That's the fruit of an operation that can help people live forever. There will always be people in the world government and the celestial dragons who are interested. Lieutenant General, he saw this very clearly. Chapter 50. The Linn pirates were established. Linn didn't even know that even though he had done nothing to Marine, his threat to Marine had actually risen sharply. Now Linn is no longer riding BABY-5. He and Baby 5 appear on a large steel ship. This large ship was specially built by Germa for half a year according to Linn's request. In addition to the ship, Judge also equipped Linn with 20 armored clones responsible for the maintenance and use of the ship. Just like the Revolutionary Army's night visit to Shimotsuki village, Linn's giant steel ship slowly came to the beach under the cover of night. On the beach, Kuina, wearing a white t-shirt and brown shorts, has been waiting here for a long time. When she saw the ship, she boarded it without hesitation. Are you the third crew member Linn recruited? My name is Vinsmoke Reiju, and I am the ship's doctor of this pirate group. When Kuina boarded the ship, she heard Reiju's voice. Reiju, aren't you good at using poison? When did you become a doctor? Baby 5 was surprised when she heard Reiju's voice. BABY-5, haven't you ever heard of the saying that treating poison does not mean branch house? I have been working hard to learn medical knowledge in the past 6 months, and now I am also a qualified doctor. Reiju said to Baby-5. Hello, my name is Corona, and I am a swordsman. Kuina nodded to Reiju. Both Baby 5 and Linn Kuina know each other, but Reiju in front of them does not. Now there are swordsmen, snipers, firepower, and ship doctors on this ship. If there is another navigator, the basic skeleton of a pirate group will be complete. Linn said he wanted to form his own pirate group, but he didn't expect that Linn had already recruited 3 crew members. Kuina, you actually brought out all the words of Wadao. Linn walked out of the cabin. He saw the white long sword on Kuina's waist, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wado Ikimonji is Koshiro's most cherished sword. I didn't expect Kuina to be able to bring this sword out. I have also mastered Zont, and my father said that I am qualified to take this sword to sea. Just because I wanted to go to sea and become a pirate, my father asked me to fake my death and hold a funeral for me, so that if anything happens to me in the future, it won't affect Shimotsuki village. Kuina raised the Wado Yiman in her hand and showed off to Linn. You have actually mastered Zantetsu. Congratulations, Kuina, you have officially become a swordsman. Linn smiled at Kuina. Kuina is only 11 years old, and she has already mastered the skill of cutting iron. Maybe she can really defeat Hawkeye in the future and become the strongest swordsman in the world. Mr. Koshiro is really cautious and actually wants to use this method to avoid the responsibility of Shimotsuki village. Hearing Kuina's words, Baby 5 couldn't help but curl his lips. Although it is a fake death, Kuina, your friend must be very sad, right? Reiju asked Kuina. Except for a certain idiot with a green algae head, I'm afraid no one will remember me within a month. Kuina thought carefully, and Zoro appeared in her mind. Okay, now that Kuina is on board, let's get ready to head to the Grand Line. As Linn spoke, he signaled for Germa's clone to sail the ship. Linn stood at the stern of the boat, waving his hands goodbye into the darkness. Strange, did Linn find me? Koshiro walked out from behind the tree and looked at Linn, who was waving his hands. A smile appeared on Koshiro's lips and he also waved in the direction of the ship. Linn is a very magical person, Kuina follows him, and Koshiro is very relieved. When the ship completely left Shimotsuki village, Linn also returned to the cabin. Looking at his 3 crew members, he held his first meeting. Linn has been in the pirate world for a year, and although he now has several subordinates, this is when he truly formed his own pirate group. Everyone, our pirate group is starting. Let's give this pirate group a name. Linn looked at his 3 crew members and said to them. Linn is a user with the surgical fruit ability. Why don't we call our pirate group the surgical pirate group? Reiju thought for a moment, then she spoke first. It's not good. If you call it this name, people who don't know it will think it's the Dr. Pirates. Kuina thought for a while. She felt that this name was inappropriate. Why don't we just call the Linn Pirates? The pirate group I was in before was named Doflamingo Pirates directly after the young master. Baby 5 saw that Kuina didn't have any good names, so she suggested a name. Then let's call our pirate group the Linn Pirates. Linn looked at Baby 5 and Reiju, and he directly decided on the name of the pirate group. Most of the names of this pirate group on the sea are based on the captain's nickname or characteristics. For example, the Whitebeard Pirates, that's because the captain has a very recognizable crescent-shaped white beard. The Red Hair Pirates, their captain Shanks has red hair. The Beast Pirates, their captain Kaido's nickname is Beast. Linn doesn't have a nickname now, so he just named his pirate group after himself. Compared to Reiju's name, Baby 5's name is obviously more recognizable. In addition to the name of the pirate group, they also designed the flag of the Linn Pirates. It was a heart pierced by 2 crossed swords. Just by looking at the flag, I don't know if he died by piercing the heart or if he was undergoing heart surgery. Soon, the flag was drawn by Germa's armored soldiers who flew to the sail. We are about to enter the Grand Line. Should I call you Captain Linn now? On the big ship, Reiju, who was wearing a pink combat uniform, looked at the pirate flag pattern on the sail. She covered her mouth and smiled at Linn in front of her. In just a few months of seeing each other, Reiju has grown from a little Lolita to a 1.73-meter long-legged man. Compared to the title Captain Linn, I still prefer to call Linn directly by his name. Baby 5 said to Reiju. Although Reiju has grown a lot, it is still a bit low compared to the Baby 5 who is already 1.9 meters tall. There is no need to call me Captain, you can just call me Linn. Linn said to them. Report. Traces of Pirate Linn were found. While Linn was still talking to the 3 women, on a desert island, a marine had a panoramic view of them. In order to find traces of Linn, all marines from the Donghai Marine branch were dispatched. Under such strict surveillance, Linn's traces were finally discovered by the marines. Chapter 51 The truth is not important. Linn, it seems a marine warship is catching up. Just half an hour after Linn and his party left Shimotsuki village, Baby 5 discovered a marine warship hanging behind them. Has Marine noticed it yet? Linn picked up the telescope and looked at the black figure in the distance. The light was not good at night, but from the outline of the black shadow, it seemed that it was indeed a marine warship. Marine must be following them at night to carry out a mission, and I'm afraid they are that mission. They've been targeted by Marine. Originally, we wanted to leave the East Daxia Sea in a low-key manner. Since Marine doesn't want us to keep a low profile, we won't keep a low profile. Linn asked the armored soldiers manning the ship to slow down. After he saw clearly that this was indeed a marine warship, he gave the order to Baby 5. BABY5, destroy that ship. Baby 5 has defeated many ships in North Blue, and Baby 5 is already very skilled in this business. I know, Captain Linn. Weapon transformation. Call it the Armstrong Cyclotron Jet Armstrong Cannon. Baby 5's waist sank slightly, and then a cannon with an indescribable shape appeared in front of Reiju and Kuina. Captain Linn, is this cannon a serious cannon? Reiju looked at the obscene appearance of the cannon in front of her, and asked Linn with a blush on her face. Of course the cannon is a serious cannon. Linn also looked a little embarrassed. This cannon was made by him when he was bored in North Blue and taught Baby 5 how to do it. Because it is very powerful, and even if there is a pirate ship that cannot be completely destroyed because of its size, those burning flames can burn the pirate ship to death. From then on, Baby 5 liked to use this cannon to defeat other ships. Linn hasn't had a naval battle for a long time, and he actually forgot about this one. This cannon looks very powerful, why isn't it serious? Kuina looked at the cannon transformed by Baby 5 with clear eyes, and she asked Reiju with some curiosity. Since Reiju asked that, she must have seen something. But no matter how Kuina looked, she couldn't see anything. Kuina, you are quite knowledgeable. This kind of cannon is very powerful, let me show it to you. After Baby 5 finished speaking, her body suddenly shrugged. Boom. With a loud noise like thunder, the marine warship on the opposite side suddenly turned into a great fireball. Those scattered wooden boards were burning and spreading like fireworks on the sea. In the dark night, this scene actually had a different kind of beauty. One shot destroyed a marine warship. I have never seen such a powerful cannon. Seeing the torch that almost illuminated the sea, Reiju was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Such a powerful cannon, even the rockets on the armor cannot do this. Germa is considered a technological powerhouse on the sea, and even Germa does not have such a powerful cannon. Reiju, how powerful is this Armstrong Cyclotron Jet Armstrong Cannon? The huge cannon slowly turned around, and Baby 5 asked Reiju. Although the name of this cannon is a mouthful, it is the most powerful cannon I have ever seen. Reiju looked at the strange cannon transformed by Baby 5 with a complicated expression. She no longer felt that this cannon was obscene. Your devil fruit is actually so powerful, it seems I have to work harder. Kuina thought about the blow to Baby 5 just now, and she felt a little palpitated. If Baby 5 shoots her like that, she will most likely be sent away by Baby -5. At this moment, Kuina's pride in mastering the Zonte also disappeared in Kuina's heart. Although the woman named Reiju did not take action, Kuina learned through chatting with Baby 5 that Reiju was a reformer from birth. Since her body is not weak, her strength is definitely very strong. Kuina's goal is to become the strongest swordsman in the sea. If she can't compete with her companions, how can she protect them? How can she become the strongest swordsman in the world? I'm going to train first. If Marine catches up again, please let me know, baby -5. After Kuina said this to baby -5, she walked towards the trainer. Now that her physical shortcomings have been lifted, she can train as hard as she can. I will, Kuina. Hearing that he was needed, baby 5's face filled with happiness. Reiju, BABY5, you should also take a rest. Now that the ship being followed by Marine has been dealt with, we may have a big battle in Upside Down Mountain. Linn looked at the Dark Sea and said to Reiju and BABY5. Marine's tracking ship has appeared, so Marine's large force will definitely not let them leave the East Daxia Sea safely. Linn returned to the cabin and dialed Judge's phone again. What? The Marine warship was defeated by the Linn pirates with one shot. When he learned the news, Garp's face became serious. Before Marine could fight Linn gave Marine the first move. It is difficult for the cannons of the Marine branch fortresses to do this. What kind of terrifying heavy firepower is installed on Linn's ship? Lieutenant General Garp, let me arrest Linn. Lieutenant General Gumir walked out from among the lieutenant generals and said to Lieutenant General Garp. As the head of the Marine G2 branch, Lieutenant General Gumel's reputation is also very famous among Marines. Gumel is confident, no matter how strong Linn is, can he still be stronger than Lieutenant General Marine? Don't underestimate Linn. It is said that Doflamingo left North Blue and entered the Grand Line because of Linn. Based on Linn's sailing route, he must be going to the Grand Route. We just need to wait for his arrival at Upside Down Mountain. There is no need to divide our forces. Garp stuffed a donut into his mouth and swallowed it, and he said to Gumel. This time Marine has an absolute advantage, both in terms of military strength and high-end combat power. No matter how strong Linn is, he can't be as strong as Marine here. Garp has already figured out Linn. He just needs to wait for the Linn pirates to arrive and then capture them in the Impel Down City. Linn is suspected of being a repeat offender of the Celestial Dragon's attack on St. Charma. Only by catching him can we give an explanation to the 5 elders. Garp looked at the Marine lieutenant generals and said to them in a deep voice. Linn was the first to use armor, and according to intelligence, Germa's armor was also based on Linn's armor. The red-haired pirates have already fought head-on with Garp and escaped. Only by catching Linn can they provide an explanation for the attack on the Celestial Dragons. Lieutenant General Garp, is Linn really a repeat offender of attacking the Celestial Dragons? John Garndo had a look of confusion on his face. He felt that Linn was not the one who attacked the Celestial Dragons. The truth is not important, you just need to remember that Linn is a pirate, and catching pirates is our Marine's mission. Next to John Jonda, a Marine Lieutenant General smoking a cigar said to him, Chapter 52 MIA Soft Persimmon. Marine's terrifying lineup. Sure enough, as Linn expected, after defeating the Marine warship, Marine did not continue to send Marine ships to follow Linn. When the sun jumped out of the sea again, Linn found that their ship was heading towards Upside Down Mountain 3 times faster than before. At this time, in front of Upside Down Mountain, Marine warships formed a line and completely blocked the entire entrance. There is a Marine Lieutenant General standing at the front of each deck of these 9 Marine warships. When the Linn pirates' ship appeared, the Marine lieutenants had already locked the Linn pirates with their breath. Obviously, these Marines are coming for them. There are actually so many Marine Lieutenant Generals. This power has exceeded the power of 2 Buster Calls. Marines really value us. Reiju looked at Marine's terrifying combat power in front of her with a solemn expression, and she felt a mountain of pressure. 5 Marine lieutenants plus 5 warships can easily crush any country on this sea. Now surrounded by so many Marines at this small estuary, can they really rush through? It's hard to imagine how the red-haired pirates managed to escape from such a terrifying siege. There was a hint of wonder in Kuina's tone. The red-haired pirates are all pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Their captain, the red-haired Shanks, has a bounty of more than 1 billion belly. He is a real big pirate. Reiju said to Kuina. Although Kuina didn't know what a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million meant, when she heard that the bounty was 1 billion, she knew it must be very powerful. Baby 5 once again transformed into a cyclotron jet-powered Armstrong cannon called Armstrong, and she was ready for battle. Linn, you have no chance of entering the Grand Line, so just go ahead and capture us. A Marine Lieutenant General shouted to Linn. For these Marine lieutenants, capturing a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million is an insult to their strength. If it weren't for the attack on the Tianlong people, not to mention these Lieutenant General Marine, Linn would not be qualified to see Brigadier General Marine. According to intelligence, there were only 3 underage girls on Linn's ship besides him. To them, such a pirate group was just playing house. Marine, there's no way you can catch me. After Linn finished speaking, he signaled BABY5, which transformed into an Armstrong gyrojet Armstrong cannon, to fire. Boom! Flames erupted from the muzzle of BABY5, and a shell flew straight towards a Marine warship that had been targeted for a long time. Is this the cannon that blew up the Marine warship with one shot? Gumir's face showed a solemn look, and he swung a slash straight towards the cannonball. This artillery shell is very fast in the eyes of ordinary people, but Gumil has already predicted the attack trajectory of this artillery shell with his knowledge and domineering spirit. This slash directly hit the shell, and a huge fire suddenly appeared between the Marine warship and Linn. You can actually shoot down cannonballs. Is this the strength of Lieutenant General Marine? Kuina's hand tightly held Wado Ikimonji in her hand. She could see that the Lieutenant General used the legendary slash just now. This cannon is very powerful. If all Marines are equipped with this cannon, the combat effectiveness of our Marines will be increased by more than 10 times. Garp looked at the ball of light exploding on the sea, and his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, in addition to the armor, Linn also had such a powerful cannon in his hands. Linn, you are the suspect who attacked the Tianxiang people. I will not let you escape. Garp stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards the sky. His right fist was raised high, and he was ready to smash it down on Linn's ship. Lieutenant General Garp, please don't say nonsense. It was your son who attacked the Tianxiang people. What does it have to do with me? Linn used the power of the surgical fruit to appear strangely in front of Garp. Before Garp could hit his fist, Linn instantly swung dozens of knives at Garp. What? Did Delog actually do it? Garp didn't expect that even the Revolutionary Army would be involved in this matter, and his movements couldn't help but stagnate. Now that Linn's sword was one step ahead of him, Garp's fist could only hit Linn's bone sword first. It was clear that Garp just threw a punch, but Linn felt that it was not Garp's fist that was thrown, but the collision of the Red Earth continent. Crack! Linn's long sword with armored hockey was actually interrupted by Garp. Seeing Garp's fist coming again, Linn once again used his teleportation ability to return to the ship from high altitude. Linn, is what you just said true? Is it really the Revolutionary Army that attacked the Tianxiang people? Garp's face was very sad. He didn't expect to hear the news about his son from Linn's mouth. Yes or no, Lieutenant General Garp, you have already made up your mind, so why bother asking me again? Linn said to Garp. Garp knew what Linn said was true, because according to Marines' information, the Revolutionary Army had appeared in the Kingdom of Goa. The Revolutionary Army rescued all the people trapped in the uncertain terminal who were set on fire by the Kingdom of Goa. From a time point of view, the time when the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army were active in the East Daxia Sea coincided with the time when the Tianxiang people were attacked. And with the methods of the Revolutionary Army, it is indeed very possible for them to obtain Germa's armor technology or purchase the finished armor directly from Germa. Lieutenant General Garp, the real culprits who attacked the Tianxiang people are already known. Why don't you go and arrest them? Maybe the Revolutionary Army is still in the East Daxia Sea. Linn smiled at Garp. Pirate, stop making excuses, you must be involved in the attack on the Celestial Dragons. A Marine Lieutenant General with scars on his face yelled at Linn. When the other Lieutenant Marines heard that the murderer was the Revolutionary Army, their expressions did not change at all. Marine didn't give Linn another chance to speak. Their cannons fired at Linn's ship. First understand, Marine has long known who the murderer is. After all, in the East Daxia Sea in the first half of the Grand Line, the only ones who dare to take action against the Tianxiang people are the Revolutionary Army. But you can't catch the Revolutionary Army. In order to give an explanation to the Tianxiang people and the world government, I am the scapegoat. Although the sound of artillery fire was loud, Linn's voice could still be heard clearly. Pirate, no matter what you say, you can't escape the fate of entering Impel Down City. The Marine lieutenants roared, and they suppressed Linn's voice. The battle officially started at this moment. Facing the sky full of artillery shells, the Baby 5 directly turned into a close-range defense gun. Da da da, with a scalp-numbing sound, Baby 5 exploded all the incoming shells in the air in an instant. Baby 5 relies not on precision, but on absolute firepower. The close-in defense cannon fired nearly 200 rounds of bullets per second. In addition to detonating those shells, the Marine warship closest to the Linn pirates was actually sliced open diagonally by Baby 5 with terrifying firepower. Dear Yanzu Yifei, happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. It's not easy for a young author to code, so I'm begging for rewards and reminders for updates. These are very important, please pray. Chapter 53 Linn vs Garp. Baby 5's attack was so fast that not even the Marine lieutenants could react. What kind of gun is this? Is it so powerful? The Marines who were interrupted by the ship jumped into the sea one after another. They looked at Baby 5 who was still spitting out tongues of fire. They were all filled with shock. Compared with the current machine gun of BABY-5, the current machine gun on the sea is even slower than the oldest flintlock gun. How dare you destroy the Marine warship? Vice Admiral Marine on that warship felt deeply ashamed. Baby 5's attack just now was so fierce that even his body was hit more than a dozen times in an instant. He is armed with hockey, and Baby 5's attack did not cause any damage to him. However, Marine warships are not armed with domineering force, and the bullets of Baby 5 actually have the effect of cutting the ship with a sword. They lost a Marine warship at the beginning of the war, which made the Marines feel very angry. They could accept a Marine warship being destroyed by the red-haired pirates, but the Marine lieutenant generals couldn't accept a Marine warship being destroyed by 4 brats from the Linn pirates whose average age was less than 16 years old. In an instant, sharp slashes struck at the Linn pirates' ship. Room baton. Linn directly teleported their ship 50 meters forward, and all the attacks of the Marine lieutenants failed. Not only can people teleport, but also ships can teleport. When Garp saw this scene, he couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously Linn's strength is not strong, but his development of this surgical fruit is beyond Garp's expectations. Before Garp could be surprised, 10 armored soldiers flew out of the ship. Garp is no stranger to these armored soldiers. The Marine headquarters already has more than a dozen such armors, and Brigadier General Marine is already familiar with these armors. Kakaka. The rocket launchers on the shoulders of the armored soldiers bounced up, and 120 rockets fell in various trajectories toward the surroundings. At the same time, the chests of these armored soldiers lit up, and the chests of these armored soldiers were energy cannons. Boo-hoo. Energy cannons were released one after another at the marine warship. The marine lieutenants did not care to launch attacks on Kuina and others. They hurriedly blocked the falling cannonballs. These armored soldiers were too close to the marine warship, and the surrounding area almost turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Linn, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. I can't let you continue. Looking at the sea of fire in front of him, Garp took a deep breath and smashed his fist directly towards the Linn pirates. Fist bone impact. Garp's fist wind actually extinguished the sea of fire, and this punch rushed towards Linn with the flames wrapped in it. Linn took a deep breath and prepared to try Garp's attack. Linn's whole body was filled with armed domineering energy. Facing Garp's punch, the sword in his hand instantly struck with a slash. Under the heavy pressure of Garp's fist, Linn finally understood the slashing attack. Garp's attack was so powerful that Linn's slash was shattered instantly. Facing the shock wave of Garp's punch, Linn appeared next to Garp again. Garp's domineering attitude had already anticipated this, and almost as soon as Linn appeared, his fist seemed to have appeared here. The bone sword hung upside down in Linn's hand. Just when Garp's fist was about to hit his chest, he actually cut himself in half from the chest. What operation is this? Garp was stunned by Linn's hand, but Garp's fist was not slow at all. No matter what tricks Linn was using, Garp could break them with one punch. It's a pity that Garp's determined punch failed. It wasn't Garp who didn't aim, it was Linn who cut his body open. Garp's fist went directly through Linn's empty chest. Garp did not expect that Linn would hollow out his own chest in response to his fist. His fist passed through Linn's body, but Linn was not injured at all. Garp is a strong man in physical skills. Although Linn avoided Garp's fist, now Garp's fist passed through his chest, Linn was still in a very dangerous situation. But when Garp was about to tear Linn's body apart, Garp discovered that Linn's body had a very hard periosteum, and Garp was unable to tear Linn's body apart. The next moment, spikes appeared all over Linn's body, and Garp's pupils shrank instantly. Ding ding ding. Those bone spurs with armed domineering energy and Garp's body erupted with a crisp sound. Garp also covered his body with armed hockey, and Linn's attacks could not break through Garp's defense. What a pity. If I can break through Garp's defense, I can give him body control and endocrine disorders. Linn secretly felt a pity in his heart, and then he used adrenaline to adjust his body functions to the highest level. Linn's attack speed increased by 30% compared with the previous moment, and after images of his fists, feet and bone spurs on his body were quickly appearing. Even so, Linn's attack could not do anything to Garp. In the end, Linn received Garp's punch and his body flew back to his ship. Linn and Garp played at a very fast speed, and the whole process did not take more than a minute. Just in this minute, 5 of the 10 Germa armored soldiers exploded. Linn, you have no way out. Garp looked at Linn, and he once again persuaded Linn to surrender. Linn's talent is very good, but it's a pity that his growth time is too short. The other Marine Lieutenant Generals also looked at Linn coldly, and they were already convinced of Linn. The red-haired pirates have already escaped, so the only choice is for the Linn pirates to take the blame. The world government needs an explanation, and the Tianlong people also need an explanation, and Linn is that explanation. Are you convinced of me? Linn looked at the Marine lieutenants who surrounded him in a semicircle, and he actually laughed. Reiju, Kuina and Baby 5 also gathered behind Linn. In the previous battle, Reiju poisoned all the attacking Marines. Looking at the fallen Marine soldiers, the Marine lieutenants all thought that Reiju had also awakened Conqueror's Haki. Although Kuina's clothes were slightly damaged, her body had no obvious injuries. Baby 5 has more combat experience than them, but the mark armor she transformed also has a deep sword mark, which is the work of a certain Marine Lieutenant General. Experiencing such a hellish battle as soon as they went to sea was a bit too intense for them. I have seen your strength, do you have any other means of escaping? Garp doesn't know what means Linn can use to make a comeback now that he's in his current situation. You'll see it soon. It's not that I have no way to escape, it's that you are surrounded by me. Linn's arms were raised high, and he clenched his fist fiercely at the sky. Garp suddenly looked up at the sky. At this moment, the expressions of Garp and the Marine Lieutenant Generals changed. Chapter 54 Thousands of armors set fire, now I represent justice. Before Garp and the Marine Lieutenant General Linn could be arrested, rockets rained from the sky. Rockets dragging thick smoke roared towards these Marine warships. There were so many rockets falling in the sky that the Marine Lieutenants all felt their scalps go numb. Is this armor? How much armor is there? Gungnir waved his swords repeatedly, blasting the rockets in the sky with slashes. The number of these rockets was so dense that even the aftermath of the explosions shook the Marine warships. How is this possible? Where did Linn find so many armors? The other Marine Lieutenant General looked horrified in his eyes. One piece of armor can be equipped with 12 rockets, and the wave of rockets in front of him contains tens of thousands. In other words, there were 1,000 armors above them at this time. Apart from the lack of domineering power of those armors, their destructive power is no less than that of Marine Brigadier General. In other words, more than 1,000 Marine Brigadiers opened fire on them at the same time. This is the power that can subvert Mary Joa, and now it actually appears here. Lieutenant General Garp, now it's time for you to make a choice. Do you want to continue to capture me, or do you want to save these Marines? Looking at the busy lieutenant generals, Linn asked Garp. I choose both. Garp's upper body muscles bulged violently, and he punched the sky. Under this punch, rockets in the sky exploded one after another. Garp used his iron fist to forcefully blast away the rockets falling from the armor. The clouds in the sky were dispersed, and the silver armor appeared in front of the Marines. Facing Garp's attack, thousands of armored chests fired energy cannons to continuously offset Garp's punch. In the end, Garp's blow did not damage those armors, and even the lineup of those armors was not messed up. Riding the Garp to clear the rockets in the sky, Dalmisia stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards the armored groups. Only by solving these armors can the Marines survive. If these armors are allowed to continue attacking, even the Marine Lieutenant General will be exhausted and killed. Rockets that emitted white smoke were approaching Dalmisia. Dalmisia was unable to get close to it for a while after it was bombed. There is no mark, but this is the standard armor sold by Germa on the sea. John Garndo said to Garp. Linn, these are Germa's armors. Garp asked Linn. On this sea, only Germa has the ability to make so much armor. If it wasn't Germa, Garp wouldn't believe it. If he was not mistaken, the person with pink hair and wearing a pink memory battle armor on Linn's ship was the princess of the kingdom of Germa, Vinsmoke Reiju. All the marine warships were under the attack of those rockets just now, but there was not even a rocket around Linn's ship. Linn could actually let Germa mobilize so many armors. It seems that Linn and Germa's friendship is extraordinary. Guess. Linn didn't tell Garp the answer. Since Garp asked, he must have guessed it. But what does it matter? Now Germa is no longer afraid of the world government. Even if the world government wants to destroy Germa, they will have to pay a considerable price. Lieutenant General Garp, only your iron fist can withstand so many rockets. Now you have two choices. Are you going to sacrifice these Marines to catch me, or are you going to save these Marines and let me go? Linn raised the issue again. Garp has tried it just now. With his ability, he cannot destroy all those armors before Marine is destroyed. Didn't I say that I want both? No matter what your relationship is with Germa, as long as I can capture you, everything will be over. Garp's fists were clenched, and he wanted to prove his attitude with an iron fist. Lieutenant General Garp, now that I am stronger than you, you are not qualified to choose. If you want both, you'll get nothing. Linn said. Hundreds of armors flew around Linn's pirate ship and fired rockets at the surrounding Marines. Here begins a new chaos. Garp had just jumped up from his warship when a violent explosion erupted underneath the warship he was on. The ship was actually blown apart. Be careful on the bottom of the ship, there's also armor on the bottom of the sea. Garp's adjutant, Bogart, unleashed a slash at the seafloor and shouted loudly to the surrounding Marine lieutenants. These armors can actually dive. The expressions on the Marine Lieutenant General's expressions became even uglier. They are already stretched thin just to defend against attacks in the sky. Now they have to defend against attacks at the bottom of the sea. How can they possibly defend against this? Boom, boom. 2 more Marine warships were sunk. Garp didn't care, he punched an armor directly. But immediately, several armored figures holding chainsaws rushed towards Garp. Boo-hoo. The place was flooded by dense rockets and armored self-destructions. Garp finally rushed out of the smoke, but Linn had already used the power of the surgical fruit to teleport his ship 200 meters away. Linn never gave Garp a chance to get close. Garp has been fighting on the sea for so many years, and he has never fought such a frustrating battle. Marine was actually able to be suppressed by human firepower, and the firepower was suppressed hundreds of times. Listening to the screams of those Marines on the sea, even if Garp wanted to catch Linn again, he could only save those Marines first. As Linn said, if Garp is determined to capture Linn, then all the Marine soldiers except Lieutenant General Marine will probably die before Linn is caught. Garp is not Sakaski, and he will not give up so many Marine lives just to complete the mission. The Marines could only watch helplessly as Linn's boat followed the current towards the pass of Tianxiang Mountain. The Marines had no time to even protect themselves, let alone capture Linn. BABY5, this is fire coverage, have you learned it? On the ship of Linn pirates, Linn pointed at the Marines covered by rockets, and he said to Baby-5. Baby 5 looked at this spectacular scene and straightened her head. Vice Admiral Marine's swordsmanship is so strong. Maybe I still have a long way to go before I can challenge the world's strongest swordsman. Kuina held the hilt of the sword in her hand, and infinite fighting spirit ignited in her heart. Linn, you already knew that we would be sniped by Garp, so you asked Germa to mobilize so many armors and come here in advance, right? Reiju looked at the nearly 2 kilometers of explosion zone behind her and asked Linn. Linn looked at the upside-down mountain pass in front of him and smiled without saying a word. This is the first time that Linn has entered the Grand Line. From now on, the name of the Linn pirates will be heard throughout the Grand Line. Chapter 55 Marines suffered heavy losses. Rockets and fierce explosions filled the sky, became the fireworks to bid farewell to Linn as he entered the Grand Line. When the Linn pirates' ship completely disappeared in the East Daxia Sea, flames burst out from behind the armor and flew into the distance. 2 Marine lieutenants tried to use moonwalk to catch up with the armor. They wanted to know who was attacking the Marines. But those armors flew too high and too fast, and the 2 Marine lieutenants failed to catch up. Have Germa already mastered such power? If Germa has tens of thousands of armors, then they may have surpassed the giants of Elbaf and become the strongest country in the world. Looking at the armored group that had disappeared, Garp withdrew his gaze. Marine's action this time became a complete joke because of Linn. After the crazy bombardment by those armors just now, Marine only had 2 warships still floating on the water. Garp's warship was not seriously damaged, but the other ship was just barely floating on the sea. This is before Linn has grown up. In 2 or 3 years, Linn may be able to cause greater damage to Marine. What are you still doing? Save people quickly. Garp looked at the Marines who were still in shock, and he shouted to those Marines. The Marines just woke up from a dream, and they jumped into the sea one after another to save people. The wave of bombing just now was the most intensive and powerful they had ever seen, and now these Marines are still a little confused. 5 of the 10 Marine Lieutenant Generals were seriously injured and fell into the sea. They wanted to rescue the Marine Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General Marine is the backbone of maintaining justice in the sea. No one expected that dealing with a pirate who had just gone to sea would cause so many Lieutenant General Marines to be seriously injured. We found Lieutenant General Yuri Gross. He is dead and now his body is hard. I found half of Lieutenant General Mark's head. Where did the rest of his body parts go? I salvaged Lieutenant General Duke's arm. The Marines fished out the Marine Lieutenant General's body parts one after another from the sea. Lieutenant General Marine was the strongest, and they also encountered concentrated fire attacks from those armors. Lieutenant General Garp, preliminary estimates of losses have been made. Almost all of our warships were destroyed in this battle. We had 5 Marine Lieutenant Generals killed in action and 2 seriously injured. 10,000 Marines were killed in action and countless others were seriously injured. Quote, Gumir walked up to Garp and reported to Garp. Even the Roger pirates didn't cause so much damage to Marine. This little brat Linn. Garp clenched his fists angrily. Today's battle was the worst defeat in his career in the past 40 years. Lieutenant General Garp, please bandage your wounds too. Bogart stepped out from the deck and handed Garp some bandages. Garp's condition is not very good now. His Marine uniform already has several holes, and he is even bleeding from 3 or 4 places on his body. Lieutenant General Garp, over at Marine headquarters. Seeing that Garp refused to bandage, Gumil spoke with some difficulty. The death of so many Marine Lieutenant Generals at one time was a major event in Marine. Even a war with those pirate emperors would not cause such heavy casualties. Faced with such a disastrous defeat, Gumil didn't know how to report it to Marine headquarters. Let me report to the headquarters in person. Garp took a deep breath and took Gumil's phone bug. Marine headquarters, Sengoku is still open. Although the current Sengoku still holds the rank of Marine Admiral, he has already begun to become familiar with the work of Marine Fleet Admiral in advance. Among the targeted Marine generals, Black Arm Zephyr has lost his fighting spirit, and he devotes all his enthusiasm to cultivating Marine recruits. And Garp doesn't even make Marine Admiral, let alone Marine Fleet Admiral. Previously, Garp reported that the red-haired pirates broke through his blockade and entered the Grand Line from the East Daxia Sea. Now that the red-haired pirates have arrived at the Sabayati Islands, after they enter the New World, perhaps a new pirate emperor will be born in the New World. In addition, the big pirate Doflamingo is preparing to auction the golden fruit in the Sabayati Islands. Warring States knew that Doflamingo would not sell the fruit, he just wanted to use this fruit to build the reputation of the Don Quixote family. After being kicked out of North Blue by Germa, Doflamingo is already preparing to deploy in the New World. After Rocinante was rescued by a crane from Mignon Island, he also told the Marine headquarters this information. But Rocinante didn't know Doflamingo's more detailed plan. Since Roger started the Age of Discovery with his own death, Warring States feels that the sea is now starting to run rampant. As a man who was about to become the Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku is thinking about how to end the era of great pirates. Brumuru, Buruburu, the phone bug in front of his desk suddenly rang. Through the avatar on the phone bug, Warring States recognized that it was a call from Garp. Garp, did you catch Linn? As soon as the phone was picked up, Sengoku asked Garp. Garp's strength is no less than that of the Warring States period, and Garp's large fleet this time can already compete with the Pirate Emperor. Because the Red Hair Pirates had the combat power of the Pirate Emperor, Garp did not keep them. But let Garp deal with Linn, who has not yet grown up, and Warring States doesn't think there will be any surprises. Sengoku, I want to report to you about this battle with the Linn pirates. After hearing Sengoku's question, Garp was silent for 3 seconds before he finally spoke with difficulty. You should escort Linn to Impel City first. The specific details will not be discussed until you return to the headquarters from Impel City. Sengoku laughed, but he didn't hear Garp's response, and his brows frowned slightly. No way, didn't you stop your hand? Did you beat Linn to death? Sengoku asked again, but Garp on the other side of the phone remained silent. This battle was Garp's biggest stain. Although he was mentally prepared, Garp still felt very entangled when it came time to report. Garp, what happened? Warring States' tone also calmed down, and he felt as if something had happened unexpectedly. Warring States, I didn't catch Linn. Linn escaped into the Grand Line. Not only was Linn not caught, we also lost 5 Marine Lieutenant Generals and tens of thousands of Marines this time. Garp simply reported the results to Sengoku. Garp, are you sure you're not kidding me? When Warring States heard Garp's words, his pupils suddenly tightened, and even his face showed a look of shock. Sengoku knew Garp well and he would never joke about something like this. What exactly happened? Tell me the whole story in detail. Sengoku calmed down quickly and asked Garp about the details of the battle. Chapter 56 Outrageous Battle Losses, Marine Senior Management's Attention. Garp slowly told Sengoku about the battle process. Linn's strength exceeds that of ordinary pirates in this sea, especially the fruits of his surgery. If you are not careful, you will be in big trouble. Moreover, Linn's fruit ability allows him to teleport himself or bring objects with him. This ability makes Linn difficult to kill. Listening to Garp's narration, Warring States also got a rough idea of Linn. Linn's physique is very strong, and he has developed the fruits of surgery to a point that even Garp was shocked. Now Linn has mastered the armed color hockey and the wisdom color hockey, and he also has considerable attainments in swordsmanship. In terms of combat power, Linn's combat power is now comparable to that of an ordinary Marine Lieutenant General. Considering Linn's age, the combat power he displayed was considered a monster. Even Sengoku didn't have such strength at Linn's age, and maybe only those pirate emperors could compare with Linn. Such strength is considered a monster among pirates, but it is nothing compared to Garp. Garp's iron fist was honed by smashing mountains. How could the devil fruit that Linn developed in a year compare with Garp's half-life effort? What Sengoku didn't expect was that Linn actually mobilized thousands of armors to bomb the marine warship. Those armors directly launched fire coverage at high altitudes on the warships below. Marine warships had no air defense weapons at all, so they could only be passively beaten. It was precisely to protect the warship that Linn was able to escape from Garp. Those Marine lieutenant generals who died were to protect the marine warships. They rushed into the armored group and were killed by the powerful firepower and exhaustion of their physical strength. Most of those marine warships were attacked and sunk by armor from the bottom of the sea. On this sea, the only one with so many armors is the kingdom of Germa. It seems that Judge attaches great importance to Linn. He actually sent out so many armors to help Linn. After Sengoku listened to Garp's report, he also realized that these armors belong to the kingdom of Germa. Although we all know that those armors belong to the kingdom of Germa, there is no Germa logo on those armors. The world government cannot convict Germa. Furthermore, with Germa's current strength, does the world government dare to break up with Germa? Garp was holding the phone bug, and at this moment he suddenly remembered Linn's mocking expression before. It was clear that the attack on the Tianxiang people was done by the Revolutionary Army, but Marine could not catch the Revolutionary Army, so they wanted to use Linn to atone for the crime. Now that Linn has directly asked Germa to take action, and Marine also knows that the murderer is Germa, do they dare to take action against Germa now? Now, in addition to Germa not having top combat power, their power at the middle and high levels may be stronger than the power controlled by the Pirate Emperor. If the world government dares to take action against Germa, Germa will dare to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army or the Pirate Emperor. By that time, Germa's threat may have increased 10 or even 100 times. Germa has grown up, and this is no longer a kingdom that the world government can manipulate at will. This matter involves the franchised countries. I will report this matter to Cyborg Fleet Admiral, who will report it to the world government. The Warring States period cannot handle this kind of thing, let the world government have the headache. Garp, you should recover from your injuries first. After Warring States finished instructing Garp, he hung up the phone. Linn, it seems that another new pirate star is about to appear. Warring States looked at the sea outside Marine Fando, and he had a premonition that the sea was about to experience turmoil. Sengoku, our Marine has never experienced such a disastrous defeat. News about this matter must be blocked. This is a shame for our Marine. If the public knows this news, our Marine's prestige will be greatly reduced. Lieutenant General he had been listening. After Sengoku finished the call with Garp, she said to Sengoku. When Garp spoke to us on the phone, he had already issued a gag order on all Marines. Warring States said to Lieutenant General he. Although Garp seems to be a very nervous person, Garp has never lost his temper when it comes to key issues. No matter what method Linn takes to cause our Marine heavy losses, if he can do it, that's his skill. Now that Linn's threat is more than just 90 million belly, should we readjust his bounty? Lieutenant General he once again made a suggestion at this time. Linn caused so much damage to Marine. He was too much of a threat to the sea. A mere 90 million Baileys could no longer keep up with his threat. Linn's bounty should be set at 1 billion Baileys. Warring States thought for a while, and then he suggested to Lieutenant General he. 1 billion Baileys, Linn's bounty is already equal to that of red-haired Shanks. Lieutenant General he was also shocked by the bounty set by the Warring States period. She did not expect that the always steady Zahn would set such a high bounty for Linn. From 90 million to 1 billion Baileys, Linn's bounty increased more than 10 times. Crane, do you think Linn is less of a threat than Shanks? Not to mention Linn's rapid growth rate, let's just say that he has mastered Germa's armor that can subvert the world. He is a much greater threat than Shanks. Warring States analyzed Lieutenant General he. Marine's bounty for a pirate is not only based on the pirate's strength, but also on the threat he poses to the world. Lieutenant General he also had to admit that Linn was indeed a great threat now. This reminded her of her first meeting with Linn on Mignon Island. At that time, Lieutenant General he learned that Linn had defeated Pika just after eating the fruit of the operation. Lieutenant General he felt that Linn was not an ordinary person. In just 1 year, Linn actually defeated Garp. Are you going to let a pirate as powerful as Doflamingo take the initiative to deal with Linn? Lieutenant General he also figured out the intentions of Warring States. Shank's strength was developed in the New World. Linn had such a terrifying bounty without even going to the Grand Line. How could those pirates obey him? The pirates of the Grand Line will definitely cause trouble for Linn. As long as Linn can be defeated, this pirate group will become famous immediately. There are also those bounty hunters. In the first half of the Grand Line, there are very few pirates with bounties over 100 million. If they can kill Linn, then they will have nothing to worry about for 3 lifetimes. This is the first time in the first half of the Grand Route that a pirate with such a high bounty has appeared. General He Zhong can expect that once this news is released tomorrow, the first half of the Grand Route will usher in an unprecedented rampage. The facts were as expected by Lieutenant General He in Warring States. As the World Economic News published the news in the newspaper, everyone who saw the newspaper became uneasy. Chapter 57 1 Billion Bounty, Hancock's Unspeakable Secret. Shanks, brother Linn's bounty is about to catch up with you. Sabayati Islands, Island 13, among Shaki's rip-off bar. Jesus held today's newspaper and said happily to Shanks, "Strange, didn't Linn just enter the Grand Line? What did he do in the East Daxia Sea that made his bounty rise to such an outrageous level?" Lucky Lou still had his big elbow away from his mouth, and he spoke vaguely while chewing on his elbow. If Linn did anything to make his bounty rise to such an outrageous level, there is only one possibility. He defeated the Marine who blocked the East Daxia Sea's upside-down mountain pass. Ben Beckman had a cigarette in his mouth and made this guess. How could Linn defeat that Marine? It was an elite fleet led by Marine hero Lieutenant General Garp, with 9 Marine lieutenants and tens of thousands of Marine soldiers. Don't talk about Linn, even we can only pass it as soon as possible, let alone talk about defeat. Jesus felt that Ben Beckman's speculation was exaggerated. If he hadn't defeated Garp, then even if Linn killed all the Marines in the East Daxia Sea branch, his bounty would not have changed so dramatically. Ben Beckman still insists on his opinion. If Ben Beckman's guess is true, then Linn has done something big this time. Shanks' eyes lit up, and he was already looking forward to the next meeting with Linn. Shanks, was he the one who reattached your broken arm? Next to Shanks, an old man with silver hair and a scar on his left eye pointed to the photo of Linn in the newspaper and asked Shanks. This old man is Shilbaz Rayleigh, known as Pluton, who was the vice captain of the Roger Pirates that Shanks previously belonged to. Yes, that's him. Shanks smiled at Rayleigh. 2 remarkable figures actually appeared in the East Daxia Sea. One is Linn, who has 1 billion Baileys before entering the Grand Line. And the Luffy who made you risk your arm and even Roger's straw hat. There was a hint of emotion in Rayleigh's eyes, which reminded him of the man in the straw hat again. Linn has entered the Grand Line, you will see him soon. As for Luffy, maybe it will be 10 years before you can see him again. Shanks recalled the boy who smiled very much like Captain Roger, and he was already looking forward to the scene 10 years later. Another island in the Shanks archipelago, Doflamingo also saw today's paper. Hey, this kid, Linn, is growing up so fast. He actually already has a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. In a dark secret room, Doflamingo looked at Linn's reward order, and the veins on his brow popped out. He didn't kill Linn on Mignon Island, that was the worst decision he ever made. Because Linn ate the fruit of the operation, Doflamingo did not take action against Linn in order to let Linn perform the surgery for his immortality. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, Linn has grown to this point. Now even Baby 5's bounty is higher than mine. I only have 99 million belly, while Baby 5's bounty is already 100 million belly. Pika held another bounty ticket and said to Doflamingo. Baby 5 was just a trainee cadre of the Doflamingo Pirates, but she was abducted by Linn on Mignon Island. In just 1 year, Baby 5 not only grew physically into an adult, but her bounty was also higher than that of Pika, the supreme leader. What kind of magic does Linn have that can make Baby 5 change so much? Doflamingo was originally in a bad mood, and when he heard Pika mention BABY5, his eyelids jumped even more. If it weren't for the sunglasses covering his eyes, those family officials would probably see his angry look. Doflamingo spent a lot of money to cultivate 2 trainee cadres, Baby 5 and Buffalo. As a result, Baby 5 was abducted by Linn for no reason, and even Doflamingo couldn't call him back. If it was an ordinary pirate, Doflamingo would have killed him long ago and allowed Baby 5 to return to the family, but he could not kill Linn. But Doflamingo is not in a hurry. Once he uses the golden fruit to build up the momentum of the Doflamingo Pirates, he can execute that plan. When you become 7 warlords of the sea, isn't it just a matter of time for Linn to do whatever you want? Thinking of this, Doflamingo picked up the phone and warned Torbal again. The auction of golden fruit is very important, and Doflamingo will never allow any surprises. A user with surgical fruit ability can also reattach red-haired Shank's broken arm. I don't know if he can. Amazon Lily, Boya Hancock, known as the Pirate Empress, is facing a difficult choice at this time. Boya Hancock is also a monster. She became the emperor of the 9 Snakes Pirates last year at the age of 18, and led the 9 Snakes Pirates on their first expedition. She only robbed that one time, and she received a bounty of 80 million belly, and was recruited by the world government to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Linn is younger than her, and her experience seems to be more legendary than hers. Before Linn entered the Grand Line, he already had a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. This had never happened before on this ocean. Even those pirate emperors did not have such horrific records when they were young. Boya Hancock didn't care about how strong Linn was, what she cared about was the devil fruit that Linn had eaten, the surgery fruit. It is said that it is a top devil fruit, and famous doctors who eat that fruit can cure almost all diseases in the world. Although Boya Hancock is not ill, she has something about her body that makes her feel ashamed because of her experiences in her youth. Over the years, Boya Hancock has been carefully covering up. After seeing Linn and his deeds, Boya Hancock felt that Linn could help her. The medical skills on this ocean cannot do this, but the surgical fruits may be able to. Sonda Sonia, Marigrud, let the 9 Snakes pirates get ready, we are going to sea. Boya Hancock shouted to the door. We understand, Oni-sama. Soon, the 9 Snakes pirates became busy. Sister, didn't we just finish looting? What is our target this time? Boya Sandasonia walked into Boya Hancock's palace, and she asked Boya Hancock for instructions. A big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion has appeared on the Grand Line. As 7 warlords of the sea, I have an obligation to cooperate with the world government to destroy him. This time our target is Linn. Boya Hancock picked up the reward order in her hand and said to Boya Sandasonia. In Amazon Lily, Boya Hancock's words are absolute. After hearing Boya Hancock's order, the 9 Snakes pirates set out to sea towards the island at the front of the Grand Line. Chapter 58 Whiskey Mountain. With a billion bounty, I will become a big pirate. On the ship of Linn pirates, Linn looked at his reward order and laughed. When he was in North Blue, Linn was offered a bounty of 90 million Baileys, which almost made all the bounty hunters and pirates in North Blue go crazy. Now that Linn has so much bounty, I am afraid that all the pirates and bounty hunters in the first half of the Grand Line will take notice. Reiju, Kuina, you will have many opportunities to take action now. You don't know how annoying those pirates are. Baby 5 has experience with this, and she began to tell the 2 girls about how they were hunted down by pirates and bounty hunters in North Blue. When Kuina heard the news, her eyes lit up with joy. With so many opponents to hone her swordsmanship, Kuina believes that her swordsmanship can go even further. Reiju, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. When she was young, she killed many people for Germa as a family weapon. Although she didn't want to do it, she couldn't resist Judge's order. It wasn't until she met Linn, who helped her break Judge's shackles, that she gained true freedom. If anyone dares to cause trouble to Linn, she doesn't mind poisoning those people. Linn and the others had already climbed the upside-down mountain, but Linn did not see Laboon, the whale that hit its head on the Red Earth continent. Following the direction of the permanent pointer, Linn's ship sailed on the Grand Line. The weather on the Grand Route is unpredictable, and the weather that was clear just a moment ago turned to clouds in an instant. In less than 5 minutes, Linn felt that the surroundings were as dark as night. Is it going to rain? Reiju's eyes looked to the sky. She often travels to and from the Grand Route, and she knows the Grand Route best. Crack, a bolt of lightning struck down, and a huge shadow enveloped their ship. What is that? Kuina looked at the huge shadow falling in the sky, a flash of horror in her eyes. Is that an iceberg? Baby 5 reacted the fastest. Her arm turned into a machine gun and hit the falling iceberg. Although the iceberg debris was flying everywhere, her attack had little effect in the face of the huge iceberg. Seeing that the iceberg was about to destroy their ship, Linn conjured a huge bone knife that was 40 meters long. Linn opened his field, and after the iceberg fell into Linn's operating space, Linn's bone blade easily divided the iceberg into 2 halves. Boom! 2 huge icebergs crashed into the sea, causing violent turmoil on their ships. How come icebergs fall from the sky? This is the first time Kuina has seen such a situation. Everything can fall from the sky along the Grand Line. This is also the reason why the weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable. Reiju was not surprised by this, she was used to such scenes. Careful, here we go again. Baby 5 looked at the black shadow that appeared again in the sky, and she shouted loudly to everyone. Kuina raised her head sharply, and subconsciously clenched the Wado Yamanji in her hand. A white light split the iceberg into 2, and it was Linn who took action again. These icebergs are not armed and domineering, and their falling trajectory will not change. This is an excellent target for Linn. Then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th icebergs fell one after another, and their location turned into an iceberg in an instant. Whenever icebergs fall on top of the ship, those icebergs will be cut open by Linn. Linn also used these icebergs as targets to practice his sword skills. The range of his sword swings became smaller and smaller, and became more and more accurate. What a terrible weather. If it weren't for Linn, I would probably die in this iceberg rain. Kuina tried cutting the iceberg with Wado Ikimonji, but she found that her iron-cutting skills could not split the huge iceberg in 2. If Linn hadn't been here, maybe she would have been destroyed because of these icebergs. Reiju, since there is such a terrible storm in front of us, why didn't the soldier sail the ship away from this area in advance? Baby 5 saw that their ship was still sailing straight, and she asked Reiju. She remembered that Reiju said that this clone soldier could sail, and Baby 5 was very doubtful about the skills of this armored soldier. They are just cloned objects. How advanced do you expect them to be in navigation? Being able to read the permanent pointer and steer the ship is impressive enough. Reiju glanced at the armored soldier who was like a wooden man and said nothing, and she said to Baby 5 and Kuina. It seems we need to get reliable navigators on board as soon as possible. Linn heard Reiju's words and thought in his heart. If Linn traveled 10 years into the future, Nami in the East Daxia Sea would be the best choice. But Nami is just a child now, and she hasn't started learning navigation yet. Linn currently has 2 navigators assigned. The first person is Nicole Robin, the son of the devil who is still in West Blue. As the only scholar in O'Hara, the Island of Scholars, although it is not explicitly shown that Nico Robin knows seamanship. But with Nicole Robin's intelligence, she became a scholar through self-study at the age of 8, and it was very easy for her to learn navigation. It's just that Nico Robin is currently hiding in West Blue from Marine in the Dark World, and no one knows where she is. There is another person who is Perona in the Devil's Triangle. Perona is the adopted daughter of Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Zoro was brought to the Sabayati Islands from Hawkeye's residence by her. Moreover, Perona is a user with Paramesh's spirit fruit ability, and her fruit is also bug level. Hey, that island in front looks like a cactus. Kuina looked at the island in front of her and shouted. It turns out to be Whiskey Peak. When Lynn saw this highly recognizable island, Lynn immediately recognized where it was. This is the first island to enter the 7 routes of the Grand Line, and it is also one of the strongholds of the Baroque Studio. There are many bounty hunters gathered here, and their job is to kill those newcomers who have just entered the Grand Line and have no experience. It turns out those bounty hunters are actually subordinates of pirates. After hearing Lin reveal the truth about Whiskey Mountain, the 3 women were surprised. We just happen to need a place to repair after experiencing the iceberg rain, and this place in front of us is just right. Lin is not afraid of these bounty hunters. Even the luffy pirates who just set out to sea can defeat these bounty hunters, let alone them. That's the great pirate Lin with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. When the Lin pirates entered Whiskey Peak, the bounty hunters were shocked. Chapter 59 Captain Lin, Reiju will help you detoxify. These bounty hunters are so weak, far worse than those marines. Looking at the bounty hunters lying on the ground, Kuina curled her lips in disdain. The strongest among these bounty hunters is only slightly stronger than Zoro, and the rest are even more vulnerable. The reason they entertain us with such delicious food is to make me relax my guard. Baby 5 was still eating the food made by those bounty hunters, and she sounded very regretful. She hasn't had such delicious food for a long time. These bounty hunters are using despicable methods, and I don't know if they have poisoned them. Reiju looked at those who were easily defeated by Kuina alone, and she said to Lin with a solemn face. Using poison. This method really cannot be ignored. Reiju, please check if they are poisoned. Lin said to Reiju. Reiju's ability is to use poison. She is an expert in using poison. She can tell whether poison is poisoned or not. Captain Lin, let's start the inspection first. Reiju leaned in front of Lin, and her nose almost collided with Lin's. Reiju, you are too close to Lin. When Baby 5 saw Reiju's movements, she reminded Reiju. But before Baby 5 could finish her words, her eyes suddenly opened wide. I saw that Reiju's pink lips had been printed on Lin's lips. When Kuina saw this scene, her face suddenly turned red. I still want to practice. After Kuina finished speaking, she walked towards the training room in the ship in a panic. Lin, how are you feeling? When Reiju and Kuina separated, Baby 5 blinked his big eyes and asked Lin. So soft and moist. This is Lin's evaluation of Reiju's kiss just now. I'm asking, Lin, have you been poisoned? Baby 5 didn't expect Lin to give her such an answer, and there was a look of disbelief in her eyes. I just confirmed that Lin was not poisoned. Reiju's face turned slightly red, and she didn't know why she did what she did just now. Reiju, please help me check it too. When Baby 5 saw this, she asked Reiju. No need, what we ate is the same as what Lin ate. He was not poisoned and you will not be poisoned either. Reiju said to Baby -5. Brumuru, Barubru. When Lin reboarded his boat, the phone bug in his arms actually rang. It's Judge's phone number. Judge, what happened? After Lin answered the phone, he asked Judge. Sir Lin, among those armor users, the armor user numbered N4544 will be the person you were looking for. Judge on the other side of the phone bug said, and the phone bug's eyes lit up, and then an image was projected on the wall in front of him. It was a girl with long, straight black hair and a wheat complexion. This armor was originally designed by a mafia leader in West Blue, but a few days after the armor came to his family, it was taken away by this woman. According to our database comparison, there is a 95.8% chance that this girl is Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Judge said to Lin. Lin also didn't expect that the monitoring system installed on the armor could have such a role. This video was taken a week ago. According to our observations, the location of this armor is in Alabasta. Judge said to Lin. Alabasta, Nico Robin actually entered the Grand Line years in advance. Lin didn't expect that because of the popularity of armor, Nicole Robin would also enter the Grand Line in advance. Is Nicole Robin here for that piece of history with Arlen Astor? Lin immediately guessed the purpose of Nico Robin coming here. Nicole Robin is the only surviving scholar in O'Hara. O'Hara's scholars were erased by the world government because they studied historical texts, so it became Nicole Robin's mission to find the blanks for 100 years. In that case, let's go to Alabasta for a trip. It's here now. Lin looked at the Whiskey Mountain that had turned into a small dot, and he decided to recruit Nicole Robin to his ship first. Sailing on the Grand Route without a good navigator is really dangerous. The most important thing is that Lin has already been on this route, and Alabasta is a must-go place for Lin. Anyway, you are here, so you might as well go and have a look. Lin has just passed Whiskey Peak, and he defeated all the bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak. When the Lin pirates had just left Whiskey Peak, the news was known to Crocodile. The unlucky duo, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday, drew a picture of what happened. This time Lin didn't take any action. The only one who took action was a short-haired female swordsman on Lin's ship. There were so many bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak, but none of them were the enemy of the female swordsman. According to Crocodile's estimation, besides him, only Mr. One in Baroque Studio can fight with her, right? Crocodile also knows the identities of the remaining 2 crew members. Baby 5 was the trainee cadre of the Doflamingo pirates who was abducted by Linn when he first appeared on Mignon Island. The cadres Crocodile sent to the Baroque Studio recruited Linn, but unfortunately his cadres and their ship were killed by Baby -5. Baby 5's bounty is now 100 million, which is higher than Crocodile's bounty before he became 7 warlords of the sea. Another one is Reiju, the princess of the Vinsmoke family. Crocodile didn't know what the world government was thinking. It was clear that the Vinsmoke family openly joined the pirates, but the world government did not condemn Judge, but they remained silent. There are only 4 members of the Linn pirates, and each of these 4 members has extraordinary strength. Now Crocodile has no intention of recruiting Linn. Linn is too dangerous and far beyond his control. Boss, if Linn takes action against our Baroque Studio, leave this swordsman to me to deal with it. In front of Doflamingo, the bald man dressed as a monk said to Crocodile. He is Mr. One, the senior agent chief commander of Baroque Studio and the strongest killer of Baroque Studio. Of course, as the swordsman's nemesis, it's not easy to deal with a swordsman. Hearing his subordinate's words, Crocodile laughed. Their next stop is the small garden, I'll go there to intercept them. When Mr. One heard what Crocodile said, he got up and started to work. Linn's matter is not urgent. You have more important things now. I have received information that this woman has infiltrated Alabasta. Find her and bring her to me alive. Crocodile placed a reward order in front of Mr. One. The person on the reward order was the Devil's Son, Nicole Robin. Chapter 60 Digging Through the Island-Eating Monster, a new development direction for surgical fruits. The words were divided into 2 parts. While the Sand Crocodile was looking for Nico Robin, the Linn pirates were already heading towards the small garden. We seem to be lucky this time, we didn't encounter the bad weather as before. Looking at the clear sky, Linn was in a good mood. The dangers of the Grand Line do not only come from the weather, but the ferocious fish and powerful pirates are the main dangers of the Grand Line. Reiju said lazily. At this time, she was lying on the beach chair enjoying a rare sunbath, and Baby 5 was taking body lotion and applying it evenly on Reiju's back. Perhaps because of his natural ability to transform people, Reiju's skin is in perfect condition. Hey, what is that? Almost as soon as Reiju finished speaking, Baby 5 saw that the sea area they were in turned leaden gray. Maybe this is another strange undercurrent on the bottom of the sea. Reiju climbed up from the beach chair, and her face became serious when she saw the scene in front of her. That's not a weird undercurrent, it's a giant goldfish-shaped Poseidon. Linn felt the terrifying body of this fish with his sense of dominance, and his face became serious. Poseidon, is there such a huge Poseidon in this sea? Reiju's eyes became extremely solemn. If this was a Poseidon type, with such an astonishing size, one tail would probably destroy them under the tsunami. There is a Poseidon in this sea called the Island Eater. The way it eats is to swallow the entire island together, so it has such a name. No one can tell how big it is, but its excrement alone is bigger than an island. Linn thought of the rumors about the island-eating monster around the small garden. This monster was defeated 10 years later by Blue Ogre Tori and Red Ogre Brigitte, who sent the Straw Hat Pirates away from the small garden. It's unimaginable that there are such terrifying creatures breeding in this sea. Kuina also appeared. She happened to hear Linn's rumors about this giant goldfish, and she let out an exclamation. Originally, she was still honing her sword skills in the training room, but when Linn discovered that they were on top of the island-eating monster, he asked Baby 5 to call Kuina over. It's starting to float. Our ship may experience violent turbulence for a while. You must hold on tight. Linn felt the undulating sea and said to the 3 women. Even he couldn't cut open such a huge goldfish with one sword. The women also nodded solemnly, and they had already grasped the railing tightly. As this huge goldfish floated up, Linn's boat was pushed hundreds of meters high to the sea. Wow, the sea level here has finally risen to the extreme, and then all the sea water fell as if it were weightless. When the ship was about to be thrown off, Linn used the power of the surgical fruit to teleport their ship to a relatively calm sea. Before they could react, they felt their ship accelerate violently, and then the sky above them was quickly covered by a black curtain. Is it dark? Can the Grand Line actually reverse time? Baby 5 turned on the lights on the ship, with a bit of wonder in her tone. It's not that it's dark, it's that we entered the belly of the island-eating monster. Reiju's face turned ugly. Reiju is right, now we are in real danger. If we can't get out of the belly of this island-eating monster before it dives into the deep sea, then we may die in the deep sea. Linn said to them. Linn is a devil fruit user. If he appeared in the deep sea, he would definitely be drowned by the seawater now. Now Linn wanted to take a gamble and see if he could dig through the body of the island-eater monster before his strength was exhausted. This method sounds very risky, but it is the only method at present. Linn doesn't want to turn into feces and be pooped out by this giant goldfish one day. Linn opened the operating space, and he directly found the flesh and blood of the goldfish monster. That goldfish monster was not domineering, and its huge body became extremely fragile under Linn's sword. After Linn dug 3 times, he felt that the goldfish began to jolt. Obviously, because the flesh and blood that had been dug through before was no longer within the operating space, the big guy was now feeling pain. If this guy can't dive into the deep sea and get out, then Linn and his gang may die. It would be great if the operating space could be made larger. Seeing the spherical space in front of him filled with flesh and blood, Linn suddenly thought of a way. The volume of a spherical space is determined by force, but its shape is not. If the spherical space could be turned into a long space, wouldn't Linn be able to move about 10 times faster than now? The surgical results only stipulate the size of the surgical space, but not the shape of the surgical space. It's just that the surgical fruit's own ability is spherical, which also made Linn fall into a common misunderstanding for a while. Under Linn's control, the operating space began to slowly deform. The spherical surgical space has now begun to turn into an oval, and the maximum distance Linn can move has begun to increase. Feasible. Linn's eyes flashed with excitement, and he began to change the shape of the space fruit again. Linn began to activate his fruit power crazily. After consuming 70% of his physical strength, Linn's pirate group's ship finally saw the light of day again. The Linn pirate's ship jumped directly over the water and landed on the beach. Linn, you are awesome, we are saved. The three girls hugged Linn tightly, and they jumped up excitedly. Linn was so reliable that he was able to lead them to escape from the belly of such a huge monster. They all thought they were dead just now. Yes, saved. Compared to the joy of escaping death, Linn felt even more happy about the significant development of surgical results. Although his strength has not increased, his combat effectiveness has increased by more than 50% compared to before. Hey, there are actually people who can escape from the stomach of the island-eating monster. You are amazing. A voice suddenly sounded from the woods, and then a figure taller than a big tree suddenly appeared in front of them. The trees on this island all start at about 10 meters, but this huge figure in front of me is actually taller than the tree. Giants, there are actually giants here. Reiju looked at the giant in front of her and said in surprise. Chapter 61 Big Eater Competition. In addition to being very tall, this giant also has a long beard. Are you Blue Ogre Tori? Linn saw the giant's long beard and recognized Qingli's identity. Aoi was one of the captains of the giant pirates that roamed the seas 100 years ago. He got into an argument with another captain, Red Ogre, Brigi, because a little girl asked who hunted the bigger prey. In the end, the two of them decided to decide the winner in a duel, and began a century-long duel in the small garden. It is precisely because the giant soldier pirates lost their captain that the giant soldier pirates disappeared. Originally, the giant pirates were still waiting for them to decide the winner and then take them to dominate the sea again, but these two giants have been dueling here for hundreds of years and have never decided the winner. I haven't moved on the sea for hundreds of years, and you actually know me. Hearing Linn actually call out his name, Dongli's eyes flashed with surprise. With Linn's age, it is impossible for him to have heard about himself. But this was a trivial matter, and Dongli didn't pay attention to these small details. You are here just in time. You can help me witness who is the longer prey between me and Raji this time. Dongli laughed at Linn and his group. Only then did Linn and others discover that Dongli was actually dragging an unknown dinosaur 30 or 40 meters long in his hand. What a big prey. This is the first time I have seen such a big beast. Baby 5 let out an exclamation at this time, which instantly satisfied Dongli's vanity. This prey tastes very good. I can treat you to barbecue later. Dongli laughed at Linn and his group. Linn and Sai consumed a lot of food, so he naturally would not refuse Dong's invitation. Accompanied by the sound of Dongli's shaking footsteps, Linn and the four of them followed him towards the interior of the small garden. Brgy, look at the prey I hunted this time. My prey must be bigger than you this time. Dongli also threw down the prey in his hands and shouted into the woods. Dongli, stop talking nonsense, when did you beat me? A burst of heroic laughter came, and a giant with a horned helmet and a yellow beard walked out of the woods. Linn discovered that the giant was dragging a huge triceratops in his hand. The size of this triceratops was no smaller than Dongli's prey. Boom. Brigi threw the triceratops in front of Tori's prey. Bah, 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 it seems like there is no winner. Looking at the prey that was almost the same size, Brigi laughed. GG, then let us use our barbecue skills to decide the outcome. Linn and the others just happened to land on the island this time, let them be the referee. Dongli revealed the four Linn people behind him and said to Brigi. A new friend actually landed on the island. Then I'll trouble you this time. Brigi laughed heartily at Linn. Giants are never stingy with their friends. I'm looking forward to the giant food. I have some wine here to enjoy with the barbecue. Linn opened the operating space, snapped his fingers, and the wine in the cabin suddenly appeared in front of the two giants. So Linn, you are still a powerful fruit user. When the two giants saw the hand shown by Linn, their eyes couldn't help but become happy. For the warriors who ventured on the sea, wine was an indispensable thing. Dongli and Brigi didn't leave the island for a long time, and they had finished drinking their wine long ago. Seeing the mountains of wine in front of Linn, they started grilling meat. Soon, the two dragons turned into fragrant barbecue, and Linn, Dongli and Brigi started drinking. Their barbecue tastes the same because their barbecue ingredients were all consumed decades ago. The reason why barbecue is so delicious is because of the delicious meat of these dinosaurs. Is this the cuisine of the giants? It's really delicious. Baby 5 was holding a piece of barbecue that was bigger than her body and eating it, with a happy smile on her face. This meat seems to be rich in energy. The nutrition of this piece of barbecue is 10 times that of other similar prey. Kuina felt the changes in her body carefully. The roasted meat turned into heat after being eaten, and her physical strength increased slightly. Their reaction was like this, let alone Linn. At this time, Linn used the surgical fruit to control intestinal peristalsis to quickly eliminate the barbecue, and his physical strength was also rapidly recovering. Obviously Linn's body is much smaller than the two giants, but he eats barbecue faster than the two giants. You can't be compared. Dongli and Brigitte looked at each other and accelerated their eating pace. The glory of the warriors allowed them to integrate competition into all aspects of life. For a time, this place actually became an eating competition for three big eaters. I really didn't expect that, Linn, your appetite is bigger than the rest of us in the giant race. You will definitely be a powerful warrior in the future. Dongli, Brigitte and Linn were lying there. Dongli and Brigitte said to Linn. There is a theorem in this sea. The strength of the body is directly proportional to the amount of food. The stronger the monster, the more food it eats. Linn's appetite has given him the foundation to become a strong man. Boom boom boom. Linn was about to speak when a deafening sound interrupted his words. Linn, the volcano on the island has started to erupt. Reiju looked back and said to Linn. The volcanic eruption seemed to be a signal. The eyes of Dongli and Brigitte suddenly became sharp, and then they both stood up and picked up their weapons at the same time. Here comes the duel between Dongli and Brigitte. Linn looked at Dongli holding a long sword and Brigitte holding an axe and shield. His eyes showed a hint of expectation. The strength of these two giants is considered strong among the giants. Maybe Linn can learn some combat skills of the giants from them. Dongli, I will definitely defeat you this time. Brigitte gently tapped the shield with his axe, and he said confidently. Me too, Brigitte. The weapons of the two giants collided fiercely, and the aftermath of their attacks actually caused a violent storm here. Linn used his fruit ability to wrap up both of them, and now every move they made was in Linn's eyes. The two giants also discovered the abnormality, but seeing that it was Linn, and they did not feel that the operating space had any impact on them, they allowed Linn to use the operating space. Chapter 62. Replicating the giants' combat skills, Dongli and Brigitte can't defeat them. Dongli and Brigitte were both physically 20 meters away, so every move they made was full of huge destructive power. This scene looks like two tall figures fighting. Although their fighting looks wild, their control of power is actually very subtle. Otherwise, with the destructive power of the two of them, this small island would probably be razed to the ground after 3 battles. They have been fighting on this island for more than 100 years, and this island has not experienced terrible destruction. This is the most terrifying thing. There are many people with great power in this sea, but there are very few people who can control their power to such a subtle degree. Kuina's eyes were fixed on the battle between these two giants, and she could learn a lot from the battle between these two giants. In addition to the confrontation of their combat skills, Linn felt that he had gained a lot from the physical distribution and fighting skills they displayed in the battle. Linn has only learned swordsmanship, and he does not have rich combat experience. Compared with these two giants who have been honing their physical skills every day for hundreds of years, Linn is too weak in this aspect. With the on-site teaching from the two giants, Linn's practical experience gradually increased. The two giants fought against each other with all their strength. They fought from noon until the sun went down in the evening. In the end, they both gasped and fell down at the same time. Dong dong dong. Baby -5, who transformed into Mark armor, came back dragging a huge dinosaur. Almost at the same time, Kuina also arrived here dragging a dinosaur. Dongli, Brigitte, thanks for taking care of you at noon, leave dinner to us. Linn watched Baby 5 handling the prey skillfully, and he smiled at the two giants. He had just left Mignon Island. In order to strengthen his body, Baby 5 roasted almost all the beasts on the island for Linn. That is to say, during that time, Baby 5 almost fully used the barbecue skill. Then it's up to you. The two giants looked at Linn and said in unison. Different from grilling the two giants, in order to make the two prey taste better, Baby 5 used almost all the barbecue ingredients on the ship on the bodies of these two dinosaurs. This also made the two giants say that they were very satisfied. They had not eaten such barbecue for a long time. Linn, if you have the opportunity to come to our Elbath, we will treat you to giant cuisine. Our volcano cuisine is very famous, it is cuisine made using the flames of the volcano. Dongli said to Linn, I will definitely try the volcano cuisine. Linn smiled at Dongli. Dongli, Brigitte, let's have a fight later. After finishing the barbecue, Linn actively invited Dongli and Brigitte to fight. These two giants were never afraid of any challenge. When they heard that Linn wanted to fight them, they decisively agreed. Dongli was the first to fight Linn. Dongli was more than 20 meters tall, while Linn was only more than 2 meters tall. The extreme height difference between the two makes this battle feel extremely inconsistent. Wait a moment, Dongli. Linn opened the surgical space, and then he controlled the osteoblasts and calcium in his body to rush into his body. The next moment, the white bones in Linn's body grew randomly, and a white bone giant as tall as Dongli appeared in front of Dongli. Dongli, we can fight now. Linn's voice came from the bone giant. The bone giant that Linn transformed into was not only the same size as Dongli, but the bone sword and buckler in his hand were also exactly the same as Dongli's. Linn, your devil fruit development is really wonderful. Dongli couldn't help but admire Linn when he saw that Linn's paramesha surgery fruit had actually developed animal-like abilities. Now that the two have similar body shapes, they can have a good fight. Linn raised his long sword and took the lead in attacking Dongli. Dongli blocked Linn's long sword with the round shield in his hand. Ding ding ding. Almost instantly, the white bone sword in Lin En's hand echoed with the sound of Dong Li's sword. Strange, why do I feel that Lin En is using Dong Li's combat skills? Brigitte rubbed his eyes, feeling like he was dazzled. If he closes his eyes, in his perception of the domineering power, these are two Dong Li fighting. Lin En used all Dong Li's combat skills, and Lin En's combat skills were actually more accurate than those used by Dong Li. Lin, can your fruit ability copy my moves? Brigitte outside the court could feel it, not to mention Dong Li who was fighting with Lin. Dong Li felt more obviously, he felt as if he was fighting against himself. It was obvious that Lin copied all his physical skills. It's not a fruit ability. When you fought Brigitte just now, I memorized all your moves. Lin shook his head. You can memorize all the moves after just one look, and you can use them accurately. What kind of monster is this? Brigitte couldn't help but whisper. If Lin En can really do what he said, in addition to having extraordinary eyesight, he must also have a strong body. The most important thing is to have absolute control over the body. Dong Li fought with Lin En for a long time, and he couldn't do anything about Lin En. Let me try, Dong Li. Brigitte saw that Dong Li was no longer in peak condition, and he was already itching to replace Dong Li. Dong Li also wanted to see what Brigitte could do, so he left the battle circle. When Brigitte came to Lin, he found that the size and weapons of the bone giant in front of him had been adjusted. The giant seemed to take on the form of Brigitte. As expected, he also learned Brigitte's combat skills. When Dong Li saw this scene, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Since Lin En has such perverted abilities, he can't just learn his own abilities. Gababababa, let me see how strong my combat skills are. Brigitte laughed and swung his axe at Lin. The battle between the two started instantly, and Lin immediately changed his fighting style. His fighting method was exactly the same as Brigitte's. It's a pity that Lin is not our giant clan, otherwise with his terrifying talent, he will definitely become the king of the giant clan. Dong Li looked at Lin En fighting against Brigitte, and he couldn't help but sigh. Lin is indeed a strong man. When Baby 5 heard Dong Li praising Lin, she puffed up her chest and looked very proud. No, the moves are exactly the same, they can't be broken. Brigitte has used his whole body, but Lin can not only reproduce it completely, he can also use it flexibly. Chapter 63 The Terrifying Overlord, The Whereabouts of Robin. The result of Brigitte's challenge was the same as Dong Li. Facing a replica of himself, Brigitte could not defeat Lin. It's incredible, even though your body is so small, Lin, your body has power no less than ours. Dong Li and Brigitte both sighed at the same time. If Lin just copied the giant's fighting skills, then Tori and Brigitte would tell them what it means to defeat 10 with one force. But Lin En's strength is also so strong, which is a bit incredible. It's just a little surgery on my body. Lin said modestly. I always thought that the surgery fruit was used to cure diseases, but I didn't expect that this fruit's bonus to combat would be so outrageous. As pirates who roamed the sea 100 years ago, they have also heard of the fruits of surgery. A fruit used to treat diseases gave Lin En such an ability, which had to amaze them. Kuina then challenged Tori who used a long sword. Her strength was not as good as Tori, but her swordsmanship was greatly praised by Tori. This was the happiest night the Lin pirates had when they came to the Grand Line. As the sky gets brighter again, the Lin pirates are ready to set off again. Lin, it seems that the island-eating monster is still in the sea. Baby 5 looked at the dark sea in front of her and said to Lin En. The scene in front of me was the same as yesterday. It was obvious that the island-eating monster held a grudge and had been waiting for Lin, who had heard it, to go to sea again. If we were swallowed again, we wouldn't necessarily be able to go back out to sea again. Kuina looked at the sea and felt a little embarrassed. Her swordsmanship is too weak. If his strength is strong enough, maybe she can cut off this huge island-eating monster with one sword. Don't be afraid, just keep sailing and leave the rest to us. Dong Li and Brigitte looked at Lin En and the others, and they laughed. Go to sea. After hearing what Dong Li and Brigitte said, Lin decisively moved the boat to the sea. At this time, the island-eating monster had already seen Lin En's boat, which was floating rapidly. Dong Li and Brigitte saw that Lin believed in them so much. They smiled at Lin again and said, Lin, let me show you the fusion skills of our Elbaf. The weapons in their hands were raised high, and a terrifying aura emanated from both of them. At this time, the huge island-eating monster jumped out of the water again, and Lin En and the others also saw the whole picture of this huge goldfish. Elbaf hegemony. Dong Li and Brigitte roared at the same time, and Lin saw a terrifying hole in the body of this huge goldfish. At the same time, a terrifying thrust made the Lin pirates' ship reach an incredible speed. Faster than the soaring currents we had at Upside Down Mountain. Looking at the rapidly retreating sea, Baby 5 exclaimed. Such a powerful blow hurt the Poseidon but didn't hurt us. How did they do it? Kuina's expression of shock became even stronger. She had heard her father talk about this state. Sometimes the swordsman can cut through steel with his sword skills, but sometimes the sword can't even cut through a piece of paper. Kuina believes in the former realm, but she thinks the latter realm is bragging. Is there any need for a sword that can't even cut through paper? But seeing Tori and Brigitte's sword, Kuina vaguely understood the realm Koshiro was talking about. The power is enough to turn everything within hundreds of kilometers into dust, and at the same time, it can avoid targets that it does not want to hurt. This is the strongest strength of Tori and Brigitte. Lin, can you copy this trick? Just when the small garden was about to disappear from their sight, the voices of Dong Li and Brigitte suddenly came from beside Lin. Of course, a smile appeared on Linn's face. Shank's Divine Avoidance, Dongli, and Brigi's Overlord are all large-scale attacks. Linn had already guessed that the two of them would use Bagwo to help them, and he had already used the operating space to observe the way they used their power. Although this is a combination of skills, Linn believes that one person can also be released. After all, Charlotte Lin knows how to use Elbaf's gun, Wiguo, and Linn can also use similar techniques. After last night's battle with Dongli and Brigi, Linn already had a basic understanding of the giant's combat skills. Reiju, use the phone bug to contact Judge. I want to know the current situation of Nico Robin. When the Overlord push against their ship disappeared, Linn said to Reiju. Nico Robin is the crew member he likes. It's okay if he couldn't find Nico Robin before. Now that Nicole Robin appears on the same route as him, there is no reason why he should not let Nicole Robin board the ship. Reiju dialed Judge's number, but when she got Judge's answer, a strange look appeared on her face. Linn, my father said that Nicole Robin was captured by Marine. Reiju said to Linn, Judge, didn't Nico Robin infiltrate Alabasta? How come she had a conflict with Marine? Linn took the phone bug from Reiju's hand, and he talked directly to Judge. Master Linn, the thing is like this. After Judge's explanation, Linn probably understood what happened. Nicole Robin went for the historical text that Alabasta preserved. It just so happens that Sand Crocodile's target is also this piece of historical text. Sand Crocodile received information that this historical text recorded information about Pluton, one of the 3 weapons in ancient legends. He wants to use Pluton to defeat Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and become one piece. Sand Crocodile established Baroque Studio and has been catching pirates in Alabasta as a national hero. In Alabasta, he has already run a sophisticated intelligence network. Before Nicole Robin could find the historical text, she was besieged by the Baroque Studio. Judge also passes the image from the armor used by Nicole Robin to Linn. The officers of the Baroque Studio were beaten and fled away under the powerful firepower of the armor. Only the Sand Crocodile was able to fight. Sand Crocodile's Shasha fruit can elementalize his body, and Nico Robin's attacks are completely ineffective against Sand Crocodile. Their battle was so fierce that the Marines around Alabasta were immediately alerted. 3 armors flew here, and the leader was Hina. Nico Robin has little combat experience, so Hina imprisoned Nico Robin with the ability of the Threshold fruit as soon as she showed up. Afterwards, when Nico Robin's ammunition ran out, Hina captured Nico Robin. Chapter 64 Sneak Attack, Mr. 1 takes action. Sand Crocodile has already experienced the terror of armor. Facing Marine's 3 armors, he could not snatch Nico Robin out of Marine's hands. Isn't Hina Colonel Marine? She actually has the right to equip armor. As the world government already so rich. After Linn watched this video, he couldn't help but complain. Marine currently has 30 armors, and the users are basically brigadiers. Currently, there are only 2 Marine colonels who use armor. One is Hina, and the other is Smoker, a user with smoke fruit ability. Yesterday was the first time Hina used armor in actual combat. The other 2 armors were given to her by the Brigadier General. Judge had all the information about Marine's armor, and he directly revealed all that information. This is obvious. According to Judge's estimation, the world government also has armor that has been completely modified by itself, which Judge cannot detect. Where is Nicole Robin now? Linn asked again. Now that Nico Robin has left the armor, I have no way of knowing her exact movements, but the 3 Marine armors are now in the port of Alabasta. Judge replied again. Pay close attention to Nicole Robin's movements. If there is any change in her, report to me as soon as possible. After Linn finished saying this, he hung up the phone. Target Alabasta, move forward. Linn handed the phone bug to Reiju, and Baby 5 directed Germa's armored soldiers to control the ship in the direction of Alabasta. At the port of Alabasta, Nicole Robin was taken to the cabin with Shanghai stone handcuffs and shackles. In front of Nico Robin, there were 4 Marine soldiers guarding the entire process. With her strength, it is impossible for her to receive such treatment. But she is the only surviving scholar in O'Hara, and the only one who can possibly solve the problem of 100 years. When the world government learned that Hina had captured Nicole Robin, they directly ordered Hina to escort Nicole Robin to Justice Island to face justice from the world government. Is this the end of my road? Nicole Robin looked at the dim cabin in front of her, with a flash of self-mockery in her eyes. Ever since O'Hara was wiped from the sea by the Buster Call launched by the world government when she was 8 years old, she has lived a life of hiding around like a mouse. Because of her bounty, she will always be betrayed and betrayed even if she works secretly. After learning that Germa had announced the armor design, as a scholar, she immediately recognized this revolutionary weapon that could subvert the sea. Although Nico Robin is a devil fruit user, she is not good at fighting. This armor makes up for her shortcomings. This is also the reason why she dared to set foot on the Grand Route. She just didn't expect Marine to be equipped with this kind of armor so quickly, and she was caught by those Marines as soon as she saw her. I just want to know history, but my dream has too many enemies. Looking at the gloomy cell, Nicole Robin showed a bitter smile. For a person like her, I'm afraid no one wants her to live, right? The world government wants to kill her, the pirates want to kill her, and the bounty hunters also want to kill her. She is really tired after so many years. Now that she has been arrested, her life should have come to an end. The world government will never allow people like her to live. Moreover, for a person like her, she has no friends, and no one will come to save her. Sheila. With a sound that made her teeth feel sore, Nicole Robin saw 10 translucent scratches appearing on the side wall of the cabin in front of her. The next moment, a big hole appeared here. When the Marine guarding Nico Robin saw the tall, bald man outside the cave, they shot him directly. Ba bang bang. The bullet hit the man's body and sparked. The man's body seemed to be harder than iron. How is this possible? Seeing this scene in front of them, these soldiers were stunned. Before they could fire again, several bright lights appeared in the dim cabin. The chests of the soldiers were cut open by this man, and they fell to the ground one by one. A devil fruit user. Nicole Robin watched the man's arms and fingers turn into blades, and she guessed that this was the man's fruit ability. Nicole Robin, come with me, the boss wants to see you. The man looked at the woman who was shackled by the sea tower stone and said calmly. He is Mr. 1, the chief commanding agent of Baroque Studio, and Sand Crocodile asked him to snatch Nico Robin back. Although Sand Crocodile has not figured out where the historical text recording Pluton was hidden by Cobra, he knows that when he finds the historical text, he needs Nicole Robin to interpret the historical text for him. Who are you, and who is the boss you are talking about? Nicole Robin asked the man, but the man did not speak. He didn't even help Nicole Robin unlock the shackles, but he motioned for Nicole Robin to follow him. Are you Crocodile's subordinate? How dare you come here to kill Marine? Hina is very angry. A female Marine with long pink hair and rose-red business attire appeared here. Before the man turned around to see Hina's hands turned into black railings and closed towards him. Jung. The man's arms turned into blades, and Hina's railing was cut off by him in an instant. What kind of ability is this that can actually cut off the black threshold I created? When Tina saw this scene, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. I am the blade man who ate the quick cut fruit of Paramesha. Your railings cannot imprison me. Mr. 1 turned his fingers and arms into blades and said to Hina. Looking at it this way, it does seem a bit tricky. Hina said. She actually jumped onto the deck. Before Mr. 1 could react to what had happened, an armor flew up from the deck. Call out. A small missile appeared on the left arm of the armor, and the missile was fired directly towards Mr. 1. Mr. 1 looked at the missile in front of him calmly. When the missile was about to hit him, Mr. 1 directly released a slash-like move towards the missile in front of him. Boom. A ball of fire engulfed his body directly, and even Nico Robin was blown away by the violent explosion. The two armors that had not been seen appeared in front of Nico Robin, and Nico Robin's arms were restrained by the two armors. Call. A sandstorm blew here from the depths of the desert, and everything here turned khaki. After the sandstorm subsided, Mr. 1 had disappeared. Fortunately, Nicole Robin was not taken away by the sand crocodile. We can't stay here any longer, we need to rush to Judiciary Island as soon as possible. Hina glanced at the receding desert, and she brought Nicole Robin back to the warship again. Chapter 65 Linn N vs Hina. Sir Linn, Colonel Hina's warship has set sail from the interior of Alabasta. When Linn was about to arrive at Alabasta, Judge reported to Linn from the phone bug. What a coincidence. When Linn heard the news, a smile appeared on his face. Alabasta has a long and narrow coastline, and there is even a river that goes deep into the country. Linn is still worried about how to find Nicole Robin. Now they just need to wait here before they can meet Nico Robin. Colonel Hina, we found a pirate ship at the entrance of the sea. When the marine warship was about to sail out of the estuary, Hina received a report from the marine soldier. Just destroy that pirate ship. Do you still need me to teach you these things? When Hina heard the report from her subordinates, she felt a little strange. Colonel Hina, this pirate group is the Linn pirates. The marine reported to Hina. What? That Linn with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys actually showed up in Alabasta. Hina's brows furrowed when she heard the marine soldier's words. Linn is a legendary pirate who broke out from Lieutenant General Garp's siege. There are not many such characters even in the New World. I didn't expect that we would meet Linn, so let's capture him and Nico Robin to impel down. The two brigadiers behind Hina became happy. If the two of them relied solely on strength, they might not be able to defeat Linn N, but now that they have armor, everything is different. Linn is just a user with Paramesh's Devil Fruit ability, so what does he use to resist armored rockets? The two commodores felt that the opportunity to make a meritorious service was right in front of them. They put on the armor directly on the deck of the warship, and then the two of them took off directly into the air and killed Linn N. Linn, your journey as a pirate ends here. The two armors painted with marine logos flew in front of Linn's ship, and they shouted to Linn. Kakaka. The rockets on their shoulders and the small missiles on their arms were all aimed at Linn. How dare you use armor against me? Don't you know that I am the first person to use armor on this sea? Linn N didn't take their threats to heart at all, and he could still laugh. So what? Our armors are all made by the world government, and the materials and technologies used are much stronger than those of Germa. The man in the armor on the far left said disdainfully. The baby 5 next to me is a weapon fruit user. All the armors in this sea are controlled by her. You armored men may seem powerful, but if she says a word, you will die. Linn N put his arm around baby 5's shoulders and pushed her forward. He smiled at the two armors in the sky. Stop talking nonsense, come on, let us see it. The two marine commodores were shaking with laughter. Burst. Baby 5 pointed her finger at the two armors in the sky, and she shouted to the two armors. This sentence was ostensibly said to the two brigadiers in the sky, but in fact it was said to Judge, who was on the phone with Linn. Judge had prepared everything a long time ago. When he heard Baby Five's words, he decisively activated the self-destruction devices of the two armors. Boom! With a violent sound, two huge light groups appeared in the sky. The two brigadiers exploded before they even used any attacks against Linn. How is this possible? Does the weapon fruit have such terrifying power? When Hina saw this scene, she silently took off the armor she had worn. The scene just now was so scary that Hina didn't dare to gamble. Is it Colonel Hina? I'm here for Nico Robin. As long as you release Nico Robin, I will let you leave safely. Linn looked at the beautiful female Marine with pink hair on the bow of the Marine warship, and he shouted directly. Nicole Robin, are you here for Nico Robin too? Hearing Linn's words, Hina couldn't help but be surprised. This Nico Robin is simply a source of chaos. Ever since Hina captured her, she hasn't had a peaceful day. First, Sand Crocodile sent Mr. One to sneak attack the warship, and then after Hina set sail from Alabasta's port, 3 waves of unknown pirates attacked them. All the pirate ships were pierced by Hina's Black Spear formation. Although the ships of unknown forces did not cause damage to Marine, they hindered Marine's time. This made Hina meet Linn. Linn clearly has no friendship with Nico Robin, so why does he want to save Nico Robin? Linn, you can't take Nico Robin away. Hina used her fruit power to gather a black iron bar, and she threw the black iron bar towards Linn's ship. This is Hina's long-range attack. As long as Linn's ship is penetrated, whether to fight or flee, the initiative is in Hina's hands. Kuina's figure jumped high, and the word, Wado, on her waist flashed past the black iron bar, and the black iron bar was cut open in the middle by Kuina. Female swordsman. She is still a very young and very powerful swordswoman. When Hina saw this scene, her pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. She could feel Kuina's strength from Kuina's sword. There were few swordsmen with such strength among the new generation of Marines. Although Riney was shocked, the movements of her hands were not slow at all. 4 or 5 more black iron bars were thrown towards Linn's boat, but all of these iron bars were blocked. Boom boom boom. Those marine cannons also began to roar at this time, and huge waves appeared one after another around their pirate ship. Da da da. Baby Five transformed into a machine cannon, and a long bullet chain exploded all the shells that hit them in the air. If there hadn't been someone Linn wanted in the Marine's cabin across the way, Baby Five would have blown up the Marine warship with one shot. Room. As Hina's warship entered Linn's surgical space, Linn directly used the ability of the surgical fruit to teleport to the Marine warship. Before Hina had time to be shocked, she saw the pirates on the warship falling one after another. This is Conqueror's Hockey. You actually have Conqueror's Hockey. Seeing the Marines next to her falling down with their eyes white and foaming at the mouth, Hina was shocked again. Conqueror's Hockey is known as the King's Form. Following Doflamingo and Boya Hancock, the third pirate with Conqueror's Hockey appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. This is the first time Linn has used Conqueror's Hockey since he awakened. I have to say, Conqueror's domineering effect in cleaning up trash fish is really amazing. Chapter 66 Robin, tell me you want to live. Hina's arms turned into railings. She wanted to use the railings to restrain Linn, but Linn just teleported and escaped. Linn was too lazy to bother with Hina and moved directly to the cabin. When Hina saw Linn disappear, she immediately guessed Linn's purpose, and she also ran towards the direction where Nicole Robin was being held. Nicole Robin heard the sound of fighting on the deck, and then she saw Linn appearing in front of her. Are you Linn? Nicole Robin was stunned when she saw Linn. As a scholar, Nicole Robin has a good memory. Linn is a popular figure on the sea, how could Nicole Robin not know Linn? It's just that Nicole Robin couldn't figure it out. She and Linn didn't know each other, so how could Linn fight with Marine and appear in front of her? Robin, tell me you want to live. Linn looked at the long, straight black girl who was bound by chains in front of her. This was the first thing Linn said to Nicole Robin. This man seemed to be able to see his own heart, and Nicole Robin couldn't help but shed tears again. Mr. Linn, do you know me? Nicole Robin couldn't figure out how a big pirate like Linn, with a bounty of 1 billion, could take her so seriously. I'm here just for you. Linn smiled at Nicole Robin. You want me to interpret the historical text for you? When Nicole Robin heard Linn's words, she immediately thought of this. As O'Hara's only scholar, the reason why world government values her so much is because she can interpret historical texts. Alabasta's Sand Crocodile saw her ability, and that Mr. One came to the Marine warship to take her away. This is Nicole Robin's greatest value, and she guesses that Linn is here for this too. But she guessed wrong. I am still short of a navigator on my ship, and I invite you to be a navigator. Linn said to Nicole Robin. Navigator. I am a scholar. I only know some superficial navigation skills. I am not a professional navigator. Nicole Robin never expected that there would be such a reason. There are thousands of navigators on this sea. As long as Linn raises his arms, countless navigators will immediately come to join him. Why would Linn come to an unprofessional person like himself? You can't learn. As someone who passed the scholar's exam at the age of 8, isn't this a trivial matter to you? Linn smiled at Nicole Robin. Hearing Linn's wild thoughts, Nicole Robin felt that the man in front of her was different from other people on the sea. You can't rescue me. I'm bound by sea tower stone shackles. I can't open it without a key. Although Nicole Robin was a little moved, her eyes dimmed immediately. The sea floor stone is the hardest material in the sea. Apart from opening it with a key, the sea floor stone cannot be destroyed by ordinary methods. You are very conscious, Nico Robin. Give up, Linn, you can't open the sea floor stone handcuffs. Hina finally came over, and she happened to hear what Nicole Robin said, and she said to Lynn. The key to this pair of shackles was originally kept by the two brigadiers, but Lynn directly blew up the two brigadiers, and now the sea tower stone key has fallen into the sea. Not to mention Lynn, even Tina can't open these shackles now. Really, I don't believe it. A small white bone appeared on Lynn's left index finger, and then he inserted the white bone into the keyhole of the Halu stone handcuffs. Lynn controlled the growth of the bones, and soon the bones grew into the shape of keys. Crack, Lynn gently turned the key, and the seafloor stone handcuffs opened in response. Hina and Nicole Robin looked at the handcuffs being opened, and the scene became awkward for a moment. Is it because this is an ability derived from the Devil Fruit's ability, not because of the Devil Fruit itself? Nicole Robin watched the bone key fall off Lynn's index finger, and she immediately understood the reason. Although the Sea Tower Stone is a substance that can inhibit the abilities of Devil Fruit users and render the users themselves powerless. However, this inhibitory effect is only effective for the espers themselves, but not for items created by the espers using their abilities. Although the white bones that Lynn transformed just now were derived from the ability of the surgical fruit, it was not the ability of the surgical fruit itself. The Sea Tower Stone shackles were actually opened by Lynn in such a magical way, and Nicole Robin's hope was once again ignited. Nicole Robin, will you be my crew member? Lynn asked Nicole Robin again. I have betrayed my boss many times. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Nicole Robin smiled at Lynn. If one day you betray me, it will only mean that I am just a man. Lynn is still very confident about this. I want to live, so I'll ask Captain Lynn to take good care of me from now on. Nicole Robin said to Lynn. Hey, you two, do you really think Hina doesn't exist? Watching these two pirates asking and answering questions here, they clearly did not take him, the colonel of the Marine headquarters, seriously. Hina's arms turned into railings and grabbed at Lynn and Nicole Robin. She wanted to capture them and push them into the city. Unfortunately, her railings had not yet enclosed Lynn and Nicole Robin, so Lynn once again used the fruit of surgery to move him and Nicole Robin away. Lynn's fruit ability is like a fish in water in such a small and complex terrain, and Hina has no way to limit it. Nicole Robin was hugged around the waist by Lynn. She only felt her eyes blur, and she came to a strange ship. Lynn, is she Nicole Robin? Baby 5 looked at the strange woman who suddenly appeared, and she asked Lynn. My name is Nicole Robin. Please give me your advice in the future. Nicole Robin looked at the three girls who were complete strangers on the boat, and she took the initiative to say hello to the three girls. So there are no hostages on this marine warship now, right? Baby 5 transformed from a machine gun into an Armstrong-type swinging Armstrong cannon. As the cannon roared, the marine warship on the opposite side was immediately blown apart. Lynn glanced at the disintegrated warship, and he could only wish Hina good luck. Robin, this is your room. The bookshelf is full of notes and books about navigation. You must become a qualified navigator as soon as possible. Lynn pointed to the books on the bookshelf and said to Nicole Robin. I will. Petals grew out of thin air on the bookshelf, and then pairs of arms picked up the books and opened them at the same time. Nicole Robin was actually reading 5 books at the same time. Seeing the hand shown by Nicole Robin, the three women had a look of admiration in their eyes. Perhaps the fruits of my surgery can develop similar abilities. When Lynn saw the 4 arms growing out of Nicole Robin's elbows, he had new inspiration for the development of the surgical fruits. Chapter 67 is the research you do serious. Lynn, do you really know where the text of Alabasta's history is? On the ship of the Lynn pirates, when Nicole Robin heard this sentence, she was a little excited. It is her greatest wish to bring back the blank 100 years of history, and this is also the purpose of her coming to Alabasta. Unfortunately, she sneaked into Alabasta and did not find the historical text. Unexpectedly, Lynn actually knew the whereabouts of the historical text. The surprise came so suddenly that Nicole Robin didn't know how to describe her feelings. You are my crew member. Since you have boarded my ship, as the captain, I will naturally help you realize your wish. A smile appeared on Lynn's face. Thank you so much, Lynn. Nicole Robin smiled at Lynn. Robin, I need your flowers and fruits to help me with my research, can you help me? Lynn looked at Nicole Robin expectantly, which made it difficult for Nicole Robin to refuse. 2-wheeled flower mastery. As Nicole Robin used the blossom fruit ability, Lynn saw 2 more arms growing on his arms. The skin of these 2 arms is wheat-colored and delicate, no different from Nicole Robin's original skin. Lynn's hands carefully stroked the 2 arms. Under the gentle caress of his fingers, tiny goosebumps actually appeared on the 2 arms, and a blush appeared on Nicole Robin's face. Although the arm is now on Lynn's body, it is actually considered to be Nicole Robin's own arm. When Lynn touched those 2 arms, it was equivalent to touching Nicole Robin directly. What are you doing? Reju's voice immediately caused the ambiguous atmosphere in the cabin to dissipate. Don't get me wrong, I'm cooperating with Captain Lynn in research. Nicole Robin said to Reju. Doing research? Is the research you do serious? Reju looked at the scene in front of her, and she was very doubtful about Nicole Robin's statement. I just want to use the ability of Wawa fruit to find some development inspiration for the surgical fruit. Lynn also said to Reju at this time. I understand, no need to explain. After all, Lynn, you used this as an excuse when you entered someone else's body. After Reju said this, she covered her mouth and walked out of the room, leaving only Lynn with black lines on her head and Nicole Robin who was confused. Don't get me wrong, the fruit of my surgery can exchange people's consciousness and body. This is what Reiju meant when he said entering her body. Seeing that Nicole Robin was about to think wrong, Lynn explained to her. Can the results of surgery actually reach this level? There was a hint of surprise in Nico Robin's eyes. She had seen the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, which said that the surgery fruit was the most suitable ability for doctors. But the Devil Fruit Illustrated book doesn't say that surgical fruits can exchange bodies. Lynn, you have already seen my flowers and fruits. I wonder if it has any inspiration for the development of your surgical fruits. Nicole Robin asked Lynn. Lynn didn't speak, he just shook his shoulders slightly, and 4 arms appeared on his shoulders again. Captain Lynn, you look like an octopus fish man now. Nicole Robin smiled at Lynn. Although this state is ugly, it can increase my attack frequency by 3 to 6 times. The 4 skeletal arms behind Lynn waved flexibly, and he said to Nicole Robin. If you say so, Captain Lynn, then the top strong man in this sea is the octopus fish man, but there is no top strong man of the fish man race in this sea. Nicole Robin said such philosophical words to Lynn. You are right, for a truly strong man, perhaps only 1 arm is enough. These methods of mine are just the cleverness of the weak. Lynn suddenly thought of Shanks, who had lost his arm. If he hadn't performed surgery on Shanks, it would have been even more shocking that Shanks could become the pirate emperor with 1 arm. In addition to this ability, Lynn also has another ability that Nicole Robin has not shown. That is to use the surgical space to cause endocrine changes in the human body in the operated space, causing them to become various indescribable forms. This ability is area-specific like Conqueror's Haki, but this ability can only be used against miscellaneous fish who do not have armed Haki or whose armed Haki is not as good as his. Lynn, we're at the port, we need to cross the desert. Reiju's voice came from outside the room. The capital of Alabasta, Albana, is located in the desert. If you want to reach it, you must abandon the ship and cross the desert to reach it. Baby 5 transformed into an off-road vehicle with a machine gun on the roof, and Lynn drove Baby 5 all the way to Albana. When Lynn and others left the desert, a few seemingly ordinary residents took out telephone bugs and reported to Baroque Works. Lynn actually rescued Nicole Robin, and they are also heading towards Albana. Alabasta Kingdom Rainland, Rain Feast, Casino. When Sand Crocodile learned the news, a smile appeared on his lips. It seems that luck is still on my side, Mr. 1, I must keep Nico Robin here this time. Crocodile looked at the bald man standing next to him and said to Mr. 1. Boss, I want to try to see if I can kill Lynn. After all, he is also a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. He must be very strong. Mr. 1's calm eyes looked at Crocodile, and he asked Crocodile. As long as you can bring Nico Robin back, the rest is up to you. Let me remind you, Lynn can escape from Garp's siege, but he is not that easy to deal with. Crocodile said to Mr. 1. I heard that he is a swordsman. As long as he is a swordsman, he will not be able to stand up in front of my quick/fruit. When Mr. 1 was about to walk out of the door, he said to Crocodile. As Mr. 1 went out, the cadres of the Baroque working group lurking throughout Alabasta also received orders to ambush the only way to Alabasta. There's an ambush, is it Baroque Works? When Lynn was about to step into the ambush of Baroque Works, Lynn looked toward the several sand dunes ahead. We've been discovered. Mr. 1 had been observing with the telescope, and when he saw Lynn looking directly in their direction, he knew that Lynn had discovered them. The next moment, the machine gun on the roof of the off-road vehicle transformed by Baby 5 began to roar, and a cadre was beaten to a pulp in an instant when he was caught off guard. Chapter 68 The whereabouts of the historical text, followed by the sand crocodile. Mr. 1 did not expect that Lynn would be so decisive and would actually attack them when he sensed something was wrong. Before they could react, Lynn's voice suddenly came from behind them. Are you agents of Baroque Works? Lynn's voice was like a bomb, causing uproar in each of their hearts. They are all the upper echelons of the Baroque Working Society, and they know how tightly organized the Baroque Working Society is. Even if they don't know each other, how did Lynn know about their organization? Don't worry so much, kill him first. Mr. 1's palm turned into a blade, and he grabbed Lynn directly. But when his hand was about to grab Lynn teleported back 1 meter, and his attack failed. My hand, what happened to my hand? Help me, what on earth is going on? Behind Mr. 1, the bodies of those cadres have been deformed. This is the inspiration Lynn got from the flower fruit. Compared with the lethality, this move has the greatest psychological offensive on the enemy. Except for Mr. 1, the remaining cadres have been eliminated by Lynn in 1 move. A person with the ability to kill the quick-cutting fruit, it seems I guessed right. Lynn looked at the bald monk in front of him with a smile on his face. You are a swordsman, right? Since you know that I am a user with the quick/fruit ability, you should know that I am your nemesis. Mr. 1's arms and legs turned into blades, and he said to Lynn. You said you can restrain the swordsman, right? Then let me see how you can restrain me. Kuina walked onto the sand dune, and she happened to hear what Mr. 1 said. Are you also a swordsman? My quick/fruit can turn my whole body into steel. Can your sword cut through steel? Mr. 1 raised his arm that had turned into a blade and said to Kuina. Cut through steel, isn't that a normal operation of a swordsman? If you can't even cut through steel, how can you dare to go to sea? Kuina opened her eyes wide, as if it was natural. Little brat, stop talking nonsense. Don't regret it after being killed by me. Mr. One did not expect that he would be underestimated by the kid in front of him, and he became extremely angry. He came to kill Linn. It would be fine if Linn didn't regard him as an opponent. Now he had to be insulted by a little girl under Linn's command. Kuina, I leave this guy to you, Linn said to Kuina. Mr. One is the opponent Linn deliberately left for Kuina. After Linn's transformation, Kuina's body is now stronger than Zoro's body as an adult. Back then, Zoro defeated Mr. One after a hard fight, and his swordsmanship improved greatly. Kuina has not met a decent opponent since she went to sea, and Mr. One is just the whetstone for her. Kuina, I'll wait for you here. Reiju looked at the two confronting each other and said to Kuina. No need, if I can't even defeat this guy in front of me, then how can I become the strongest swordsman in this sea? Kuina's Wado Ikimonji was unsheathed, and she waved her hand towards Reiju. The off-road vehicle transformed into Baby 5 roared, and they headed straight to Albana. Captain Linn, that Mr. One looks very strong, will Kuina be okay? Looking at Kuina who had turned into a small black dot, Nicole Robin was a little worried. She had seen Mr. One take action before, and Marine's armor didn't kill him. He was a very strong man. Have some faith in your partner, Robin. Linn smiled at Nicole Robin. Soon, Linn and others entered Albana, and Crocodile also received the information that Linn and others entered the city. Mr. L, have they failed? It seems that I still need to take action personally after all. Outside Albana City, after learning this information, Crocodile turned into a streak of sand and floated in the direction of Linn and others. This is the royal capital of Alabasta. As a powerful country in the first half of the Great Route, there are hundreds of thousands of standing troops here. Linn's operating space enveloped the royal capital, and they arrived at the burial ceremony hall on the west side of the royal capital without alerting a single guard. This is the palace where kings of all generations are buried, so there are almost no guards here. This is where the text of history is. Linn successfully discovered the switch that opened the burial ceremony hall through the operating space. As Linn pulled the iron ring, an underground passage appeared in front of them. Is this where the text of history is? Nicole Robin looked at the desolate buildings around her. She originally thought that things like the historical text would be strictly guarded by the Nefertiti clan, but she didn't expect that the historical text would be here. Sand Crocodile, you've been listening for so long and you still haven't shown up. Linn looked at the peaceful desert in front of him and suddenly said loudly. Sand Crocodile here. After hearing Linn's words, the faces of Reiju and others became serious. Sand Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a monster with the power to destroy a country. To them, Sand Crocodile is a real big shot, one of the top strong men on the sea. Linn, you were able to discover me. It seems that your escape from Garp was not a fluke. With a burst of laughter, a man with a slicked back hair, a long transverse scar on his face, and a black leather coat appeared in front of Linn. He did not come out, but was formed from the sand on the ground. Be my subordinate, Linn. I will take you to dominate the Grand Line. The Sand Crocodile raised the golden hook in his hand and looked at the dark hole. There is a historical text in that cave. As long as he can get Pluton, he can gain the power to defeat Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Dominate the Grand Line. Who gave you the courage? Is it the legendary ancient weapon Pluton? Linn looked at the Sand Crocodile, and he directly said Crocodile's biggest reliance. You actually know Pluton too. Hearing Linn's words, Crocodile's expression couldn't help but change. This was the secret of his coming to Alabasta. Not even his subordinates knew about it. How did Linn know about it? But Crocodile adjusted immediately. Now that you know Pluton, you should know that Pluton has the firepower to destroy an island with one shot. As long as I find Pluton, not even the world government can do anything to me. Crocodile's voice was passionate, and his eyes were full of ambition at this time. Linn didn't answer Crocodile's words, he just sighed deeply. Kid, what's your attitude? Seeing Linn's attitude, Crocodile frowned. I originally thought you would be a strong enemy. After all, you are a strong man who once fought against Bullet 50-50. I didn't expect that you don't want to rely on yourself, but want to rely on external objects to dominate the sea. You have lost your heart to be strong. Go away, I don't want to kill you. Linn said to Crocodile. Chapter 69 Linn vs Sand Crocodile. Linn, even the Whitebeard back then didn't dare to look down on me like that. Crocodile immediately became angry when he heard Linn exposing his scars mercilessly. After all, he is also a 7 warlords of the sea, and he has his own pride. Although he was very fond of Linn's potential, Linn insulted him so much that Crocodile had no choice but to let him sleep in the desert. Crocodile's body turned into fine sand and dissipated in the wind. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Linn. Got you, kid. Prepare to become a mummy in the desert. Seeing how easily Linn was caught by him, Crocodile showed a sneer on his face. His desert prison technique can drain the target's moisture. Linn is not a Logia user, so he can't get rid of it at all. Crocodile directly activated the ability of the Sha fruit, but the smile disappeared from his face the next moment. How is it possible? Why is there no water in your body? Crocodile has sucked countless people dry, and this is the first time he has seen this happen. Keep laughing, why don't you laugh? More than a dozen bone spurs sprouted from the front of Linn's body, and Crocodile was pierced instantly. However, the place where Crocodile was pierced did not bleed, but khaki fine sand flowed out. Crocodile just used elementalization, but Linn's attack did not work. What's going on? Why can't I absorb the water from your body? Crocodile's body condensed from another direction, and he asked Linn again. Are you sure you're touching my skin? Linn raised the arm that Crocodile had just grabbed, and Crocodile saw that the outside of Linn's arm was not skin, but an extremely delicate layer of periosteum. Is this a devil fruit ability? I didn't expect you to develop the surgery fruit to this extent. Crocodile saw that this was obviously not a human structure, and he guessed that it was the ability of the surgical fruit. Shalon, seeing that Crocodile couldn't take down Linn in close combat, he directly created a tornado with his hands. The tornado quickly grew in size after being thrown by Crocodile, and the entire sand in the burial sacrifice hall was sucked towards the salon by the suction force. Can create natural disasters with the wave of a hand. Is this the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea? Reiju's eyes were serious. She didn't know the value of 7 warlords of the sea until today. No matter how strong Crocodile is, Linn will never lose. BBAY5's maid skirt was blown tightly to her body. Even so, she did not take a step back. Baby 5 put on the windproof glasses on her head, and she watched the battle between Linn and Crocodile seriously. Baby 5 has strong confidence in Linn, and Linn can definitely defeat Crocodile. Crocodile, don't waste time with such small tricks. A white light flashed from the middle of the salon roll, and the newly formed salon roll was immediately split open by Linn's sword. The salon volume formed a scattered violent wind, and calm was restored here again. You can even split the invisible salon scroll. Your swordsmanship is stronger than I thought. Crocodile's eyes looked at the bone sword in Linn's hand, and a look of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Now, although Linn's swordsmanship is not as good as that of Hawkeye, he can still be called a swordsman. If Crocodile is not careful, he may capsize in Linn's hands. Room. Linn teleported directly in front of Crocodile through the ability of the surgical fruit. Crocodile seemed to have predicted Linn's location through his sight and color. Arc-shaped dune. Crocodile's left arm turned into a half-moon-shaped sand blade, and he swept towards Linn's chest. As long as Linn is struck by the sand blade, Crocodile can use the sand fruit to drain all the water from his blood and body. Linn's arms are protected by periosteum. Is his entire body also covered in periosteum? The blow was so close that Crocodile felt that Linn could no longer dodge it. But when the sand blade approached Linn's body, Linn's operation made Crocodile's eyes bulge in shock. Linn actually took the initiative to split his body open, and the sand blade passed directly through the gap in Linn's body. After the sand blade left, Linn's body became one again, and his long sword stabbed directly at Crocodile. Desert Greatsword. Crocodile's face was solemn, and he inserted his arm that turned into a sand blade into the desert. The next moment, sand blades suddenly emerged in front of Linn. Linn's body did not stop. He broke through the sand blade and came to Crocodile with a teleportation. With a thrust of the sword, Crocodile's body turned into a sand sculpture and disappeared. Desert Sword. Crocodile appeared in another direction, and the sand blade in his hand swung straight down towards Linn. The sharpness of this blow was no less than that of a swordsman. Baby 5 and Reiju saw that the desert was cut in half by this blow. Obviously he is a Logia user, but the abilities he developed far exceed the desert itself. If Linn was hit, I'm afraid Linn would be cut in half in an instant. Reiju looked at Crocodile's blow, her face full of solemnity. Baby 5's hands turned into machine guns and aimed at Crocodile. Once Linn was at a disadvantage, Baby 5 would support Linn. This is so cool, Crocodile. Linn's eyes flashed, and the bone sword in his hand struck straight at Crocodile. The cracking of the desert stopped abruptly at Linn, and even a white-hot slash flew backwards towards Crocodile. Desert King Kong Sword. Crocodile used an enhanced version of his move, and he was able to offset Linn's slash. Before Linn could attack again, Crocodile's body dissipated with the wind and sand. This is a bigger sandstorm than the salon roll just now. The previous salon roll had a shape and Linn could cut it off. Now there are all sandstorms here. With Linn's current swordsmanship, he still can't eliminate all these sandstorms. It has to be said that Crocodile's Shasha fruit has a great bonus in the desert. Linn used his armed color hockey to resist Crocodile's sand dust. He found that his bone sword with armed color hockey had been unknowingly eroded by Crocodile's sand dust. Linn recalled Shank's sword ace, and he felt that maybe he should find a famous sword. Although the bone sword is convenient, its appearance is not as good as that of the famous sword. Moreover, those famous swords are all tempered thousands of times, and they are stronger than Linn's current bone sword. Kid, do you have any other tricks? Crocodile's wild laughter came from the desert, and Linn felt that the moisture around him was being constantly deprived. Chapter 70 Prank on Sand Crocodile. Reiju, BABY5, you go first to the basement. Linn felt the wind and sand in front of him and said to them. They can't help in this battle. Standing here will only make them more disgraced. Then you have to be careful. After Baby 5 talked to Reiju, they entered the basement. Linn directly closed the door of the burial sacrifice hall, and Crocodile's wind and sand could no longer enter. Ding! Crocodile's golden hook collided with Linn's bone sword. This was the 7th wave of attacks launched by Crocodile. That's it, Linn. I am a Logia user, you cannot break my defense. Crocodile watched calmly as Linn's bone sword pierced his body, and his body turned into sand again and fell to the ground. How do you know I can't break through your defense? Who gave you the confidence? Linn directly locked Crocodile's position, and he teleported directly in front of Crocodile. As long as Crocodile is in the operating space, Linn can capture his position. From the beginning of the war to now, Crocodile's whereabouts have been under Linn's control, but Linn wanted to see what Crocodile could do. Now that Linn knows Crocodile's strength, he is much weaker than Linn thought. Linn's right hand flashed with blue light, which was the weak electricity in Linn's body. He amplified the weak electricity through the power of the surgical fruit. He hasn't used this ability since he was in Shimotsky village. What kind of move is this? When Linn condensed the weak electricity in his hand, Crocodile actually felt threatened by his power. Before Crocodile could ask this question, he found that Linn appeared directly in front of him. Afterwards, Crocodile felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his body was knocked away by Linn. The wind and sand all over the sky began to dissipate, and the burial ceremony hall finally returned to normal again. Crocodile reappeared in front of Linn. At this time, cold sweat appeared at the corner of his mouth, and there was even blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. As a user with Logia's abilities, he hasn't suffered anything like this for a long time. How is it possible? Even though I have already become an element, how can you still hit my body directly? A cold sweat appeared on Crocodile's face, and he felt that his internal organs had been displaced. If he hadn't turned his body into an element at the critical moment, maybe his heart would have been crushed by Linn. After all, Crocodile is a pirate who often fights on the sea. He has much more combat experience than Judge. Judge was hit in the heart by Linn with this blow, but Crocodile was able to neutralize Linn's attack at the last moment. Linn didn't get Crocodile's heart, but he poured all kinds of messy hormones into Crocodile's body through the blow just now. Although Crocodile was not injured outside his body now, he could feel that something was not good inside his body. His limbs are completely out of control. If he hadn't used elementalization to maintain them, he might have made a fool of himself. Not only that, there are also various conditions in his body, and even his voice became very pleasant when talking to Linn, and he turned into a woman for a moment. This is what estrogen does to his body. But Crocodile immediately suppressed this abnormal state with armed color hockey, and he returned to normal again. Your sand won't turn into sand when it comes into contact with water. It's true. Linn raised his left hand, and a water ball appeared in his hand. That was the moisture condensed in his body. Linn had just disabled Crocodile's elementalization, and then struck a blow against Crocodile. Linn, when I neutralize this weird attack of yours, he will come back. Crocodile's current condition was no longer suitable to continue fighting, so he decisively chose to run away. In front of Linn, Crocodile turned into sand and directly became part of the desert. Linn could no longer sense Crocodile's whereabouts. Crocodile actually escaped on his own initiative. Run so fast. Linn originally wanted to capture Crocodile for research. After all, this was Logia's devil fruit user. Unfortunately, Crocodile realized that he had no strength to fight anymore, so he ran away decisively. Crocodile is a user with the ability of the Shasha fruit. His escape into the desert is like putting a grain of sand into the desert. Linn can't find any trace of him at all. Linn didn't bother to look for Crocodile. After all, Crocodile was not his target. When Linn reopened the door, he saw Baby 5 and Reiju with worried looks on their faces. Let me tell you, that Crocodile will not be Linn's opponent. When Baby 5 saw Linn appearing, a smile appeared in her eyes. It's unbelievable, Captain Linn, you actually defeated the 7 warlords of the sea. Nicole Robin also walked out of here at this time, and she congratulated Linn. Is the historical text here what you're looking for? Linn asked Nicole Robin. Yes, this is exactly what I am looking for. Nicole Robin said to Linn. Although Nico Robin has just joined the Linn Pirates, she feels that the Linn Pirates are a very special existence. Maybe joining a pirate group like this isn't such a bad thing. Then let's go, Kuina should be waiting impatiently. When Linn heard Nico Robin's answer, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the royal capital. Captain Linn, aren't you curious about what is recorded in the historical text? What if there is really news about ancient weapon Pluton? Nicole Robin asked Linn. I don't like digging up history, I like making history. Linn smiled at Nicole Robin. Baby 5 transformed into an off-road vehicle again, and they drove in the same direction as Kuina. When they arrived there, they saw Kuina already waiting there. There are knife marks everywhere on the surrounding roads and rocks, and you can feel the intensity of the battle. Kuina, it's so great to meet you. The bow on the roof of the off-road vehicle kept trembling, and Baby 5 shouted to Kuina. I've said it before, I won't lose. Kuina glanced at Mr. 1 who had fallen to the ground, and smiled at her companions. Mr. 1 is the strongest opponent she has encountered so far, and she has gained a lot from this battle. If you are injured, I can bandage it for you. Reiju took out a pink medicine box from somewhere and said to Kuina. She is the ship's doctor of this pirate group, and it is her time to play a role when one of the members is injured. Kuina boarded the car that Baby 5 transformed into, and they headed towards the port. Chapter 71 The 9 Snakes Pirates Attack. Although the news of Sand Crocodile's defeat was very secret, the news that Sand Crocodile was severely injured by Linn was still known to the world government. Marie Joa, in Pangu City. The information about Sand Crocodile's defeat has been put in front of the 5 elders, the world's most powerful people. I really didn't expect that such a monster would appear in the first half of the Grand Line. Finance Goddess Isabel and V. Nashoro Sage looked at Linn's too young face in the intelligence, and he felt as if he was seeing a new pirate emperor. The defeat of 7 warlords of the sea must not be known to the people of the sea. We must capture Linn before this matter is reported. Shepherd 10 Peter, the god of farming and martial arts, put his hand on Linn's wanted poster and said to the other 5 elders. The surgery fruit can perform immortality surgery on people. This fruit must not be controlled by a pirate. The legal warrior god Topman Wachuli is concerned about Linn's evil fruit. He found that Linn's rapid growth in strength was inseparable from the fruits of the operation. Isn't that woman Boya Hancock very interested in Linn? Let her kill Linn. It would be best if Linn can be captured alive and taken to Impel Down City. If Linn cannot be captured alive, then it is okay to kill Linn. Marcus Masheng, the god of environmental martial arts, had an indifferent attitude. I agree to let Boya Hancock take action. That woman is not weak, and she also has conqueror's qualifications. She may be able to defeat Linn. If the result is that Linn defeats Boya Hancock, then we will let him take the place of Sand Crocodile and become the new 7 warlords of the sea. We will not lose anything. The god of scientific defense Jagoluja Satan expressed his thoughts to the other 5 elders. Empress Boya Hancock is not only the king of Amazon Lily, but also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This status is considered a big shot by ordinary people on the sea. But to the 5 elders, there is no difference between Boya Hancock and a pirate on the sea. His idea was unanimously agreed by the 5 elders, and Boya Hancock soon received a phone bug from the world government. Linn just defeated Sandgator in Alabasta. On the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates, Boya Hancock looked at the news delivered by the CP agency, and a flash of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Crocodile is Logia's ability user, and he is also a pirate who once challenged Whitebeard and escaped unscathed. Although Crocodile had no idea what he was up to and had neglected his own practice in the past few years, being able to defeat Crocodile was enough to illustrate Linn's ability. Is this information true, Sundar Sonia? Boya Hancock asked her sister. It's not that Boya Hancock doesn't believe his sister, it's mainly that this information is so incredible. Sister, I specifically asked the world government's intelligence department. The information cannot be wrong. All the Sand Crocodile's men were defeated, and even the Sand Crocodile escaped with serious injuries in Linn's hands. When Boya Sandasonia mentioned Linn, her eyes were full of admiration. Like her sister, she is the owner of Conqueror's domineering power, and Linn seems to have achieved this level at a younger age than her sister. I'm afraid Linn is no weaker than her sister. Sister, what if Linn's strength is no less than that of my sister, what should we do if he doesn't cooperate with us? A look of worry appeared in Boya Marigold's eyes. If Linn is an ordinary pirate, then they can easily take advantage of Linn. But now according to intelligence, Linn has the strength to defeat the Sand Crocodile. Even her sister Boya Hancock, who is also a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, is not confident in defeating the Sand Crocodile. No matter what I ask for, Linn will agree to it, because I am so beautiful. Boya Hancock flipped up her long hair hanging by her ears, and she let out a confident and exaggerated laugh. Her 2 younger sisters didn't feel that their sister was being pretentious, because they knew what their sister said was right. As the king of Daughters Island, Boya Hancock's beauty is unparalleled in the world. In addition, the devil fruit she ate was the Paramesha sweet fruit, which made her every move exude amazing charm. No matter they are men or women, they cannot resist the charm of their sister Boya Hancock. Adjust the course, target the Alabasta Sea area, and set off. On the bow of the 9 Snakes pirates' ship, the 2 huge sea snakes pulling the ship slowly turned around, and they headed towards the waters of Alabasta. Captain Linn, we can arrive at the Drum Kingdom early tomorrow morning at the latest. On the ship of the Linn pirates, Nico Robin has begun to enter the role of a navigator. As a genius, it only took a few hours for Nicole Robin to learn all the navigator books collected by Judge and apply them flexibly. Just like now, Nicole Robin is sitting on the chair where Reiju often lies and reads a book, but she uses the ability of Wawa fruit to grow 2 hands on the rudder to control the direction of the ship. As Nicole Robin boarded the ship, the Germa armored soldier who was originally a navigator also retreated to the cabin. After Linn finished repairing the small garden, his original destination was actually the Drum Kingdom. It was only when Linn heard that Nico Robin happened to have entered the Grand Line that he came to Alabasta. The Drum Kingdom is a famous medical power on the Grand Line, and Linn's original destination was here. The medical skills of the Drum Kingdom are well known on the Grand Line. Linn may be able to use the medical skills here to better develop the fruits of his surgery. Moreover, King Wapple of the Drum Kingdom is also one of Linn's goals here. Wapple's Tuntun fruit is a very magical devil fruit, even Blackbeard was once moved by it. The Tuntun fruit can eat anything. Perhaps Linn improved his use of food by observing the Tuntun fruit. Captain Linn, we seem to be in trouble. Before Linn arrived at the Drum Kingdom, Nicole Robin brought Linn another bad news. What happened? Is Marine chasing you? When Linn saw Nico Robin's appearance, he asked Nico Robin. I'm afraid it's much more difficult than the Marine. What appears in front of us is not the Marine warship, but the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates. Nicole Robin said to Linn. As a highly intelligent scholar, Nicole Robin memorized almost all the flags and ships of the famous pirate group during her escape career. Boya Hancock had a bounty of 80 million Baileys when she first went to sea, and she also became the 7 warlords of the sea. Naturally, Nicole Robin also remembered such a character. The 9 Snakes pirates. Why is that woman Boya Hancock here? Linn frowned slightly after hearing Nicole Robin's words. Chapter 72 Hancock, you don't want the Tianxiang Dragon mark to be exposed, right? The Kuja pirates are located in a country in the Windless Zone, and their range of activities is not nearby. This is for me. Looking at the 9 Snakes pirates gradually approaching their ship, Linn suddenly had such an idea in his mind. Oni-sama, we met the Linn pirates. The pirates of the 9 Snakes pirates also saw Linn's ship at this time, and Boya Sandasonia reported to Boya Hancock. Have you finally met Linn? With the crisp sound of high heels, Boya Hancock, wearing a tight purple cheongsong, walked onto the deck. At this moment, Linn and Boya Hancock looked at each other across the pirate ship. Linn also saw Boya Hancock, who was known as the most beautiful woman. Her tall figure of 191 centimeters and high heels make her already excellent figure look even more perfect. The crew members recruited by Linn can also be regarded as beauties, but they have not yet reached their golden age, and they cannot compare with the current Boya Hancock. Such beauty allowed Boya Hancock to maximize the charm of the sweet fruit. No matter men, women, old or young, they could not escape the fate of being petrified when they saw Boya Hancock. Linn knew the horror of Boya Hancock's sweet fruit, and he couldn't let this woman take action against his crew. Let me see what Boya Hancock is going to do. Linn directly used the surgery fruit ability to teleport to the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates. Enemy attack. The female warriors of the 9 Snakes pirates suddenly discovered that there was an extra man on their ship, and they immediately aimed their bows and arrows at Linn. The female warriors of the 9 Snakes tribe are armed with Grandmaster Haki. Linn found that those female warriors who were about to attack her all had the bows and arrows in their hands equipped with armed Haki. I'm not here to fight. Linn saw the tense looks of those female warriors, and his conqueror's domineering energy was directly released. The female warriors of the 9 Snake tribe who were about to take action fainted one after another. Linn, what are you doing? Boya Hancock was furious, and she unleashed her conqueror's power. For a moment, 2 conquerors' Haki collided on the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates. Sweet and sweet wind. Looking at the man in front of her, Boya Hancock directly activated her fruit ability. This man actually dared to attack her subordinates in front of her. Boya Hancock decided to teach this daring man a lesson. Facing Boya Hancock's attack, Linn didn't dodge at all, and he didn't even use his armed Haki. How is it possible that my sweetness has no effect on this man? Boya Hancock looked at Linn, who had not changed at all, and her mouth opened in surprise. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation since she went to sea. Isn't this man attracted to my sister's beauty? Why hasn't he been petrified? Boya Sandasonia rubbed her eyes hard, feeling that what she was seeing was an illusion. But no matter how much she rubbed her eyes, Linn was still not petrified, and he stood there perfectly fine. No one is immune to Oni-sama's charm. Maybe this is this man's fruitful ability. Boya Marigold clenched the naginata in her hand, and she made such a guess. Impossible. What kind of fruit power can resist my charm? Boya Hancock didn't believe this evil, so she used the fruit power on Linn again. A pink ray of love shot towards Linn again from Boya Hancock's hand, but Linn still didn't change at all. It really works. Seeing that Boya Hancock's attack failed, Linn confirmed that his guess was correct. Boya Hancock's sweet fruit can turn everyone who has a crush on Boya Hancock into a stone statue, while Linn's surgical fruit ability can make him absolutely calm. Now Linn is like a doctor in the operating room. There is no other expression in his eyes except concentration. With absolute calmness, Linn will naturally not be charmed by Boya Hancock's ability, and her sweet breeze will naturally not have an effect on Linn. Then try to see if you can take my move. Fragrant feet. Boya Hancock's slender legs in high heels swept directly towards Linn. Her scented feet can also turn objects she touches into stone. Linn still didn't take action. He just used 3 sentences to make Boya Hancock confused. Boya Hancock, you didn't come to me to fight with me, right? You came for the fruits of my surgery. If you let me turn into a stone statue and be kicked to pieces, then no one can help you remove the mark of the hoof of the sky-soaring dragon. Hancock, you don't want the Tianxiang Dragon mark to be known to the people on this sea, right? Linn finished these 3 sentences calmly. At this time, Boya Hancock's feet had already reached his temple. How do you know about the Tianxiang Dragon mark? Boya Hancock's face turned pale. She didn't expect that what she feared most in her heart would be directly exposed by this man. This mark is the crest of the celestial dragons, and it is proof that slaves raised by world noble will be branded as lower human beings that can never be erased. That year, the fishman Fisher Tiger set fire to Mariehoya, and the 3 Boya sisters got rid of their slave status. Because they did not want the marks behind them to be known to others, the 3 sisters announced that they and others defeated Gorgon, the monster in the Central Sea, at the end of an adventure, but were cursed by Gorgon and grew petrified eyes behind their backs. Once you take off your clothes and expose your eyes, anyone nearby will be petrified. Boya Hancock would set up a protective formation every time he took a bath, prohibiting anyone from entering 9 Snakes City. They had always protected this secret very well, but they didn't expect Linn to directly see through their deepest secrets. Boya Hancock could still maintain his composure, but Boya Sandasonia and Boya Marigold had huddled up in fear. Especially Boya Marigold, her whole body was already trembling at this time. She recalled the days when she was abused by the celestial dragons, and she couldn't help but shed tears. You already knew that I came here for this matter. Seeing that Linn didn't explain, Boya Hancock started to make up her mind. Although I don't know where Linn knew about it, if Linn knew about it, it would be reasonable for him to knock all the guards unconscious as soon as he came up. This secret is only heard by the 3 sisters. If other members of the 9 Snakes pirates hear it, things will become troublesome. This man is quite attentive. At this moment, Boya Hancock felt that Lynn was not so hateful. Chapter 73. Why did you take all your clothes off, Hancock? Lynn, can you really remove that mark for us? As long as you can do it, you can state your terms. Boya Hancock bit her lower lip with her white teeth. At this moment, the pirate empress actually felt weak and pitiful. Before coming here, Boya Hancock never thought that he would be in such a passive situation when he met Linn. Obviously he is the 7 warlords of the sea, and Linn is just a pirate who has just entered the Grand Line. Boya Hancock's weakness has been figured out by Linn. She was obviously ordered by the world government to kill Linn, but now she is begging Linn. Are any conditions acceptable? If I want you, is that okay? Linn looked at Boya Hancock. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You rude person. When Boya Hancock heard Linn's words, a blush appeared on her face and she scolded Linn. Although Boya Hancock knew that people all over the sea coveted her beauty, she was the first to show it naked like Linn. Boya Hancock is now just a little girl under 20 years old. For a moment, she was a little panicked, and she didn't know how to deal with this matter. She wanted to eliminate the Tianxiang Dragon mark in order to get rid of the past of being a slave. She could not involve herself in it just for a mark. Except for you, there seems to be nothing about the 9 Snakes pirates that can attract me. Let's do this. Once the mark of Tianxiang Dragon is successfully removed, you want me to study it? Linn said to Boya Hancock. He also wanted to see how the sweet fruit petrified people. Then come in with me. Boya Hancock turned and walked towards the cabin. Sister, we will do a good job of guarding. Boya Sandasonia and Boya Marigold also cheered up, and they stood on the left and right at the entrance of the cabin. This matter is very important. They must not let anyone disturb their elder sister. Captain Linn, do you need our help? When Linn was about to enter the cabin, a flower petal suddenly appeared on the railing beside Linn, and a hand with a mouth on its palm suddenly opened its mouth and said to Linn. It's Nicole Robin. Seeing Linn boarding the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates alone, she used the power of the flower fruit to convey a message to Linn. Baby 5 and the others are ready to fight. They only need Linn's order to kill the 9 Snakes pirates ship. You don't need to get close yet, just let me handle the 9 Snakes pirates alone. Linn said to Nicole Robin. Now that everything about the 9 Snakes pirates is under the control of Captain Linn, we don't have to worry anymore. On the ship of the Linn pirates, Nico Robin cancelled her fruit ability, and she said to Kuina and other companions. That's the pirate group of 7 warlords of the sea. Can Linn really do it by himself? There was a hint of doubt in Kuina's eyes. The 9 Snakes pirates are not a group of fish pirates. Is it too much for Linn to do it alone? You have to have confidence in Linn. Linn is very, very strong. Baby 5 is still full of blind confidence in Linn. No matter what Linn said was outrageous, Baby 5 would always believe it. Instead of worrying about Linn, why not worry about Boya Hancock? It is said that Boya Hancock is the most beautiful woman in the sea. Our captain must be fascinated by her. Reiju sighed, her face showing the look of an abandoned and resentful woman. Now that we're on Linn's ship, we have to trust Linn. Nico Robin has slowly walked towards the cabin. Since Linn said it could be done, it was time for her to go back and continue reading. Your crew members have very special abilities. Is that the ability of Nico Robin, the son of the devil? Boya Hancock was shocked to see Linn talking to Nicole Robin. Even she didn't realize when Nico Robin's abilities appeared. Yes, this is Nico Robin's flowery fruit ability. As Linn entered the cabin, he said to Boya Hancock. The 9 Snakes pirates are indeed a female pirate group, and there is a faint floral fragrance in the entire cabin. Linn, please wait in this room for a while I change into clothes that are convenient for surgery. After Boya Hancock finished speaking to Linn, she entered the opposite room on high heels. Linn wanted to say that it actually doesn't have to be that troublesome. As far as the results of the surgery are concerned, it doesn't matter what kind of clothes you wear. But Boya Hancock left too quickly, and Linn had no chance to say these words. Linn pushed the door open and entered the room. This room was not the operating room as Linn thought, but a bathroom. It was difficult to replenish fresh water during the voyage, but I didn't expect that the 9 Snakes pirates ship would have such a large bathing pool. Linn also had a preliminary understanding of Boya Hancock's willfulness. Sorry, we don't have a dedicated operating room on board. Not long after, Boya Hancock also pushed in the door. This time she was wearing a bright red nightgown with gorgeous lace. Although this pajama was looser than her previous cheongsam, it was translucent. Linn could faintly see Boya Hancock's slim figure, which made Boya Hancock look even more tempting. Then let's get started, Hancock. Linn took a deep breath and said to Boya Hancock. When Boya Hancock heard this, she took off her pajamas directly. At this moment, the entire bathroom was filled with holy light reflected by Boya Hancock's white skin. The seductive curves on Boya Hancock's body made Linn feel dizzy. Hey, it's just an operation. You don't have to take off all your clothes, right? Linn looked at Boya Hancock's body, and he couldn't help but complain. Ah, Linn, don't you want to study my body? Boya Hancock's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. It was because she misunderstood Linn's meaning. When she was changing into pajamas just now, she made great determination not to wear underwear. I didn't expect Linn to say this. That's good. This way you can see more clearly. Linn's eyes looked directly at Boya Hancock's white and delicate back. There is a huge mark of flying dragon's hoof on her flawless white back. This mark is the mark left by the celestial dragon. Unlike the way tattoos leave marks on the sea, this is the mark left with a red-hot iron. Even with Boya Hancock's amazing resilience, Linn could still see the burnt skin around the mark. This mark not only left a mark on Boya Hancock's body, but also left a deep mark on her soul. Chapter 74 Removing the Mark of Tianxiang Dragon. Room Microscope. With the blessing of the surgical fruit, Linn's knowledge and domineering power can see the dividing line between burnt cells and ordinary cells on Boya Hancock's back. When Linn's hand gently pressed on Boya Hancock's back, Boya Hancock couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was the first time that she had a man touch her body while she was naked, not to mention the mark of the Tianxiang Dragon's hoof that made her feel ashamed. Hancock, I want to peel off all the burned cells on your back and the mark of the Tianxiang Dragon's hoof. After Linn carefully inspected it, he said to Boya Hancock, it's such a big area, will it hurt a lot? Boya Hancock's brows frowned slightly, and she asked Linn, don't worry, you won't feel any pain. Linn directly used the bones to conjure a scalpel, and he began to peel off Boya Hancock's skin. Boya Hancock's skin is very delicate, which greatly reduces Linn's workload. Boya Hancock could only hear the sound of Linn's knife behind her. Not only did she not feel the slightest pain, she didn't even shed any blood. Linn, have you started yet? Boya Hancock waited for a long time but felt nothing. She couldn't help but ask Linn. Stop talking. Linn scolded Boya Hancock, and Boya Hancock immediately became obedient. Soon, the mark of the Tianxiang Dragon's hoof on Boya Hancock's back was completely peeled off by Linn, and the most difficult step was completed. Linn then controlled the healing hormones in Boya Hancock's body to restore the skin behind it. Linn stood behind Boya Hancock, and he saw a very magical scene. The snow-white skin slowly covered with blood-red flesh, and finally all the blood-red color was no longer visible. Finish. Linn closed the operating space and smiled at Boya Hancock. Boya Hancock still had no clothes on. She turned around and pointed her back towards the full-length mirror in the bathroom. Disappeared. Actually disappeared. There was a trace of mist in Boya Hancock's eyes. Ever since she carried that mark of shame, she had been waiting for this day all the time. Now the day has finally come. Sonda Sonia, Marigold, come in. Boya Hancock covered her body with her red pajamas, and she shouted outside. Sister Sama, was it successful? Boya Sandasonia walked in from the door, and she asked Boya Hancock tremblingly. Linn is the only person they have met so far who has hope of removing the mark of the Tianxiang Dragon. If he fails, the marks on their backs may never be removed. Sonda Sonia, Marigold, it was successful. Linn successfully peeled it off for me. Boya Hancock lifted up the skin that had been peeled off from his hands. That's great, Oni-sama. Sandasonia and Marigold looked at each other, and tears flowed out of their eyes uncontrollably. Next to undergo surgery was Sundar Sonia. Sandasonia is a full 4.5 meters tall, and the Tianxiang Dragon mark that needs to be removed from her back is twice as big as Boya Hancock's. With previous experience, Linn's speed this time was even faster than the surgery for Boya Hancock. At this time, Boya Hancock also knew how the mark on his back was peeled off. Linn's hand was very steady, and Sandasonia didn't feel any pain from the beginning to the end. After that, Sandasonia's skin also began to grow slowly. In less than a moment, Sandasonia's back was completely restored. If Boya Hancock hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would be hard for her to believe that Sandasonia once had the hoof mark of the sky-soaring dragon on her back. Sandasonia was also very bold. She didn't treat Linn as an outsider at all. She directly took off her top and looked at her back. She is in the form of an animal snake fruit, a python. She can turn her head and see her own back. Seeing that there were indeed no marks on her back, she could no longer suppress her inner feelings and began to cry. Next up is Marigold. With the experience of the first 2 times, Linn's speed was faster this time. When Marigold saw that the marks on her back had disappeared like her 2 sisters, she and Sandasonia cried together. After escaping from Marigio, they often still dream about the hell-like place in Marigio. They also often dream about the scene where their identities are discovered by the celestial dragons and they are recaptured back to Marijoa. Now that the mark has disappeared, no one can say that they were once slaves of the celestial dragons. Thank you for removing that mark for us. I will always remember your kindness. Boya Hancock looked at Linn, and she said to Linn, I can only remove the mark on your body. The mark of the Tianxiang Dragon's hoof on your soul still needs to be removed by yourself. If the mark cannot be removed from the mind, it is useless to remove the mark from the body. Linn said to Boya Hancock, I am a pirate, and a pirate's heart will not be bound. Boya Hancock smiled confidently. Don't worry, Master Linn, we will no longer be affected by the mark of the Tianxiang Dragon's hoof. Sandasonia wiped away her tears and promised Linn. Today is a good day. Linn, let your crew come to the Kuji pirates' ship to have a banquet together. Boya Hancock looked up at the man, and she suddenly said to Linn. Her 2 younger sisters also looked surprised at this time. The pirate ship of the 9 Snakes Pirates, like the 9 Snakes Island, does not allow men to board. If someone else said such a thing, Sandasonia and Marigold would definitely stop it. But the person who said this was her elder sister, so they naturally agreed. I'll wake them up right now and let them prepare for the banquet. Sandasonia saw her sister Marigold still standing here stupidly, so she pulled Marigold out, leaving only Linn and Boya Hancock. Sister Sandasonia, isn't it appropriate for Sir Linn to live in the same room as your sister? Marigold was worried. Linn's ability is to restrain her sister's sweet fruits. Wouldn't it be terrible if he attacks her? You are still young, you don't understand anything. Sandasonia rolled her eyes at her wooden sister, and she woke up the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates to prepare for the banquet. Although the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates don't know what happened, since this is Boya Hancock's order, they will naturally carry it out. 9 snakes are located in the Windless Zone, and their diet is very unique. Especially their sumo hot pot, which made Baby 5 and others very addicted to it. Chapter 75 Drum Kingdom, Torrin Dalton. After a night of carnival, Linn and others have followed the sea current to the location of the Drum Kingdom. The Drum Kingdom is small in area, but its extremely developed medical technology has made it a major medical power in the Grand Line. What Linn is going to do may cause turmoil in the Drum Kingdom. Boya Hancock is the 7 warlords of the sea, and she is not suitable to stay here. It was here that the 9 Snakes Pirates and the Linn Pirates separated. The king of the Drum Kingdom is Wapple, the one with the ability to swallow the fruit. Wapple is a weirdo. Although the Drum Kingdom is his kingdom, he carries out various destructive operations on the Drum Kingdom. Wapple has been ruling the country tyrannically, thinking about what laws should be made every day, and controlling the people with strict means. Such a tyrant can also be ranked high in the Grand Line. The pirates are coming. When the Linn pirates ship appeared at the port of the Drum Kingdom, Linn heard the warning sounds of the soldiers on the port. However, these soldiers just ran away in panic, and only a few sporadic shells were fired. An attack of this intensity could not do anything to Linn and the others. After sailing on the sea for so long, this is the first time I feel like a bad person. Kuina looked at the soldiers guarding the country, and she suddenly felt a very absurd feeling. The soldiers who fought bravely at this time were decent people, but they were the evil villains who invaded other countries. What is justice? What is evil? How can it be possible to explain such a thing clearly? Linn intercepted the cannonball with a slash and said to Kuina. The Linn pirates' ship did not slow down at all, and they docked at the port of the Drum Kingdom with force. Nico Robin, you and Kuina guard our ship and don't let the soldiers of the Drum Kingdom destroy our ship. Reiju, let those 3 armored soldiers enter the water and cut off Wapple's possibility of escaping in the submarine. BABY5, you come with me to the Drum Kingdom. As soon as the ship docked at the port, Linn assigned tasks to several people. King Wapple, the Linn pirates are coming to attack us, and the leader is none other than Linn, the great pirate with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. In the palace of the Drum Kingdom, Dalton, the captain of the guards of the Drum Kingdom, hurriedly came in and reported to Wapple. A bounty of 1 billion. How could such a big pirate come to attack my Drum Kingdom? Wapple was still chewing an iron block. When he heard Dalton's words, he was so frightened that his cylindrical jaw made of iron sheets hit the ground. Dalton, you must resist, at least make sure not to let Linn break the palace before I leave safely. As Wapple said, he began to prepare to run away. King Wapple, you are the king of the Drum Kingdom. Now the pirates are attacking, shouldn't you stay to protect your people? Dalton looked at Wapple's operation and clenched his fists with anger. The pirates can only rob the Drum Kingdom, but they can't take away the island. I just need to wait for the pirates to leave and then come back. My life is much more valuable than the lives of those civilians. If you want me to face danger together with those civilians, do you have a sound mind, Dalton? Wapple said sarcastically to Dalton without mercy, and then he ran away quickly. Dalton's eyes were full of disappointment as he watched the obese Wapple running at a speed that was seriously inappropriate for his body shape. More than 10 years ago, Dalton joined the Drum Kingdom and became the guard captain of the Drum Kingdom in order to repay the kindness of Wapple's father. He once hoped that Wapple would one day change for the better and become as good a king as his predecessor. Seeing Wapple's irresponsible side, Dalton understood that people like Wapple cannot change. Captain Dalton, King Wapple has escaped, what should we do? Looking at Wapple's hastily running away, his subordinates asked Dalton. The Drum Kingdom is our home, what else can we do? Of course, protect our home. Dalton pulled out the shovel-like weapon behind him and said to the soldiers. After hearing Dalton's words, the eyes of the soldier who was still confused suddenly became firm. Captain Dalton, Linn is almost arriving at the palace. A soldier with a telescope ran in and reported to Dalton. He is worthy of being the great pirate with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. He is so fast. Dalton's eyes flashed with awe. How many people from the Linn pirates came? Dalton took a deep breath and his mood stabilized. Just Linn and a woman. The soldier hesitated for a moment and then reported to Dalton Channel. To be beaten into the palace by just 2 pirates is a shame to our Drum Kingdom. Dalton gritted his teeth, feeling an unprecedented anger. Captain Dalton, it's not that we don't resist, it's just that the man named Linn is too weird. The soldier recalled the scene of their fight with Linn, and he felt a sense of fear. The man clearly didn't take action, but all the soldiers who approached him and wanted to attack him fell into a coma. Come on, let me see how strong this man is. Dalton clenched the weapon in his hand and strode towards Linn. Linn, the strength of the Drum Kingdom is too weak. We are almost reaching the palace, but we still haven't encountered any resistance. Baby 5 tightened the cotton clothes around her body and said to Linn. You can't say that the power of the Drum Kingdom is too weak, you can only say that my power is too strong. Linn looked at the snowy scene around him and said to Baby 5. As his strength grows, ordinary people no longer pose a threat to Linn. It's just that the Linn pirates have been playing high-end games, which gives Baby 5 the illusion that the Linn pirates are an ordinary pirate group on the sea. Pirate, stop. Linn and Baby 5 had just flown up the cliff when a Torn swung a shovel towards Linn. Linn stretched out 3 fingers and clamped the shovel. No matter how hard the Tauren tried, the shovel would not move. Are you Dalton? Linn didn't recognize the man, but he recognized the man's devil fruit. Dalton is an animal type, ox neo fruit, and buffalo form user. I didn't expect that he would become the guardian of the Drum Kingdom so early. Linn's figure teleported directly to Dalton's back. He knocked lightly and Dalton was knocked unconscious by him. As for the guards following Dalton, they had long been stunned by Linn's conqueror's domineering force. Chapter 76. Capturing Wapol and swallowing the fruit's abnormal ability. Wapol ran away. It seems we came in vain. Baby 5 looked at the empty palace and said to Linn. Wapol not only ran away, but he also looted all the treasures in the palace. He didn't get far. Linn's eyes looked straight at the surveillance phone bug in the corner, and he smiled at the surveillance phone bug. Wapol, I will catch you. Linn said to the surveillance phone bug. Have I been discovered? In the White Iron King, Wapol looked at Linn through the monitoring phone bug. So what if he finds out? I'm in the sea. Can he still enter the sea and catch me? Wapol felt a panic at first, and then he became calm again. The White Iron King is his masterpiece. This ship has diving and deformation functions. It can move underwater on weekdays, and can change into different shapes according to different requirements after it surfaces. Linn is a devil fruit user. What can he do with himself in the sea? Hey ha ha ha, come and catch me, Linn. Wapol opened his mouth wide and swallowed the monitor and the table in one gulp. Strange, why did the fish that swam past so much look like a human? When Wapol was arrogant, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a black figure from the corner of his eye. But this place was already in the sea 100 meters away from the sea. How could there be anyone here? Wapol thought he was dazzled. The armored soldier spotted a suspicious ship sailing out from the bottom of the Drum Kingdom. On the ship of Linn pirates, Reiju told Linn this information. Have the armored soldiers capture Wapol for me. Wapol is a person with abilities, we must not let him drown. Linn said directly to Reiju. After Reiju received Linn's order, she, Kuina and Nicole Robin drove the ship toward the top of Wapol. The other 2 armored soldiers were also approaching Wapol's Iron King from the bottom of the sea. Isn't this the armor that is popular in the sea? How come the armor appears here? As the other 2 armors approached Wapol, Wapol finally saw that these were not fish, but armor. Boom. Wapol felt intense tremors coming from the hull of the ship. Before he could figure out what was happening, rockets blasted huge holes one after another in the Iron King. Lord Wapol, the cabin is flooded. The subordinates screamed at Wapol in panic. Come up quickly. Wapol jumped to his feet anxiously. He is a devil fruit user. Once the Iron King sinks to the bottom of the sea, some of his subordinates may be lucky enough to float to the surface and be rescued, but he will definitely not be able to. Before the White Iron King started moving, Wapol saw a fist mark appear on the iron sheet above his head, and then 2 metal gloves stretched out. The deck of the ship was actually torn apart by Germa's soldiers out of thin air. The massive amount of seawater instantly submerged the ship, and Wapol was immediately overwhelmed by the seawater and lost his mind. The 2 armors found him and headed toward the sea at extremely fast speeds. Is he Wapol? He looks like a hippopotamus. Wapol was woken up by a burst of discussion. When he opened his eyes, he saw 4 beautiful girls surrounding him. Where am I? Am I dead? Wapol looked at the scene in front of him and murmured. Of course you are not dead. Now you are a prisoner of our Linn pirates. Reiju looked at Wapol in front of her, with a playful smile on her face. Linn pirates, prisoners. Wapol thought for a long time before he finally connected the things that happened before he fell into coma. In the end, he did not escape Linn's clutches, he was caught by Linn. Pirate, as long as you don't hurt me, I can give you anything, even the throne of the Drum Kingdom. Wapol was a very discerning man. After realizing his situation, he immediately begged for mercy. What I want is you, and I don't care about the throne of the Drum Kingdom. Linn looked at Wapol, and he directly reached out and took out Wapol's heart. Both Baby 5 and Reiju have seen Linn's method before, and they are not surprised. However, this is the first time for Kuina and Nicole Robin to see Linn's method. A transparent hole appeared in Wapol's chest, but no blood flowed from it. Moreover, Wapol is still breathing, he is not dead yet. Now your life depends on my thoughts. If you don't cooperate with me, Linn said. He squeezed Wapol's heart hard, and Wapol, who finally regained consciousness, rolled on the ground in pain. Wapol began to use his abilities in front of Linn. To Linn's surprise, Wapol was such a waste. His only ability to use the Tuntun fruit was to eat it and reassemble it. Linn tried to teach Wapol the correct way to develop Tuntun fruit, but unexpectedly Wapol couldn't learn it at all. But the Tuntun fruit was too buggy. Even Linn didn't want to give up the fruit. Room transplantation. Linn first exchanged Wapol's soul with a Germa clone soldier, and then Linn exchanged the Germa clone soldier with Wapol's body. After Linn entered Wapol's body, he found that Wapol's body was not weak either. Even because he swallowed too much metal, his bones and body are quite strong. This body is too bloated. Linn looked down at Wapol's body. He opened his mouth and swallowed his own body. Linn, why did you swallow yourself all up? When Baby 5 saw this outrageous scene, she couldn't help but exclaimed. He can devour himself, so Linn's operation is truly amazing. The next moment, a macho man, Wapol, with streamlined muscles appeared in front of them. The Tuntun fruit is also a devil fruit that has absolute control over one's own body. Linn's guess was correct. The Tuntun fruit can swallow anything. This allows Wapple to absorb the swallowed things into his own body and become a part of his body. Linn discovered that Wapple's internal organs had a 100% strengthening effect on what he swallowed. Although Linn has speeded up his intestinal peristalsis through surgical fruit surgery, and even mastered the hormone fruit to increase endocrine and speed up nutrient absorption, the energy absorption is still not as good as swallowing the fruit. Not only is the stomach like a bottomless pit after swallowing the fruit, but all of his cells seem to be bottomless pits that can swallow energy infinitely. No wonder the Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach later raided the Drum Kingdom. This fruit swallowing ability is so perverted. Chapter 77 Multi-Ability Conjecture, Changes in the Drum Kingdom. This fruit is so powerful that Linn doesn't want to give up. Is there any way to permanently occupy Wapple's body? This thought suddenly appeared in Linn's mind. At this time, Linn was no longer satisfied with relying solely on Wapple's Tuntun fruit to obtain inspiration for developing surgical fruits. After experiencing the ability to swallow the fruit, he suddenly had a bold idea: maybe he could become a multi-powerful person. The method to achieve this is also very simple, as long as Linn can control two bodies at the same time. But Linn only has one soul now. If he wants to do this, he needs to split his soul. In this sea, there are only 3 devil fruits related to the soul: Brooke's Underworld Fruit, Charlotte Linlin's Soul Fruit, and Perona's Soul Fruit. The Underworld Fruit is a devil fruit that can resurrect people with abilities, which has nothing to do with Linn's research. The Soul Fruit can give souls to inanimate objects, and can also easily steal the souls and lifespans of others, and freely manipulate souls. Charlotte Linn also split her soul to create Homits. According to Linlin's guess, maybe this fruit can also split her soul. The Lingling fruit can split into ghosts, and Linn doesn't know if these ghosts are split bodies of Perona's own soul. If Wapple can become a part of himself, Linn will have abilities similar to Vegapunk. In order to cope with the complicated research and huge workload, Vegapunk created 6 clones to help him complete various tasks. I.M., the highest authority in the world government, seems to have similar abilities, and the abilities of the 5 elders were given by him. If Linn can realize his idea, he can also have multiple abilities. In addition to solving the problem of the ability to split souls, Linn also needs to solve the disadvantage of transplantation. The steps to swap bodies were too cumbersome, so Linn needed to find a way to directly extract the soul. Perhaps the ability user's soul could be kept in the illusion of the Song Fruit forever through the Song Fruit. Linn directly took over an empty body shell. But this is all a story later. If he wants to make Wapple his clone, then Linn must first clean up the mess in the Drum Kingdom. Linn casually killed the body of the Germa soldier, and Wapple's soul also dissipated. Linn waited in Wapple's body for a long time, but he did not find that the ability to swallow the fruit disappeared, which meant that it was the body that ate the devil fruit, not the soul. Captain Linn, since you are now Wapple, what should you do with your original body? Nicole Robin asked Linn. Linn's method of developing fruit abilities is so brilliant. Even though she is a scholar, she has never heard of such a bold development method. How to deal with it? Of course you have to carry it with you. Linn opened his huge mouth, and he directly swallowed his body with the soul of the Germa soldier. Let's go. Let's take a rest in the Drum Kingdom. Looking at the snow-capped island, Linn said to the girls. It's crazy. It's the first time I've seen someone so easy to steal a country's devil fruit ability. Reiju looked at Linn's majestic body and murmured softly. Linn can replace Wapple, then he can replace any king. This is not imitation, this is truly complete replacement. Once Linn completes this step, there is no way to tell. Citizens of the Drum Kingdom, your king is back. Linn controlled Wapple's body and burst out laughing, and the entire Drum Kingdom was shocked. It's great that you're okay, King Wapple. The soldiers who were stunned by Linn Conqueror's domineering force were woken up. Looking at Wapple in front of them, there was not much joy on their faces. Obviously, their thoughts and opinions are very different. Why is he back? Where are those pirates? Dalton also heard the news and rushed towards the port. Soon, he met Wapple. Dalton felt a chill coming from just one glance. She didn't notice anything unusual about Wapple, but he recognized Baby 5 behind Wapple. They are obviously pirates, but now they are all following Wapple. What's even more strange is that none of the people who escaped with Wapple were seen, not even the White Iron King that he spent a lot of money to build. Dalton knew Wapple very well, and it was absolutely impossible for him to cooperate with the pirates. These pirates kidnapped Wapple. What are they going to do to the Drum Kingdom? Dalton's brows furrowed. Everything in front of him was beyond his understanding. Dalton wanted to expose it directly, but he recalled the scene before when Linn conquered the Drum Kingdom alone. Although he didn't see where Linn was, since the members of the Linn pirates were here, Linn must also be nearby. It is easy to expose Wapple, but the Drum Kingdom cannot face the massacre of pirates. You are finally back, King Wapple. Dalton had no choice but to accompany Wapple and continue the performance. Linn finally arrived at the palace of the Drum Kingdom smoothly. The next day, something strange happened to Dalton. Wapple abolished all the strange and absurd orders he had issued before. In addition, he actually used all the treasures in his palace to develop medicine. Wapple actually wanted to gather all the doctors from the Drum Kingdom together to build a huge medical school. Each doctor would serve in the corresponding department according to his or her area of expertise. Don't pirates seek wealth? They actually wanted to build the Drum Kingdom instead of taking away all the treasures of the Drum Kingdom. This is the first time in Dalton's life that he has heard of such pirates. Even Wapple took action himself. He swallowed a lot of metal, earth and stone, and this huge medical school was built overnight. The walls of this building are made of thick clay, which makes this hospital very warm in an island-like Drum Kingdom that has winter all year round. The decoration of rocks and logs makes this hospital look very high-end. This huge medical school is not only the largest building in the Drum Kingdom, but also the most magnificent. In addition to this order, Dalton also received a task. He was to invite Dr. Kuleha, the most skilled doctor in the Drum Kingdom, to become the dean of the medical school. For this task, Dalton was happy to go. Now Dalton has no hostility towards those pirates. Wapol has made this country a mess, but those pirates have put the Drum Kingdom on the right track. Chapter 78 General Level Combat Power Takes Action. Linn pirates are in danger. Why did Linn go to attack the Drum Kingdom? Didn't Boya Hancock go to intercept and kill Linn? Marine Headquarters, Sengoku did not expect to hear news from Linn again under such circumstances. The world government noticed the changes in the Drum Kingdom, and they also discovered the Linn pirates' ship staying in the Drum Kingdom. Apparently the intelligence says that Boya Hancock has led the Nine Snakes pirates and has already met the Linn pirates. How come the Linn pirates can still attack the Nine Snakes pirates? Sengoku knew Boya Hancock's strength. She was at the monster level in terms of physical skills and devil fruit. Not to mention the first half of the Grand Line, even the New World, where monsters gather, can also have a place for her. Even she can't stop Linn. Crane, help me ask world government, what happened between Boya Hancock and Linn? Warring States said to the Chief Staff Officer, Lieutenant General He. Lieutenant General He was also curious about what happened last night, so she dialed the world government phone number. What? How could such a thing happen? After General He made the call, her tone was a little surprised. Warring States, the World Government Intelligence Agency said that Linn boarded Boya Hancock's ship, and he also spent the night on Boya Hancock's ship. Lieutenant General He finally finished telling the complete information. At this time, Seng Guo's face showed the same incredible expression as hers. What kind of charm does Linn have that can actually win over Boya Hancock at the first meeting? This also explains why Boya Hancock did not send back any battle reports. Warring States felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, and that Linn and Boya Hancock might have reached an agreement secretly. Only in this way did Boya Hancock protect Linn like this. Sure enough, pirates cannot be trusted at all, even the 7 warlords of the sea. No matter what happened between Linn and Boya Hancock, it would not have any impact on the civilians on the sea. But it would be different if Linn occupied the Drum Kingdom. The civilians in the Drum Kingdom would almost always be threatened by Linn. What did the Linn pirates do to the Drum Kingdom? The scene of the Drum Kingdom being burned down by the Linn pirates already appeared in Sengoku's mind. They are suspected of controlling King Wapol of the Drum Kingdom. Wapol used all the wealth of the Drum Kingdom to build hospitals and improve people's livelihood in the Drum Kingdom. Lieutenant General He read out the information she had obtained from the intelligence agency. Wait, what did you say? The Linn pirates didn't plunder, but they were actually building the Drum Kingdom. Hearing this, Warring States felt ridiculous. He has also heard about Wapol. He is a tyrant who does not regard his people as his subjects. Now the pirates actually coerced Wapol to start the construction of the Drum Kingdom. What kind of operation is this? Sengoku has been fighting on the sea for more than 40 years, and this is the first time Sengoku has heard of such a pirate group. I thought I was wrong, but that's what the intelligence said. The Linn pirates not only helped the Drum Kingdom with its domestic construction, but his crew also helped the Drum Kingdom resist the invasion of pirates. The swordsman named Kuina has destroyed the ships of 3 pirate groups. Lieutenant General He looked at this information and she said to Warring States. Linn, this person is really invisible. Warring States frowned. The armors made by Linn were revolutionary weapons that could overturn the pattern of the sea. With its armor manufacturing technology, Germa instantly became one of the most powerful countries in the world. Some time ago, Linn revealed another shocking news when she was rescuing Nicole Robin and fighting Hina. Linn seems to have the means to control the destruction of armor. At that time, the crew member named Baby 5 on Linn's ship just pointed his hand, and the 2 armors equipped by Marine exploded instantly, causing the 2 brigadiers to be seriously injured and comatose. According to Vegapunk's guess, these armors must have backdoors that can be controlled by Linn. The world government requires Vegapunk to develop a super weapon exclusive to the world government based on the armor, and Vegapunk has already started related projects. The Warring States period also made a requirement for those generals equipped with armor. When dealing with Germa or Linn, they must not wear armor. First he escaped from Garp, then he defeated the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile, and now he overthrew the Drum Kingdom. Linn has only been at sea for a week. As he continues sailing, maybe he will be able to do something earth-shattering. Lieutenant General He also felt that Linn was very difficult. If we want to completely eliminate Linn, we must let the general take action. Sengoku's fists were clenched. At this time, Sengoku felt that Linn was no less threatening than those pirate emperors. Linn can no longer be given the opportunity to grow, and he must be eliminated as soon as possible. There are no more than 5 people in the entire Marine who can meet this requirement. Among these 5 people, Warring States had to deal with matters in Malinfando, and it was impossible for a mere Linn to let him take action. Garp, who was of similar strength to him, educated his grandson in the East Daxia Sea, and Shanks stayed in Windmill Village for a year. Luffy's 3 views were completely led astray by Shanks. Poor Salino is also looking for Fisher Tiger, who set a fire in Marigioa. According to the information he sent back yesterday, Tiger was seriously injured by Stoloberg on Forchate Island. Unfortunately, Seaman Jinbei rescued Tiger in the end. It is not known whether Tiger is dead now. Before the arson case of Marie Joya was completed, Porcelino had no time to carry out new tasks. Sakaski and Kuzan have rotated the defensive tasks of Marjoya. Now Sakaski is defending Marjoya and he cannot leave Marjoya. The only person suitable to perform this task is Kuzan. Kuzan is a user with Logia Frozen Fruit ability, powerful and a student of Black Arm Zephyr. Along with Sakaski and Porcelino, he is known as a monster in Marine. If it's Kuzan, Linn shouldn't be able to escape his freezing. Lieutenant General he agreed with Warring States selection. Soon, Marine's order was passed to Kuzan. It's Linn N again. I didn't expect Linn N to do such interesting things. After Kuzan got Marine's order to deal with Linn, he began to check all Linn's intelligence. Kuzan had never seen a pirate as strange as Linn N, and he became curious about Linn N. I understand, just leave it to me Linn N. Kuzan packed up the information about Linn and rode his bicycle towards the Drum Kingdom. This is obviously the sea, but there is a small strip of solid ice where Kuzan's wheels rolled over. Kuzan knew that the number of people had no effect in front of Linn's armor, and he did not let any marine accompany him. He was prepared to perform this mission alone. Chapter 79. Stop checking, can we not know whether Wapple is real or not? Linn had no idea about the coming danger. Linn is also developing Tuntun fruit. After pondering over the properties of Tuntun fruit for the past few days, he had an idea about energy storage. In addition, Linn also made modifications to his current body. Through the continuous fusion of the devoured metals, Linn obtained a metal with the highest hardness and highest ductility. According to Linn N's test, the hardness of these metals is no less than that of sea-floor stone. With the ability of Tuntun fruit, Linn directly used the Tuntun fruit to fuse with the bones of his whole body. I can be considered the pirate world version of Wolverine. Linn gently tapped the metal claw that popped out from his wrist, and he smiled with satisfaction. In terms of physical strength alone, this body now has exceeded his original body. Compared to the original body, this body is truly transformed. In terms of physical strength alone, Linn may be comparable to the steel-framed Kaido and the steel balloon Charlotte Linn. When Linn creates a terrifying metal-like vibranium alloy, he will surpass Kaido and become the most powerful one-on-one creature in the sea, land and air. Wapple's practice came to an end, and Linn returned to his original body again. Captain Linn, I haven't seen you in person for a long time. Linn walked out of the secret room, and Nicole Robin, who was working outside, greeted Linn. When Linn was in seclusion, all matters of the Drum Kingdom were handled independently by Nicole Robin. Facts have proved that Nicole Robin is indeed a talent. Linn just set a general framework, and Nicole Robin can handle all the government affairs of the Drum Kingdom. Although the area of the Drum Kingdom is not large, Nicole Robin is already quite remarkable for being able to achieve this. How is the situation in the Drum Kingdom recently? Linn took the drink from Nicole Robin and asked Nicole Robin. The effect is very good. Although it has only been less than a week, the number of people who come to the Drum Kingdom for treatment is already 10 times more than before. Everyone who comes here is shocked by the huge hospital here. Now the Drum Kingdom is known as the country of medical skills. Nicole Robin focused on introducing the current situation of the Drum Kingdom to Linn. The Drum Kingdom is developing very well, and the public support for Wapple has increased more than 10 times. It had only been a week, but several people who had been cured of their injuries and illnesses by enjoying free medical care said that Wapple was a wise king comparable to King Cobra of Alabasta. Reiju is now learning medical skills from Dr. Kurha, while Baby 5 and Kuina are fighting pirates along the perimeter of the Drum Kingdom. The reputation of the Drum Kingdom began to rise, and those greedy pirates swarmed in like sharks that smelled blood. Captain Linn, this is the relevant medical information you want. When Nicole Robin saw Linn ending his meditation, 2 hands suddenly grew on the table and held a box in front of Linn. You're so reliable, Robin. Linn N picked up a few documents and flipped through them, his eyes lit up with joy. These materials record all about human body structure and experimental conjectures, which are all the information Linn needs. As long as this information is useful to you, Captain Linn. After hearing Linn's words, Nicole Robin's face showed a smile. When Nicole Robin saw Linn entering the secret room holding the information, Nicole Robin stretched and stood up. The Drum Kingdom is very small. With Nicole Robin's ability, she can complete the day's government affairs of the Drum Kingdom in an hour. Before Linn N came here, this place was full of coldness and desolation. Just now, everything here is in full swing. The icy snowflakes and biting wind could not affect the smiles on the faces of the residents. Nicole Robin can read the emotions of the residents, and the name of this emotion is hope. Nicole Robin was about to look away when she suddenly saw a man with an afro, an eye patch on his forehead, and a marine uniform. The moment she saw the man, her pupils couldn't help but shrink tightly. She couldn't admit it, Nicole Robin had mixed feelings about this man. She was one of the murderers who destroyed O'Hara, and he was also his savior. Since this man appears here, it means Marine is going to take action against the Drum Kingdom. Nicole Robin hesitated for a moment, but she didn't call Linn, she just chased him out. What on earth are you going to do to the Drum Kingdom? When Nicole Robin was about to go around a wall, Kuzan's voice suddenly came from behind the wall, and Nicole Robin's feet stopped suddenly. We want to make Drum Kingdom better. You should have seen the changes in Drum Kingdom, right? Nico Robin answered as she stood in front of the wall. Although they are separated by a wall, both of them know that they are face to face at this time. You are pirates, and your purpose in attacking the Drum Kingdom cannot be that simple. Kuzan simply didn't believe what Nicole Robin said. Then did you notice anything unusual? Nicole Robin asked Kuzan again. I have just arrived. Judging from the current situation, the Drum Kingdom seems to be getting better in your hands. But it doesn't matter what you say, I need to know the opinions of the residents of the Drum Kingdom. Kuzan said, and he disappeared from the wall. Kuzan appeared in front of Dalton, the captain of the Drum Kingdom Guard. Dalton was about to return to the palace to report today's situation to Nicole Robin, but unexpectedly a man suddenly appeared in front of him. Judging by the way this man is dressed, he is actually a Marine, and he should also be a big shot in Marine. My name is Kuzan, Dalton, and I want to ask you a question. Do you think your King of Wapple is still King of Wapple? Now all this may be a pavement for the pirates to use some means of the Drum Kingdom to achieve some evil purpose. Kuzan did not beat around the bush with Dalton, he asked directly to Dalton. Dalton has served as the guard captain of the Drum Kingdom for many years. He knows the situation of the Drum Kingdom very well, and his prestige among the people is also very high. If you want to find out the flaws of the Linn pirates, only Dalton can know something. Can you not check it out? Can we, the residents of the Drum Kingdom, know whether Wapple is true or not? Dalton looked at Kuzan and said something that even Kuzan didn't expect. Don't you know that Wapple was kidnapped by the Linn pirates? The person who kidnapped him was a pirate, and he was a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion belly. Kuzan said again, so what, as long as it can make the residents of the Drum Kingdom live a better life, I will admit that he is the real King of Wapple. Dalton glanced at the residents in the distance who were full of hope for future life, and he said again. Chapter 80 Linn vs. Kuzan, brothers and sisters, happy National Day. You are the captain of the Kingdom's Guard, and you actually intercede for a pirate. Do you know what you're doing? Kuzan had already understood what Dalton meant, and he felt incredible. Linn is a pirate who invaded the Drum Kingdom. In just a few days, the guard captain has been bribed by Linn. Leader, I just want to beg you, please stop pursuing the Linn pirates, okay? Wapple has been the king of the Drum Kingdom for 5 years, and the Drum Kingdom has been tortured by him for 5 years. The treasures left by the old king are gone, and the doctors have been persecuted and ran away. If you capture him, the Drum Kingdom will have to go back to waiting for death. We don't want to die. We want the Drum Kingdom to live, okay? Dalton looked at Kuzan in front of him, and he almost prayed to Kuzan. Although he has never met Kuzan, he has heard of Kuzan's reputation. A monster in Marine, he has monster-like power. This kind of Marine is definitely no weaker than Linn. You are a good guard captain. Kuzan understood what Dalton meant. He was not asking for mercy for himself, but for the Drum Kingdom. He didn't accept Linn's favor, just because Linn could make the Drum Kingdom better, 10 times 100 times better than in Wapple's hands, so he pretended not to know anything. Such people are worthy of admiration. But Kuzan is a Marine, and Linn is a pirate. Kuzan doesn't believe that a pirate would help the Drum Kingdom for no reason. Dalton saw that his words could not impress Linn, so he turned into a minotaur form and prepared to attack Kuzan. Dalton knows that he is no match for Kuzan, but he always has to do something for the Drum Kingdom. Before he could shout out, his whole body froze into an ice sculpture. General Aokiji, I didn't expect you to be here. When Dalton turned into an ice sculpture, Linn's figure appeared in front of Kuzan. Kuzan also met Linn, the target he was going to deal with this time. I'm not a general yet, so you can't call me Aokiji yet. Hearing Linn's words, Kuzan's eyes flashed with surprise. Kuzan's code name is only known to Marine senior executives. He has not yet been promoted to Marine general. How did Linn know this news? It seems that Linn is not as simple as he seems on the surface, maybe there are hidden forces behind him. But it doesn't matter, as long as he can catch Linn, he can slowly understand all of this. Kuzan said as he walked towards Linn. Kakaka, ice on the ground began to spread around, and Kuzan had already used the ability to freeze the fruit. When Linn saw Kuzan take action, he teleported directly in front of Kuzan and inserted the bone sword into Kuzan's chest. As soon as the sword was inserted into Kuzan's chest, an astonishing ice spread quickly from the bone sword toward Linn. Freeze moment. Half of Kuzan's body was frozen, and he opened his arms to embrace Linn. Linn didn't dare to let Kuzan hug him. As long as he was touched by Kuzan, his fate would be no different from Dalton's. Linn let go of the bone sword, and he teleported directly to the distance. Kuzan didn't seem to be surprised at the way Linn responded. When Linn disappeared from Kuzan's eyes, the ice crystals around Kuzan's body froze into spears. Ice Cube Two-Thorn Spear. Linn almost teleported when he found an ice spear appeared in front of his face. Linn teleported away again. The ice spear was stuck in the ground, and strands of ice spread around with the ice spear as the center. Kuzan used his power of knowledge to predict the direction of Linn's teleportation. Before Linn appeared there, Kuzan's ice spear pierced him. Linn also used the operating space to predict the trajectory of Kuzan's shot, and he finally dodged Kuzan's ice spear. Kuzan is indeed a general-level warrior. Ever since Linn fought in the East Daxia Sea, he has not encountered such a terrifying opponent for a long time. The temperature in the Drum Kingdom was already low enough. Within half a minute of the battle with Kuzan, the temperature here doubled again. It's really rare for someone at your age to be able to practice devil fruit, hockey, and taijutsu to this extent. No wonder you escaped from Lieutenant General Garp. Kuzan praised Linn. Kuzan didn't join Marine until he was in his 20s. At the same age, Linn could beat him 10 times by himself. If Linn didn't have such strength, he might have been defeated by Garp long ago. How could he have waited for those armors to rescue him? Kuzan exhaled a breath of cold air, and the cold air instantly condensed into an ice blade. Linn had already escaped from Marine once, and he would never let Linn escape a second time. Nicole Robin watched the fight between the two from a distance. She wanted to help, but she couldn't do anything. Don't talk about Lieutenant General Garp, you can't keep me here. Linn once again condensed a bone sword in his hand, and he smiled at Kuzan. Linn cannot defeat Kuzan now, but Linn is still confident in escaping from Kuzan's hands. The battle between the two began again. Kuzan's freezing ability was biased toward control. If Linn was frozen by Kuzan's ice, Linn would probably end the battle instantly. This is the third time Linn has fought against Logia's ability user. Kuzan's ability is the real Logia. Release a range of attacks with a wave of your hand. This is the true use of the Logia fruit. Although Kuzan's attack did not hit Linn, the continuous low temperature and the ice condensing on the ground made this place Kuzan's domain. Compared with Kuzan, Smoker's ability is simply weak. If Linn hadn't used armament hockey, maybe those cold air could have injured Linn's skin. In the distance where they were fighting, palms with eyeballs in their palms grew abruptly on various buildings. These hands were made by Nicole Robin using the flower fruit ability. She has been using the flower fruit ability to observe the battle between Linn and Kuzan. With Nico Robin by her side, Kuina, BABY5, and Reiju all returned to the ship. They received a bug message from Nicole Robin and they all returned to the ship. After Linn and Kuzan fought again, the residents who reacted swarmed towards the place. They shouted slogans about fighting pirates, but they blocked the road between Linn and Kuzan. Kuzan, goodbye. Linn smiled at Kuzan, and he directly used the fruit's ability to teleport back to the ship. Linn, you can't escape. Kuzan's figure appeared on the shore, and he directly unleashed the Ice Age on the sea. The white ice surface is approaching the Linn pirate's ship. Even if the Linn pirate's ship is 10 times faster, it will not be as fast as the ice surface is expanding. Elbaf Hegemony, another man covered in a black cloak appeared next to Linn. The two of them swung their swords together, and a terrifying slash actually contained Kuzan's ice. Chapter 81 7-Star Sword. Viewed from a high altitude, Linn's blow was extremely shocking. On the thousands of miles of frozen sea, a huge fan breaks open the frozen sea. The source of this fan is on the ship of the Linn pirates. Linn and the man in black robe both held long swords of the same shape in their hands, but one had a bone sword and the other had a metal long sword. As this Wapple, Baby 5 looked at the man who fell on the deck after swinging his sword, with a look of shock in her eyes. She knew how useless Wapple was when he was captured. In just half a month, Wapple had undergone earth-shaking changes. When did Wapple become so strong, and when did he establish such a tacit understanding with Linn that he could actually use the giant's combat skills? It's just a small application of the fruits of surgery. Linn smiled at them. Just now, Linn manipulated Wapple's arm to complete the blow. Because his soul was not integrated into it, Wapple's current state was like a vegetative state. Is this the clone ability developed by Captain Linn? Nicole Robin looked at Linn with her big eyes, and there was a suspicion in her heart. She is a person with flower fruit ability. After Linn modified her body with genetic surgery, she can use the flower blossom. Moreover, there are now two clones on the ship, one is studying the navigator's notes, the other is steering the rudder, and she herself is watching the movements of the coastline of the Drum Kingdom with a telescope. After Linn used Overlord, the residents of the Drum Kingdom surrounded Aokiji, and Aokiji was unable to use Moonwalk to chase them. Nico Robin knew that they were safe. A few hours later, a phone call came from the Drum Kingdom. The people over at the phone bug said that Aokiji had left the Drum Kingdom, and he unfrozen Dalton before leaving. Then let the people of the Drum Kingdom proceed as planned. Linn stuffed Wapple into the armor. This armor replaced the Germa soldier whose soul died. After his death, the armor was empty. Linn asked Judge to activate the background control ability, and the armor flew in an arc in the sky and finally landed in front of the medical school of the Drum Kingdom. Kakaka. As the armor fell off, Wapple also fell limply to the ground. It's King Wapple. Doctors from the medical school performed quick rescue operations on Wapple. After confirming that he had no external injuries, Wapple put on an oxygen mask and soaked in a specific nutrient solution. The Drum Kingdom is the country with the highest medical skills in the world. The special nutrient solution prepared by Dr. Kuleha can keep Wapple's body active for 3 years. Now that King Wapple is unconscious, what should we, the Drum Kingdom, do? Dalton and Kuleha stood side by side in front of a huge nutrient tank, looking at Dalton soaking in the tank. Dalton's brows furrowed. Wapple is the king of the Drum Kingdom. Now that he is in a coma, who will command the Drum Kingdom? Dr. Kuleha didn't speak, she just looked at Dalton. This was the last scene that Linn could see, and then the armor took off from the Drum Kingdom and flew towards the Germa Kingdom. Captain Linn, where are we going next? Nicole Robin glanced at the permanent pointer on the ship, and she asked Linn. Go to Aska Island. Linn slowly spit out the name of an island. Askar Island. It is said that there is a cursed holy sword on that island. Where should we go? When Linn said the name of the island, Nicole Robin immediately thought of the information about Aska Island. That island is not far from the Drum Kingdom, but because it is not a necessary island to replenish the permanent pointer, few ships will stop there. After the Age of Discovery opened, countless pirates landed on Aska Island for the legendary 7-star sword. The entire island was destroyed by pirates over and over again. Later, Marines set up a base here, and the pirates finally calmed down a little. The cursed sword, is it the 7-star sword? When Kuina heard Nicole Robin's words, she immediately realized something. In this sea, there are 3 types of swords: ordinary swords, famous swords and demon swords. The handle of an ordinary knife is ordinary and dull, and the blade is gray-black with no dark lines. This kind of knife can be seen everywhere on the sea, and there is nothing to say about it. Famous knives usually have obvious features, such as a bright handle and a blade covered with dark patterns. These characteristics indicate that these knives are not only excellent in material, but also experienced battle and tempering. The appearance of the demon sword is as unique as the famous sword. The demon sword is considered evil because of its evil sword spirit, and it is said that its users will die unexpectedly for various reasons. Kuina has also heard the legend of the 7-star sword. It is said that on the night when the red full moon comes once 100 years, the sealed demon sword will increase in power and awaken to kill and destroy. The 7-star sword is also one of the most famous among demon swords. Yes, the name of that sword seems to be 7-star sword. Nico Robin nodded. Lynn, that sword seems very dangerous, do you still want to go? BBAY5 heard Nicole Robin and Kuina's story, and she became worried about Lynn. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If I can't even master the 7-star sword, it only means that I'm not strong enough. The so-called famous swords are demon swords that can be mastered, and demon swords are just powerful famous swords. Lynn said to his crew. The so-called demon sword is a famous sword, and famous swords will choose their masters. The weak ones are not worthy and cannot control them, resulting in untimely death. Weak people are afraid of famous swords, so they are called demon swords. Being called a demon sword is the honor of the sword, which proves that the sword's evil reputation is feared by others. Each knife has its own personality. Only by truly understanding the personality of the knife can you successfully control it. The so-called demon swords are just famous swords that are feared by the weak. In fact, the reason why the sword is scary is just because it fulfills the duty for which it was made. Anyone who can be recognized by the demon sword will not be weak. The weak will only fear the demon sword, while the strong will conquer the demon sword. If he cannot master the 7-star sword, it only proves that he is not strong enough. Linn didn't believe that he couldn't master the 7-star sword. If the 7-star sword was really that evil, it would not be the 3 major weapons in ancient times, but the 4 major weapons. Linn knew the whereabouts of many famous swords, but none of them were as beautiful as the 7-star sword. Linn didn't fall in love with the power of the 7-star sword, he fell in love with the beauty of the 7-star sword. After all, whether you are strong or not is only a temporary matter, but whether you are handsome or not is a lifelong matter. The Linn pirates ship was under the control of Nico Robin, and they sailed straight towards Aska Island.